Chapter 1: The Hypocritical Paper. What exactly is freedom? Before I turned 16, freedom to me was like the birds flying in the sky, fish swimming in the water, and the precious existence in pedophile's mouth that one could abandon life and love for, abstract and all-encompassing. After I turned 16, freedom had a more precise definition. It became something unattainable, beyond the high walls, the goddess that haunted the dreams of King Chu Xiang. It took me a full decade to regain it again. I still remember the day I was released from prison. I stood behind the slowly opening iron gate with my simple luggage, and even though it was just a wall away, that day the sky seemed bluer, and the air sweeter. I greedily took a deep breath, preparing to welcome my long-awaited rebirth. Lu Feng. Old Huang, the prison guard, called me back. The words he spoke were no longer a cold string of numbers but my name. At the age of 16, I entered prison for intentional homicide. For 10 whole years, except for the first 2 years spent in juvenile detention, the following 8 were spent serving my sentence at Qingwan City's first detention center. Old Huang was already in his 50s back then. Calculating his age, by the time I was finished, he would be about ready to retire. Don't look back, Huang stopped me when I showed signs of turning around. Keep moving forward, and never come back. Strange as it sounds, the joy of regained freedom didn't make me tear up, yet Huang's plain statement brought tears pricking the corners of my eyes, making me feel sorrowful. Blinking back the rising emotions, I waved goodbye to him and walked briskly towards the iron gate. Our paths part here, I'll never see you again, Old Huang. I don't know what expression Old Huang wore behind me, but I was smiling happily, a jubilant excitement I hadn't felt in 10 years, so elated that I could jump while walking. Beep beep beep, beep beep beep. A jarring buzz woke me from my sleep. Upon opening my eyes and seeing the mottled, dilapidated ceiling under dim lighting, I was momentarily disoriented, taking quite some time to recall that I was no longer at the first detention center. There wasn't the deafening snoring from room 67, no offensive foot odor, no need to work early in the morning, nor any routine daily schedule to follow. Even after 3 months since being out of prison, sometimes when I slept groggily, I still thought I was confined within that building resembling an iron barrel, a place where the sun didn't shine, bleak and lifeless. Switching off the alarm clock and rubbing the bridge of my nose, I lay in bed for a few more minutes before getting up and slipping out from under the covers. After half a month of continuous drizzle, today was a rare clear blue sky, clouds scattered and sunlight so bright it hurt the eyes, presenting an uncommonly good weather day. Rushing through my morning wash, I threw on a denim jacket and stepped out. Bought 2 sets of fried pancake rolls and a cup of soy milk downstairs. I strolled to the bus stop 100 meters away. After waiting for about 5 minutes, my bus arrived. Saturday mornings weren't busy, and the bus swayed leisurely for an hour. By the third to last station, I was the only one left on the bus. The driver asked if I was getting off at the last stop, saying that if there's no one at the next station, he wouldn't bother stopping. Yeah, I'm getting off at Minyu Nursing Home. The driver glanced at me through the rearview mirror. Visiting someone? Sipping my almost empty soy milk, I nodded casually. My mom. An instant of regret crossed the driver's face, and he let out a long sigh. Poor thing. I lowered my gaze, nibbling on the straw in my mouth, slowly crumpling the plastic cup without responding. This driver must have been running this route for years, knowing full well what kind of place Minyu Nursing Home was. They claimed it as a professional palliative care hospital advocating for comfort care, but plainly put, it was a hospice caring for terminal cancer patients awaiting their death. My mom had lymphoma, discovered during a checkup a year ago, and it was already in the late stage when detected. I had 1 year left until I was due to be released, and she used to visit frequently. Each time, she would talk at length about the happy life post-release, even planning out which days she'd babysit after my marriage down to the last detail. When she suddenly stopped coming, I knew something was off. Later, a friend of hers visited me, at first keeping it hidden, only saying that my mom had appendicitis and couldn't come for a while. Serving so many years in jail, I hadn't learned much else but reading people's expressions, which I excelled at. Her facial expression immediately told me the appendix story was nonsense. Sure enough, after persistent questioning, she confessed the truth. Faced with an unfamiliar term like cancer, I was dumbfounded for a long time, not even noticing when her friend left. That evening, during my free activity period, I borrowed 2 medical books from the library and managed to finish them in a week. In the end, I regretfully found out, my mom had a terminal illness. Unless Jehovah descended upon the earth and gave her some miraculous treatment, she probably wouldn't survive. Once aware of the situation, I didn't feel an overwhelming sorrow but rather numbness. Every day was a haze, as if I were dreaming constantly. A few days after that, I finally managed to get through on a phone that had previously been unreachable. The first thing my mother said was that she was fine and not to worry about her. Your diagnosis is cancer, do you really think saying, I'm fine, makes it so? The fact that I couldn't be by her side while my closest family member was ill filled me with great regret. My mother fell silent for a moment, then when she spoke again, her tone had changed drastically from pretending everything was all right. All the passwords for several bank cards have been changed to your birthday. If something happens to me, don't forget to withdraw the money. This disease has almost no possibility of being cured. Although I accepted the doctor's conservative treatment plan, I know it's just extending my life as much as possible. Not long ago, she had been dreaming with me about the future. Now, she was leaving me a will. She talked at length, telling me where the savings book was placed, the location of the house deeds at home, even some basic procedures and steps for her burial after death. Finally, she said, "Son, I will try my best to hold on until you are released from prison, then we'll go home together." By now, I've mostly forgotten how I felt at the time, nor do I want to remember. I only recall the numbness that followed, then the astonishing sharp pain. My mother kept her promise and indeed held on stubbornly until my release. Even the doctors who predicted she would only live half a year were surprised. But she ultimately didn't get to return home with me. Due to her poor health condition, she was sent into Minu nursing home shortly before my release. As the doctors put it, the place had good conditions and excellent facilities, allowing patients to leave this world more respectfully and comfortably. The nursing home was located in the suburbs with a beautiful environment. Today was another sunny day, and the hospital building seemed especially bright and clean, its light-colored marble floor tiles reflecting like mirrors, clean enough to roll around on. When I entered the ward with the pancake rolls I brought for my mother, there was no one inside. The quilt was neatly folded as if no one had slept there. I looked questioningly at the name written on the bed tag, Lin Xianping. It was certainly my mother. An intense sense of unease rose in my chest. I feared something might have happened to her. Just as I was about to go look for someone, a voice came from the doorway. "AI phone, you've come." Turning around, I saw my mother being supported by a caregiver walking steadily back in. My heart dropped back down into place. "Where were you off to this early morning?" I quickly helped to settle her onto the bed. The weather was nice, so I went for a walk. Now plagued by illness, her skin wasn't good, and she had lost weight. No matter who saw her wouldn't think she looked well, but her nurse always told me that Ms. Lin was the most graceful terminal patient she'd ever met. Actually, I'd say she's simply stubborn. My mother pursued strength all her life, terrified of anyone seeing her disheveled and pitiable side. Even me, her son, rarely got to see her lose composure. There was only one instance, during the sentencing of my case years ago, when the judge announced 10 years, she suddenly stood up, breathing hard, her face frighteningly pale. I thought she'd curse me for disgracing her, or maybe throw a shoe at me in rage. But she didn't say anything. Her jaw tightened as she turned around and slapped Xing Minheo loudly, who was sitting beside her. That slap was so loud that even the judge was startled into trembling slightly against his will. A vivid red palm print lingered on Xing Minheo's handsome face, resembling a soft white porcelain vase cruelly marked with an ugly red streak, glaring and jarring. The bailiff took me away from the courtroom. All the way I stared at my mother, involuntarily glancing at Xing Minheo as well. He lowered his eyes, said nothing, showing no reaction to the slap my mother gave him, nor responding to my gaze. People began to rise orderly and left. My mother, red-eyed, fought against the current of people coming toward me. Even though the bailiff stopped her, she tried to catch one more glance at me. Xing Minheo still sat there unmoving. At that time, I assumed he was too cowardly to face me, blaming himself for neglecting his duties in this affair. Later on, I realized I had been far too naive. To remove two hated targets at once, how pleased and gratified he must have felt sitting in that audience gallery. Why would he care about that trivial slap from my mom? He wasn't avoiding my eyes because he had lost his soul under my mother's assault. He avoided looking at me to keep the joy gleaming in his eyes contained. "Didn't you say you wanted to eat some fried pancake rolls last time? I've brought them today. It took quite a bit of time on the road, so they're slightly cold. Let me warm them up for you." I asked the caregiver to stay with my mother while I went to the tea-cart area down the hall to heat up the pancake rolls. It was still early, and aside from the occasional coughing sounds and low murmurs coming from different wards, the corridor was quiet. The tea-cart area was completely empty. Throwing the pancake rolls into the microwave for half a minute, they were warm enough when I took them out. Although it was what she specifically said she wanted to eat, given my mother's current physical state, it would be very hard for her to have an appetite. At best, she could taste a little and then put it down after a couple of bites. As I was walking back with the bag, just before reaching my mother's ward door, there was a ding, and an elevator stopped nearby on this floor. I didn't pause my steps but continued forward. Then a sharply dressed figure stepped out from the elevator, blocking my way. Even though we hadn't seen each other for 10 years, I immediately recognized Xing Minheo in an instant. He held a fruit basket filled with diverse kinds in his left hand and was still talking on the phone with his right. "I haven't forgotten about our date tonight, I'll be there on time." His tone was restrained, yet he carried obvious impatience between his brows. With me standing here so close to him, it was impossible for him not to notice me. Glancing at me briefly from his peripheral vision, he didn't seem to pay much attention initially, but after exchanging a couple more words on the phone, he suddenly froze, slowly turning toward me as if seeing a ghost in broad daylight. He finally recognized me. "I've got something urgent now. I'll call you back later." He hung up the phone and stuffed his hands into his trouser pockets before properly looking at me. He examined me carefully, as if assessing whether I was an escaped prisoner, debating whether his hand in his pocket should dial the police or not. "When did you get released?" While he evaluated me, I also took a moment to size him up. 10 years had passed. Though I had grown taller, he hadn't, yet somehow I still wasn't as tall as him, nearly half a head shorter. It's been 3 months. Although I don't smoke, I wished I had a cigarette at that moment. Light it and press it against his face, then watch how high and mighty he looked afterward. He gave a casual, "Oh," and handed me the fruit basket. "You can take it in. I'm worried Ms. Lin will shout again upon seeing me, and she might get too agitated, which wouldn't be good for her health." I glanced at the extravagant, exquisite fruit basket, accepted it, and thanked him. "If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to contact me. The nurse should have my number." His phone was already in the pocket of his trousers, and I'm not some savage without a mobile phone either. Exchanging numbers would have taken less than a minute, but instead, he told me to ask the nurse for his contact information. The veneer of flawless politeness he displayed contrasted starkly with the underlying desire in his heart never to cross paths with me again. It only took a single finger or word to pierce through this pretense. But I said nothing. Smiling, I responded, "All right." The me from 10 years ago would have exposed him instantly, but now I had grown up. In the adult world, even a paper-thin barrier covering unpleasant truths is better than confronting harsh realities. He turned around, pressing the elevator button, saying goodbye rather insincerely. "I still have things to do, so I'll go first." A faint breeze stirred as he moved, carrying a cold, sharp fragrance of leather mixed with sandalwood that immediately invaded my entire nasal cavity. "Is there anything you want to say to me?" He slightly tilted his face, casting a brief glance at me, then swiftly diverting his gaze away. It lasted no longer than 2 seconds. The elevator arrived, and without another word, he stepped inside, seemingly ignoring my question altogether. For a moment, I felt bewildered before realizing that his silence probably equated to no. Watching him enter the elevator, in this small, private space void of others, he seemed to shed the mask he always maintained in public, revealing his true self. His furrowed brows relaxed, his eyes slightly downturned, showing an air of arrogance unparalleled. To him, everyone else was merely talkative swine, any casual conversation with them was already a supreme favor. Earlier, who knows how he managed to endure speaking to me despite his apparent revulsion, it must have been quite difficult for him. Holding the fruit basket in one hand and the pancake rolls in the other, I swayed back to the ward. "Why did you come back with a fruit basket after just going to warm up breakfast?" My mother paused her conversation with the caregiver, frowning slightly as she asked me with curiosity. I placed the luxurious-looking fruit basket on the bedside cabinet and picked out what appeared to be a very appetizing pear, intending to wash it and give it a try. Xingminheo was just here. Before I could finish my sentence, every fruit in the basket except for the one in my hand was flung to the ground by my mother, so fast it could be described as lightning quick. Panting, her hair disheveled, my mother exclaimed, "Tell him to get lost." Rarely does my mother lose her composure like this. Yet today, disregarding everything, she shouted and cursed at her former foster son, telling him to go away. Chapter 2, Coveted Long and Deep. Bending over to pick up the fruits that had rolled all over the floor and put them back in the basket, I tried to console her. "Don't be angry, don't be angry. He's already gone. If you don't want to eat fruit, have the pancake with fillings I bought for you, it's very tasty." She tightly clutched the quilt under her hands, her eyeballs slightly protruding due to anger, making her eyes look unnaturally large. "He's nothing but a bad omen. A blood-sucking insect. An ungrateful ingrate." I placed the fruit basket on the ground and sat by the bed, being the perfect listener as she cursed Xingminhou with every venomous word she could muster, without interrupting. I never knew she could curse so much, and all of it different. It seems these past years, she's been practicing regularly. The caregiver showed an undisguised look of shock at my mother's voice-racking curses. She would never again say that Ms. Lin was the most elegant terminal patient she had ever met. At this moment, there wasn't much elegance about Ms. Lin. On the way back, the bus was still nearly empty. I held a basket of fruits in my arms, lying to my mother by saying I would throw it away, when actually I planned to take it home to eat myself. This basket costs hundreds of yuan at least, it would be such a waste to throw it away. Gazing out the window at the swiftly passing scenery, my thoughts wandered from my mother to the future, and gradually landed on the man I met again today after a long separation. Xingminhou was only 3 years old when our family adopted him. The reason for adopting him was simple: my parents couldn't have children. However, just like many other families facing fertility difficulties, they prepared their minds well enough, decided to adopt someone else's child, only to find out that suddenly they were able to conceive. Before they even got around to changing Xingminhou's name, and just as the household registration procedures were completed, my mother found out she was pregnant. At that time, she wanted to give him up, but my father refused. He felt sorry for Xingminhou and didn't want him to suffer further emotional damage at such a young age. My father stubbornly believed that Xingminhou's presence as a son-bringer enabled the Liu family to grow. If we did not treat him properly, we would encounter misfortune. My mother, though not a teacher, had worked in finance at an elementary school for many years. Everyone would address her respectfully as Teacher Lin. Having undergone extensive modern scientific education, she absolutely did not believe in the feudal superstitious theory proposed by my father. They argued fiercely and almost divorced. But fundamentally, there were no problems in their relationship, both merely needed a way down the steps they'd climbed. No one knows exactly how they communicated through it all, but in the end, my mother took a step back and decided to keep Shingminoyu. From that point on, he became a surplus person in our lives. To say that he was part of our family might as well mean he was a temporary guest staying at someone else's house. Although my father treated him all right, my mother's attitude was particularly obvious. She never regarded him as her son, at best considering him as an entity with a name and surname. Being a child then, I ignorantly gloated about my mother's excessive favoritism towards me. I once waved the cakes and toys my mother bought exclusively for me in front of Shingminoyu, asking him if he wanted them. Shingminoyu always looked at me expressionlessly, his dark pupils unusually deep and cold. When I cowered before him and offered what I thought was a sign of respect, he would tell me without hesitation that he didn't like it and turned away without looking back. Only as I grew up did I realize how foolish I was. When Shingminoyu looked at me, it must have been similar to looking at a fool. He disliked me, and I could feel it. Every time I acted coquettishly or spoke to him, I could sense his hidden aversion. Over time, I even became somewhat afraid of him. He wasn't always unkind to me, but his smiles never reached his eyes. It was as if he wore a mask pretending to be friendly. All his kindness towards me was purely to please the adults in this house so he could have a place to stay. This feeling of dislike may have been vague and unclear in childhood, but in the 10 years since then, it became increasingly clear to me. When I was 10, something major happened in our household. My father was hit by a truck while commuting home from work. Both he and his electric scooter were caught under the wheels of the vehicle. By the time the ambulance arrived at the hospital, he was barely alive. His wounds were too severe, and the blood loss too great, there was no hope for him. In his dying moments, my father held my mother's hand and made her swear to raise both of us into adulthood, especially Shingminoyu. She had to ensure he could attend high school and college. After being married for more than a decade, he understood my mother's nature very clearly. Though my mother did not want to, she could do nothing but nod in agreement to someone who was dying. Since then, she became a single mother, carrying the burden of raising a boy not biologically hers, treating Shingminoyu with indifference and even resentment. After starting high school as a boarding student, Shingminoyu rarely came home except during the New Year and my father's anniversary of death. During winter and summer breaks, he would work odd jobs. Starting from the 3rd year of high school, he hardly asked my mother for money anymore, earning his living and tuition fees through part-time jobs. In university, he applied for scholarships. And as for the already distant relationship between him and me, after he moved out, it became even thinner. When I was a freshman in high school, he was already a sophomore in the best university in Chingwon City, studying law. He came home even less often, usually just rushing through meals before leaving again. I had no choice but to use every trick in the book, bringing up all sorts of questions I had long memorized, just to ask for his help so he would stay at home a little longer. While he explained problems to me, I always liked to gaze at his profile, watching the sunlight fall on his thick lashes and cast faint shadows under his eyes. At those moments, I couldn't help but marvel at how handsome he was, wondering if his biological parents were fools not to keep such a beautiful and healthy child. Back then, I thought the intense longing in my heart was merely my attachment to my elder brother, a manifestation of my lack of fatherly affection. Until Chi-young appeared. He pursued Shingminoyu relentlessly, craving his attention with a greed that was both base and degrading, almost identical to the reflection I once saw of myself in the mirror. Only then did I suddenly realize, that strong emotion, that intense longing, was nothing more than desire driving me. My deep coveting of Shingminoyu made me want to cling tightly to him. In the 10 years since, I have thought a lot. Fundamentally, Chi-young and I are the same kind of people, drowning in forbidden feelings, resenting being ignored by Shingminoyu. The difference is, he went too far, crossing the line I set for myself. In prison, most inmates were indifferent, but over time, you naturally develop a few good relationships. In cell 67, I had the best relationships with 3 people, Big Brother, Monkey, and Shinshaosher. All of them entered later than me but were released earlier. Big Brother's real name was Weisher. He was outgoing, and despite his burly appearance, he was quite shrewd in business. When he came in, he already had several massage parlors under his control and numerous followers. I idly asked him why he was here once, and he slapped his shaved head while cursing the guy who got him sentenced to 5 years of imprisonment up to 18 generations of ancestors. It was a bizarre story. As his massage parlor grew, it attracted various factions and social groups seeking favors. One Big Brother from the criminal world could guarantee steady profits and safety for his businesses. A connection like this would ensure peace of mind and enormous daily income without much effort. He and his best friend cum business partner hatched a plan. They would invite this Big Brother to gamble in Las Vegas. If he won, everything would be his. If he lost, Weisher and his partner would split the loss evenly. Everyone expected the Big Brother to enjoy himself, which would facilitate smoother business relations. Initially, everything seemed fine as they headed off to the casino with high spirits. No one expected the Big Brother to have an atrocious run of luck. He kept losing, eventually betting away tens of millions. For Weisher, tens of millions wasn't a small amount either. He had to cash out all his liquid assets and even lose some shops, but having secured the connection with the Big Brother, making back the money wouldn't be hard. Unfortunately, his so-called best friend turned on him, refusing to honor their verbal agreement about sharing losses and instead blaming the entire trip on Wei Shi. Wei Shi paid the full sum, gritted his teeth, and returned home. Angrier by the day, one night he suddenly showed up at his friend's house, bound him, threw him into the car, and drove him to a deserted area where he beat him brutally. Then he sold the car. When the police found him, he still hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. Illegal detention and embezzlement led to his conviction of 5 years in prison. Do you think I'm unlucky or what? What kind of trash did I deal with? His bold eyebrows stood upright in anger, and the benevolent Buddha image tattooed on his arm distorted slightly due to his taut muscles, making his face seem eerily sinister. I patted his shoulder, unsure how to console him, and instead told him my own story, hoping it would cheer him up. After hearing it, he looked at me in shock and gave me a thumbs up after a moment. One mountain is higher than another. Your case involves worse trash. I smiled faintly. Who says it isn't? So you aren't the unluckiest one either. After that, a bond of mutual understanding seemed to form between us. We took care of each other in prison and continued supporting each other after our release. On the day I regained my freedom, Wei Shi and Shen Shaoshi came to pick me up. They not only arranged a welcoming feast for me, but also invited me to become the manager of a new pawn shop he had opened. Once I heard manager, thinking it sounded like a significant role, I asked him how many people I would be managing. He chugged down a large gulp of ice beer and held up 2 fingers. 2, 1 accountant and 1 assistant. Pointing to Shen Shaoshi beside him, this is your assistant, and tomorrow when you start work, you'll meet the accountant, she's a beauty. People with a knack for business always find ways to rise again. In the years since Wei Shi's release, he stopped running massage parlors and instead opened 2 pawn shops, which flourished. The third branch I was supposed to manage wasn't very large but desperately needed a trustworthy person to take charge. I don't know anything, I can't possibly manage a whole store for you, I bluntly admitted my inadequacy and wanted to decline. Aside from the excuse I gave verbally, there was also the fact about my mother's illness. During her final days, I wanted to spend more time with her. You don't know anything, no education, no experience. Once you miss this opportunity, where are you going to find a job that suits your liking? I know you're worried about your mom, so here's the plan, I'll sign you up for a class first, and you can learn how to identify jewels and ornaments. After finishing these classes, which will take at least a month or 2, you can then decide whether or not to work for me. Wei Shi looks rough, but his words were watertight, and he was considerate in his actions. If I refused again, I would appear ungrateful. It's also good that I didn't refuse. After staying in the ivory tower for so long, the prices outside have far exceeded my imagination, even Jianbingguizi has become more expensive. When my mother learned that I had found a job so quickly, she was extremely happy and joked that she wouldn't have to worry about me starving to death anymore. If she saw how swiftly I fold quilts, she might have been relieved much earlier. The so-called treasure identification course wasn't difficult, at least not as hard as high school lessons. It mainly taught us how to quickly identify famous watches, luxury bags, and genuine gold and silver items. Occasionally, when the teacher got into the mood, they would also talk about international luxury trends. In summary, trends are like crazes, intense and overwhelming when they arrive, and silently fade away when they leave. 3 weeks ago, the course ended, and the school formally issued graduation certificates. The teacher also wrote future messages for each student. On mine, it read, "Dear Lu Feng, your future holds infinite possibilities, and your efforts will eventually be rewarded. Always cherish what you have, and may everything go smoothly." As he said, if I ever make a fortune, I'll definitely go back and give him a big red envelope. I returned home with a basket of fruit and had just poured myself a glass of water when Wei Shi called, inviting me to eat hot pot. There was a lot of noise on his end, making it sound quite lively. With no other choice, I grabbed my keys and stepped out again. As I walked to the door, I sniffed my denim jacket. The faint scent of leather and wood had almost completely dissipated. After hesitating for a moment, I turned back inside, took off my coat, and changed into another one from the wardrobe before heading to the meeting. Chapter 3, Stay Away From Me. Wei Shi's pawn shop is called Xinguang Pawn Shop, which means prosperous business. When I actually started working, I realized that the number of people under me was a bit more than what Wei Shi had said, 3 to be exact, Lu Yu in finance, apprentice Shen Shaoshi, and an old aunt surnamed Wang who cooks and cleans for us. The pawn business may sound intimidating, as if you're bound to lose something once you step inside. Be it the golden necklace your mom gave you or even kidneys considered precious gifts, there's nothing they won't take. But it's demonized too much. A pawn shop is merely a platform for offline monetary transactions for fair trade. If it's affordable, they'll do it. There won't be any unnecessary interference otherwise. An electronic female voice monotonously repeated, "Welcome," prompting me to look up from the absorbing issue of Jean I was reading. In came a fashionably dressed man with an attractive appearance in a flowered shirt, signaling a potential deal. Wei Shi's location choice was quite meticulous. The shop was placed between a nightclub and a large shopping mall. Here, noble offspring could come to quickly cash out their unwanted presents, while tourists tired of shopping can still pop in for some novelty. This man, exuding charm, had his shirt buttons almost undone down to his navel. He removed his sunglasses, immediately winking at Lu Yu, a sure sign of being one of the former category. Boss, how much would you estimate this watch? He passed a red leather box through the counter opening to me. Oh wow, fancy watch. Shen Xiaoshi, previously on his phone lounging on the couch by the door like a guard deity, also joined the excitement when he noticed the business opportunity. I threw aside the magazine I was holding, put on white gloves, and grabbed a high-power magnifier to begin inspecting. The metallic watch dial and strap showed no obvious scratches, the logo was clear, the paint colors of the pointers were normal, the tips were sharp, flipping it over revealed the gears running flawlessly with precise movements, indicating perfect craftsmanship. This watch is in very good condition. Such a new male watch should cost at least 200,000. The flower shirt man revealed a smug smile. A beautiful woman I've just met recently gifted this to me. I haven't worn it yet, so it's brand new. After placing the watch back into the box, I informed him of our estimation. If you choose absolute pawning, it's worth 1200,000. For conditional pawning, 10 per month and 8 after 3 months. His pleasant expression froze, glaring at me disbelievingly. Your price cut is way too harsh. It's brand new, and I haven't even worn it once. Give me at least 1500,000. I closed the lid and gently pushed the leather box back towards him, haggling leisurely. 1300,000, all you have to do is process the paperwork, and you can get your money instantly. He hesitated, head down in deep thought for a moment. With a gritted tooth, despite the heartache, he finally handed the red leather box back to me. Deal. Shen Xiaoshi covertly gave me a thumb up. As I wrote the receipt for the flower shirt man, he took several high-definition pictures and quietly asked me the offering price. Our pawn shop has a WeChat account with nearly 4,000 to 5,000 friends. Shen Xiaoshi manages customer service, operations, and sales. Once there's newly dead pawned items, he'll post pictures and prices instantly onto his moments. 15. I whispered the figure to him. Pawn shops make fast money, selling things quickly is always the best strategy. Setting excessively high prices deters customers and results in losses. Our philosophy has always been, earning less is better than losing goods, and we'd rather earn less than incur losses. Wei Shi often says that I have a natural talent for this business and am a promising seed. But I know that these are mostly polite words. If being able to bargain well counts as a gift, then my mother must certainly be a uniquely talented prodigy. Sasha. I scrutinized the signature written boldly in cursive script on the receipt and tossed it aside, giving another blank form to the man. Please fill in your real name. He frowned, writing, Fan Lei, seriously this time. Miss, give me a call when you're free. I'll offer you 20% off drinks. He completed the documentation, verified the bank transaction, chatted a little more with Lu Yu, handing her a fragrant business card. Lu Yu smiled and accepted it, locking the watch worth 13,000 into the safe. After the man left, Shen Xiaoshi lay back onto the comfy leather sofa, raising his phone high while letting out a sigh. It's really great to be handsome. Doing nothing earns you 13,000 yuan. That's my base salary for 2 years. Lu Yu switched the computer desktop back to the dog drama Korean soap opera she was watching earlier and casually interjected, not exactly super handsome, not as good looking as my idol, but his body shape is pretty good. Those pecs are massive. She glanced down at her own chest, shaking her head regretfully. Anyway, if I had 20,000, I definitely wouldn't buy a watch to give him. The fact that he pawned the watch he never wore shows how insincere he is. Dating isn't as satisfying as chasing stars. Would someone who has 20,000 yuan to spare for buying watches only have 20,000? That's just peanuts. It's meaningless waste. I picked up the magazine on the table, flipping to the article titled, The Redemption of Fallen Girls, I was reading earlier, seamlessly continuing the conversation. This is true. Every day after work, I pass by that, Golden Years. At 6 o'clock, the guests start to arrive, driving good cars like Bentley, Ferrari, and Lamborghini. It's like a massive car exhibition, Lu Yu remarked. The Jenny and Pearl who used to visit often are princesses there. They would bring gifts from their patrons, 7 or 8 designer bags at a time for pawning, making me gawk in awe. How do you know they're princesses? Those 2 women I remember, always coming with many bags, but because they always came with no makeup, bad skin, looking haggard, exhausted as if they'd played mahjong all night for 3 days straight, I had assumed they ran second-hand stores. I added them as friends. Lu Yu waved her phone. They are really thanking this boss for the diamonds he gifted them one day, then the next day it's thanking another boss for a bag. Watching it makes me almost hate the rich. Shen Xiaoshi suddenly jumped off the sofa. Wow, someone took it. Lu Yu and I were startled and looked over at him simultaneously. He whistled. The 15,000 yuan watch just sold. The watch from the flower shirt man had only been up on WeChat Moments for less than half an hour before someone bought it. Since it was a delicate and valuable item that couldn't risk being damaged, and upon confirming that the customer was currently on a business trip in Qinhuan City staying at a 5-star hotel downtown, not far from my way home, we arranged to deliver it personally in the evening. It was worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, so I didn't dare take the subway for fear of something going wrong, opting instead for a taxi straight to the hotel, planning to claim reimbursement from Wei Shi later. The hotel was a towering skyscraper, its glass walls reflecting the dazzling neon lights of the night. The lobby was transparent and elegant, infused with a pleasant aroma. Perhaps due to some gala event today, numerous people got out of cars at the entrance, dressed in formal wear and evening gowns, entering the hotel, exuding an air of high society. However, as soon as I stepped inside, I guessed my scruffy attire probably made me look out of place among the guests, as a doorman asked if I needed assistance. "I'm here to meet someone." After informing the client that I'd arrived, they replied promptly, asking me to wait a moment as they were coming down. I smiled at the doorman and moved to sit on a nearby sofa in the guest waiting area. Before I could settle down, a sleek silver sports car stopped outside the door, drawing my attention instinctively. A statuesque young woman stepped out of the passenger seat, her figure elegantly emphasized by a tight red dress cinching her waist tightly. In the cool weather, she draped a black feather shawl over her shoulders, adorned with curly hair and ruby red lips, radiating a stunning beauty. She swayed her hips around to the driver's side. As soon as the male driver opened his door and stepped out, she expertly hooked his arm, strutting confidently like a queen through the hotel's revolving door in her heels. I stood there, unable to tear my gaze from the man beside her. In a matter of days, we met again. Like most men earlier, he wore a formal tuxedo three-piece suit with a black bow tie and a corner of white handkerchief showing above the chest pocket. But unlike the others, his well-built frame showed clearly, even more so with the button fastened at his waist, accentuating broad shoulders and narrow waist, long legs adding to his height. As they headed toward the elevator, they had to pass me, and upon passing, Xing Menu was unlikely to ignore me. Sure enough, he did notice me, and instinctively paused. A sudden chill and cruelty flashed in his eyes, like an uncontested tyrant who unexpectedly discovered a filthy louse in his bed. Should he flick it away? No, even though a louse may be insignificant, it doesn't imply it can offend freely. His gaze alone conveyed how much he wished to exact extreme punishment on this louse, to crush me right there. Yet it lasted only a split second. With the blink of an eye, the glacial malice dissipated, and he returned to appearing human-like once more. This is... The red-lipped beauty shifted her glance between me and Xing Menu, perplexed. Xing Menu tilted his head and gave her a polite smile, ready to speak, but I interjected first. "Big brother, who is this?" I asked with a grin, "Is she your girlfriend?" The slight curve at the edge of Xing Menu's lips froze, his narrowed gaze piercing into me colder than before. He slowly opened his mouth. "He's my younger brother." The beauty looked startled. "You have a younger brother? Why haven't I heard you mention him?" Facing his knife-like glare undaunted, I smiled again, "Because I've been in jail for the past decade." Her complexion turned pale, scrutinizing me with doubt. Xing Menu's expression darkened completely, pulling his arm free from the beauty's grasp, saying, "Moyu, go upstairs first. I'll be right up after I speak to my younger brother for a moment." The beauty seemed about to ask more questions, but then a few more extravagantly dressed men and women arrived outside. She acted quickly as if wary of being noticed, composed herself, nodded lightly at Xing Menu, and flounced away with a trail of fragrance. After the beauty left, Xing Menu didn't even glance at me and walked out without saying a word, as if he was certain I would follow him. I twitched my lips, waited until he walked a bit ahead, then dragged my feet to trail after him. Xing Menu leaned against the hotel's outer wall, cupping his hand to light the cigarette on his lips. He took a deep inhale, then exhaled slowly, the orange-red ember flickering in the dark night. Holding the cigarette between his fingers, the hazy smoke made his expression appear somewhat weary. I approached him, trying to lighten the mood. "What? Is she really your girlfriend?" "Lu Feng." His deep voice carried through the night breeze, causing me to pause slightly. It had been 10 years since this was the first time in a decade that I'd heard him call my name. He stared at me, no longer bothering to hide his cold ruthlessness. "Stay away from me." Chapter 4, Mind Your Own Business. My heart jolted with an unsettling, heavy beat, as if a restless little creature hidden within had chosen the moment I was most unguarded to kick me where it hurt the most. The air around my nose carried the mixed smell of tobacco and men's perfume, a sharp, invasive scent. Just like Sung Minho himself, beneath the polished suit and veneer of civility lay a soul as grotesque as that of a beast. "I'm not trying to get close to you." I extended the paper bag in my hand toward him, explaining, "I just happened to be delivering something to a client." He didn't even spare the bag a glance, his eyes still cold and piercing. "That had better be true." "Oh, so he thought I was following him." I found it amusing and chuckled softly. "Didn't you tell me to contact you if there's anything?" "Already forgot what you said." My hands slipped into my coat pockets, and I couldn't help but let my tone become sharp. "Or are you worried that someone might find out about your murderer brother and that it'll tarnish your elite image?" Sung Minho smirked with a sneer, looking at me as though I were a not-so-funny joke. "Lu Feng, you're 26 already, no longer a 16-year-old kid. Don't be so childish." He flicked the ash off his cigarette onto the nearby trash can. "Even if others knew about your relationship with me, I didn't tell you to kill anyone, it's none of my business. Besides, we're not real brothers anyway." The fists inside my coat pockets clenched tighter. He always seemed to know which words would cut me the deepest. Maybe I really had been disconnected from the outside world for too long, so long that I'd almost forgotten what kind of monster Sung Minho truly was. Yes, he was indeed a monster in disguise, presenting a bright, proper exterior only to cover up his genuinely abnormal face behind it. I took another step closer, lowering my voice. Does your girlfriend know you're not normal? Due to his standing posture, the height difference between us shortened slightly, allowing me to look him straight in the eye. I leaned forward slightly, yet he stood still, watching me without moving. I flashed a smile and swiftly grabbed the cigarette from between his fingers. The burning sensation traveled from my palm all the way to my brain, but I was prepared mentally, so it wasn't as painful as I'd imagined. After a brief moment of searing pain, I released the cigarette, but I had already crushed and displayed the small, blood-stained burn mark on my palm to him. Enjoy it? Sung Min-o's pupils contracted sharply under the lamplight. He grabbed my arm and yanked me forcefully toward him. His dark eyes showed no bottom, they were filled with genuine anger. Oh, I see. What is this, thinking you've got leverage on me now? He curled his lips in a mocking laugh, showing his white teeth. Do you believe I can make you disappear from this world without anyone knowing? For a split second, I felt as if I could see the monster lurking beneath his facade break free, ready to tear into my carotid artery with sharpened teeth. The grip on my arm tightened to an excruciating degree, making me cry out in pain and struggle lightly. It's not like you started it first, right? Despite my predicament, I managed to laugh. Yet my surrender came swift and weak. Brother, please stop, it hurts. A flash of disgust crossed his eyes, and he released my arm, pushing me back roughly. Remember my words. He adjusted his immaculate suit, pulled out a silk handkerchief from his pocket, and meticulously wiped his fingers one by one as if he'd touched something filthy. Don't come near me. I massaged my aching arm, making a gesture of surrender to show that I posed no threat. All right, understood. Sung Min-o tossed the pristine, clean silk handkerchief into the trash heavily and strode towards the hotel entrance. I stood rooted to the spot for a while, staring at the discarded handkerchief for quite some time until my phone in my pocket buzzed. The customer had arrived at the lobby, couldn't find me, and after I didn't reply to their messages, they called. In a rush, I re-entered the hotel, greeting the customer with repeated apologies before sitting down to allow them to inspect the goods. Truly a fine watch, the other person remarked, eagerly removing the watch from its box and placing it on their wrist. The customer, who was in his 40s, tried to cover his thinning scalp with gel but failed miserably. Wearing an elegant iron gray suit with a perfectly tied bow tie, he seemed to have attended a dinner party just like Sung Min-o. What event is being held here tonight? I asked. The customer examined the wristwatch left and right while casually responding, oh, it's our company's annual meeting. I said I'm on a business trip, but actually, I was sent over as a representative of the branch office for the evening banquet. I left in such a hurry that I forgot to bring my usual watch, so I had to buy one quickly. He lowered his arm. When I saw you talking with consultant Sung outside earlier, I thought you were also attending the dinner. His tone was calm, but every word he said was probing into my relationship with Sung Min-o. Consultant? Legal consultant, the chief legal advisor of Meteng Pharmaceuticals. I nodded, closing the watch box and placing it into the paper bag. He's just an old friend I hadn't seen for a long time. We chanced upon each other and ended up chatting for a bit. I can just wear it on my wrist, you can throw away the box for me. He adjusted his cuffs and added meaningfully, Advisor Sung is one of the most favored people by our boss, he's set to become the son-in-law of the family. So many people want to be associated with him but lack the connections. If you're familiar with him, could you please introduce us and say a good word? A watch that costs hundreds of thousands flows from his mouth as easily as buying cabbage. Does he really think so highly of me? If I introduced him to Sung Min-o, he'd surely end up on the blacklist, not because I scare him. Definitely, once there's an opportunity, I'll arrange a get-together for you too. But face-saving words must always be spoken. Sung Min-o isn't wrong about me, one thing, I'm not childish. As an adult, I've learned the ways of the world well enough. And may you kindly take care of our business in the future. The customer smiled radiantly, patted my shoulder, bid farewell, and left. Walking out of the hotel with the paper bag, I originally wanted to find a trash bin to throw it away, but somehow I returned to the same trash bin where Sung Min-o had extinguished his cigarette earlier. On the ashtray filled with white stones, the pristine silk handkerchief lay pitifully abandoned. To think you'd end up following Sung Min-o, poor you. Stuffing the paper bag into the trash bin, I shoved my hands into my pockets and walked toward the subway station. After walking 100 meters, my irritation grew incrementally with every step. There was always a voice in my head telling me to turn back, turn back, turn back. Shit. My feet refused to take another step forward, and inwardly cursing myself, I ultimately turned around and hurried back to the hotel. Snatching the silk handkerchief off the trash bin and shoving it into my pocket, I quickly ran away like a thief. Knowing Sung Min-o's secrets was entirely accidental. Or rather, at that time, I wasn't entirely clear about what kind of soul lay beneath his polished exterior. I just thought, he was a bit strange. High school brought immense pressure for advancement exams, and my mother had an almost obsessive control over me. Aside from eating and sleeping, I had no time to relax. Under such suppression, I fled my home. With nowhere to go, I could only look for Sung Min-o. Upon reaching his school, I found out he had already moved out of the dormitory and relocated outside. His classmates informed me he had afternoon classes, so they suggested I go to the classroom to find him. When I arrived at the classroom, I couldn't spot Sung Min-oh. Having no choice, I leaned against the wall in the corridor, waiting for him anxiously. About 15 minutes later, Sung Min-oh emerged from the other end of the corridor. A young man wearing glasses trailed behind him, shorter by a bit, smiling enthusiastically and speaking non-stop to him. Sung Min-oh's expression was cold, and his brows were furrowed deeply. In his hand, he carried 2 books. His strides were large, his eyes focused straight ahead, as if he wasn't even listening to what the other person was saying. Even though the guy struggled to keep up with him, Sung Min-oh never stopped to wait. At that moment, he looked up and caught sight of me. His steps froze instantly, and the crease between his eyebrows deepened even more. After a while, he finally approached me. "What's going on?" he asked bluntly without preamble. My eyes shifted uneasily. It wasn't easy to admit, under the gaze of a third person, that I had run away from home. "I just came to see you." The man with glasses squinted and scrutinized me for a moment before gently asking Sung Min-oh who I was. "You should be in class right now." Sung Min-oh ignored the question as if it were irrelevant, easily exposing my lie. I bit my lip, lowering my head silently. I heard him sigh lightly, sounding somewhat impatient. My heart felt heavy, thinking he didn't welcome me either. Just as I was about to leave, I heard him say, "Wait for me outside." My mood rose and fell dramatically, realizing he meant for me to wait until his class ended. I instinctively lifted my face and smiled foolishly, nodding in agreement. "All right, I'll wait for you outside. I won't go anywhere else." Sung Min-oh passed me to enter the classroom, and the young man continued to stare at me. "Who are you? What's your relationship with Sung Min-oh?" In response to this sudden hostility, all living beings are naturally equipped with an ability to sense such emotions. Besides, his question was far too rude and impolite. Even though I maintained a well-behaved and obedient facade in front of Sung Min-oh, it was hard not to show my sharp edges in front of strangers. I darkened my expression and returned his hostility without restraint. "None of your damn business." In that brief moment, the inevitable cause and effect between Chi Yang and me was firmly established. Novels often use settings like fated rivals, and if Chi Yang and I were characters from such novels, we would undoubtedly be the protagonists marked by fate, either you die or I perish. I remember waiting for Sung Min-oh outside the classroom for nearly an hour, pacing so much that the marble floor beneath me felt like it could shine. He finally emerged with the crowd. "Let's go. I've rented a place outside. I'll take you there for a while, and then have your mom come pick you up." Hearing he'd let me into his territory filled me with joy, but the mention of my mom coming to get me dimmed my spirits once more. Can't I just stay at your place for a few days?" His expression didn't change as he continued walking ahead with his books, leaving no room for compromise in those 2 curt words. "No, you can't." I pouted, realizing all my tantrums with my mom were useless on him. This stubborn patch met an immovable steel wall, no matter the strength, it was futile. Following Sung Min-oh out of school, an inexplicable prickling sensation hit the back of my neck. I rubbed it absently, turning around to scan the crowd behind me. In the bustling wave of students after class, my eyes immediately caught a young man who was silently staring, not directly at me, but seemingly more at Sung Min-oh. His gaze made me uncomfortable, dark, obsessive, and filled with resentment. I instinctively rubbed the goosebumps rising on the back of my neck, muttering, "Freak," and ignoring him completely as I hurried after Sung Min-oh. Little did I know that my casual insult would become prophetic. Chi Yang truly turned out to be a freak. Chapter 5, A Banner Fluttering in the Stench. When we arrived at Ching Minu's rented apartment, he asked me to take a seat first. The signal inside might not be good, so he had to go out onto the small balcony to call my mom. Ching Minu's house was rented in an old residential area about 2 kilometers away from school. The space, which measured only about 20 square meters, was dominated by his bed and bookshelves. An impressive number of books were squeezed into every nook and cranny of the shelves. Many others were stacked on the ground, neatly organized by size and thickness into several piles. It was clean and tidy, but there was something else. I sniffed my nose lightly, the scent of disinfectant. Glancing around at the rented place that could be seen through at a glance, I sat down on the only office chair indoors. Ching Minu's desk was also quite neat, an older laptop, a pen holder with no pens inside, and a few foreign language books arranged orderly. I glanced outside and saw Ching Minu still on the phone. Feeling bored, I randomly flipped through the books on the desk, accidentally knocking a thick hardcover book to the floor, and its contents spilled out. Hastily, I started picking them up, fearing Ching Minu would get angry if he noticed even a second later. Though he wouldn't scold me when he was angry, I suspected he might never let me enter again. While collecting those photos, I should have just shoved them back into the book, but I accidentally took a second look. To this day, I regret taking that extra glance. Gory images of blood and flesh, pale severed limbs, and distorted faces. Fat bulged under blood-drenched entrails, bones jutted out from bodies with strings of flesh hanging on them. At first glance, it looked like a banner fluttering in the stench amidst a mountain of corpses. The level of bloodiness depicted in these photos made cold sweat involuntarily bead on my spine, and my stomach tightened in discomfort. As much as I was afraid, I was even more shocked. Why was Cheng Manu looking at such things? Was it for academic purposes? He studied law, so perhaps he needed to investigate many cases. These photos, they must have some use. A sound came from the balcony door opening, and I quickly shoved the photos back into the book, placing it back on the table as if nothing happened, stacking the somewhat messy books neatly. What are you doing? Cheng Manu immediately spotted my movements and approached me, reaching toward me. Staring at his elongated fingers approaching closer and closer, my heartbeat quickened and I instinctively held my breath. However, he just passed me and picked up a few books behind me. I'm, just tidying your desk for you. I awkwardly gave him a flattered smile. With the book in hand, he lowered his eyes and looked at me. Don't mess with my things. The chill went down my spine as I nodded nervously. Cheng Manu put the books into the topmost shelf, one I wouldn't be able to reach easily. Then, he casually picked another book, leaning against the head of the bed to read. I turned around, gripping the back of the chair and asked, Big brother, why did you move out of the dormitory? Renting outside is expensive, you could have moved home instead. He flipped a page, his full attention on the book as he responded slowly, the dormitory isn't convenient, and the house is too far away. Here is fine. Do you have money? Where do you get the money from? I was just asking out of idle curiosity, with no intention of prying into his privacy, yet he obviously misunderstood my intentions. Cheng Manu looked up, his eyes filled with sarcasm. Don't worry, it's not from your mother. My parents used to argue fiercely over him regarding issues of future inheritance. My mother always feared that he would grab my family's property, my house, everything of mine, as though our family had billions to inherit. Through the thin walls, their arguments reached both Cheng Manu and me. Cheng Manu always appeared very calm, whereas I was more anxious than he was. Looking back now, while he seemed unperturbed and didn't care, he actually paid close attention to each word they said. If you don't want to say, then fine. Who cares anyway? Used to being teased by him, I've developed a thicker skin. Seeing his lack of response, I leaned back and rested my chin in my hand, staring at the wall behind the desk blankly. I never asked him what purpose those photos served, why he had them, or if they were for academic reasons. Perhaps subconsciously, I knew myself that wasn't a good question. I missed the chance to uncover the truth, but Qi Yang didn't. He understood earlier than I did, what desires Cheng Manu harbored. Welcome. My body slightly trembled, and the magazine on my face fell to the floor as I gradually woke up from a light nap. Wiping my face and looking at the newcomer, I was a little surprised when I recognized him. Fong Lei had come again, already his third visit this month. This time, he brought a star and moon pin completely studded with diamonds. While waiting for an appraisal, he began talking enthusiastically about the female customer who gifted him this item. She's completely fallen for me, which has become a bit of a bother since I can't possibly start a real relationship with her, he said, nibbling on the leg of his sunglasses. On closer inspection, I noticed he had makeup lightly applied around his eyebrows and eyes. Her fiancé, well, it seems their engagement was forced by her father. In her words, aside from having a degree and good looks, he's utterly worthless, comes from a lowly background, and worst of all, doesn't care much for her. He's also, sexually indifferent. As he mentioned the last three words, he let out a soft, self-conscious laugh. In this day and age, someone who still uses lowly birth to describe another person must be quite arrogant. Yet how did such a prideful individual come to fancy a flirt like him? Big brother, does she give all these things to you? Asked Shen Shaoshi, always polite and sweet-talking, calling everyone big brother. He leaned over the counter, eyes wide with curiosity as he stared at Fong Lei, brimming with gossip. Fong Lei smirked, letting loose his charm without restraint. Yes, she gave all of them. She even promised me a car the other day. Do you take cars here? Oh my, these alone must be worth nearly 1,000,000 yuan, Shen Shaoshi exclaimed, astonished. Cars might be difficult to sell, it depends on what price you set. After precise testing using a high-powered lens and heat conductivity instrument confirmed that all the diamonds were genuine, I checked the gemstone codes for both main diamonds. Both diamonds exceeded 2 carats in size, with excellent clarity and color, a truly rare find. 200,000 yuan, I interrupted their conversation and announced the estimate. Fong Lei had already somewhat adapted to my pricing methods, but still made a noise asking me to increase it. These two main diamonds could each be sold individually for over 100,000 yuan, so your overall offer of 200,000 yuan is too stingy, he argued. The frame is platinum, that should be worth at least an extra 10,000 yuan, right? I furrowed my brow, pretending to deliberate deeply, before adding 8,000 yuan after some back and forth haggling. Lu Yu placed the brooch into the safe and proceeded to transfer the funds to Fong Lei. To be honest, why don't you stop by my place sometime? We've got plenty of handsome men and beautiful women, anything you want is there, no hidden costs, Fong Lei suggested. Seeing Lu Yu's smile stiffen under his relentless chatter, I stepped in to save the situation. That really sounds like a great deal, I'll definitely drop by when I have time. Alright then, it's settled. Fong Lei put on his sunglasses, waved goodbye in a stylish manner, and almost bumped into 3 towering figures entering the shop. He was startled, casting a suspicious glance at the trio as he retreated outside slowly. The 3 men walked straight into the pawn shop. The leader said nothing, while the other 2 turned and shut the door firmly. It was already chilly, yet they were wearing t-shirts and sleeveless shirts, exposing exaggerated tattoos on their arms, and their faces wore menacing expressions. What are you doing? We're open for business, not a secret den. Why are you closing the door? Shen Xiaoshi tried to open the door but was shoved forcefully against the wall by one of the crew-cut men. Don't move unless we tell you to, the thug warned. I stood up from my chair and exchanged a meaningful look with Lu Yu. She understood immediately and quietly hid under the counter. What do you mean? I directed my attention to the bald man leading the group. The bald man grinned at me, revealing a golden tooth. He introduced himself as Tiger Brother, known in the underworld, claiming he'd been keeping tabs on my prosperous store and decided to visit. His purpose? To borrow some money, and in return, anyone with troubles could count on him. In short, a local gangster had come to collect protection money. His intentions were clear now, making the matter straightforward. Shen Xiaoshi snorted, we've been operating for half a year now, and no one ever came asking for loans before. Don't mess around, our security system is connected to the police station. Tiger Brother sneered, oh, call the cops all you want. At most, they'll detain us for a couple of days. Once we're out, I'll sit in your shop for 8 hours a day, greeting every customer. Let's see how you run your business then. This amounted to outright robbery. With the situation deteriorating to this point, I had no other choice. Alright, come over here, and I'll hand you the cash. I walked to the iron bars and gestured for Tiger Brother to get closer. He unsuspectingly approached, extending his hand for the money. You. Was all he managed to say before I grabbed his arm and yanked him inward with full force, crashing him onto the iron bars. In an instant, I twisted his arm behind his back, grabbing his t-shirt collar and slamming his head forcefully against the sturdy metal bars 3 times. Blood gushed from his nose, and he began howling in pain. This unexpected turn shocked the 2 minions, who roared and rushed forward, trying to rescue Tiger Brother from my grip. But they'd forgotten Shen Xiaoshi waiting outside. Shen Xiaoshi may appear gentle and obedient, but he used to be a street brawling expert. Because of a previous brawl where someone ended up severely injured, though he claimed he just went along, he served 4 years in prison. He was only 18 when he entered, now barely 23, and younger than me. Seizing the folding stool propped against the wall, without hesitation, he smashed it directly at the back of the crew-cut thug. One fell, and he quickly turned to hit the other. Thrown off guard by Shen Xiaoshi's sudden assault, the 2 henchmen's fighting ability plummeted drastically. The crew-cut thug dropped like a stone, while the scar-faced one, with his burly build and greater resilience, turned back at Shen Xiaoshi with bloody teeth and rushed toward him. Shen Xiaoshi joined the Qingwan City First Detention Center when he was barely a teenager, a scrawny, delicate-looking kid who soon caught the attention of the wrong people. He happened to share a cell with me and Wei Shi, but initially, we didn't have much interaction. With so many prisoners coming and going, it wasn't feasible to make friends with all of them. Our relationship started changing during an incident in the shower when I accidentally interrupted someone trying to force themselves on him. Inside prison, there are rules. Once you become a woman, you're prey for every inmate and there's no escape. Seeing his young age, I felt a pang of pity and couldn't help but interfere to save him. Afterward, though, I spent 24 hours locked up in a punishment cell wearing a restraint jacket. Still, I managed to do some good. I let go of Brother Who's collar, quickly unlocked the cuffs, kicked the iron door forcefully, pinning Brother Who between the wall and the door. Fuck, how dare you hit me? You will pay for this. Brother Who spat out incoherently, his fist already extending toward my face. I easily sidestepped, then moved first, delivering a solid punch straight to his ribs and stomach. Compared to real heartlessness, these guys just don't have what it takes. Lu Yu pressed the alarm, and soon after, the police arrived and smashed through the gate. Though not completely unscathed, both Shen Xiaoshi and I could say we emerged victorious. The officers helped drag the unconscious bodies into police cars and escorted us to the station for questioning. Brother Who likely hadn't anticipated hitting such a hard surface because at the station, he kept glaring daggers at me, determined to accuse me of intentionally breaking his nose and demanding medical evaluations for his injuries. The officer taking our statements glared back at him and pointed his pen, behave yourself. This is no place to be throwing tantrums. Ah, my liver hurts. My head aches badly, it feels like it's splitting open. As if receiving some kind of signal, the 2 minions suddenly collapsed too, clutching various parts of their bodies and groaning. You're pretending. Just moments ago, you were yelling like dragons and now you act like you can collapse on command. Who are you trying to fool? Lu Yu was amazed at their audacity and scolded them, hands on her hips. At that moment, a tall figure strode in from outside. When Lu Yu saw him, her furrowed brows immediately relaxed. Third brother has come. Wei Shi burst in breathlessly, greeting every officer present as soon as he entered the room. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Our staff has caused you all trouble, truly, my apologies. Turning around, he surveyed the faces of everyone present before locking eyes with Brother Who. His dark eyebrows arched slightly in surprise upon recognizing him. Fatso Wang, so it's you. Wei Shi said coldly, his face losing all emotion. Just moments ago, Brother Who had been posturing arrogantly, but now he looked like a soaked quail, pale-faced and visibly trembling. Third brother. Chapter 6, but I just can't accept it. After all the commotion, it turned out that this group of people were old acquaintances. Wei Shi used to run a massage parlor, and brother who had worked under him for several years, qualifying as a senior henchman. Later, when Wei Shi got arrested, the massage parlor was also shut down, and brother who thus left to find another path. Years passed, and the once chubby Wong became brother who, while Wei Shi had long become a legendary figure in the underworld, disappearing from everyone's memories. Who would have thought it so coincidental? Simply collecting protection fees could lead them right to the former boss's establishment. Even the Temple of the Dragon King was flooded, none were more awkward than brother who. The three immediately ceased their fake performances, openly admitting that everything was a misunderstanding. They then arranged themselves face-to-face with me, Shen Xiaoshi, and Lu Yu, forming two rows, shaking hands and making peace at the police station. By the time everyone exited the station, it was already around 8 in the evening. Wei Shi hosted a hot pot dinner for everyone. After finishing the meal, they still felt unfulfilled, so they decided to head to the nearby Golden Years karaoke lounge for some singing. Lu Yu, being a young lady who shouldn't return home too late, was sent away by Wei Shi in a taxi, while the rest moved en masse towards the nightclub. As Lu Yu had mentioned, there were indeed many luxury cars parked outside. Wei Shi booked a lavish large private room and summoned a few accompanying princesses. The lights inside the room flashed chaotically, and the cacophony of noise gave me a headache. "Handsome, would you like a cigarette?" A girl with heavy makeup leaned close to me in an intimate manner, holding a cigarette in her hand. I shook my head and politely declined. I said I'd just listen to them sing, but Wei Shi wouldn't hear of it. He called over a hostess for me, claiming it was the rule here, everyone needed an accompanist for singing. "Handsome, let's have a drink together." The girl wearing a name tag labeled Lily noticed that I didn't smoke and poured me a glass of alcohol. I resisted, gently pushing the cup away and declining again. "I'm allergic to alcohol." In truth, it was all an excuse, I simply don't know how to drink. When I was 14 or 15, I had secretly imitated adults and tried smoking and drinking, but before I could even get proficient, my mother caught me. That followed with a violent scolding and beating, which made me dare not try bad behaviors again easily. Lily probably found me boring, pouted slightly, and silently finished the glass of wine herself. I also found it all rather dull. Shen Xiaoshi stood on the small stage, clutching the stand microphone and screaming her lungs out with popular music that I couldn't appreciate. Wei Shi and brother who whispered closely, reminiscing about old times, their expressions faint within the haze of smoke, brother whose two juniors flirted and joked loudly with the women. It was all quite dull. I bid Wei Shi farewell, saying I urgently needed to use the restroom, then stood up and left. At a small convenience store near the entrance, I bought a bottle of water, impulsively purchased a pack of cigarettes, sat on the flower bed in the parking lot outside the Golden Years, and clumsily put a cigarette in my mouth without lighting it. So bitter. Biting on the cigarette holder, I flipped through the pack absent-mindedly, finding nothing particularly special. The cigarettes that Xing Menu smoked had no extraordinary taste, not even as good as candy. Thinking this way, I still continued biting the cigarette without letting go. Luxuriously dressed men and women streamed continuously in and out of the glittering golden doors of the Golden Years. Bored, I watched the door idly when suddenly I saw a familiar figure. Fong Lei was intimately embracing a slouching human form and wobbling toward the parking lot. "I want more to drink." The woman, with curly hair and crimson lips, her eyes seductive like silk, clung to Fong Lei like a snake. "That's enough, enough. You've been drinking all day. Let me send you home, otherwise, your fiancé will be worried." Fong Lei gently comforted her, his hand lightly patting her back. My gaze was locked on the woman, narrowing my eyes slightly. "He doesn't worry about me. He has no heart." The woman suddenly became agitated. "Do you know? Even now. I still haven't gone to his house. Damn him, what dirty secret is he hiding? Or maybe you're better. I like you." Sitting in the shadow, with a car between us, they didn't notice me. Fong Lei helped the woman into an electro-purple sports car, carefully adjusting the height of the seat back for her, then went around and entered from the driver's side. Soon, the roar of the sports car echoed like a beast, reversing, accelerating, then disappeared into the night like the wind. Only when the car was completely out of sight did I take the cigarette out of my mouth and re-enter the Golden Years. The private room was still lively, the person singing had changed to Wei Shi. A deeply moving rendition of "Start Over Again" brought tears to the eyes of the three men beaten until their faces resembled pig heads, and they clapped repeatedly. I sat next to Lily and initiated a conversation. "Do you know Fong Lei? He works here too." "Fong Lei?" Lily looked utterly perplexed. I thought for a moment and changed his title. "They call him Sasha here." "Oh, brother Sha, huh?" Lily's expression towards me shifted subtly. "Are you his friend, or a customer?" "I wouldn't say we're friends. Do you know the Xinguang pawn shop on the other side of the street? I'm the manager there. He's been pawning items at my place lately, and that's how we got to know each other," I said with a smile. "I just saw him outside, helping a beautiful woman into a car." "Do you know who she is?" "That must be his current sugar mama. I heard she's the daughter of a pharmaceutical company boss, and she's super rich." Lily's face was full of admiration. Upon hearing she was the daughter of a pharmaceutical company boss, I initially had some doubts, but now I was completely certain. The woman clinging to Fong Lei earlier was indeed the same one I'd seen around Xing Menu, his wealthy female companion. I heard she has a fiancé. Lily smirked dismissively. How many of those coming here are really single? They're just buying fun. It's not like they're going for real relationships. That wasn't necessarily true. With all the watches and diamonds being exchanged, it seemed like he was genuinely smitten, maybe even falling deeply in love. Xing Menu, even you have your day. I started laughing, and Lily looked at me without understanding. I raised my bottle of mineral water in her direction as a toast, saying, happy for Sasha, wishing them a long-lasting relationship. Her confusion only deepened, but I didn't pay her any attention, standing up instead and seizing Wei Shi's microphone, cutting in with 1,000 Years Waiting, which earned a chorus of boos. Saturday was the anniversary of my father's death. I hadn't visited his grave in 10 years. My mother couldn't make it this year, so she asked me to go in her place as well. She specifically told me to go in the afternoon when I asked her why. She hesitated for a moment, then sternly informed me that Xing Menu would be visiting in the morning. I'd guessed that already. On every anniversary of my father's death, he never missed a visit. On the day of the anniversary, I got up early, bought flowers and wine at the market, and took the bus to the cemetery. I thought I'd arrived quite early, but Xing Menu had beaten me to it. My father's tomb was inside a hall, a wall burial. The square hall was lined with 3 walls filled with recessed niches reaching up to the ceiling. Each niche had 2 electronic candles lit and a bundle of pale plastic flowers. Family members would place their offerings below these niches, where they would later be collected. In the center of the hall were 2 long benches, intended for mourners to sit and reflect. When I entered, I saw Xing Menu sitting on one of the benches with his back turned to me. At the base of the wall niche facing my father's tomb stood a small bunch of white and green daisies. I froze mid-step, unwilling to approach further, even hiding slightly behind a wall for fear of being spotted. Xing Menu sat motionless for what felt like an eternity. If not for the impossible awkwardness of sleeping in such a position, I would have thought he might have fallen asleep from getting up too early. The morning breeze was cold, and every breath I exhaled condensed into visible mist. However, when the sunlight filtered through the tree shadows onto my skin, a brief warmth would follow. The yellowed leaves danced in the wind, and their shadows on the ground swayed along with them. Finally, after the rustling of branches, Xing Menu stirred as if moved by the breeze. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his overcoat pocket, lit one, and placed it beside the flowers on the ground. The white smoke spiraled upward slowly. After waiting a few moments, he stood, seemingly ready to leave. I no longer hid and stepped out from around the corner. He was turning exactly at that moment and met me face to face. There's no such thing as unexpected encounters, only meticulously planned ones. A phrase came to mind from somewhere unknown. Brother, you came. I curved my eyes upward into a smile. His hands remained in the pockets of his coat. He glanced past me as if barely registering my presence, and strode forward as though intending to bypass me altogether. As he passed by, I grabbed his arm. He sharply shook free with a movement instinctive enough to disallow my touch for more than 3 seconds. For a moment, we both froze. I curled my fingers into fists and tucked them into my pocket while stepping backward to maintain a safe distance between us. All I wanted to ask you was, in all these years, did you receive any letters I sent to you? For 10 years, I wrote countless letters to him, none of which received a reply. From hope, to anger, to pleading, to despair, it took me 5 years to reach the 3rd stage. The following 5 years were spent enduring a prolonged process of giving up. Still, every 3 months I sent another letter, without expecting a response anymore. In the final year, knowing my mother's fatal diagnosis left her days numbered, I stopped writing letters altogether. Now asking, it wasn't to blame or seek anything else, just closure for a decades-long preoccupation. Letters? He adjusted his cuff. I received them. My eyelashes fluttered. Then, you. Did you read them? It seemed he had already guessed what I was about to ask and replied swiftly, no, I threw them away. The chaotic heartbeat returned once again to stillness. Facing this expected answer, I thought I wouldn't feel disappointed. I underestimated myself. I suppose so. I lowered my gaze, staring at the shiny surface of his shoes, my smile tinged with bitterness. The edges of his overcoat swayed lightly as he lifted his foot to leave. Brother. I called out to him. This time, he didn't stop. He walked away without looking back, heading toward the cemetery gate. Watching his retreating figure, I couldn't help but sigh. It seemed like I could never truly hold his attention. Be nice to your girlfriend. I shouted after him. Not until Xing Menu's silhouette disappeared around the corner did I turn to tend to my father's memorial. After arranging the flowers and food offerings on the ground, I bowed 3 times before the wall niche, then sat down on the bench. Dad, it's been a long time. I crossed my fingers tightly in front of me, my thumbs absent-mindedly drawing circles over and over again. I'm not a good son. You can scold or beat me all you want when we meet later, I owe you that much. I've let you and Mom down, and I know it, I know everything. I closed my eyes, sinking into the darkness. But I just can't accept it. Chapter 7 The bait to tempt my fall. The air was scorching, and my breathing was rapid. I bit the hem of my hoodie and pressed a denim jacket to my nose, inhaling deeply. The faint scent of men's perfume had long since dissipated, leaving behind only the smell of the wood from the wardrobe. My emotions were heightened, yet my mind felt increasingly muddled. Sweat beaded on my forehead as my tongue brushed against the damp fabric. It wasn't enough, still not enough. The unrelenting frustration inside me urged me to throw off the coat, desperately clutching a silk scarf over my mouth and nose, gasping for breath like an asthma patient. When the scent of tobacco entered my lungs through the respiratory tract, it felt like being struck by a bolt of electricity, sending waves of pure pleasure through my body and mind. My eyelashes fluttered violently before I fell back onto the bed, soft as clouds, my breathing heavy. I loosened my grip on the hoodie, half closing my eyes and gazing at the old ceiling fan above. I placed the silk scarf over my face, making everything seen through the thin fabric appear foggy. Freud believed that dreams are carriers of desire, with the purpose of fulfilling one's wishes. When I first dreamed about making love with Xing Minu, I woke up in terror, discovering sticky moisture on my groin. I was utterly ashamed of everything that happened in the dream, so much so that my shame lashed at both my mind and soul, urging me to lock this memory away forever, never to touch it again. But things rarely go according to plan. The harder you try to suppress something, the more it becomes impossible to ignore. In class, during meals, even in the shower, any time my brain briefly zones out, it may intrude. If there truly are demons in this world, these bizarre and lewd dreams are undoubtedly the bait to lure me into corruption. And Qi Yang is the arrow that has propelled me toward the abyss. I couldn't make sense of my own thoughts, bewildered by my feelings for Xing Minu. This uncertainty tormented me day and night. Finally, one day, I decided to find my own answer and resolve this issue once and for all. Skipping evening study sessions at school, I went looking for Xing Minu. When I entered the old Baroque-style building, the tension in my heart, or perhaps some premonition deep down, made me tread softly. Climbing to the floor where Xing Minu lived, I saw weak light coming from the hallway. I could hear two men arguing. Qi Yang, stop bothering me. My ears perked at that unmistakable voice. It was Xing Minu. Don't chase me away. I know what kind of person you are, but I don't care. I completely accept, completely understand. The other voice was also familiar, especially that feigned tenderness that twisted my stomach uneasily. It was the lunatic. Soon, I recognized Qi Yang, and their conversation piqued my curiosity. Without revealing myself, I peeked out cautiously from the darkness to watch them. Xing Minu stood in the doorway slightly ajar, Qi Yang very close to him. Overhead was a dim motion sensor lamp, casting light while the rest of the corridor remained shrouded in darkness. You can do anything you want to me, if it makes you happy, I won't resist. Slowly, Qi Yang knelt down, lifting his shirt and exposing his bare abdomen. I didn't know what he intended to show, but Xing Minu stared at it for a while, seemingly shocked, maybe mesmerized. Qi Yang smirked triumphantly, grabbing Xing Minu's hand and pressing reverent kisses on his fingertips as though a devout follower would worship his master. You can drink my blood as wine, feast on my flesh as bread, toy with my body on the bed and let your lust spill over my wounds. He then fondly moved from Xing Minu's fingers to touch somewhere that grew visibly stimulated by his words. I'll scream in agony, cry for mercy, but willingly. Qi Yang continued his seductive persuasion, slowly undoing Xing Minu's belt buckle. His eyes glinted greedily, filled with excitement. Xing, I love you. I love you so much. I widened my eyes, gripping the metal panel of the safety door tightly beneath my hands, when suddenly countless voices erupted in my mind. They screamed for me to run forward and kick the psycho, Qi Yang, far away from Xing Minu. My vision seemed to blur with crimson red. Just as I prepared to lash out and beat the perversion out of him, Xing Minu acted faster than me, kicking him hard and flinging him backward. Qi Yang collided with the opposite wall, curling up while clutching his stomach, emitting cries of evident pain. Yet he managed to laugh weakly. Yes, that's right. Don't hold back yourself, cough, cough. Xing Minu's gaze darkened. With a cold sneer, he said, You think you know me? Calmly, he refastened the button that Qi Yang had undone, zipped up his pants, and coolly stated, Get lost. He turned around, closing the door behind him with such force that even the flickering light trembled. Qi Yang looked at the closed door with a dazed smile. As he laughed, blood seeped from under his tightly clutched abdomen, gradually staining and spreading across his clothing. Serves him right. I silently curled the corner of my lips, feeling a strange sense of satisfaction. Qi Yang didn't seem like he would leave any time soon, and Xing Minu didn't appear in the mood to chat with me either. After weighing the pros and cons, I decided it was best to head home for now. When I reached the building's entrance, I turned around once more to glance at the spot where Xing Minu lived. The light from his apartment shone softly, a simple incandescent bulb, but it seemed magical somehow, pulling my gaze toward it. Qi Yang and Xing Minu's mysterious banter had left me uneasy. It felt like they were part of some exclusive world, one I could only look at from the outside. Just as Qi Yang believed he knew Xing Minu so well, I used to think the same, but it appeared that wasn't true. Maybe I was nothing but someone who deserved only a scornful remark, You think you know me. Once home, my homeroom teacher's honest report about my skipping class resulted in half an hour of my mother yelling relentlessly in my ear. She lamented all the hardships she endured for my sake, questioning why I couldn't understand her feelings. Then, she brought up my father, saying how lucky he was to have died without having to worry endlessly about raising me. To escape her ranting, I retreated into the bathroom. If you'd study half as well as Xing Manu does, I wouldn't have to stress so much. Her voice drifted through the wooden door. Splashing cold water on my face, I felt the line between dreams and reality blur. First there was the intense panting of Xing Manu from my dreams, then the greedy eyes of Qi Yang in the corridor. Drops of water trickled down my forehead. Supporting myself against the sink, I looked up at my reflection in the mirror and momentarily froze. If it hadn't been my own face after years of familiarity, I might have thought Qi Yang followed me back home. The mirror faithfully reflected my current appearance, pale complexion, red-rimmed eyes, tightly pursed lips that accentuated the dark, brooding expression in my brow. Qi Yang and I shared eerily similar eyes, filled with greed, jealousy, and admiration, all complex emotions tied to Xing Manu. Why bother searching for meaning if the answer was already etched plainly in the depths of my gaze? I realized something deeply unsettling. I was no different than Qi Yang. This awareness shook me profoundly. My emotions surged uncontrollably as I threw a punch straight into the glass surface of the mirror. Crimson streaks slowly trickled down along the spiderweb cracks. Hearing the sound, my mother rushed inside the bathroom, shrieking in panic when she saw what I'd done. Xiao Feng, blood, blood. Why must you be so impulsive? Mommy shouldn't have said those things. I'll never say them again. She assumed my sensitivity stemmed from her words, promising never to compare me with Xing Manu ever again. What she failed to realize was this: my pride remained intact, but my supposed brotherhood bond with Xing Manu over the last decade had begun crumbling, piece by fragile piece. After finding out Fong Lei was the frequent visitor in Xing Manu's life, I paid extra attention to him. Every time he stopped by the pawn shop, I made sure to engage in a little small talk. Eventually, Shen Xiaoshi even grew curious, asking me if I'd fallen under the charm of Brother Sha, wondering why I always seemed especially cheerful whenever he showed up. He didn't know how wrong he was. I may have been somewhat excited, but definitely not that giddy. He wants to leave, but the boss won't let him go. They're stuck at a deadlock. Personally, I think staying in your own company isn't bad. Entrepreneurship is tough. Fong Lei animatedly recounted his own story involving his benefactor, a rich, glamorous woman, and mentioned offhandedly how Xing Manu wished to break away from Mei Teng to work independently. Her father refused to allow it. Since everything Xing Manu had today came thanks to the big boss, making things ugly wasn't ideal either. For now, the situation stayed awkward and unresolved. Not everyone can be like you, living off another's wealth, Shen Xiaoshi teased. Did that rich girl really fall in love with you? She told me yesterday she wanted to elope to Europe with me, Fong Lei chuckled. Honestly, I feel sorry for her fiancé. She's using him as a tool while secretly planning to run off with someone else. His life sounds utterly meaningless, just working without any hobbies. Pathetic. Gazing at his amused smile, I leaned back in my chair and couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Pretty pathetic. During my 10 years in prison, I formed strong bonds with 3 people, Wei Shi, Shen Xiaoshi, and Hozi. On the day of my release, Wei Shi and Shen Xiaoshi both came to greet me, but Hozi, who was busy surveilling celebrities elsewhere, didn't make it in time. Hozi wasn't his real name. He earned the nickname because of his wiry frame, heavy body hair, and resemblance to a monkey. Hence, he preferred being called Hozi instead of his actual name, Dazhuang, which ironically contrasted sharply with his appearance. Anytime someone called him Dazhuang, he interpreted it as mockery. Before entering prison, Hozi worked as a private investigator. However, unlike Sherlock Holmes or Hercule Poirot, he specialized in marital disputes, assisting wealthy wives and husbands catch their unfaithful partners rather than handling murders. Once, while helping a rich madam take photos of her husband meeting his mistress secretly at his villa, Hozi accidentally got into a conflict with the villa's security guard and broke the man's nasal bone with one punch. When the wealthy madam discovered his mistake, she immediately distanced herself from him. Consequently, he was charged with intentional assault and illegal intrusion. In the end, he had to pay compensation and serve 1.5 years in prison. Due to his line of work, he had countless ridiculous stories to tell, and being quite the showman, over time, he became the acknowledged master of crosstalk in cell 67. After meals or during idle hours, wherever Hozi was, there were endless anecdotes to listen to. After he served his 1.5 years and left, my friends Wei Shi and Shen Xiaoshi and I all missed him quite a bit. After Hozi's release from jail, he didn't go back to his old job but instead became a paparazzo. I thought it was not a bad choice and did not completely waste his skills either. After getting out, although Hozi and I added each other as friends, apart from liking each other's posts on social media and sending holiday greetings, we rarely chatted idly. So when I took the initiative to call him and invited him out to discuss a deal, he was somewhat surprised. Chapter 8, Jealousy is the rot in the bone. Although I'm not religious, I still quite like churches. They're always quiet, and they let you calm down to think. To facilitate prayer and worship for the faithful, there's also a church in the prison. The priest comes once a month. Sometimes when I have nothing to do, I would also go listen to hymns and read the Bible. The priest knew I wasn't a believer, but he never chased me away. He always said he was waiting to baptize me, to let the Lord forgive my sins, saying it for many years. Eventually, he got too old to come, so the church sent over a younger priest who didn't care much about the prisoners here, which gave me some peace. If the old priest had known that I was a pervert who liked men, he would definitely regret all those words he ever said. The Lord wouldn't forgive someone like me. Sunlight filters through the stained glass window, casting a dappled shadow on the brown desks and chairs. A Bible has been left behind in the table cavity by someone, its paper already somewhat tattered from countless reads. I flipped through a few pages casually, stopping at one sentence that caught my eye: peaceful heart is life to the body, jealousy is rot in the bone. Shit, makes sense. I stared at the words for a long time, pondering each word carefully. At this moment, the bench beneath me moved slightly as someone sat beside me. Brother Fong, why did you invite me to discuss things here? Yi Dazhuang was wearing black-rimmed glasses, dressed simply in a hoodie and jeans with white sneakers caked with dirt. Due to the surrounding silence, his voice was very low. Detective movies and TV shows always choose these types of places for covert operatives to meet their superiors. I returned the Bible to its spot under the desk, stating my purpose. I want to ask you for a favor. I told him the cause and effect of this favor, as well as what result I wanted, and finally asked how much he would charge. Yi Dazhuang couldn't help but shout out loud in shock, "You want me to investigate an affair between the daughter of the chairman of Meetong Pharmaceuticals and a gigolo?" I pressed my index finger against my lips, "Shoo." He quickly looked around, noticing that many people had turned their attention towards him. He apologized while awkwardly covering his mouth. "Brother Fong, you know I haven't been a private detective for a long time," he whispered, "but since you asked, I'll certainly help. Besides, it concerns whether your brother will wear a green hat or not. Don't worry, I won't take any money, I guarantee I'll expose everything about those two adulterers." I was deeply touched, patting his shoulder, "Then I'll trouble you with this." Don't mention it, Yi Dazhuang waved a hand and left. I intended to sit for a bit longer, so I stayed put. Unexpectedly, Yi Dazhuang soon returned, looking rather serious. "Brother Fong, don't choose this place next time. A rooftop would be better than this." There's no doubt about Yi Dazhuang's abilities. Within just 3 days, he produced a preliminary investigation report. The president of Meetong Pharmaceuticals is named Xiao Suiguang, and he only has one daughter, named Xiao Moyu. She graduated from a prestigious foreign university, extremely beautiful. Like many rich second generation, her lifestyle is extravagant and luxurious. Such a typical upper-class beauty who gets pursued by men non-stop, yet she agreed to marry Xing Minheo a year ago. Xiao Suiguang doesn't have a son, and his daughter only knows how to party all day. So he has been looking for a future successor for a long time. Your brother was his first choice. Yi Dazhuang's voice came through the phone. Since your brother's college days, Xiao Suiguang has been funding him. Of course, among all the people Xiao Suiguang sponsors, after your brother graduated and entered Meetong Pharmaceuticals, his outstanding personal ability soon caught Xiao Suiguang's attention. Since then, Xiao Suiguang began to vigorously cultivate your brother. When your sister-in-law returned home, he played the role of matchmaker and brought the two together. This father-in-law seems to be quite savvy. No wonder Fang Lei said that Xing Minheo could be where he is today thanks to him. But Yi Dazhuang paused, drawing out his words. It's clear that problems appeared in their relationship. 3 months ago, Xiao Moyu met Sasha from Golden Years, also known as Fang Lei. Recently, they've been getting along really well, checking into hotels twice a week. The other day, Xiao Moyu splurged a huge sum and even bought a supercar for Fang Lei. They say, a hero finds it hard to pass a beauty test. Actually, heroes are overrated and beauties are underestimated. In the face of temptation, no one can escape. Not heroes, not beauties. Is it true that Xing Minheo plans to break away from Meetong and start a solo business? I asked. It's true. Speaking of this, I also find it strange, why would he give up being a perfect prince and insist on starting his own business? Is he bored with good living and wants to challenge himself? Isn't that strange? Moving the mouse, I skimmed through the file Yi Dazhuang sent me on the computer, finishing in quick glances, rather, should we say. It surprises me more that he served a company for so many years. I always thought Xing Minheo studied law so he could manipulate it at his convenience, never considering that he might actually put it into real use. Now he has become a legal advisor for a large company, admired by the big boss, with a young and pretty fiancée, boundless future potential, looking like an average person now. Anyway, from what I understand, Xiao Suiguang refuses to talk about this matter now. Last week, he made up an excuse about attending an important meeting and fled overseas. He's only coming back next week. For now, Xing Minheo is biding his time but doesn't seem willing to step back easily. To be able to find out so much in just 3 days was truly impressive. In the past, I didn't think much of it, but now revisiting Yi Dazhuang's job as a paparazzo, I felt there was some unrealized potential. Letting Yi Dazhuang continue his efforts, after hanging up the phone, I hesitated while fiddling with my screen for a long time before finally dialing that number, which had been stored in my phone all along but never dialed. After the third ring, the call was answered, followed by complete silence. There was no habitual, hello, no questions. If it weren't for the light breathing sounds coming through, I would have assumed there was a line problem. This way of answering the phone was indeed very Xingminheo-like. I found it amusing, staying silent against him as I leisurely listened to his breaths, rereading the document Dazhuang sent me again without saying a word. However, I dared not keep him waiting for too long, and shortly thereafter revealed my identity. It's me. He sounded unsurprised. It's you. Just as I was about to continue, the sound of frequent beeps suddenly came from the other end. He had hung up on me. I glanced at my phone screen, now back to the dialing interface, leveling my smile little by little. Flipping to my contacts, I once again dialed his number. 1, 2, 3. He still didn't answer. I called continuously nearly 20 times until he finally picked up the phone again. I'll give you 1 minute. Speak fast. His deep voice pierced through the receiver directly to my eardrum. I licked my lips and pressed the phone closer to my ear, trying to hear his words more clearly. 1 minute was indeed short, but the purpose of my phone call to him could be expressed simply in a sentence. I can help you break away from Mitong Pharmaceuticals. Xingminheo paused quietly, then his tone grew suddenly dangerous. Lu Feng, you've investigated me. If we were standing face to face right now, he probably would already have grabbed my collar and banged my head against the wall. You may not believe this, but everything was a coincidence. I wasn't investigating you, you just happened to be involved. What I asked Dazhuang to investigate was actually Xiao Moyu. What trick are you playing? I closed the document, twirled my computer chair, and asked, if I help you, how will you repay me? A short silence came from the other end, then a laugh broke through full of ridicule and understanding of all truths. Then I'll reward you by letting you take a kiss from me. The computer chair abruptly stopped spinning. I dumbly held the phone, not yet having the chance to comment on this proposal, unsure who benefited more, when the man on the other side suddenly laughed maliciously. Do you think I would answer like that? Don't dream on it. Lu Feng, my affairs don't need your interference, worry about yourself. Predicting that he was about to hang up, I simplified my words as much as possible, quickly stating, I have a way for you to break away from Mitong without offending Xiao Suiguang. You also feel frustrated about being under someone's control and relying on others, don't you? Xiao Mo. Before I could finish my sentence, the other side hung up. Glancing at the time on my computer, it was indeed precisely 1 minute. Throwing my phone on the desk, I anxiously scratched my hair. As long as Xingminheo hangs up fast enough, Lu Feng's speech rate can never catch up with him. Tossing a bitter smile to the phone, with a head so green now, what do you have to be proud of? You're becoming the Green Meadow Kid, do you even know? Angry or not, calming down a bit, I still grabbed the phone to send Dazhuang a text message, telling him to pay attention to the hotel Xiao Moyu and Fang Lei checked into, and if possible to ambush them in advance according to a detected pattern. What are you going to do, Boss Feng? Blue glow from the smartphone illuminated my face. Thinking a moment, I typed 2 words. Catch them red-handed. A week later, Xiao Suiguang returned to China, but the conversation between him and Xingminheo was unsatisfactory. Xiao Suiguang gave Xingminheo a month's vacation under the pretext that he was working too hard, hoping to eliminate Xingminheo's idea of resignation, which obviously wasn't what Xingminheo wanted. Xiao Suiguang said, now that you've sprouted wings, you want to fly everywhere. Xingminheo replied, you know that's not what I mean. Xiao Suiguang dismissed him, and Xingminheo left the office. Dazhuang narrated as if reciting a list. This is today's significant event from Mitong. I marveled, how do you even know all of this? I targeted a few drunkards at Meitong who can't hold their liquor and don't know how to keep their mouths shut. I struck up conversations with them in izakayas and bars, and before long, they spilled everything. Hey, that's not the point. The point is, I figured out the pattern of Xiao Moyu and her old flame booking hotel rooms. Every Wednesday at 2 in the afternoon, they book the presidential suite on the top floor at the Isolar Hotel downtown. Dazhuang meticulously planned out the subsequent actions for me. I'll first buy a uniform from one of the attendants inside, then we go up together, you follow behind me, I'll knock on the door, and once it opens, you storm in with your phone raised high. Then he asked me, do you get it? I got it, I got it, I got it, I nodded hurriedly, deeply impressed by this highly trained professional individual. Chapter 9, not incapable, but disdainful. At 2:05 on Wednesday afternoon, I arrived at the Esseler Hotel by car and called Xingminheo before entering. Such an important matter, I had to inform him. As usual, he didn't answer the phone. I didn't know if his phone was not with him or he chose not to answer because he saw it was me. I wasn't in a hurry. I opened my text messages and selected a photo that Dazhuang gave me the other day and sent it over. In the photo, Xiao Maoyu and Fang Lei embraced and kissed in the car. Although the light was dim, their passion could not be concealed. Anyone who saw this would understand that their relationship was far from ordinary. 2 minutes later, Xingminheu's name appeared on my mobile screen, accompanied by the sound of an incoming call. Are you ready to talk to me? I answered first. What exactly do you want to do? Xingminheu's breathing was somewhat heavy, as if he had just finished an intense physical activity. Give yourself 15 minutes to get here to the Esseler Hotel in the city center. No waiting after that. This time, I hung up first. Perhaps Dazhuang had smoothed out some channels. He got dressed early and waited inside the hotel, with no one driving him away. Seeing that I had been standing at the door for a long time, he came out secretly to find me. Brother phone, why don't you go inside? The suit he bought was slightly too large for him, making him look like a child stealing clothes from an adult, which was somewhat amusing. I'm waiting for someone, I said while looking at the direction from where the cars were coming. Holy crap, did you ask Brother Sam to bring a group of people here? Dajwang's voice sounded a bit nervous. Stunned, I looked at him. What are you thinking? Acting like gangsters. Dajwang touched his nose and stopped talking. He stood with me at the entrance for about 10 minutes. During this time, some hotel guests mistook him for a bellboy, and as soon as they got off the car, they threw the car keys at him to park the car. To avoid being exposed, he endured the insult and parked the car. Time passed by second, just as I thought Xingmin Yu wouldn't show up, a familiar silver sports car entered my sight. With a piercing brake, the sports car stopped extremely close in front of Dajwang and me. Dajwang jumped back a step, angry and about to start cursing when the driver's side door slowly opened upwards. Xingmin Yu stepped out, buttoning up his waistcoat. His height and physique were far beyond what Dajwang could compare to. The fuck he wanted to say got stuck in his throat, only managing to blurt out, shit, then all the rest was suppressed. Xingmin Yu walked straight toward me, raising his hand naturally to throw the car keys to Dajwang. Hey, I'm not. Dajwang fumbled to catch the keys, wanting to explain something, but suddenly stopped. Why does this handsome guy seem so familiar? He has conducted numerous investigations, mainly focusing on Xiaomaoyu, but inevitably also involving Xingmin Yu. It wasn't surprising that he had seen 1 or 2 photos of him. I introduced him. This is my older brother. Dajwang was stunned for 2 seconds, then realized, you were waiting for Big Brother. Nice to meet you, Big Brother, I'm Monkey S. Jr. Just as he extended his hand to shake hands with Xingmin Yu. There's no way Xingmin Yu would let him touch him. He stood still, just staring at the hand, without any intention of reciprocating the handshake. If this were a comic book, there should be a blank area filled with his psychological activities. Why would a monkey want to shake hands with me? The atmosphere became a little awkward instantly. I lightly coughed and nudged Dajwang with my elbow, telling him to quickly go park the car. So you two go upstairs and wait for me first. I'll be there soon. Remember to start only when I come. After the instructions, he quickly got into the car and drove away, giving me an elevator card before leaving. Let's go. I waved the card in my hand, indicating for Xingmin Yu to follow, but instead, he grabbed my wrist. Tell me which room number, I'll go up myself. This meant he didn't want me involved anymore. When the birds are gone, the dogs are cooked. There was no way he could easily ditch me. Assuming that even in broad daylight he wouldn't do the act of grabbing the card forcibly, I was relatively calm. Alright, let's discuss the conditions first, everything can be negotiable. His black eyes were cold and deep, increasing the force in his fingers, unwilling to negotiate properly. Though it was cold and we were wearing many layers, I couldn't endure such gripping. Come on, if we delay any longer, they might check out. I switched the elevator card to another hand, forcefully breaking free from his grasp, and turned to walk into the hotel. All the way I didn't look back. I wasn't without worries. What if Xingmin Yu didn't follow me up? That would be truly disastrous. But when I entered the elevator and turned around to see him following closely behind me, all my worries vanished instantly. In the end, he was still powerless against me. The elevator ascended swiftly towards the highest floor. Xingmin Yu leaned against the other side of the elevator, standing diagonally opposite to me. Between us, there was a clearly marked boundary line. Even though we had to enter this relatively small space, he always managed to stay at the furthest distance possible, safeguarding the continued existence of this line. I want to collect some interest first. As the elevator was about to reach the top floor, I suddenly took 2 steps toward Xingmin Yu, crossing that line. He looked up, with his hands in his pockets. When he saw me approach, one hand came out and furrowed his brows as he was about to stop my overly close body. Let him stop me. I reached out to hold his hand, quickly and heavily kissed the corner of his lips with an agile motion. That was incredibly reckless. Xingmin Yu's eyes widened instantly. The hand in front of me stiffened, and I could feel every single bone in his palm through the joints. After playing the hooligan, the elevator, ding, and just happened to arrive at the top floor, opening its doors. I darted out of the elevator, deftly avoiding the incoming punch wind. Apparently, he was quite angered. The elevator door closed and opened again, and it took several beats for Xingmin Yu to scowl and slowly walk out of the elevator. He had suffered a big loss. His temper must have been terrible. I didn't dare provoke him any further and kept my distance. Let's wait here for a moment. Xingmin Yu glanced away, hearing me but making no response. I clicked my tongue quietly, realizing I had somewhat gotten used to his indifference. We waited a few minutes by the elevator, and Dajwang soon appeared holding a bottle of champagne. Where did you find the champagne? I was full of curiosity, took it over, and waited only to find it was an empty bottle. Dajwang returned the car keys respectfully before answering me. A prop we'll need later, otherwise, this door would be difficult to knock on. Trust me, I have experience. He walked ahead confidently, approached a door, and pressed his ear to listen for any movement inside. Then, he straightened his shirt collar, prepared himself, instructed me and Xingmin Yu to stand where the people couldn't see us, and rang the doorbell himself. Who is it? Fong Lei's voice came from inside. Sir, our hotel has specially prepared a bottle of rare champagne to thank you for your continued patronage, Yi Dazhuang said with a fake smile. Inside, there was a brief pause followed by footsteps, just a moment. Moments later, the lock clicked, and the door opened slowly inward. Fong Lei's handsome and debonair face appeared in front of everyone. He wore a bathrobe, revealing a chest covered in scratch marks. His neck also bore a bright kiss mark. The moment he opened the door, Dazhuang forced his way inside. I followed closely behind, holding up my phone and capturing Fong Lei's terrified expressions. You, who are you? Fong Lei blocked our way, looking up and seeing me, his fear mixed immediately with disbelief, finding it hard to understand why I was here. Well, when fate strikes, it can't be resisted. Finding him obstructive, I kicked him aside with a swift foot strike, pushing him to the ground so I could smoothly enter the room. The room was a mess. Clothes were scattered all over the floor, the living room sofa, and the bed in the bedroom. It wasn't hard to imagine the fierce battle that had taken place earlier. Xingmin Yu closed the door behind us and turned around to see Fong Lei sprawled on the ground, his legs wide open in a rather unseemly manner exposing himself, which caused Xingmin Yu to furrow his brow showing displeasure. If you don't want it, then keep it open. His tone was soft, yet very serious. Although Fong Lei didn't fully understand his meaning, he still shivered with confusion on his face. I kicked his shoulder lightly from behind to remind him, close your legs and speak standing up. At this point, the bathroom door opened, and Xiao Maoyu, with her hair wrapped up and wearing a towel around her body, stepped out with steam. Honey, we'll go eat dinner tonight. She looked up and saw Xingmin Yu, startled first, then noticed me filming her with my phone and quickly realized what was going on. Her expression soured almost immediately. She pulled a cigarette from the bedside ashtray, lit it, sat on the bed, crossed her legs, and asked Xingmin Yu, what do you want? Xingmin Yu strode toward her, passing me and pressing down my phone with his palm along the way. I understood his meaning, stop recording. I will tell Mr. Xiao that it's because of our incompatible personalities. The rest of his words disappeared behind the firmly shut bedroom door. In the living room, I leaned against the wall lost in thought. Yi Dazhuang stood by the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the entire cityscape, occasionally letting out sighs of jealousy, and Fong Lei aimlessly stood in the center, picking up a few pieces of clothing from the floor, trying to run away. Where are you going? I asked him. He gave me a sheepish grin. Brother, don't be like this. We've known each other for so long, let me off the hook this time. Before I could respond, Yi Dazhuang laughed upon hearing this. Brother. You call him brother, do you know who that person is inside? He pointed at me, then pointed at the door. Fong Lei shook his head helplessly. My brother, I paused and added, on the same household registration. Fong Lei's complexion turned ashen, clearly realizing that this time, he was finished. What a coincidence. He said it while secretly glancing at the door. I could tell he still had ill intentions, and I warned him, the last person who tried to escape from me is now 6 feet under with 2-meter-high grass on his grave. Fong Lei looked at me, then at Yi Dazhuang, and obediently put the clothes back down. Alright, it's my fault. I deserved it, I admit. He slumped onto the sofa in resignation. Xingmin Yu's conversation with Xiao Maoyu didn't last long. After 10 minutes, the door opened again. Xingmin Yu walked out, just reaching the doorway when Xiao Maoyu's angry voice echoed out of the dim bedroom. Xingmin Yu, you're nothing but a freak, and no woman will ever tolerate you in her lifetime. She angrily threw a piece of clothing at Xingmin Yu, but lacking strength, it fell to the ground halfway through its flight. You'll be alone till you die. Remember what you promised me. Xingmin Yu remained unperturbed, half turning his head as if quite polite. I won't disturb you anymore, I'll leave first. Seeing him about to go, I quickly followed closely behind and bid farewell to Xiao Maoyu before leaving. Don't worry about the video, once you finish what you've promised my brother, I'll naturally delete it. Bye, Miss Xiao. Yi Dazhuang was completely baffled by these underwhelming tactics and kept asking me, is that all? No beatings for the man-whore, no slingshots to the balls or chili up the butt. His former employer must have had some colorful methods. I saw we were about to lose sight of Xingmin Yu, so I patted Yi Dazhuang's shoulder, running ahead while turning back to thank him. Not necessary, thank you. Next time, I'll treat you to dinner. As the elevator doors were about to close, I squeezed inside sideways, finally catching up with Xingmin Yu. Did everything go well? He ignored me. How are you going to thank me? I stared at his perfectly shaped lips, recalling the earlier sensation. I don't ask for much. All I want is for you to do the same thing to me as I did to you just now. This statement clearly angered him, rekindling his annoyance. He yanked my collar and slammed me hard against the wall. The 3 sides of the elevator were lined with champagne gold mirrors, reflecting his fierce expression, and my smile that was truly asking for punishment from every angle. Do you think I don't know what kind of woman she is? He slowly edged closer to me. Even if you drive her away, Lu Feng, would I rather marry a slut than sleep with you? His breath grazed the side of my face as he moved closer, the scent of leather and ebony grew stronger and harder to ignore. It seemed, there was even a hint of musk in it. It was as if the potent pheromones exuding from him became palpable. The longer I smelled it, the weaker my legs felt. Understand? He gripped my cheeks, tightening his fingers. I experienced a sharp pain and involuntarily met his fiery gaze, instinctively nodding. I understand. He was fully aware of Xiao Maoyu's promiscuity but chose to turn a blind eye. For others, this might stem from love and magnanimity, but for him, it was likely because he never really cared about Xiao Maoyu. He simply needed an unmarried wife to make himself appear more like a normal human being, warm-blooded and considerate. If necessary, he could certainly pretend to be a lovesick fool endlessly spouting pet names like baby and honey. He doesn't act, not because he can't, but because he finds it beneath him, much like how he openly detests me. To put it plainly, neither Xiao Maoyu nor I am worth his effort to fake anything. In fact, I rank below Xiao Maoyu. At first, he probably hadn't planned to use Xiao Maoyu against her, but due to my interference, things spiraled out of control. Her affectionate facade was shattered entirely. Now, he had to abandon this shield. His fury was evident from the force with which he squeezed me. When the elevator stopped, Xing Minouyu released me, completely ignoring the astonished onlookers outside the elevator, and walked away with an expressionless face. I massaged my sore cheeks and elbowed through the crowd that automatically parted ways for us, following him out of the hotel. Well, I guess I owe you one then. I shouted recklessly toward his retreating back, without caring if he heard, shoved my hands into my pockets, and turned around to leave. Chapter 10, I am Lu Feng. At the pawn shop, although there's no explicit rule that only inanimate objects can be pawned, I never would have thought someone could come to pawn a cat, and not just any cat, a purebred Hai Shuang ragdoll. The young woman claiming to be the cat's owner showed me a bunch of breed certificates. She claimed the cat was purchased from overseas for a hefty sum, raised eating imported canned food and grain, a male cat under a year old, and she set the price at 10,000. I had studied luxury goods appraisal for 2 months, whether a diamond was worth 10,000 or not I could probably guess at, but as for pet cats, I really didn't know what to do. Moreover, our shop lacked cat food and litter, making it hard to care for such an animal. Sorry, we don't accept live animals. Perhaps you could try asking around at a pet store if you turn left outside. I gestured toward a direction. The young woman rolled her eyes, snatching up the certificates from the table before storming off with the pet carrier in hand. You should have said you couldn't take it earlier. Through the bars of its cage, that already impressively large ragdoll continued staring at me with its bright blue eyes, lost, innocent, truly pitiable to look at. It reminded me, without warning, of another cat from my memories. Teenagers often adapt exceptionally well, recognizing my feelings for Xing Minou took merely 3 days to accept fully. So many teenage lovers exist out there, one more or less makes little difference. Deep feelings are never something easily forgotten. My private frustrations yielded nothing useful. But shallower affections, once I let them go unthought of, gradually disappeared over time, requiring no additional mental anguish. Since the sudden passing of my father, I learned a lesson early on, do what matters while you can because time is fleeting, far shorter than you might imagine. Pounding the mirror that day perfectly demonstrated the impulsiveness and rashness of youth, leading naturally to a harsh lesson. The tendons in my right ring finger and middle finger were severed, necessitating surgery with numerous stitches and binding the hand in plaster for a whole month. A month free from homework was quite enjoyable for me, yet my mother constantly frowned at me with worry, sighing deeply over the lessons I missed. Thus, I proactively proposed finding Xing Minou on weekends for tutoring sessions. My mother initially had some reservations, fearing I might simply be dodging work at Xing Minou's place. Only after I swore to heaven that I'd study diligently and vowed to remain within the top 50 students in the next monthly exam did she agree, calling Xing Minou to arrange it. Truthfully, I was somewhat afraid he wouldn't agree. By then, our contact had become exceedingly sparse, maintained solely by habit. Each time he bade us farewell and descended the staircase, I felt an inexplicable sense that I was losing him. But luckily, he eventually agreed, partly out of respect for my mother personally making the effort. He explained his schedule would allow meetings only after 7 in the evening, as he worked during the day. This calculated timing fit perfectly, visiting him after dinner. Even though the decision was simple, the wait seemed long, yet each time I considered seeing Xing Minou again, I found myself unusually nervous. I carefully changed into fresh clothes, got a haircut, brushed my teeth, and even adjusted the strap position of my cast before heading out. Arriving at the residential area where Xing Minou rented a place, I unexpectedly met him returning from outside. He hadn't noticed my presence yet, standing with his back to me while a small orange kitten played around his feet, affectionately rubbing against him. By 7 o'clock, the sky had grown dark. The old residential neighborhood had poor lighting, with only a low-wattage yellow light bulb near the entrance weakly illuminating the front area. Xing Minou and the little cat stood in that dim zone of half-light, half-shadow. The little cat was surprisingly tame, continuing to press itself against Xing Minou's legs while mewing gently in a cute tone. Xing Minou looked down at it silently, letting it rub all its fur onto his pants without trying to shoo it away. My mother isn't very fond of pets that shed hair. When I was a child, despite how much I cried and begged for her to get me a puppy, she never gave in. I thought Xing Minou and my mom shared the same kind of cleanliness phobia that wouldn't tolerate pet fur, so this sight surprised me. The scene was both sweet and fascinating. I quietly watched from a distance, unwilling to interrupt. After about 2 minutes, Xing Minou seemed to suddenly flip a switch inside himself, slowly bending down, reaching out to the cat and lifting it from the ground. As their eyes locked, the orange cat made a gentle sound, but instead of softness, a different emotion filled Xingmenu's gaze. It reminded me of the predatory wolves I'd seen chasing prey in nature documentaries, hungry, excited, cruel. My heart skipped a beat, stepping forward and involuntarily calling his name. Xingmenu. I didn't know why I called out his full name at that moment, as if everything was predetermined. Fate led my hand, whispering softly, I must stop him, I needed to prevent him somehow. Xingmenu seemed to suddenly snap back to reality upon hearing my voice, abruptly loosening his fingers and looking at me. The orange cat meowed once, lightly landing on the ground before darting off in a flash. I had never seen such a look of panic and bewilderment on Xingmenu's face, as if he had just gone through some soul-shaking nightmare. At the intersection of dream and reality, he saw me. In his dazed state, I seemed to have become a part of his nightmare, which made him even more startled. It's you, even his voice carried a subtle tremor. I thought my sudden appearance had frightened him, so I hurriedly apologized, brother, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I couldn't quite piece together what exactly happened moments ago, so I just lied impulsively, thought the cat was cute and wanted you to catch it so I could touch it. Xingmenu looked around briefly, seemingly still affected by the shock, his tone not as cold as usual. It seems to have run away. I smiled as I walked toward him, it's fine, let it go this time. We'll meet it again someday. But when I saw it again for the second time, it was placed in a snow-white gift box on Xingmenu's bed, fully adorned with pink ribbons. It had been gutted, its eyes unclosed in death, lifeless and horrifying. Life is fleeting, like the blooming of a night blooming cereus. Often, there really won't be a second time. My mother's health was getting worse, she couldn't get out of bed recently, and the doctor said she might not make it through this winter. None of this was hidden from her, she knew her days were numbered, and her conversations with me became more open, without any taboos about life or death. Spring festival is coming soon, I will try my best to last until after the holiday so you can celebrate properly. She lay in bed, struggling to breathe as she spoke, and I didn't know how she would manage to endure another month with her frail body. Don't worry about me. I held her hand, wanting her to stop fighting and rest if it was truly too exhausting, but no matter how many times I tried, I couldn't bring myself to say it. Even with all the psychological preparation, I still feared and dreaded the possibility of being alone in the future. Saying goodbye gracefully is really hard. After leaving the nursing home and seeing it was still early, I initially planned to go to the store for extra work. On the way, however, I received a text message from Yi Dazhuang. Xingmenu had resigned from Mating Pharmaceuticals 2 weeks ago and dissolved his engagement with Xiaomo. The much-anticipated drama between father-in-law and son-in-law didn't happen. Instead, Xiao Suiguang sent a company-wide letter thanking Xingmenu for his contributions over the years, personally escorting him to the building exit, and gave him a big hug as they parted ways. Clearly, he felt guilty toward Xingmenu, probably learning about his daughter's issues and assuming that his resignation and breakup were due to leaving this place of sorrow. In short, Xingmenu's departure from Mating Pharmaceuticals was extremely smooth, almost textbook perfect. Not only did he avoid making enemies, but he also gained a lot of sympathy points. Yi Dazhuang's investigation should have ended completely after that hotel weed-clearing operation, but for some unknown reason, possibly misunderstanding my intentions, he continued sending me updates on Xingmenu every few days. And due to certain obvious reasons, I hadn't stopped him. Today, Xingmenu's law firm opened, and Yi Dazhuang sent another text with the address attached. I noticed it wasn't far from Xinhuang Pawn Shop, it was inside the office building of a nearby department store, just a 2-kilometer walk. Since I wanted to clear my mind anyway, I got off the bus one stop earlier at the department store, bought a bouquet of flowers at a flower shop, wrote an opening congratulatory note, and followed the address Yi Dazhuang gave me. This area was already prime real estate, and the office building was very upscale, the rent certainly not cheap. For Xingmenu to decide so quickly within such a short time to secure an office here showed how ambitious and confident he was about his new business. Xingmenu's firm was called Jinshang Law Firm, and it was easy to find, just turn left out of the elevator. The hallway had 2 neat rows of floral baskets, all inscribed with messages like, "Congratulations on your successful opening," etc., their luxury exceeding my expectations, making the bouquet in my hand seem rather shabby in comparison. Xiao Suiguang also sent a floral basket, placed closest to the door, using unique flowers with tasteful colors that stood out markedly from others' vulgar arrangements. "Sir, may I help you?" The receptionist stood up, noticing the large bouquet of red roses in my hands, momentarily confused whether I was a guest or a delivery person. I smiled at her, "Is Lawyer Xing available?" The receptionist, apparently an honest and straightforward young woman, blushed at my smile, somewhat bashfully replying, "Lawyer Sheng is out meeting clients, he won't be back until the afternoon. Business came in on the first day of opening, which is definitely a good start. Can I wait for him here?" I asked again, I want to give him the flowers in person. The receptionist hesitated for a moment, just then a tall, slim figure with a fashionable hairstyle emerged from the inner office. Her eyes lit up and she called him over. "Wu Lawyer, this gentleman wants to personally give these flowers to Lawyer Sheng. Could you see if he can wait in the reception room?" The young Wu Lawyer, holding a cup of water, slightly changed his course upon seeing the red roses in my arms, his eyebrows arching faintly. He placed his black golden mug on the reception desk and plucked out the opening congratulatory card I had written for Xingmenu. The skies of Qingwan may be cold, but my love for you remains stuck in the hottest moment of summer. As he read it aloud, he gave an amused shiver. Wow, so cheesy. Signed Lu Feng, never heard teacher mention him. I reclaimed the card from his hands and stuffed it back into the flowers. He stared at me strangely. I smiled gently, I'm Lu Feng. Chapter 11. A hint of sweetness. Lawyer Wu's smile froze on his face instantly, and his expression became incredibly awkward. How could he have imagined that a random jab could end up being said in front of the very person it was about? Sorry. He hurried to apologize and extended his hand towards me. I am Lawyer Wu Yi from Jingshang Law Firm. Are you, a friend of Lawyer Sheng? I reached out to shake hands with him. I am his younger brother. He hesitated again, his bewilderment clearly written all over his face. After a while, he slowly retracted his hand. Oh, you can, wait for him in the waiting room. He should be back soon. He probably couldn't understand at the moment why a younger brother would send red roses symbolizing love on the opening day of his elder brother's law firm, or why we don't share the same surname. Never mind, there will be more inexplicable things for him to witness in the future. After thanking him, I entered the waiting room with the flowers. After sitting for just a short while, the front desk girl came in with water. Please have a cup of tea first. I'll call you when Lawyer Sheng comes back. The waiting room had an enormous floor-to-ceiling glass window, with excellent lighting and an unobstructed view. On the walls hung abstract paintings in red and black tones. There were 3 in total, and each one showed a concentrated red blot surrounded by darkness. The first painting featured a relatively neat red circle, the second began to twist and expand, and the third appeared as if an overripe tomato had exploded within the painting. I asked the front desk if she knew what those paintings represented, but she looked puzzled, turned around to take another look at them, and then shook her head at me. These are gifts from our clients. Perhaps Lawyer Sheng knows about them. After she left the waiting room, I was bored, so I scrutinized the paintings carefully for a while, trying my best to understand what the artist intended to convey. But I ultimately failed. It seems that I'm not someone who naturally has an artistic bone in my body, because all I see is overripe tomatoes. Mister. Please don't. Suddenly, a commotion outside the waiting room caught my attention. It seemed like the receptionist was arguing with someone. I stood up, curious to find out what was going on, when suddenly a sound of shattered glass and the receptionist's scream resounded from outside. I immediately flung the door open and rushed out. The receptionist stood near the entrance, her complexion pale. By the door stood a middle-aged man dressed somewhat sloppily. Scattered pieces of brown glass lay at his feet, and in his right hand, he clutched half of a broken wine bottle, emanating a heavy alcohol odor. Why did you accept that woman's commission? He shouted emotionally, I've lost everything already. And now you're helping her take away my paintings. Are you trying to drive me to death? Then no one will live. Wu Yi struggled to control the man's emotions, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Mr. Lu, please don't do this. Let's have a rational conversation. Whether Ms. Sun entrusts someone else to represent her in her divorce case is her personal freedom. Even if we didn't take this case, someone else would. Bullshit. Mr. Sun erupted in anger. She tricked me into signing a prenuptial agreement when we got married, preparing for exactly this day. How much have I helped her in my career through the years? And now she wants to divorce me just like that, not even giving me 10 million yuan, and also trying to seize my paintings. How can she treat me this way? His hand gripping the wine bottle started shaking violently. The receptionist let out small gasps of fear, quietly stepping back 2 steps, and picked up her phone, ready to dial a number. Put the phone down. Mr. Lu noticed the receptionist's movements and loudly rebuked her as he lunged forward. The receptionist screamed, dropping her phone and instinctively covering her head, crouching down on the ground. Seeing that Mr. Lu wasn't stopping, I felt something was wrong and quickly rushed forward, using my arm to shield the young lady's face. Almost immediately, the sharp edge of the bottle cut through my sleeve and pierced into my flesh. Drops of blood splashed onto the white marble tiles, creating spreading circular spots. I suddenly found myself contemplating something inappropriate. Can the release of a criminal who acts bravely in justice really be considered a positive social news? Ah. Me. I. Empowered by his drunken state earlier, Mr. Lu went berserk, but now that he saw blood, he sobered up considerably. I didn't mean to. His lips trembled slightly, panic evident as he firmly grasped the neck of the bottle, pulling the shard completely out of my flesh. Shit. I cursed silently, a shiver passing through my body from the pain. My gray wool jacket quickly turned red from the blood gushing out from the wound, resembling flower patterns. Hurry. Call an ambulance quickly. Wu Yi turned ashen. Mr. Sun, you have already violated the law. Please put down your weapon immediately. I didn't mean to. Mr. Lu kept repeating this phrase over and over, stunned and shaken. Looking at his pathetic demeanor, I felt an intense surge of anger as I contemplated how to disarm him. Suddenly, behind Mr. Lu, a pair of pale hands stretched out. They were strong, with prominent knuckles and broad backs. In the blink of an eye, they firmly seized Mr. Lu's wrist, holding the wine bottle, and tightly gripped his throat. Mr. Lu only managed to let out a pig-like scream before the half-bottle dropped from his grasp and he was slammed down to the ground, one hand twisted painfully behind his back. I don't know when Xing Menu arrived, but as soon as he showed up, he acted with extraordinary courage. Without regard for Mr. Lu's wailing cries of pain, he pinned the man down using his knee against his spine, and then grabbed his hair, forcing him to raise his head. Mr. Lu, it looks like you might have one more legal case on your hands now, Xing Menu said softly into his ear. Mr. Lu had long since been terrified into a flood of tears and couldn't stop sobbing. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. After repeating, I didn't do it intentionally, many times, Xing Menu grew tired of hearing it and gave Mr. Lu no chance to finish his words before slamming his head back down to the ground. Everyone present could hear the dull thud as Mr. Lu's head hit the ground, sounding like a drum being struck by a club, and then silence reigned as Mr. Lu fainted dead away. Mr. Lu, are you alright? You're bleeding so much. The receptionist rushed to pick up her dropped phone. I'll call an ambulance right away. I placed my hand firmly over hers. This minor injury doesn't require an ambulance at all, applying some medicine will suffice. I rolled up my sleeve and glanced at the wound. It wasn't very large but was rather deep, and who knows if there were any glass shards still inside. Applying my own medication would be a joke, I would need to visit the hospital later. This just won't do. The receptionist's eyes reddened as she anxiously protested. If you damage your tendons or veins, how will it affect your future hand function? Blood is still flowing constantly, it must be a vein injury. I'm calling the ambulance now, please hold on just a bit longer. My head started to ache. Really, it isn't necessary. Wu-Yi, go get the first aid kit. Xing Menu untied his tie, bound Mr. Lu's hands tightly behind his back, ensuring that the man couldn't easily escape, then stood up from the floor. The invariably neat suit jacket he wore now bore inevitable creases, and a few strands of hair had fallen down to partially obscure his right eye. Perhaps due to the previous exertion making him warm, or perhaps the well-tailored suit feeling unbearably tight on him, he immediately unbuttoned the first two buttons of his shirt after standing up. As such, the collarbone that was always hidden beneath his clothes finally came into view. I stared at those protruding bone ridges for a long while without trying to conceal my piercing gaze. Wu-Yi quickly brought the first aid kit, which Xing Menu took and began heading toward the conference room. After opening the door, he turned around and saw me still standing in the same spot, prompting an impatient furrowing of his brows. Do you want me to carry you over here? I froze for a moment, realizing he intended to treat my wound, instantly feeling as if fortune had fallen upon me from the heavens. No need for that, I pressed on my veins and approached him with a light step. Sitting on the chair, I watched Xing Menu attentively retrieve various bandages, disinfectant sprays, gauze pads, and disposable medical gloves from the first aid kit. With practiced efficiency, he put on rubber gloves, knelt half before me, and used forceps to grasp a piece of gauze to clean the blood around my wound. The round white shag carpet laid on the meeting room floor had also been stained by my blood, blossoming into blotchy flowers. I'm sorry for getting your carpet dirty. He looked downward, seemingly focused entirely on treating my wound and unable to attend to my apology. I pulled a red rose from the bouquet on the desk and extended it toward him. To you, celebrating your business opening. Still, he made no response. Bored, I withdrew the rose and pressed it to the corner of my mouth. How come someone in your line of work ends up facing life-threatening situations? What if you consider hiring me as your bodyguard? I'm cheap, just a kiss can win me over completely. Maybe because of the crisis we had gone through just now, my adrenaline had surged significantly, transforming my usual audacity into total fearlessness. I hooked my foot lightly rubbing it between his legs, challenging his limits. Practically the next second, a tearing pain shot through my arm, as the forceps clamped down with the gauze, pressing firmly onto my wound. I screamed out in pain, my face contorted as I promptly ceased the gesture. He raised his eyes, slightly lowering the corners of his lips to refuse me flatly, not necessary. What I considered sexual harassment, he countered with violence. Good, that's fair. I'm sorry, I apologize, I patted his wrist with the rose, begging for mercy. He swatted away the rose and efficiently shook out the bandage, providing me with a simple dressing. What do those 3 paintings on the wall mean? Having refrained from provoking him further, I shifted my attention elsewhere. His movements paused as he turned around and glanced back at the 3 paintings behind us. I thought he wouldn't answer, just like many other questions I had asked before, ultimately only amusing myself. But unexpectedly, he actually spoke up. That drunkard outside used to be a promising young painter. That man who stumbled while walking and whose speech was slurred clearly suffered from alcoholism, yet he had been a painter. All this explained why he kept mentioning his art. But he failed to seize the opportunity. He gave in to his inner desires, indulged himself, and became addicted to the illusory happiness brought by alcohol. Xing Menu stood up, took off the blood-stained gloves, and threw them into the wastebasket. These are his paintings from his prime. They were given to me as a gift for my opening by his ex-wife, titled Life. I looked at the 3 paintings again. Knowing their names gave me a sense of sudden clarity. Birth, growth, death, the 3 inevitable steps of life. Xing Menu also gazed at the 3 paintings. Red is the main melody of life, black is its finale. For thousands of years, life has been something humanity has explored, yet it remains an unsolved mystery of the century. Sometimes I can't help but wonder, why are we born? If it's to experience beauty, then what meaning does a life full of pain have? My lips quivered, not knowing what to say for a moment. All I could do was twirl the flower branch in my hand and try to give an optimistic response. 9 parts of bitterness always leave some sweetness, right? Some sweetness? His words carried a hint of mockery, enduring all that pain just for a trace of sweetness. I can't comprehend that. He couldn't understand because he lacked empathy. He couldn't imagine how long someone could move forward alone in pain just for that tiny bit of sweetness. Xingmenu turned around and looked at me. What I cannot understand even more is, how you keeping me like a cockroach that can never be killed, tirelessly, oblivious to life or death. What you're doing now is no different from what Qi Yang did back then. How dare he compare me to Qi Yang, the psychopath? His words were like a drop of sulfuric acid, dripping onto my heart, instantly filling my senses with sourness and bitterness. And even more tragically, I couldn't find any way to defend or refute myself. I am indeed no different from Qi Yang. He is the other side of my mirror. I moved my lips slightly and managed to force a smile. There is a difference. I call you, brother. He calmly stared at me. I am not a toy for you both to fight over. Winning against him does not mean I will belong to you. Perhaps my act of bravery today had gained him a little favor, making him want to communicate properly with me. I was glad that I could calmly converse with him, but the content of the conversation made me uncomfortable. I've never regarded you as a toy. Who would trade a decade of their youth for a toy? One without gold or silver embellishments and with a bad mouth. Does it matter how I treat you? You won't plan on giving up. Wu Yi knocked on the door outside, saying the police had arrived, but Xingmenu ignored him, continuing to stare directly at me, waiting for my answer. I don't know why he asked this question, but I didn't want to deceive him. I handed him the rose again. Maybe one day I'll give up, but I still have plenty of energy now. He lowered his eyes to look at the fiery red rose and reached out to take it. My breath caught in my throat as I watched him carelessly toss it into the trash can and then stride towards the door. Chapter 12, Every Cause Has Its Effect. Mr. Liu was taken away for questioning, and Xingmenu, as the head of the law firm, went along with them. I, on the other hand, was accompanied by Wu Yi to the hospital to get stitches. Fortunately, it was just my arm that got injured. In cold weather, the wound could be hidden under my sleeve without others noticing, otherwise, my mom might see this injury and jump to all sorts of conclusions. Today, it was lucky we had Mr. Liu's help, otherwise, who knows how things would have turned out. Wu Yi sent me home, and we chatted idly on the way. The teacher came back at a very opportune time, which is truly a stroke of luck in an unfortunate situation. I sat in the back seat, rotating my wrist. The bandage, though wrapped rather tightly, did not hinder my movement. Do you call him teacher because you are his student? Not exactly. This teacher is different from the kind of teacher who educates students. I used to be the assistant of the teacher when I worked at Maiden. He taught me a lot of things, and as a senior, out of respect, I call him teacher. 2 months ago, after I knew the teacher decided to leave Maiden, I actively proposed to follow him. I was initially afraid he wouldn't agree, but he instantly accepted. He laughed. It's really a sign of great trust from the teacher. The young man reflected in the rearview mirror, free of any gloom in his face, showed the fiery passion of someone unyielding to anything, contrasting sharply with Xingmenu's personality. I leaned back on the chair, relaxed my muscles, and let out a long sigh. He must value you greatly. There was some traffic jam, and sleepiness overwhelmed me, so I started dozing off. When I woke up again, I was already at the foot of my apartment complex. Thanking Wu Yi, I got off the car and went upstairs. Even knowing that Xingmenu would probably not reply, I still sent him a text message confirming I had arrived safely. My mom's current physical condition was far from optimistic. She probably wouldn't last much longer. After Wei Shi learned about it, he directly gave me my annual leave early, so I didn't need to go to the pawn shop every day. My mom wakes up early in the morning, usually around 6 o'clock. Then by 10 o'clock, she becomes drowsy again. These 4 hours are the only time she remains awake throughout the day. She now sleeps more and more. Though she blames her prolonged winter laziness, I know one day she will just drift off, never to wake up. I usually take the earliest bus to visit her, talking with her or telling her stories before leaving once she falls asleep. Today when I passed the garden, I saw 2 mischievous kids playing with water there. It's freezing outside. Don't you think they've finished their homework too early? They seem to have nothing better to do than getting sick. And no adult was supervising them. I don't even know whose children they were. I carefully peeled the tangerines I brought for my mom, removing each strand of white filaments thoroughly. Then I broke off a segment and offered it to her lips. She shook her head, amusedly looking at me, saying softly, "You used to eat everything as a child. How come you become so particular now?" I put the segment of tangerine into my own mouth and mumbled, "How can it be too particular? This is called being refined." She laughed, "Being refined? Actually, I have always been a rather rough person since childhood. But since Xingmenu was quite meticulous, in order to win his favor, I was involuntarily forced to align myself with him, thus becoming increasingly meticulous over time. I remembered one New Year, the weather then was just as cold as it is now. Our whole family visited one of my dad's colleagues for the New Year's celebration. The adults were chatting and playing cards, while I sat on the sofa with Shingmanu watching TV. A tin box was filled with various candies and chocolates, and a fruit platter held winter jujubes and tangerines. The hostess was very warm-hearted. Afraid we'd feel restrained, she insisted on giving us each a tangerine, claiming it was extremely sweet and urging us to eat it quickly. Irrespective of what Shingmanu might have thought of others back then as overly simplistic, outwardly, he appeared polite, intelligent, and considerate. Even my mother couldn't find fault with him. Thanking the hostess, he simply kept holding the tangerine in his hand. I'd wanted those tangerines ever since entering the room but felt too shy to ask for one. When someone handed one to me, that was ideal. As the hostess said, the tangerines were indeed very delicious. I quickly ate up an entire one, while observing Shingmanu who still clutched his tangerine untouched. "Big brother, aren't you eating?" Recalling the sour yet sweet juice, saliva instantly built up in my mouth, making me instinctively swallow. He looked at me, then glanced at the tangerine in his hand, eyeing me seriously. "Do you want mine?" Back then, at such a young age, I didn't detect anything unusual about his words nor found his emotionless expression intimidating in the slightest. My mom had me after such great difficulty that she always spoiled me, which made my character somewhat arrogant when I was a kid. If my dad bought double portions of toys or snacks for me and Shingmanu, once I got tired of playing with or finished eating mine, I would cry and clamor for the untouched portion belonging to Shingmanu. As long as I opened my mouth, my mom would unconditionally satisfy me by taking everything away from Shingmanu. Shingmanu wouldn't get angry or feel sad, instead, he would actively bring the things in front of me and say that he actually didn't like them anyway. My dad argued with my mom over this many times. My mom thought that my dad was being too meddlesome, caring more about someone else's son than his own. My dad believed that she was completely unreasonable and irrationally making trouble. Meanwhile, I immersed myself in the false illusion that I was the most beloved little treasure in the family, gaining satisfaction through exploiting Shingmanu and not thinking at all that I was being an idiot. Every cause has its effect. The reason why Shingmanu dislikes me so much today is partly due to my own wrongdoings back then. Not really, there are still plenty on the table. I don't want yours. Back then, even though I was foolish and didn't understand the expression on his face, I could still sense his dissatisfaction. Instinctively, I started being overly enthusiastic. "Big brother, these are very sweet. Aren't you having trouble peeling it? Shall I peel it for you?" He looked at me for quite some time, then handed the orange that had been held in his warm hands over to me. I happily took it, peeled off the skin quickly and handed it back to him. He didn't take it, looking at the orange critically, still covered with white threads. "I don't eat the outer white part." I paused for a moment, murmured an "oh," and then bent down to carefully peel off the thin layer of white threads from the fruit outside. It took me 10 whole minutes until not a single trace of white remained, then I passed it to him again. He held the ends of the flesh, examining it up and down like appreciating a piece of art. I eagerly waited for his praise, eyes fixed on him without blinking. He glanced at me and suddenly let go of his fingers, causing the bright yellow orange, which I'd peeled clean, to fall from his hands. Ah! I watched helplessly as the orange fell to the ground, rolled 2 rounds on the cement floor, and became stained with dust. "Sorry, I didn't hold it steady." Shingmanu said sorry, but there was no sign of regret on his face at all. He bent down to pick up the dirty orange, now inedible, and threw it casually into the trash can, showing no attachment either to it or my effort. I pouted, picked another orange from the plate. "Never mind, I'll peel another one for my brother, okay?" He wiped his hands with a tissue and turned his attention from me to the TV, declining nonchalantly. "No need, I'm not hungry anymore." There was nothing more despairing than that moment, tears welling up in my eyes. For a long time, I thought that the overwhelming feeling of disappointment was because of being wronged. Now looking back, perhaps it was because I had already felt his malice towards me. "Huh? Is that you, brother phone?" Shen Shaosher, upon hearing the door opening sound, looked up from behind the counter and seemed surprised to see it was me. "Just came here because I have nothing better to do. After leaving the nursing home, I had nowhere else to go. Instead of sitting idly at home, I decided to drop by for a visit." "Then come in and sit down, make yourself comfortable." Shen Shaosher stretched a lazy yawn, revealing a slim waist and a white t-shirt with 4 big words, "All Villains," printed on it. The store was heated sufficiently. The young man who brimmed with vitality often wore a down jacket outside with only a t-shirt underneath. When he came inside, he'd just wear the thin t-shirt, taking off his heavy coat. "How's business going recently?" "Maybe it's because it's almost the new year, and everyone is returning home, business has become a bit quiet," Shen Shaosher mentioned as he unlocked the iron gate and swapped positions with me. "Yesterday someone pawned a set of signed limited edition photos of Luo Xingyun. That was the biggest transaction these 2 days." "Luo Xingyun?" Lu Yu broke her focus from the Korean drama and replied to me, "Don't tell me, brother Feng, you haven't heard of Luo Xingyun? He's a very popular film and television actor these past couple of years, handsome face, amazing acting skills. In just 5 years since his debut, he's won the Best Actor award twice already. This set of photos only produced 10,000 copies, and they're all signed by him. As soon as they were listed online, someone bought them. She extended her fingers to gesture, for 20,000 yuan. I was making plastic flowers inside when he debuted, so it was normal that I hadn't heard of him. After taking off my coat and hanging it on the chair back, I asked, what does he look like? Let me judge. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu quickly opened the search engine, typed in Luo Xingyun, and before long, pictures of the same man filled the web pages. He is quite handsome, with sharp eyebrows and sparkling eyes, very photogenic. Unlike some of the overly sweet young actors these days, he doesn't smile much, giving off a somewhat melancholy vibe. Plus, due to his striking good looks, there's an air of defiance around him. He looks exactly like those idol drama antagonists who all women adore except for the female lead. Humph. I retracted my gaze and commented, not as handsome as my brother. Lu Yu gave me a skeptical glance and suggested, Brother Feng, when will you let us meet your mysterious brother? I just want you to take me along so I can get a taste of what true good looks are like. I waved my hand generously, there'll be an opportunity, everyone will have a chance. Just then, the door was pushed open from the outside, and a slim figure clad in a black wool overcoat entered. I looked up and our eyes met exactly. He suddenly paused at the doorway, the thick lenses on his glasses reflecting light, making it hard to discern his expression behind them. Lu Feng. The person had pale skin, with bangs slightly covering his eyes, and a scarf around his neck. If it weren't for the sound of his male voice, I would have thought this was a girl. I narrowed my eyes, my memory a blank slate, unable to recognize him. Who are you? That person took 2 more steps forward, allowing me to fully see his features. Despite the thick glasses, his eyes were exceptionally clear, with long lashes, and his appearance could be called refined. Seeing that face, I quickly matched him with someone in my memories. The name stuck in my throat for a while before I finally managed to rasp out hoarsely, Mo Chiu. Back in junior high, even though I was mischievous and liked causing trouble, because of my good grades and good looks, everyone from teachers to classmates adored me. I was the child king in my grade, with a single shout, I could gather a large crowd of followers. I was always shining, always showered with countless praises, treating everyone as a friend. And where there are popular people, there are naturally unpopular ones, a seemingly unfounded law. If I was the one admired by everyone in school, then Mo Chiu was the one everyone tried to avoid. Chapter 13, Bad Company. Although Mo Chiu had a rather uncommon surname, he was neither academically outstanding nor physically appealing during his school days. His personality was dull and reclusive, gloomy and taciturn. He wore thick glasses with lenses like the bottoms of wine bottles every day, walking alone in school without associating with anyone. In the adult world, sometimes people have to make all sorts of pretense and sacrifices just to fit in. Teenagers may not be tangled in so many interests, but they follow an even stricter set of rules. Mo Chiu's peculiar and antisocial behavior soon made him the black sheep among the white sheep, becoming everyone's target for exclusion. At first, there were only private complaints about his character and mockery of his words and deeds, but gradually, it escalated. More and more people joined in openly humiliating and bullying him. Wherever he went, others would avoid him, whatever he touched would eventually end up in the incinerator. He was like a walking source of nuclear pollution, unwelcome wherever he went. Even the head teacher resented him because his grades kept dropping. It wasn't until Mo Chiu was pushed down the stairs due to escalating bullying and injured one of his legs that the school leadership finally paid attention. They called the head teacher to discuss a solution. Their solution after an afternoon of discussion was simple and crude. Before Mo Chiu's leg healed completely, I, Lu Feng, would be assigned to provide one-on-one support work for him. Not only would I be his legs, but I would also tutor him and lift his spirits so that we could both improve together. Admittedly, whoever came up with this idea was truly a genius. I was forced into the job, becoming Mo Chiu's protector, and even switching seats to sit next to him. Though everyone still didn't like him, possibly out of respect for my presence, there were no further incidents leading to bloodshed. After completing the tutoring work, due to my excellent performance, Mo Chiu's academic results improved significantly. The head teacher, thrilled by this progress, appointed me to continue as his personal tutor until the end of the semester. Semester after semester passed, and thus, for 2 whole years, I ended up being his nanny, bodyguard, and tutor, earning only the head teacher's comment at graduation, enthusiastic about helping classmates and good at relieving teachers' burdens. After high school, I never saw Mo Chiu again. In our private lives, we barely communicated, he was quiet, and I instinctively felt that we weren't the same kind of person, deliberately keeping distance from the start. After graduation, we parted ways, not even exchanging contact information. This sudden reunion today truly caught me off guard. How coincidental, Mo Chiu's eyes were full of surprise and a bit of nostalgia. We haven't seen each other for so many years, right? I thought I'd never see you again. Apart from his thicker wine bottle bottom glasses now becoming thinner and his height increasing, his personality hasn't changed much. I couldn't help but laugh. Your words sound like I died after graduation. Mo Chiu froze, quickly waving his hands in panic. No, I misspoke. I should say it was unexpected to meet you again. There's not much difference. I stopped teasing him and asked, why are you here? Realizing something, he took out his phone to show me. Oh, right. I'm here to pick up a photo album. Shocked, Shen Xiaoshi asked, "Did you buy Luo Xingyan's photo album?" His scrutinizing gaze was too conspicuous, making Mo Chio blush. Speaking stammered, "No, it's not what you think. I am a professional illustrator. Since he has a good body proportion, I wanted to use his photo book as reference material. This is as clear as saying, 300 taels of silver aren't here, since no one even asked yet he hastily spilled everything." With a seemingly enlightened, "Oh," Shen Xiaoshi returned to playing games on her phone while sitting on the sofa. I sent Lu Yu to fetch the photo album while I prepared the invoice and handed it over to Mo Chio, asking him to sign it. "Thank you." After signing, Mo Chio handed the invoice back to me. I thanked him too. "Thank you. Without customers like him, our business wouldn't survive either." Luo Xingyan's photo album was carefully placed in a beautiful hardcover box, adorned with the same single-person photograph on its cover. The surroundings were dark, and Luo Xingyan sat on a deep blue leather chair, faint light illuminating his face, making his features resemble an oil painting with classical charm. Leaning slightly forward, he gazed directly into the camera lens, exuding elegance with a touch of arrogance. Mo Chio accepted it cautiously, his eyes glued to Luo Xingyan's face in the photo. Only when I reminded him to inspect the goods did he suddenly snap back to reality, his cheeks flushed as he flipped through the photo album. After confirming there were no issues, I had Lu Yu fetch a large bag for him. Once packed, he stood there holding it, hesitant to leave immediately. Seeing him struggling to speak, I initiated, "What's wrong? Just say whatever you want. Lu Feng, we, old classmates have met after so many years. Can I leave with your phone number?" He twisted the handles of the paper bag in his hands, looking awkward and uneasy. "If there's a chance when you're free, we can go out for dinner." By the end of the sentence, his voice grew quieter and quieter, like a mosquito buzzing. "I don't know what you're talking about. Don't you already have our shop's WeChat account? When it's time, I'll have Xiaoshi send you my phone number." My phone was right on the table, and I was sure Mo Chio had his with him as well, he'd used it to pay the final bill just moments ago. Still, I acted exactly like Xingmin Yu would, erecting a wall of politeness between us. As a former labor reform convict who served 10 years, I wasn't particularly eager to enjoy drinks and reminiscing with an old classmate, reminiscing about the past. Wait, what if he asks me where I attended university? If I say, "in here," it would scare him, and I'd be troubled too. No one willingly seeks their dignity wounded. "No need, let me scan you." But Mo Chio, straightforward as ever, seemed not to understand the subtleties adults usually grasp. After hearing my words, he cheerfully pulled out his phone. I didn't expect this and froze in place for a few seconds before finally picking up my phone from the desk. "Ah, okay." Mo Chio left contentedly. For a long while, I stared at the newly added contact name in my phone book, hesitating whether to block him. My finger hovered above the screen but moved away. Fine, considering he's a customer, I'll keep it for now. Ever since I got injured saving one of Xingmin Yu's employees, his attitude towards me has seemed to change. In the past, whenever I dared to get close to him, he would react like an angered wolf, growling warnings and making moves as though he were about to attack. But now, even as I often lingered around him, he completely ignored me. He appeared to adopt a laissez-faire policy, letting me figure things out on my own, and neither cared nor paid attention to me. Though he no longer openly displayed his hostility towards me, it also meant that I lost some enjoyment in provoking him since he treated me more like a phantom, neither looking at, listening to, nor touching me. Really, I'm very sorry. This is partly my fault. I didn't think it would upset him to such an extent. After locking himself inside all afternoon, the door to Xingmin Yu's office finally opened, revealing an elegantly dressed lady. She wore a beret and a deep purple skirt suit, carrying a pair of leather gloves. I looked up from the newspaper, and Xingmin Yu glanced my way briefly before returning his gaze casually. "I don't want the painting anymore, let's just call it quits." The lady's face was full of sorrow, and her every step made her sigh deeply. "I understand. Please walk safely." Xingmin Yu personally saw her off until she was out of sight, then turned back. Still holding my newspaper, my eyes followed his movements. He may not have looked my way, yet somehow it felt like he had already seen through everything. Without looking directly at me, he extended a single finger toward me, indicating that I should follow. Seeing him head into the office, I hurriedly set the newspaper aside, stood up from the waiting chair, and quickly trailed behind. Xingmin Yu's office was minimalist and extremely bright, devoid of any unnecessary clutter. His furniture was transparent in design. There was no pen or paper on his desk, only a silver laptop lying face down and a conspicuously red envelope sitting alone. Walking around to the other side of the desk, Xingmin Yu picked up the envelope and handed it to me. "Take it. It's for medical expenses." I felt a little surprised. "You gave this to me?" I felt its thickness, it was no less than 10,000 yuan. "The Mrs. Sun you mentioned earlier gave it to you, the man who hurt you was her ex-husband." Xingmin Yu sat down on his seemingly uncomfortable transparent chair, turning on his laptop. "She feels guilty and offered to bear the medical costs voluntarily. Bad choice of men." I lightly tapped the red envelope against my palm. "Hope next time she picks better. You can leave now." Xingmin Yu issued a cold dismissal without lifting his head. I looked at the top of his hair and his slightly bowed face and couldn't help but sigh again internally, bad choice of people. I stepped closer to his desk, leaned sideways onto it, and waved the red envelope in front of his face and the computer screen to catch his attention. My mom isn't doing well, I said seriously, my face expressionless. The doctors say she might not make it past the new year. His typing halted, and slowly he raised his head to look at me without speaking. I licked my lips, feeling uncertain. If, hypothetically speaking, when that day comes, can I call you? I don't need his company, nor do I expect him to come help me settle posthumous affairs. I just want, in a day bound to be filled with gloom, to hear a voice that makes me feel happy first thing. Shingmin Yu leaned back in his chair and sneered, I thought you'd do anything without needing my approval. Indeed, even if you disagreed, I would still make the call. I smiled back, but I wanted to make sure you'll pick up. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but at that moment, the laptop on the desk buzzed, indicating someone was initiating a video call with him. Get out, he commanded me while glancing at the computer. TSK, really bad timing. Although irritated, I still tried to needle him before leaving. As I walked out, I kissed the red envelope and blew him a kiss, then I'll take that as a yes. Shingmin Yu put on his Bluetooth earpiece. Hearing my words, it seemed like he glanced at me, but whether because of the person on the other side of the video call or for some other reason, he didn't say anything more. Chapter 14, Dead Ends No Matter Which Way. With only 2 days left until New Year's Eve, my mother fell into a coma. The doctor said she might never wake up again. Not knowing exactly when the final moment would come, I could only stay in the hospital all day, occasionally stepping out of the building to get some fresh air, but otherwise staying by my mother's side non-stop. In just a few days, I had somehow learned how to smoke. Good habits require daily persistence, while bad ones become second nature in no time at all, enough for me to doubt if I wasn't a natural prodigy. After I started, I realized that cigarette smoke wasn't entirely bitter. The white fumes flowed through my lungs and out my nose and mouth, leaving a wine-like dizziness that relaxed my whole body, making me feel blissfully numb, completely addicted. Only during these few moments of smoking could I fully clear my mind, stop thinking about the past or future, and tune out the cycles of birth, aging, sickness, and death. Look at me, I'm going so far. I can go even farther, look at mine. I stood under a willow tree in the garden exhaling smoke rings as 2 7- or 8-year-old boys played with water guns by the pond, competing to see whose shot traveled farther. Many patients strolled around nearby, but it seemed none of them were the boys' parents. Hadn't their schoolwork piled up? Or what was with them being this idle in the middle of winter? Holding the cigarette between my lips, I exhaled a cloud of smoke and stared at the pond where the lotus leaves looked desolate, suddenly remembering how rambunctious I once was. It happened during my first year of primary school. Our class went on a spring outing, and all students boarded a bus to an amusement park. After we arrived, everyone scattered freely to explore. Once our group broke up, a few classmates and I roamed together, trying out various rides. Unsatisfied, we decided to try boating despite the teacher warning us not to go near the lake before dismissing us. But the thrill of breaking the rules outweighed her cautionary words, and we headed toward the pier anyway. In reality, it turned out to be underwhelming. We 4 crammed into a small swan-shaped paddle boat, clumsily maneuvering through the green pool water, sometimes spinning in place. Feeling bored, I let go of my paddle and glanced toward the shore, catching sight of a familiar figure passing by. Big brother! I shouted, standing up instinctively without realizing the danger. From afar, Shingmin Yu and several older students turned to look at me simultaneously. At that time, we attended the same elementary school. I was in grade 1 while he was in grade 5. We didn't share classes and barely interacted beyond walking home together after school. Shingmin Yu stared at me, unmoving, offering no response. His expression grew indifferent within seconds. He always acted this way, observing me coldly as I eagerly waved and called his name. He remained distant, aloof, even guarded. The little boat swayed dangerously, and the other 3 boys cried out, begging me to sit back down. I want us to paddle over there, I said urgently, steering the boat toward the shore. My brother is waiting, I need to find him. Worried Shingmin Yu would lose patience and leave, I kept waving and shouting, telling him to wait for me, promising I'd be right over. We paddled frantically through clusters of newly emerged lotus leaves, almost reaching the bank. Surprisingly, Shingmin Yu hadn't moved yet, though he made no gesture indicating he would help me either. Discarding my paddle, I stood up, extending my hand toward him. Brother, help me join you, I pleaded earnestly. Shingmin Yu simply stared at my outstretched hand, remaining silent for what felt like an eternity. Fearing he wouldn't take action, I leaned further toward the edge of the boat. Suddenly, the boat tilted sharply, and I lost my balance, tumbling forward into the icy waters of the early spring lake. I flailed desperately, grasping at the green lotus leaves surrounding me as if they were my lifeline. Cries of panic erupted from around the lake. Water gushed into my nose and mouth as I struggled, my vision blurring. Meanwhile, Shingmin Yu stood on the bank, calmly watching me, dispassionate as though it wasn't his own brother drowning, but merely an annoying frog splashing about. He knew I would be fine and showed no concern. Quickly, some bystanders jumped in to save me. Though the lake wasn't very deep, around 2 meters, the bottom held large ceramic pots used for cultivating lotus flowers. To my tiny frame, only 1.2 meters tall, it felt catastrophic. Once pulled ashore, I collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably, too weak to stand. All around me buzzed concerned voices, adults reprimanding me for my recklessness, while children chattered nervously about whether I was okay. Bewildered, I searched the crowd for Xing Minu. Suddenly, warmth enveloped my back as a jacket with residual body heat landed on my shoulders. Recognizing the fabric instantly, I turned abruptly to find Xing Minu looking at me directly, his eyes finally meeting mine. In an instant, my tightly coiled emotions suddenly spiraled out of control. Unable to hold back any longer, I threw myself into his arms, hugging his waist and bursting into uncontrollable sobs. "Brother, you scared me to death." I kept calling out to him, pouring out my panic. His body remained stiff for a long moment, until my tears had completely soaked through his thin t-shirt. Only then did he slowly extend a hand and place it on my back. "It's all right." I once suspected that perhaps my first sight after birth was Xing Minu, giving me some innate chick-like attachment, which explained why I followed him around chirping non-stop. Otherwise, it was hard to understand the deep attachment and reluctance I felt toward him from childhood. As my memories faded, the two kids were still aiming their water guns at the middle of the pond. After finishing my cigarette, I decided to head back. But just as I turned and took only a few steps, a sudden splash echoed behind me, followed by the shrill screams of a child. How right they were, schoolwork piling up might have saved them from all this boredom. I closed my eyes for a second, then quickly turned and ran towards the poolside. The two boys who had been standing there were now down to one. A number of people rushed over upon hearing the commotion, some having witnessed the entire incident from afar. One of the kids fell in, lost their footing and slipped. "Hurry! Save him!" The child underwater looked like he was about to sink to the bottom, either from freezing or sheer fright. Meanwhile, the other boy knelt helplessly by the edge of the pond, crying hysterically. Without hesitation, I dropped my phone onto the grass and jumped straight into the icy water. The bone-chilling pond water seeped through my clothes layer by layer, wrapping around my limbs, encasing my entire body, causing my teeth to chatter uncontrollably. I grabbed the collar of the drowning child's shirt and began pulling him toward the shore. He struggled violently the entire way, thrashing like a feral cat. Fortunately, where he fell wasn't too far from the bank, only about a meter away, otherwise, given how fiercely he fought, it would have been much harder to save him. People on the shore reached out and helped pull the child to safety before turning to help me up. Hospital staff arrived promptly and covered both me and the troublemaker with 2 white blankets. Not long after, a harried-looking man and woman hurried over, still wearing their hospital janitor uniforms. "You caused so much trouble, trying to scare us to death. We told you not to play with water, but look what happened." Bystanders animatedly recounted the harrowing scene, pointing at me and saying if it hadn't been for this kind person, they didn't know what might have happened to their son. The couple alternated between fear and guilt, bowing repeatedly to express their gratitude. I waved my hand dismissively, "No problem, it's no big deal." Wrapped in the blanket, I was shivering from the cold. I've always enjoyed helping others since I was young. Seeing that my face had turned blue from the cold, the hospital staff urged me to go inside and warm up with a hot shower. They'd find a clean patient gown for me to change into, so I wouldn't catch a cold. Halfway there, a figure rushed out from the hospital building entrance. Upon closer inspection, it was the caregiver who had been looking after my mother. My heart jolted nervously, a premonition settling heavily in my chest. Sure enough, the caregiver, gasping for breath, ran up to me and called out, "Mr. Liu, Teacher Lin has woken up, please, hurry back." She supported her knees, speaking brokenly, "She's conscious and can speak, she keeps calling your name." I froze for a moment, finally realizing the deeper meaning of her words. Before the soul departs the body, it often bursts forth with a final bit of energy, a fleeting glow of life's remaining light. Many call this phenomenon something else, a last gleam. With unsteady steps, I moved forward a few paces before breaking into a sprint. The cutting wind whipped past my ears, the sides of my cheeks stinging as though slashed by knives. Using every ounce of speed I had, I raced toward the ward. Finding the blanket cumbersome, I rolled it up and discarded it along the way. My lungs burned as though about to burst, and my throat was filled with a thick taste of blood. By the time I managed to reach the ward door, I stopped suddenly, hesitating to barge in. I was simply too disheveled in my current state. I took a moment to steady my breathing, attempting to roll up my drenched sleeves. It was then that I saw the bandages on my arm and remembered my wound hadn't healed yet, the stitches couldn't be removed for another few days. I clicked my tongue in frustration and let the sleeve drop, smoothing out my hair before carefully entering. The caregiver had elevated the pillow, and my mother half opened her eyes gazing out the window. Hearing the noise, she turned to look at me. "You're back." She didn't seem to notice anything unusual about me, extending her hand to me. "Come here, let Mom see you." Droplets of water streamed from my body, creating a trail from the doorway to her bedside. The warmth from the radiator in the room gradually returned some heat to my chilled body, yet I still felt cold. "Mom, how are you feeling?" I held her hand, realizing hers was no warmer than mine, deepening my sorrow. "I'm fine, haven't felt this energetic in quite a while." "Why are your hands so cold?" She enveloped my palm with both of her hands, rubbing it up and down to try to warm me. When I was a child, these hands had held me, carried me, fed me, dressed me, and did everything a mother should do. Now they were dry, thin, and withered, like branches that could break at any moment, incapable of even fully covering one of my hands. I just took a walk outside. In such cold weather, what's so good about staying out there? She lightly slapped the back of my hand in mock anger, and then her lips curled up in a bitter smile. Ah, phone, your mom might have to break my promise. Fortunately, it's only 2 days earlier, we didn't bump into New Year's Eve, or else you wouldn't be able to celebrate properly every year afterward. Mom. My throat felt dry, and the strong metallic taste from the blood earlier while running still lingered. Unable to see you get married and settle down is Mom's only regret. Lou phone, you promise me, you must get married. She seemed afraid I hadn't heard, repeating it again, you must get married. My Adam's apple moved, and I forced a dry laugh. If I find the right person, I will. Saying this, I knew deep down that I probably never would. Hearing my vague reply, my mom unexpectedly became more intense. No. You promise me, you swear, you absolutely will get married. She gripped my hands tightly, with a strength far greater than expected for someone on the verge of death. Lou phone, this is Mom's last wish. Mom. I couldn't understand why she suddenly became so stubborn about my marriage, treating it as her sole dying wish. It was as if she already knew I wouldn't marry. But how could she know? This thought sent chills through my body, freezing every drop of blood within me. What followed next confirmed my worst suspicions tragically. You promise me, you must get married. Her eyes opened so wide they appeared almost terrifying, and, never see Xing Menu again. The 3 words hit me like a thunderstorm. She indeed knew. The forbidden love I harbored for my adopted brother, something too taboo to speak aloud, had been discovered by her all along. In an instant, I felt as though I were standing in a bottomless pool of mud, where each breath caused the lethal black sludge to rise further over my body. It climbed past my chest, my neck, covered my mouth and nose, bringing a slow and painful death. I wanted to scream, to escape, but the mud held my limbs tight, leaving me trapped in despair, helplessly watching as my body was swallowed and dissolved inch by inch. Trying to open my mouth, all I managed was a hoarse, unintelligible sound. It felt like there was a red-hot iron block lodged in my throat, burning away my vocal cords, preventing me from speaking freely ever again. It was as if I were walking a narrow wooden bridge, surrounded by abysses on either side, and collapsing both ahead and behind me. Wherever I go, death awaits. Chapter 15, I know everything. I dialed Xing Menu's number over and over again, repeating the same action until my phone's dwindling battery finally drained to 0 and it wouldn't turn on anymore. The call was never picked up from the other side. Squatting in the hospital corridor, I painfully yanked at my hair, burying my face into my arms. He didn't answer my calls, even at such a time like this, he still refused to pick up. All I wanted was to hear his voice, just for a bit of comfort so I could keep going, no matter how hopeless or painful it felt. But he wouldn't even grant me this small request. Cheater. I closed my eyes, blinking back the bitter heat welling up inside them. I remained frozen in that position for what felt like an eternity, until a gentle female voice reached me. I looked up and saw a young nurse watching me with concern. Mr. Liu, are you alright? I wiped my face and stood up from the floor. I'm fine. Is the car here yet? The nurse nodded. The funeral home's vehicle is already here, it's parked in the underground garage. You can go down now. As she spoke, a healthcare aide pushed a stretcher bed out of the ward. It was slightly raised and covered tightly by a white sheet. When it passed by me, perhaps due to some jolts, a pale, emaciated hand suddenly fell from atop. Wait. The aide immediately stopped, and I stepped forward, carefully gripping the cold, lifeless hand and placing it back under the white sheet. The image of that hand holding mine not long ago was still vivid in my mind, the sensation still fresh, but now, its owner would no longer smile and call me a phone, nor nag me to wear more layers when it's cold or drink water when it's hot. When a person dies, it's like extinguishing a lamp or melting snow. When the wick burns out and the snow melts, there is no trace left in this world. You won't meticulously remember a lamp, nor deliberately recall a single flake of snow. However, humans are different. Once they're gone, they leave behind countless memories, unforgettable deep affection, endless regret, and unspoken disappointment. A black long-boxed vehicle came to pick up my mother, and I followed along in the passenger seat to the funeral home. While processing the paperwork, the staff asked if I wanted to hold a farewell ceremony. My mother had instructed beforehand that to avoid people mocking her and feeling sorry for her, no farewell ceremony should be held because she knew very well that not many people would genuinely mourn for her. No ceremony. Upon hearing my reply, the staff heavily stamped a bright red seal on the document and handed it to me, instructing me to wait at the urn collection area. The sky was dark and chilly that day, and the urn collection area didn't have any heating. The cold tiles chilled through, and the plastic chairs felt as if coated with frost, making it impossible to sit comfortably. After waiting for half an hour, my mother's name finally appeared on the large screen. The ashes were placed in a plain white urn, which still retained a bit of warmth when delivered into my hands. I cradled the urn, thanked the staff, and then turned to leave. It was difficult to flag down a taxi outside the funeral home. Several vehicles sped away as soon as they saw the urn in my hands, fast enough that I couldn't even register their license plate numbers before they disappeared. I returned to the funeral home once more, borrowed a landline from the staff, and called Weisher, asking if he could come pick me up. Without hesitation, Weisher told me to wait, saying he'd be there right away. Standing by the roadside, I clutched the urn in one hand and lit a cigarette with the other. By the time cigarette butts littered the ground and my hair blew wildly from the clamorous cold wind that caused headaches, Weisher's car finally approached slowly from the other end of the road. As soon as I got into the car, warm air surrounded me, and I let out a long breath, momentarily feeling reborn. "A phone, are you okay?" Weisher glanced at me briefly. "You look really pale." I set the urn on my lap, my fingertips caressing its icy surface. "I'm fine." The last trace of warmth on the urn had faded. Xing Manu once said black is the finale of life. No, black isn't its ending, it's cold. Too cold. I adjusted the backrest lower and closed my eyes. "Call me when we reach the cemetery." By the time Weisher arrived at the cemetery, night had already fallen. He offered to accompany me in, but I declined. "There's no need for company. I'm an adult, I can handle this task." Weisher hesitated near the door, showing little relief. "A phone." "Really, there's no need," I interrupted him before he could finish. Seeing he truly couldn't sway me, he eventually conceded. "Take care of yourself then." With ladders and tools brought by the cemetery staff, the niche where my father was interred was opened, and my mother's urn was placed inside. From now on, my parents will finally reunite and continue reproaching me, their unfilial son. After paying 3 respects toward the niche, I didn't linger further, thanking the workers before heading alone toward the parking lot. Weisher was surprised when he saw me return so quickly. "Is everything done?" "It's done." Weisher started the car and said in a deliberately cheerful tone, "Let's go, third brother. I'll treat you to dinner." Since just a while ago, I had been feeling cold all over my body, with a heavy headache as if I was running a fever. After jumping into the pool this afternoon, I didn't have time to shower or change clothes before my mother woke up. After that, it was non-stop until now without any rest. The cold wind whipped through my clothes, while my body heat tried to warm them, though they were nearly dry, my shoes were still wet, making my feet feel like they were soaking in icy snow water, impossible to warm up. "No need, third brother. Just take me to the mall near our shop." "Mall?" Weisher asked in surprise. "Do you need to buy anything? Should I come with you? I'm looking for someone." I paused for a moment, adding, "I'm finding my brother." I leaned against the car door, streaks of light from passing headlights leaving glowing trails in front of my eyes. Xing Manu is like these lights, so close, yet impossible for me to catch hold of. And I to him? Just a fleeting passerby. "Yeah, since Mom passed away, you should let him know." Weisher didn't say more and soon drove me to the entrance of the mall. By this time, it was already pitch black outside. The streets were brightly lit, neon flashing everywhere, illuminating the city as if it were daylight. After waving goodbye to Weisher, I stuffed my hands into my pockets and walked toward Xing Manu's law firm. Even though it was already 7 o'clock at night, many people were just finishing work. I took the elevator upward, floor by floor, and each stop saw clusters of people waiting to squeeze inside. The scene was quite impressive. Finally reaching the floor where Jinshang Law Firm was located, I fought my way out of the crowd with great effort, almost losing my shoes in the process. This exertion made me feel even dizzier. The lights in the law firm were still on. As I arrived at the entrance, I saw the receptionist carrying her bag as she exited. "Mr. Liu." She seemed very surprised upon seeing me. "Why are you here suddenly?" "My brother." I glanced inside, there were still many lights on, meaning some people hadn't left yet. She answered, "We've taken on a big case recently, and Xing attorney has been highly focused. He spent all day today in a video meeting with the opposing side. He just went out to smoke in the corridor." She pointed in a direction. I nodded in acknowledgement and turned toward the fire exit. When I pushed open the heavy fireproof door, I was hit by a strong smell of cigarette smoke. Xing Manu leaned against the wall, smoking while fiddling with his phone. The pale white light shone on his face, highlighting his sharp features and the somber expression in his eyes. Hearing the sound, he looked up, momentarily stunned, stopping all movement in his hand. "Got another one? Give me one." I walked closer to him and asked for a cigarette. Xing Manu hesitated briefly before handing me the entire pack from the inner pocket of his suit, along with a lighter. I sat down on the nearby step, lighting the cigarette effortlessly, then tilted my head back and exhaled a puff of smoke toward Xing Manu. "Mom is dead." In the swirling haze, I couldn't decipher his expression but heard him say in an emotionless voice, "Condolences. Why didn't you answer my calls?" He glanced down at his phone screen and shoved it into his pocket. "I never promised I'd always answer your calls." "Fuck." I intended to curse louder, thinking bitterly that his mom was also my mom, so I swallowed the last harsh word. "Xing Manu, do you really hate me so much that you won't even bother to pick up when I beg you?" Xing Manu remained silent, as if struck speechless all at once. Was he too lazy to deal with my tantrums, or was he considerate because I had just lost my mother and didn't want to argue with me? "Mom found out about my feelings for you." I hung my head, staring at the warm yellow tiles beneath my feet, laughing bitterly. Her last wish before dying was for me not to see you. She held my hand and begged me to get married, to never see you again. She wanted me to promise her, she pleaded with me to give her my word. I grabbed my hair in frustration. I couldn't speak, I couldn't make a choice. Why can't I make a decision? My mother was holding my hand, wanting only for me to agree so she could pass away peacefully. But I stood there like a fool, unable to make any promise. Lu Feng. Her grip slowly loosened, the weak gleam in her eyes faded. She sighed deeply, accompanied by a prolonged moan, as if trying to expel the last bit of life from her chest. With that sigh, her fingers gradually relaxed their hold on mine. Just as her fingertips slipped and could no longer cling to me, I suddenly came to my senses, turning around to tightly grasp her drooping hand. Mom. I called out in panic, but she only opened her eyes halfway, refusing to respond. Trembling, I checked her breath, discovering that it had already ceased. Unable to fulfill her final wish, she passed away with her eyes still open, unpeaceful. I grasped her hand tightly, pressing my forehead against it as the strength in my body slowly drained away. My knees buckled, and I slowly knelt down to the ground. I'm sorry. I knew I hadn't done enough, I always fall short. I should have been a better son, but I failed, and I don't deserve to be her son. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What unlucky parents, to have me as their child. They'd have been better off abandoning me at birth or raising my placenta instead. I might not have turned out completely useless. I remained kneeling by the bedside, holding my mother's hand and endlessly apologizing, until the nursing aide noticed something was wrong and called the doctor to pull me up from the floor. Agony, regret, confusion, and a sense of being lost all washed over me. There was no one left in this world who loved me. And the one person still alive whom I loved, didn't love me back. Even though there were nurses and doctors around, I'd never felt more alone than I did at that moment. I wanted desperately to call Xingmenu just to confirm he still existed, but he didn't pick up my call, nor did he reply to my messages. Not even a single period. He knows how easily satisfied I am with the smallest crumb of affection, yet he wouldn't give me even the shadow of kindness. I know he has his work, his life, his priorities, and I mean nothing to him. Even a dog would rank higher than me in his eyes. I understand that, of course I do. There's no one left in this world who loves me. And the only person who remains, the sole person I love, doesn't return my feelings. He sees me as nothing but a blade of grass and avoids me like a flea. If I were to die today, not a single tear would fall from his eyes. I know this. All of it. Chapter 16, Thank them for staying. The cigarette had burned to its end, and with a light flick, the long ash collapsed, staining the back of my hand and causing sharp pain. You should have listened to her. A shadow loomed above me. I looked up and saw Xingmenu standing in front of me. He blocked the only source of light, his face immersed in shadow, and the glint in his eyes beneath his eyelids was cold and deep. I laughed out loud. Yes, I should have listened to her. Without warning, I sprang up and lunged at him like a wild animal baring its claws, swinging my fists at him forcefully. The punch hit his cheek accurately, tilting his face to one side. Panting roughly, I threw another punch, but this time he intercepted it, landing a clean punch to my abdomen. For an instant, it felt as though all my internal organs were being shredded. Despite the intense pain, I didn't give up attacking. We wrestled with each other, pulling at each other's clothes, rolling on the dirty ground, completely disregarding any sense of decorum. My rising body temperature made my head feel drowsy, and the strength I had gathered quickly dissipated. Xingmenu found his opportunity and pinned me to the ground. He grabbed my shoulders and pressed his whole weight onto me. Are you done going crazy? His always neatly pressed suit was now disheveled, blood smeared his lips, and his bangs fell down covering his eyelashes. He looked both ragged and angry. I warned you before not to come near me. It's your fault for degrading yourself. Lu Feng, the world doesn't revolve around you. Wanting something just because you like it is a childish fantasy. How old are you still daydreaming? In his eyes, I was simply acting crazy and demeaning myself. Lying on the cold ground, I suddenly felt so tired, physically tired, but more mentally exhausted. Over the years, I thought I could hold out longer, but the avalanche came so unexpectedly that I couldn't bear it anymore. Xingmenu, I just have one question. I spoke calmly, gazing into his eyes, missing no emotion in them. 10 years ago, was it deliberate, for you to arrange it so I went to Qiyang? This question I've avoided thinking about or asking for a long time. But today, I urgently need to know the answer. Maybe subconsciously I already knew. Once I learn the answer, I can finally let go completely. Upon hearing my words, Xingmenu initially seemed as if he hadn't reacted, slightly frowning. Seeing him silent, I gritted my teeth and asked again, was it intentional on your part? He stared at me for a long time, straightened up, and loosened his grip on my shoulders. Intentional? Was it intentional? He repeated my words slowly, then suddenly bent down and tightly choked my neck, his handsome face terrifyingly dark. Yes, it was intentional. His hand squeezed my throat, compressing the trachea, cutting off the air supply. I scratched at the iron-like hand that held me, yet couldn't loosen it at all. He choked me, pressing his lips against my ear, speaking softly. Everything was intentional. You were supposed to die anyway, but alas, Chi-Yang wasn't competent enough. In the end, you spent 10 years in jail. My entire body shook uncontrollably, due to lack of oxygen, and also because of his words. Maybe dying this way would be better. A negative thought suddenly crossed my mind. I gradually stopped struggling, letting darkness take over my consciousness bit by bit. How about it, want to die? Ching Minu's tone carried a mocking laugh as the force choking me weakened. If you're going to die, do it somewhere else. Don't dirty my place. Air rushed into my lungs immediately, and I coughed harshly, instinctively gasping for breath, even tears forming in the corners of my eyes. Ching Minu acted as if nothing had happened. He stood up, adjusted his askew collar, patted the dust off his clothes, tidied up his fallen bangs, and tried to look as neat as possible. I clutched my throat trying to get up but lacked the strength and could only lie on the ground hacking and wheezing. Against the sound of my coughing, steady footsteps echoed toward the safety door. Lu Feng, not only are you despicable, but also pathetic. The safety door opened and closed again. My breathing gradually steadied, silence enveloping the surroundings. I stared at the brick seams in front of me, slowly lowering my head and pressing my burning forehead against them. Lu Feng, you're thoroughly despicable. My voice was hoarse. I lay there pounding the ground in frustration, venting through self-abuse to calm myself, striving not to lose control of my sanity. I don't know how long it lasted, maybe 10 minutes, maybe half an hour. Wobbling unsteadily, I got up from the floor, finding the knuckles on my hand purple with bruises, trembling lightly even hanging at my sides. Instead of taking the elevator, I stumbled down the stairs through the emergency exit, hailing a taxi on the roadside to go home. As soon as I entered the house, without even changing my clothes, I fell onto the bed. Every inch of my body hurt, every inch of it was cold. If I were to die right here on this bed, right in this house, it wouldn't be such a bad end after all. My eyelids felt unbearably heavy, my thoughts unable to focus. I closed my eyes and let myself fall into the darkness. This sleep was extremely restless. One moment, I saw the tragic death of my dad, another, I dreamt about the cat on Ching Minu's bed. These two memories intertwined, coloring the world in my dreams with cruel blood-red hues. Dad's car accident happened on his way home from work. Mom had waited for him for a long time, already preparing to go out and look for him. When the hospital's phone call came, a tractor-trailer hadn't seen him and ran over him. When Mom panicked and led us to the hospital, the doctor bluntly told us Dad was almost gone, and we should see him for the last time. The resuscitation room was a scene of terror that I would never forget for the rest of my life. Dad lay on a stretcher bed, all kinds of tubes inserted into his body. A white bedsheet covered everything below his neck. Below his abdomen, it looked like a burst pipe. The blood seeped slowly through the sheet, spreading outward continuously, dripping onto the floor endlessly until soon a pool of red liquid accumulated under the stretcher. Witnessing such an atrocious sight, Mom finally couldn't hold back. She screamed his name and sobbed loudly, begging him not to abandon us, begging him to fight for us. Dad was more lucid than Mom. Knowing his situation well, he didn't waste any words, using his last bit of strength to leave his final wishes without wasting even a second. He first asked Mom to raise us well, to provide us with a college education, especially Ching Minu. She must make sure he went to high school and then university. Mom agreed, and only then did he turn to me, urging me to listen to her and stop being mischievous. It was the first time I faced death, still unsure what was happening. My heart was filled with both fear and distress. All I could do was follow Mom's lead and beg him not to die, not to leave us behind. Yet, this was not something he could control, no matter how much he wished otherwise. With lingering attachment, his gaze swept over my face and Mom's before eventually settling on Ching Minu. Ching Minu kept his head low, staring at the patch of fresh red beneath his feet. From start to finish, he stood there like a wooden statue, devoid of presence, neither panicking nor shedding tears. Seemingly sensing Dad's gaze, he looked up, softly calling out, "Dad." Wearing a white shirt from school, he stood beside Dad, one on the brink of death, the other in the prime of youth. It seemed like a dramatic irony staged by God, so real yet so cruel. "Don't be afraid." Dad's voice grew fainter, his complexion visibly graying. Still, he struggled to give Ching Minu a faint smile. "Dad believes in you, that you'll eventually become a very good person." To hear him clearly, Ching Minu stepped into the pool of blood and bent down close to his lips. I could see Dad's mouth moving, but I couldn't hear his voice anymore. A moment later, Ching Minu straightened up, looking dazedly at him before nodding faintly, "Okay." To this day, I still don't know what that "okay" meant. But after hearing his agreement, Dad closed his eyes with a smile. Not long after, the machine emitted a sharp wail, the fluctuating lines on the monitor flattening out. Mom let out a shrill cry, pushing Ching Minu aside and collapsing onto Dad. I stood there helplessly as doctors and nurses rushed in, shoving me outside the crowd. Crying voices rang in my ears, and all I could see were the colors white and red. I swallowed hard, scanning my surroundings, only then realizing Ching Minu was gone. Only a string of bloody footprints remained, leading toward the door. I followed the footprints and found him, sitting by the door against the wall. He buried his face in his arms, hands clasped around his elbows, fingernails digging crescent-shaped deep red marks into his arms. I squatted next to him, anxiously touching his body. "Brother?" His whole body trembled as he lifted his head from his arms, eyes bloodshot but tearless. Dad's dead. I buried my face in his shoulder and cried brokenly. We'll never have a dad again. He let me cry, responding after a while, I know. From Dad's passing to the funeral, Ching Minu didn't shed a single tear. I once overheard Mom complaining to her friends, saying that Ching Minu was ungrateful. Dad had been so kind to him, but Ching Minu showed no grief over Dad's tragic death. Initially, I didn't agree with her. I thought Ching Minu must have cried somewhere secretly and wasn't really so cold-blooded. Later, I understood that tears were simply something he didn't possess. Without them, how could he show them? But it seemed I wasn't fated to perish. After lying in bed for 2 days and nights, not eating or drinking, I somehow managed to break the fever. However, I kept breaking out in cold sweats, and my legs would go limp after walking just a few steps. I originally planned to order some takeout, but then realized the porridge shops had all closed early. It took me a while to remember, today was New Year's Eve. I took the last jar of rice from the rice barrel and cooked a pot of thin porridge, making do with a meal. After finishing it, I wanted to lie back in bed. Suddenly, there came a bang-bang knocking sound at the door, each knock urgent and heavy, as if they were here to collect debts. I dragged my wobbly steps to the door, looked out through the peephole, and saw Wei Shi and Shen Xiaoshi standing outside like two guardian gods of the door. Seeing that I was taking too long to answer, Wei Shi nodded his chin toward Shen Xiaoshi, signaling him to continue knocking on the door. I unlocked the door before these two could break it. Is there something? When Wei Shi and Shen Xiaoshi finally saw me open the door, their faces lit up. They squeezed into the house from either side of me. I called you but your phone was off, I thought something had happened to you. Wei Shi put the bag he was holding onto the table, glanced at the pot of almost clear white porridge, frowned, and said, You're eating just this? Come, Big Brother has bought some delicious food for you, shrimp dumplings, steamed buns, large wontons, come have some. Shen Xiaoshi also placed the plastic bag he was holding on the table, revealing various ingredients like vegetables and meatballs when scanned over. Phone go, we'll have hot pot tonight. He hummed a little tune while taking things out one by one from the bag. Actually, I wasn't hungry, but I still sat down and ate a shrimp dumpling. Today's New Year's Eve, aren't you going home? Wei Shi waved his big hand, my parents get annoyed when they see me, I can't be bothered to go back, so I'll spend this year with you. Shen Xiaoshi also said, yes, this year I'll spend it with you. I knew they didn't lack places to celebrate, but they were just worried about me and insisted on spending New Year's Eve together with me. In this light, my life wasn't such a failure after all. Swallowing the food in my mouth, I nodded and said, alright, then you prepare the hot pot, I'll take another nap. Wobbling, I went into the bedroom, and this time I slept without any chaotic nightmares. When I woke up, the room was filled with the aroma of food. The Spring Festival gala that hadn't aired in ages was playing on TV. Wei Shi and Shen Xiaoshi had moved the table to the living room, laid out the hot pot ingredients, and everything was ready. The doorbell rang, Shen Xiaoshi ran to open the door, Yi Dazhuang appeared at the door carrying 2 bags of beer. Being amidst this earthly atmosphere, those fleeting negative thoughts from before seemed like a joke. If I just die, wouldn't I just play right into Xing Minu's hands? It's already pathetic enough to be alive, so shouldn't death be anything but pathetic? No, absolutely not. Even if I lose all my teeth, even if my body decays and I can no longer walk, I will absolutely live longer than Xing Minu. During the meal, Wei Shi noticed the injury on my hand and asked what happened. I accidentally fell. I put that hand under the table. He looked at me for a moment, doubt still in his eyes, but he didn't ask more. Outside, someone set off a string of firecrackers, crackling noisily. The sounds of hot pot bubbling, firecrackers exploding, the television playing, and human voices mixed together, creating a cacophony. In this noise, I raised my drink cup and toasted the 3 people at the table. Wishing them a happy new year and thanking them for never leaving or abandoning me. Chapter 17, The Failure. After the Spring Festival, Wei Shi wanted me to take a few more days off, but I refused and went straight back to work on the 8th day of the first lunar month. I didn't go looking for Xing Minou anymore, and he certainly wouldn't come looking for me. It's not bad like this. As long as I can resist myself, no matter how charming and appealing Xing Minou is, if 10 years don't work, then 20, if 20 don't work, then 30, sooner or later, I will be able to cut my addiction. Life passed by in an orderly calm, work, life, eating with friends when idle, falling asleep as soon as I got home when tired, occasionally watching a movie, living out a plain and ordinary life. I thought that my future life would roughly be like this. Who could have expected that one deep night in March, this peaceful, plain, unremarkable life would be shattered in an unforeseen manner? In my sleep, I was abruptly awoken by my phone vibrating violently. In a daze, I picked up the phone from the bedside table and saw Mo Chio had sent me over a dozen messages at once, each long and dense. Rubbing my eyes, I scrolled down, unable to comprehend what he was doing at such a late hour. At one point, he said that he was very grateful for having me during junior high. Without me, he would never have become the dream illustrator he now is. Then again, he mentioned being happy to meet after a long time apart, and if possible, he really would like to have a good chat with me. He rambled a lot of nonsense in between. Finally, he added an unwelcome sentence, hoping I would attend his funeral and bid him farewell. What the hell? I immediately woke up fully, startled by this midnight scare. Mo Chio had found me during the spring festival. We met at a cafe and drank coffee together, awkwardly chatting for a while, maybe just about an hour. Seeing there wasn't much left to say, I claimed to have an appointment later in the afternoon and left early. At that time, during our conversation, Mo Chio showed absolutely no sign of world weariness. When I asked if he was married, he shyly shook his head, saying though unmarried, he already had a serious lover. I congratulated him courteously and formally invited him to bring his lover along next time we met. How did he respond at that moment? We haven't actually met yet. Mo Chio gripped his coffee cup, staring nervously at the table, avoiding eye contact with me. Haven't met yet? I momentarily hesitated but quickly understood, online dating. His cheeks turned even redder, embarrassedly uttering a soft, yes. Though some reliable online relationships do exist, Mo Chio's character really seemed like the kind who gets scammed both financially and emotionally until left penniless. Out of a sense of former classmate camaraderie, I lightly warned him, still, it's better to meet in person. Don't foolishly remain clueless about whether your partner is male or female. Mo Chio tensed slightly, quickly raising his gaze to look at me before lowering it again. I know, appearance, name, age, job, I know everything. Perhaps seeing my doubt about his online romance, he explained, the other party is far wealthier than me, they're definitely not a scammer. Why can't a rich person be a scammer? It could also be a deceitful relationship. But Mo Chio was so excited at the time that I estimated saying these things would fall on deaf ears and make me appear extremely tactless, so I held firmly onto the bucket filled with icy water and ultimately refrained from pouring it out. Afterward, we barely kept in touch. To think that the rare late-night contact was a farewell text message. I hurriedly returned his call, only to find his phone already powered off. Damn, what a ridiculous situation. I quickly called Shin Shaoshi. Fortunately, he was always a night owl and still awake at this time. Hey, brother phone, what's up? Do you have Mo Chio's address? Since Mo Chio added the pawnshop's WeChat ID, perhaps he had bought or sold something at the store before, and might have left a postal address. Mo Chio. There was a rustling sound on the other end. Give me a minute, let me check. After 2 minutes, Shin Shaoshi said he found it and read a string of addresses aloud to me. Send the address to my phone, I spoke as I got dressed, heading toward the door as fast as I could. What's going on, brother phone? Shin Shaoshi realized at this point to ask. My phone vibrated softly, and I glanced at the information he sent. Mo Chio seems like he wants to commit suicide, I'll go see first. Let's hope nothing happens. Damn, suicide. Shin Shaoshi was also shocked. Shouldn't we report this to the police? Only reminded by him, did I remember that reporting it to the police was also an option. The weather was still a bit cold at the beginning of spring. Hunched neck, I walked downstairs and dialed 110 while walking, saying, I'll hang up now, I need to report to the police first. They should act faster than me. I'm not even sure if I can hail a taxi. After hanging up with Shin Shaoshi, it was the first time in my life I dialed 110. The operator asked me in detail about what happened in Mo Chio's address, promising that police officers would arrive on the scene as soon as possible, accompanied by an ambulance. Luck was on my side. I had just reached the roadside when an empty cab appeared. As soon as I got in, I told the driver that I was rushing to save someone and asked him to drive as fast as possible. Upon hearing this, he slammed his foot on the gas pedal so hard that I nearly collided with the windshield. The gear shifts and drifts were like we were in a midnight F1 race. A trip that usually took half an hour, thanks to the driver's effort and fewer cars on the road at night, only lasted 15 minutes. The moment I got out of the car, I sprinted madly into the residential complex. I didn't have to search much. Under the dim streetlights, where police car lights were flashing, was exactly my destination. An old police car and ambulance were parked under the residential building. I was about to go upstairs when 2 paramedics came down the narrow staircase, carrying a stretcher in front and back, followed by 2 policemen. For a moment, my breathing almost stopped. I feared seeing a body covered with a white cloth lying on the stretcher. As they went downstairs, I could only step backward, retreating all the way to the gate. The stretcher passed before me, and there was Mo Chio, pale-faced, looking as though he barely had any life left but was not dead yet. That's good. I completely relaxed, leaning against the doorframe and exhaling a long breath. A young police officer approached me, asking if I knew Mo Chio. I'm his friend, I called the police. He put his hands on his waist and sighed just like me earlier. He locked himself up at home burning charcoal and also slashed his wrists, looked quite determined to die. Persuade him well. At his age, what problem couldn't be solved? I wanted to know too, what problem could possibly push him to such an extreme measure. When the police forcibly entered Mo Chio's home, the door got damaged and wouldn't close properly anymore. Since I needed to follow the ambulance to the hospital and couldn't be in 2 places at once, and in order to prevent him from suffering more financial losses after already being physically injured, I called Shin Shaoshi, asking if it would inconvenience him to check Mo Chio's house for me late at night and then find a locksmith to repair the door the next day. Sure, it makes no difference to me where I sleep anyway. Shin Shaoshi agreed without hesitation. At the hospital, another round of hustle began, paying fees, handling procedures, doing examinations, and by the time things settled down, dawn was approaching. It seemed that Mo Chio's parents divorced when he was very young and then drifted apart, never paying much attention to him. He grew up with his grandparents, and now both of them were gone, so the old apartment where he lived was occupied by him alone. This was the second time I entered an emergency room. Since my first experience here wasn't pleasant at all, I developed some aversion towards this place, starting to feel nausea and cold sweats after staying too long. Anyway, Mo Chio hadn't woken up yet. After informing the nurse, I stepped outside the hospital to smoke. While smoking, Shen Xiaoshi suddenly called me. "Feng Gu, I saw that your friend's computer was still on, so I decided to turn it off for him, but I accidentally glanced at it a bit more." Shen Xiaoshi hesitated. "And then I saw some things I shouldn't have. After thinking it over with my sharp little brain, I roughly understood what's wrong with your friend." Shen Xiaoshi recounted everything he discovered to me. At first, I paid little attention, but by the end, my heart was increasingly shocked, my brows tightly furrowed, unable even to continue smoking. My stomach churned violently, as if I'd eaten stale leftovers. "Are you sure?" Shen Xiaoshi said. "I feared I might be imagining things, so I checked nearly a year of his chat records and found undeleted video cache on his computer. Do you want to take a look?" "Fuck no. Don't let me see." I cursed him. "Turn off the computer and act like you've never seen anything." Just then, a nurse shouted at the entrance, "Is anyone related to Mo Chio here? He has woken up." I hastily hung up the phone and returned to the emergency room. Mo Chio's eyes were half open, still seemingly unclear-headed. Whether he originally didn't wear glasses or they were taken off during the rescue, his face showed no sign of glasses. His eyes looked misty with moisture, his lips slightly purplish-black. At first glance, he bore a kind of fragile beauty from illness. "Why did you lose hope? You seemed fine last time I saw you." I sat down beside his bed. Mo Chio turned his eyes toward me, silent, soundlessly shedding 2 streams of tears. I felt a headache coming on. "Don't do this. Lu Feng." Mo Chio's eyes filled with sorrow, hoarsely asking me, "Someone who keeps failing, will they ever succeed? For those who fail in family ties, friendships, and love, do they always fail in every aspect?" I stared at him, suppressing all emotions. "Bullshit." Mo Chio gazed at the ceiling. "Of course, people like you wouldn't understand people like us, these failures. People like me. What people are people like me?" I laughed. By now, I thought there was no point hiding anymore. 6 months ago, I had just come out of jail. If you must categorize me, I should belong to the group of ex-convicts. Mo Chio's whole body trembled. He turned his head, disbelief clearly written across his face. "You." During the summer vacation of my first year in high school, I killed a person and was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Since I had already started speaking, it seemed the rest wasn't as hard to say. "When it comes to failure, am I any less of a failure than you? Besides, you're not such a failure in friendship either. Aren't I here to save you?" Mo Chio stared at me blankly for a long while before managing dryly, "Thank you." Then he furrowed his face, crying even more fiercely, "Thank you for always protecting me." I'd actually wanted to stop his tears, but instead I'd only made them gush out even more. Quickly, I asked the nurse for some tissues and pressed them against his face, roughly wiping it. "What exactly happened to you? Tell me, don't keep it all bottled up inside. Maybe I can help you." "You can't help me," he said, with a nose that was now bright red from being wiped. I tried my best to be patient and spoke gently. "How would you know if I can't help unless you tell me?" He remained silent for a long time, only shedding quiet tears without saying a word. Just when I was about to confront him directly, he finally began speaking slowly. "Someone filmed me in an inappropriate video. They've been threatening me, saying if I don't meet their demands, they'll post the video online and make everyone know what kind of pervert I am." Tiny droplets clung to his eyelashes, tears trickled down his temples and soaked the white pillow beneath him, dampening it slightly. "I'm not. I'm really not." He shook his head, his eyes filled with both hope for my understanding and overwhelming despair. Chapter 18, The Beauty Trap. Mo Chio's words echoed what Shen Xiaoshi had just explained on the phone, and it turned out he had indeed been emotionally deceived by a scoundrel. But he had just escaped danger, and this was a public place. I couldn't ask him in detail, so I could only console him briefly, telling him not to worry, and everything would be sorted out once he was feeling better. He had lost blood and lacked oxygen, so after crying for a long while, he soon became exhausted. Almost as soon as he closed his eyes, he fell asleep. In the following days, I shuttled back and forth between the pawnshop and the hospital. Fortunately, I had some experience taking care of patients, so nothing went wrong. On the day he was discharged from the hospital, I sent him home. He mumbled and asked me to come in for a short visit, offered me tea, and said he had something to give me. I sat on the sofa in the living room while he went into the bedroom. I heard him rummaging around. The curtains were drawn in the house, dimming the light, and there were piles of clutter on the floor. It was obvious that Mo Chio wasn't good at tidying up. When the police found him, he was lying on the bathroom floor beside a basin of burning charcoal, with a cut already made on his wrist. During the days Shen Xiaoshi stayed to look after his place, he helped clean up the bathroom and bloodstains from the ground, then messaged me saying he felt like the cleaner in the movies. After sitting for a few minutes, Mo Chio came out of the bedroom with one hand holding a pile of stuff. Seeing him walk unsteadily, I hurriedly took them over. Thank you. With both of us working together, we placed the items on the coffee table. He plopped down on the sofa, sweat already forming on his forehead from those few steps. Lowering his head, he stared at the bandage wrapped around his left wrist, speaking weakly but clearly, I don't want these anymore. Can you please dispose of them for me? Upon examining, I found that it was a big stack of Luo Xinyan's photo prints and posters, many with his own signature. Now I knew the situation, but I still asked, you really don't want them? Mo Chiu nodded. His face, hidden behind his bangs, was pale and haggard. The light that once filled his eyes was now completely gone. I started talking to him last summer, on his social media platform. He spoke calmly, almost lifelessly. I used to send him comments and private messages, but he never replied. It was more like I was talking to myself. That day, I sent him a private message as usual, telling him what I did all day and what I ate, and ended with the usual promise of support and admiration. Unexpectedly, he replied to me and even gave me his private mobile number. After that, we began chatting frequently. Luo Xingyan had done this kind of thing probably many times before, easily skilled in seduction. Using just the right amount of flirtation and ambiguous words, keeping close yet distant, he had thoroughly entranced Mo Chiu, an honest man who hadn't even seen him in person, making him have the determination to stay with him forever. Once the prey was ripe, Luo Xingyan wasted no time. He had carefully nurtured Mo Chiu for half a year, making this pitiful young fish ripe for the picking. Once he thought it was about time, he invited Mo Chiu to meet offline at an exclusive high-class private club. At first, he showed no difference from how he was on screen, humorous, talkative, and elegant. Mo Chiu continued to keep his head low, his fingers mechanically entangled together, showing extreme anxiety. Luo Xingyan, an incredibly dazzling, globally renowned megastar, suddenly taking interest in someone as ordinary as himself, starting a secret relationship, it was beyond Mo Chiu's wildest imagination regarding idol-chasing limits. Completely captured by this man, believing every sweet word and fulfilling all his commands, Mo Chiu unwarily accepted the drink handed to him. Soon afterward, his consciousness blurred and his limbs weakened. He had been drugged, while Luo Xingyan remained seated across from him, legs elegantly crossed, watching him helplessly struggle and panic with leisure. I wanted to escape. But there was nowhere to run. After just a few steps, Luo Xingyan caught up from behind, covering his mouth and nose, dragging him onto the bed. Mo Chiu must have foreseen what might happen when he agreed to meet. As an adult, he could take responsibility for his choice. However, he never imagined it would happen in such a violent manner. A grown man talking about this might seem strange, but at that time, His voice choked up, I was so scared and in pain. Luo Xingyan enjoyed watching him cry. He forced and humiliated him, and eventually filmed his helpless pleading cries, intending to use it as blackmail material for later entertainment. Have you ever considered reporting this to the police? I too, was encountering something so monstrous for the first time. Though I'd braced myself mentally, the truth still shocked my worldview, making me feel extremely frustrated inside. He used the video to threaten me, saying that if I dared to report it to the police, he would release them online. Besides, Mo Chiu wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes and said heavily with a nasal voice, forcing a man on a man, can it even be called rape? Reporting it would only make everyone laugh at me. He could hire the best and most famous lawyers nationwide to defend him, and his PR team could distort right and wrong in an instant. And me. I would get nothing but humiliation. I finally couldn't help but take out a cigarette, lit one up, and started smoking. Doesn't count as rape unless he farts, right? If it doesn't count as rape, then it's consensual, right? Would you agree? I wouldn't agree, but what could I do? Mo Chiu looked even more disheartened. After that, he often used the video to threaten me, making me go see him and forcing me to shoot more videos. It kept getting worse in cycles. He was very cautious each time, I had no evidence to expose him. Luo Xingyan had thoroughly understood Mo Chiu over half a year, knowing that based on his character, he would never resist or confide these secrets to anyone, so he became even more reckless in carrying out his evil deeds. The pressure accumulated bit by bit, and there was nowhere for the pain to be released. In order to escape reality, he could only choose death. For a piece of trash like him, it's not worth it. The atmosphere was oppressively heavy, I exhaled smoke, unable to say more words of comfort. Actually, you have evidence. You yourself are the best evidence. Hope may seem slim, but it's not entirely hopeless. Mo Chiu was startled, shrinking back a little and saying, I can't do it. You know, I've been useless since childhood. Seeing his trembling appearance like a frightened quail, I couldn't help but feel angry at him. He kept being this way, which is why he ended up getting bullied to death. But after feeling angry, I realized I was merely projecting my own emotions onto him. I'm not Mo Chiu is not me. I can't experience his feelings, and naturally, he couldn't possess my decisiveness. To put it bluntly, neither of us was wrong, the ones who were wrong were scumbags like Luo Xingyan. Mo Chiu seemed to sense my emotions. His uninjured hand tightly clenched into a fist and his tone grew increasingly timid, I'm sorry for troubling you. I will report it to the police. I won't let him manipulate me anymore. Anyway, my job doesn't require me to see people. Even if it gets big, I don't care. At worst, I'll just stay indoors from now on. It sounded like he was reporting because of me. How did I feel that if he really reported, with Luo Xinyan's influence and wealth, if he launched a public opinion offensive, Mo Chiu would definitely not withstand the pressure and die even faster. In the end, I didn't have much sense of justice to rid society of harm and expose a pervert. I just wanted to resolve this matter for Mo Chiu instead of driving him to death. What nonsense. Maybe you could last a month or two, even a year or two, or even 5 or 10 years. Once you taste the loneliness of having no one to talk to, you wouldn't easily utter phrases like, at worst, I'll just stay indoors. He hasn't experienced how unbearably tedious it is to remain confined in the same space for years. That's why he said such naive and impulsive words. Well, you should rest first. I submerged my cigarette in a cup of untouched tea water and picked up the stack of photos on the table. I'll think of a way for you. 2 days later, Mo Chiu called anxiously, saying that Luo Xinyan had contacted him again, but he refused using the excuse of feeling unwell. Luo Xinyan seemed a little unhappy, and towards the end, he broke down crying. While apologizing to me, he asked what he should do. I was about to console him when he suddenly hung up the phone. When I reached his house and managed to knock open his door with difficulty, I found that the bandage on his left wrist was already gone, and the stitched wound had been torn open again, oozing blood. With a stern face, I had no choice but to take him to the hospital to re-stitch the wound. On the taxi ride, I thought several times about asking the driver to keep going, straight to the police station, but I also knew that even if we went, Mo Chiu probably wouldn't say a word. Mo Chiu's increasingly severe psychological problems made me decide to speed up my plans. There are actually many ways to deal with trashy people, but when you find that all the righteous paths are blocked, perhaps you need to find another route. I don't have many friends, but I just happen to know someone who hangs around in the entertainment circle. Dezhuang hadn't been a paparazzo for long, but he already had plenty of dirt on Luo Xinyan. You might think he looks arrogant and only likes to play around, which is notorious in the industry, but everything has been consensual until now, and our materials have only remained as oral transmission without practical use. Dezhuang said while smoking, I do know some of the clubs and nightclubs he frequents, but with bodyguards following closely, you can't catch him off guard. I didn't mean to corner him. Outside the shop, people came and went, each with an expression of either coldness or detachment, no one having time for another, but I had to attend to a person I helped out over a decade ago. I was almost moved by my own actions. Isn't he fond of shooting videos? Then I'll design him a special MV, so he can have his fill of filming. Dezhuang paused momentarily. What do you mean? Play along with his preferences. He likes chasing beauties, doesn't he? Then set up a honey trap and follow it with a betrayal scene. These types are always arrogantly sure of themselves and would never imagine that walking the dark paths frequently could also lead them to stumble into traps or become prey. A honey trap? Dezhuang was even more shocked. You. Chapter 19, Take Me Away. In the dance pool, demons of all kinds danced wildly, and the music was so loud it hurt the eardrums. The laser spotlights on the ceiling made everyone dizzy. This was already the third nightclub tonight. If I couldn't find Luo Xinyan here, I wouldn't be able to stand it anymore and would have to give up and leave. Brother Feng, can that pervert really like me dressed like this? Shen Shaoshi adjusted his thick glasses, seemingly uncomfortable. I looked at his plaid shirt and white t-shirt, recalling Mo Chiu's attire, and nodded, yes, he definitely will. Have a little confidence in yourself. I adjusted the position of his pinhole camera lens for him. Don't panic. Big Brother Ho can see everything remotely. We'll rush over if there's any danger. Shen Shaoshi grinned. Alright, when I'm about to beat that pervert to death, remember to act quickly. After visiting 3 places and drinking 3 cups of fruit orange, my bladder was full. I told Shen Shaoshi to keep waiting while I went to the bathroom. While relieving myself, my phone in my pocket vibrated. Dezhuang from the surveillance van outside sent me a message. Luo Xinyan had finally arrived. I dried my hands and quickly exited the restroom. The nightclub had 2 floors, both dimly lit, making it hard to identify where he was. Pushing through the packed dance floor, I sat back in the booth and informed Shen Shaoshi that Luo Xinyan had arrived. Shen Shaoshi immediately straightened his back, looking very nervous, and started fidgeting uncontrollably. I frowned. Calm down. Shen Shaoshi whispered, I suddenly feel like peeing. I closed my eyes for a moment and told him to hurry back. After Shen Shaoshi left, I leaned back, stretching my arms behind me. Suddenly, I locked eyes with someone on the 2nd floor. That gaze was icy and sticky, like a venomous snake ready to strike, but as soon as it met mine, it turned into a gentle smile. Since he was putting on airs, so did I. I didn't break the eye contact, returning an equally fake smile. Eventually, he was the first to look away. Shortly after, a tall, muscular foreigner in a suit suddenly appeared at our booth, handing me a note. This is from Mr. Luo Xinyan. He pointed at the note, then at me, leaving without waiting for further questions. Opening the note, it clearly contained a time and a place. 1 a.m., back door. Pulling out my phone, I checked the time, just 5 minutes to 1. Damn, could he be any more anxious? Waiting 2 minutes, Shen Shaoshi still hadn't returned. Maybe he fell into the toilet. Swearing inwardly, I quickly sent a text to Dezhuang, informing him of the change of plan. Since I had to go myself, I asked him to wish me luck. At the end of the alley by the back door, a black Rolls-Royce was parked with a tall figure standing next to it. Due to the distance and the backlighting, only when I got closer did I confirm that the tall figure was the foreigner who handed me the note earlier. The phone in my pocket kept vibrating, probably a call from Dajwang, but I ignored it, silently hanging up. When I reached the car, the foreigner blocked me, indicating that I needed to be searched. Search? I furrowed my brow, pretending to be unhappy. It was you who gave me the note, I didn't come here on my own accord. You shouldn't mistake me. He refused to compromise. For Mr. Luo's safety, you must be searched. I hesitated whether to quit now or insist on my right. At that moment, the rear car window directly facing me slowly rolled down a crack, and a refined voice came out. Never mind, let him get in. Upon hearing this, the bodyguard stepped aside and opened the car door for me. Luo Xinyan sat on the other side holding a dark golden whiskey glass, nodding toward me as if proposing a toast. Inside, I cursed him as a pervert but outwardly appeared thrilled and excited, bending over and entering the car. I noticed you quite a while ago. Between the front and rear seats was a non-transparent partition creating a private space. Luo Xinyan took out a bottle of whiskey from the central storage box and shook it, asking, "Do you want some?" How could I dare drink what he offered? I shook my head. I'm allergic to alcohol. Luo Xinyan softly said, "What a pity. If it weren't for what happened to Mo Chiu, anyone would think this person in formal attire with excellent eloquence and an outstanding career admired by many was normal. Perhaps precisely because of this, he acted so brazenly, completely unfazed by retribution." How should I address you? Asked Luo Xinyan. Lu Feng. Is it Feng as in storm? Feng as in maple leaf? What a cute name. He seemed endlessly curious about me. You look so young. Are you still studying? I pretended not to know he was hitting on me. No, I'm working. I'm an appraiser in a friend's company. He seemed surprised. An appraiser? Appraising what aspect? Any aspect. Luxuries, antiques, all sorts of weird things. I mainly evaluate their monetary value. He put down his glass, the ice clinking against the glass, making a soft sound. Then how about you appraise my worth? He leaned closer to me, his body tilting forward, his tone full of innuendo. I stared at his lips, feeling as if I were enchanted. Priceless. He froze for a moment, then laughed and leaned back, apparently in a very good mood. Will you ask me where I'm taking you? I also smiled at him, leaning into the seat casually, saying indifferently, "You're such a big star, surely you wouldn't sell me out." He rested his elbow on the armrest, his index finger curved under his chin, his voice deep as he said, "That's not necessarily true." Of course, he wasn't going to sell me, but he didn't bring me to any great place either. The car drove for a long time, entering through a gate and passing through a dense forest, revealing a magnificently opulent European-style building. No sign, only security guards. We directly got out from the underground garage and were delivered by an exclusive elevator to the designated floor. This must be the high-end private club Mo Chiu mentioned. Luo Xinyan's bodyguards didn't follow us upstairs, and apart from the quiet corridors with no sight of anyone, this place was actually much like a large luxury hotel. You can sit anywhere. Luo Xinyan skillfully swiped the room card, revealing a multifunctional suite so enormous that it seemed absurd. There was a bar, a pool table, audiovisual equipment, and a huge bathtub near the floor-to-ceiling windows. This space could easily accommodate 10 more people. There's a casino downstairs, and there's an infinity pool upstairs. If later you're interested, we might go play together. When mentioning later, he implied something as he took off his coat. My stomach churned with nausea, but I feigned curiosity, looking around while asking, "How is the soundproofing here?" He thought for a moment. "Very good, good enough, that even if you scream wildly, no one would hear you." Shit, this pervert. I kept my distance from him. "So, why don't you take a shower?" I intended to adjust the position of my phone as well. Luo Xinyan looked at me, not moving. "Is this your first time?" I frowned instinctively and denied it immediately. "Of course not." "That's good, otherwise, I'd have to proceed slowly." He approached me, almost touching my body, and his fingertips lightly grazed my hand before sliding into my pocket. "What are you doing?" A cold sweat broke out over my entire body, and I quickly grabbed his hand. But he simply held the phone in my pocket and slowly pulled it out. "What are you doing?" He seemed surprised by my reaction but still patiently explained, "I hope our phones can remain in the safe throughout the session, okay? Please understand, I have my own concerns." At this point, shaking my head would mean throwing everything away. I pretended to hesitate and eventually nodded, "Okay." Right in front of me, Luo Xinyan placed both our phones inside the safe but blocked the view when entering the code. Indeed, a cunning fox after 1,000 years. However, I'm not bad either. After sending a kiss gesture toward me, he entered the bathroom to freshen up. I heard water flowing, smirked darkly, and took out another phone from the inner pocket of my jacket. When Shen Shaoshi went to the restroom, he didn't carry his phone, so I brought it just in case. I found a hidden corner facing the bed, set up the phone, and turned on its recording function. "I bet you didn't expect I had 2 phones, did you, you sick bastard?" Taking off my coat, I stretched my limbs, preparing for the upcoming struggle. The water gradually ceased, and for about 2 minutes, there wasn't a single sound from inside. Slowly, I moved closer, pressing my ear against the door panel. Ah! An unexpected cry echoed close to my ears, followed by a muffled sound, possibly of a human body colliding with something. I furrowed my brows and placed my hand on the doorknob. Mr. Luo. A series of groans came from inside. Can you come in and help me? Luo Xinyan's voice conveyed pain. I seem to have twisted my ankle. Damn, trouble. I cursed inwardly, turning the doorknob and pushing the door open into the bathroom. It seemed Luo Xinyan hadn't turned on the exhaust fan, and the steam in the bathroom filled the air, almost stifling my breath. Looking ahead, I couldn't see him right away. Something in my chest suddenly clenched, something felt wrong. As I prepared to step back, my peripheral vision caught a black shadow swiftly dashing out from behind the door. Before I could react, someone grabbed my neck from behind, and then I felt a sharp pain on the side of my neck, like being jabbed by a needle. In the blurred mirror, I could faintly make out Luo Xinyan's excited yet sinister face. The instant I realized the situation, my back hairs stood up, and I violently struck him with my elbow on his chest. Luo Xinyan grunted, dropping a miniature syringe, stumbling outside the bathroom. I clutched my neck, staggered a few steps, and simultaneously began to feel an intense heat coursing through my body. This move wasn't mentioned by Mo Chio at all. I've been noticing you for a while. Luo Xinyan, in an open bathrobe with water dripping from his hair, absently rubbed the place on his chest where I'd hit him, and chuckled nervously. Your eyes are like a wolf's, wild enough. I struggled to maintain consciousness and asked, what did you inject me with? He indicated a small distance with his index finger and thumb, a little something to set the mood. It will make you obediently listen. Although my struggle earlier had interrupted his injection, even a partial dose was powerful and acted quickly. My breathing became labored soon after. Before losing consciousness completely, I needed to get out of here. I made the first move, grabbing a glass from the vanity and throwing it at him. Shocked, he quickly dodged, and then I kicked him in the stomach. This time he avoided it again but still got grazed a bit. Not caring about him, I staggered toward the door. He caught up from behind, roughly pulling my hair and dragging me back onto the bed. Looks like you're pretty spirited. Irritation flashed in his eyes as he punched my abdomen. Curling up in pain, this shock jolt brought some clarity back to my consciousness. Let me go, help. I relaxed my body, pretending to give up resistance while feebly begging for mercy. I said, here you can scream all you want. Luo Xinyan didn't flinch, slowly undoing his bathrobe. I simply love watching people like you who think highly of themselves, turn scared and disbelieving when they see my true face. So entertaining, you all cry so interestingly. It stirs me up. He caressed my neck, scraping his nails over the needle mark as if trying to peel off a layer of flesh. Will you kill me? I turned my head weakly, my voice trembling. You'll be fine if you cooperate. Luo Xinyan leaned down like a poisonous snake wrapping around its prey, ready to savor the delicious meal ahead, but I might lose control in excitement and accidentally play until you die. For a moment, I stopped shaking and looked at him coldly. Then wouldn't it be self-defense if I beat you to death? Before he could react with astonishment at my words, I grabbed the phone from the bedside table and hurled it at him with all my strength, aiming precisely for his temple, causing his forehead to bleed until he lost consciousness. To hell with you. Throwing the broken phone aside, I jumped off the bed, snatched the phone I'd hidden on the TV cabinet, and ran out the door. Knocking Luo Xinyan unconscious had been beyond my normal abilities. Every step afterward felt more and more wobbly, as if I were walking on soft cotton. The thick carpet absorbed all sound. I wandered aimlessly through the corridor like a fly without a head, wanting to call someone but finding that the buttons were all double-imaged. Is there anyone here? Anyone would do, someone just needed to show up. Turning the corner, just as I wondered if there was no one else in this place, I suddenly collided clumsily with a sturdy figure coming toward me. The phone slipped from my hand, landing on the carpet, and I nearly fell too. Instinctively, I clutched the person's arm, catching a faint scent of leather and ebony. Xingmino, you use this kind of perfume. The familiar smell calmed my agitation, and my body continued to sink uncontrollably as my eyelids drooped. Take me away. The person embraced my waist, supporting me while bending down to pick up the phone from the ground. In my last moments of consciousness, I vaguely seemed to hear my own voice. Let me go. Help me. Unlike before, it was full of desperate pleading and fear. Chapter 20, Holding Sunshine and Blood. I dreamt of that cat again. The orange one that would mew around Minga Sheng's feet, that cat. Climbing up the stairs, I arrived at a dim corridor. Sunlight shone through a small window at the end, becoming the only light source in the long hallway. The doors on both sides were tightly closed. At this time, most residents had not yet returned home. Walking with my shoes across the concrete floor, I stopped in front of the third door on the right side of the passageway. The door, which should have been firmly closed, was slightly ajar, letting bright light spill out and form a blinding white spot on the dark floor. Maybe Minga Sheng had left too hurriedly in the morning and didn't notice that he hadn't locked the door. Thinking about this, I gripped the doorknob and gently pushed the door open. Inside, everything was still clean. The white curtains fluttered in the wind as an odd smell blew towards me. It was a bit bloody and a bit foul, making me wrinkle my nose unconsciously. Searching all around, I quickly found the source of the smell, a white gift box placed on Mingu Xing's bed. The gift box wasn't too large or small, just the right size to fit a 10-inch cake, adorned with a cute pink ribbon and a small card on top. I knew I shouldn't look at it. Even though by then I was fully aware of my feelings for Mingu Xing, he merely considered me a brother raised together from childhood, without blood relation, somewhat clingy and annoying. He had the right to date anyone, liked anyone, and naturally, also be pursued by others. This was normal, unavoidable. I repeatedly told myself this, chanting the words over and over. Yet, an intense sense of possessiveness and jealousy still overwhelmed me, leading me to pick up that card despite my better judgment. You seem to really like it. The handwriting on the card was sloppy and wild, signed off simply as Yang. Chi Yang. I almost instantly thought of him. Tossing the card aside, gritting my teeth, I moved to untie the perfect pink bow. I was determined to see what trick he was up to. As the ribbon fell apart, I took a deep breath, held the lid with both hands, and opened it. Before opening, I had imagined what might be inside, books, bouquets, or expensive luxuries, largely gifts fitting for Mingu Xing. But I never expected to see a dead cat. Small and thin, the orange cat lay curled up inside the box, its abdomen cut open with a sharp blade. Its eyes were half open, clouded and lifeless, its tongue hanging crookedly. I couldn't tell how long it had been dead, but the unpleasant stench clearly came from its corpse. This scene had an indescribable impact on me. Stiffened there, due to sheer shock, I became motionless. Gory organs oozed all over the gift box, filling my vision, stirring my nerves, making my stomach convulse repeatedly. Uncontrollably, I overlapped this cat with the terrible death of my father when I was 10 years old. At the funeral, the adults whispered among themselves with sympathetic tones, saying, "It's so sad." They say his whole lower body was smashed to pieces, his intestines all over the ground. By the time they got him to the hospital, the doctor looked at him and said there was nothing to be done. What a pity. He had 2 sons, the younger one was only 10. Didn't you know? The older one isn't related to them by blood, he was adopted from an orphanage. After she got pregnant with the younger one, Xiangping originally wanted to send him back, but old Lu kept refusing. Look now, Xiangping has to raise 2 sons alone, how is she going to manage? It's true, even remarrying will be difficult. So unfortunate. In the transparent coffin, my father was surrounded by cheap fake flowers, covered with a fresh red silk blanket. His ashen face seemed vividly lifelike, looking healthier than when he was alive. Staring at that familiar yet alien face, idle gossip flowed into my ears. Restlessly, I glanced at Mingu Xing beside me and quietly grasped the hand hanging at his side. He glanced at me, and his hand, which usually would have shaken mine off, remained unmoving that time, allowing me to hold on tightly. The sudden death, the extreme gore, even the thick liquid seeping under the box, all seemed to remind me of that pool of blood under my dad's hospital bed. Without looking in a mirror, I could already tell how ghastly pale my face must have been. For a few seconds, I didn't even realize I'd been holding my breath. Precisely at that moment, the world before me suddenly went dark as a pair of cool hands covered my eyes from behind. My neck tingled with goosebumps, my heart jolting, and the box slipped from my grip as I instinctively struggled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. It's me. Just these 2 short words, calm and composed in tone, lacking much emotion, yet they instantly ceased all my struggling. Brother. In the darkness, my tightly bunched up heart strangely began to loosen. The crisp soap scent and faint traces of disinfectant mingling between Mingu Xing's fingers overpowered the stench of death, managing to soothe my chaotic heartbeat. My fingertips fumbled along that hand, not having had the chance to confirm more when in the next instant it pulled me backward as a firm grip covered my eyes. Stay outside. I spun around disoriented and only realized I'd been moved far from the bed, now facing the door, once his hand was gone from my face. Brother. Looking back, Xing Mingu had his back turned to me, his towering frame completely blocking the view of the gift box on the bed. Get out. Xing Mingu commanded without turning, allowing no room for my protest. I pressed my lips together tightly and still retreated out the door. A teenager at that age doesn't retain lessons long. Despite having just broken out in cold sweat, cursing Qi Yang over and over under my breath for being insane, after standing in the corridor for a moment, curiosity overwhelmed me again. Sneaking another look through the crack in the door, I saw Xing Mingu bending down and picking up the lid from the box on the bed. Since he faced away from the door, I couldn't see his expression, but it was evident that he didn't seem frightened. Unlike me, he appeared unfazed, calm throughout the whole incident. It seemed he intended to close the lid again, but suddenly froze mid-motion, holding his pose like a perfectly functioning video player that had abruptly jammed. His shoulders trembled slightly, and in the silence, I almost imagined hearing heavy breathing. He seemed to be suppressing something, enduring something, then finally made a choice. The recorder started running again. He moved, set the lid aside, then leaned down further, plunging both hands into the box. From my angle, all I could see was the constant movement of his hands, unable to determine what exactly he was doing. This action was indeed bizarre, filling me with questions, urging me even more to uncover what was happening. And just as I considered widening the door to get a better view, Xing Mingu straightened up, tilting his body slightly to display his blood-covered hands under the sunlight. Turning his elegant, bony palms, he scrutinized them, his gaze radiating with unhidden delight. Though surrounded by light, an impenetrable darkness enveloped him. In an instant, my heart contracted tightly. Before he noticed, I hastily withdrew my gaze, leaning back against the wall, swallowing heavily while panting. I thought of those photographs tucked between book pages, thought of Qi Yang's nonsensical mutterings, even recalling the blood pool near where my father had died, standing beside which was Xingmingu. At that moment, I suddenly realized, killing the cat wasn't Qi Yang's threat or taunt to Xingmingu, it was a gift, a pleaser, a way of courting favor. As Qi Yang had said, he knew what Xingmingu liked. Your eyes are like a wolf's, wild enough. Here you can scream to your heart's content. Help, me. Will you kill me? Your eyes are like a wolf's, wild enough. Here you can scream to your heart's content. Will you kill me? Repeated conversations reverberated in my ears, familiar yet frustratingly elusive, impossible to place. I looked blankly for the source of these voices as the dark corridor twisted and warped, forming a vortex pulling me into a fiery inferno. A terrible scream tore from my throat, flames roaring across my skin, ready to burn me alive. It was unbearably hot, maddening heat forcing me to frantically search for anything that could help, blindly flailing about in chaos. Just as I felt sure I'd die burned to ashes, a vast sea came into view, azure, deep, and cooling. Without hesitation, I jumped in. The fire was instantly doused, and I floated peacefully on the water surface, exhaling deeply. But soon, the waves grew stronger, pounding violently against me as if trying to shatter my very bones. The swaying waters. The aching muscles. Opening my eyes revealed only darkness, something covering my sight. Uncertainly trying to remove this cover, I discovered to my horror that my hands were tied, and worse still, so were my feet. With hands pressed together and legs spread wide, I was pinned in a kneeling position onto, what I assumed to be, a bed. Behind me came continuous forceful thrusts, igniting my fury with every strike, flaying away my dignity as a man. Under such circumstances, it didn't take genius-level insight to know what had happened to me. Your mother. My hoarse curses broke under the strain. Coward, let me go. But the man behind me showed no fear nor restraint due to my regained consciousness. Instead, his actions became even rougher. The hand gripping my waist tightened, as if mocking my helplessness. He leaned down and bit into the side of my neck, fierce like a wild beast tearing at its prey. I let out a muffled groan of pain, clenching my teeth to keep myself from making any embarrassing sounds. Liquid rolled down my neck, and I had no doubt it was the blood he'd bitten out. You, if only you don't make me find out who you are. My forehead rested on my clasped wrists as my body kept jerking. Luo Xingyan's drug made me drowsy, my body limp and powerless, yet my skin burned with sensitivity. Even the slight friction between my skin and the bedsheet drove me unbearable discomfort. I'll kill you. Full of hatred, but my words sounded weak even to myself. It didn't sound like a murder threat, more like a lover's tease in bed. The man violating me stayed silent throughout. Only when I cursed him harshly did he punish me by suddenly thrusting all the way in, taking pleasure in forcing my screams out. The more physical pleasure, the deeper the shame in my heart. If there was a knife within reach, I wouldn't hesitate to stab it into the man behind me, then chop off his meat and feed it to dogs. My thigh muscles trembled continuously. If the man hadn't held me up forcefully, I feared I'd have collapsed onto the bed already. I regretted waking up halfway through. It would have been better for him to have raped a corpse than for me to suffer both physically and mentally. As my body gradually heated up, reason disappeared. I felt I was going insane, lost in this tormenting sensual ecstasy. Unable to hold back anymore, I started pleading. No. I arched my chest, leaning back, trying to support myself, but halfway through I was overwhelmed by an overwhelming wave of pleasure, trembling and falling back onto the bed. The intense violation drained all my strength and energy. My breaths came weakly as I remained in darkness, constantly muttering the same words. Kill you, bastard. The man behind me just caressed my sweaty back upward, pinching my neck, unfazed as he launched another attack. I will definitely flay this son of a bitch alive. In the final moment of consciousness, this was my sole thought. Chapter 21, Surprise. I woke up with a splitting headache, the room filled with sunlight. I was lying on the bed, my limbs having fully regained their freedom. After staying still for 2 seconds, I flipped myself up from the bed, grabbing a vase lamp by the bedside and removing its shade. Looking around cautiously, I didn't find anyone. Carefully raising my foot, I began to search through every part of the room. A wet chill slid past my legs, prompting me to glance down with an even darker expression. The room's decoration and layout were almost identical to Luo Xingyan's, which meant I was likely still in yesterday's club and hadn't left. After barely escaping one den of wolves, I've ended up in another tiger's lair. These guests here are no better, it seems like anyone they come across is game. Like attracts like, they're all animals. As I mused over this, I clenched my teeth more tightly and gripped the lamp in my hand, delivering a kick to the half-open bathroom door. The door revealed a clean interior, with no one in the bathtub or behind the door. I stepped inside to investigate. There were obvious traces of usage on the towels and the shower head, it seemed that person had taken a leisurely bath here. There was no one else in the room but me. Knowing that the person must have already left early, I threw the murder weapon in my hand into the bathtub and turned to leave the bathroom. Unexpectedly, I caught sight of my reflection in the mirror. Startled, I moved closer for a closer look. In the mirror, my face was deathly pale, my eyes red-rimmed, and the most frightening thing was a large bite mark on my neck, purple and swollen, and hurting upon touch. On closer inspection, there was also a tiny injection mark between the tooth marks. He had actually bitten exactly where Luo Jingyun had given me a shot. Touching that area with my fingertips and turning my body around, I found more marks at the back. The anger I had suppressed flared up once again. Closing my eyes, I pulled open the adjacent shower door and stepped in to take a quick shower. After cleaning off the messy substances on my body, I suddenly remembered something crucial I had forgotten, my phone. To get that video, I'd sacrificed myself and yet still ended up failing, and if everything ultimately amounted to nothing, I could destroy this place. Returning to the bedroom, I searched everywhere until finally finding it under the pillow, still powered on. Relieved, I immediately checked the video I took yesterday. It started with Luo Jingyun taking his shower, and though I wasn't captured entering the bathroom, only my voice, what followed clearly showed him dragging me onto the bed and being violent towards me. Particularly the part, "but it's not certain that I might just kill you when I get excited," was so vicious and horrifying. After knocking out Luo Jingyun, I staggered out holding my phone, and the video was still recording. My breathing eased as I continued watching. Is there anyone? I leaned closer to the screen, able to catch a glimpse of fabric at the corner, but before capturing the person's appearance, I had already collided with them in the video, causing my phone to drop. The lens briefly went dark. Take me away. Someone picked up the phone, and the shaky camera managed to capture a fleeting image of a black derby shoe and navy trousers. I wanted to dig out more details, but the video ended abruptly right then. They had picked up my phone and promptly stopped the recording function. I glared at the ending time stamp and the image of the shoe frozen on the screen, wishing I could crawl inside the phone and tear that person apart limb by limb. Frustrated without any outlet, I raised my hand, momentarily tempted to smash the phone, but I stopped myself at the last second. Just as it was self-rescue during an emergency, the small white phone suddenly vibrated in my hand. Checking the screen, it was Yi Dazhuang calling. Taking a few deep breaths until I completely calmed down, I answered the call. Hello. Yi Dazhuang's voice was both relieved and urgent, piercing straight through my eardrums. Shit. Brother Feng, you're alive. Where are you? I've looked for you all night, are you okay? Probably because I cursed too much last night, my throat felt sore, and my voice sounded like I was holding a mouthful of sand. I'm fine, where are you now? Yesterday, I followed your car to the front gate of St. Eden High Class Club, but since I'm not a member, I couldn't enter, so I waited outside all night. When dawn was approaching and I couldn't bear the wait anymore, I called your phone and you didn't answer, nor did you come out. Out of desperation, I reported to the police. Yi Dazhuang lamented sorrowfully, but when the officer heard I reported a friend following Luo Jingyun into the club and not coming out, he asked if I was drunk and warned me about the consequences of making false reports. I smirked faintly. Who wouldn't think it was a prank after hearing such a story, considering how perfectly Luo Jingyun had concealed himself? Alright, wait for me by the entrance for 10 minutes, I'll be out soon. After hanging up, I picked up the clothes scattered on the floor one by one and put them on. The wound on my neck was too obvious. To avoid being discovered by Yi Dazhuang, I had to zip my jacket all the way up and raise the collar to cover it. Following the signposts down to the first floor, I finally saw the main entrance of this club. Under a huge crystal chandelier, various rare flowers and green plants were placed on an inverted cone-shaped marble table. Beneath the table lay light gray stones, and faintly aromatic thin mist flowed like water cascading from the edge of the stone platform into the gray rocks below, creating a dreamlike scene. If only that person hadn't tied me up last night and taken advantage of me while I was helpless, today I would have appreciated this beautiful view with leisure. Unfortunately, there's no if. At the end of the spacious, high-ceilinged hall, there was a modest service counter with only one female employee in uniform standing there. She could easily be mistaken for a decorative mannequin if you didn't look closely. Excuse me, I'd like to check who booked room 1344 last night. If I find out that bastard's name, even if I spend another 10 years in jail, I'll still go to his place and castrate him. I'm sorry, we are not authorized to disclose customer names. The makeup on the female employee's face was delicate, her smile polite, her voice soft. I gritted my teeth, unwillingly asking, then can I review the surveillance footage from the 11th floor last night? I dropped something in the hallway. You may need to apply for a search warrant first, the other party replied as though they'd seen through everything, their attitude unyielding without any compromise. Pretty stubborn, huh? Though filled with resentment, since I couldn't get anything from her, I had to leave for now. Upon stepping out of the European-style building, immediately someone drove a golf cart over to send me out. With plenty of daylight, I finally noticed security patrols everywhere here, the guarding incredibly strict. Above the main gate, a neat yet low-key row of golden metallic letters was inscribed, St. Eden Garden. The name sounds pretty good, but alas, appearances deceive as there's corruption underneath. Arriving at the main entrance, I called Yi Dazhuang again, asking him to bring the car over. Once our rendezvous went smoothly, Yi Dazhuang carefully examined me from head to toe, his expression conflicted and struggling several times to speak but holding back each time. Feng Gu, you. I knew what he was going to ask. I disappeared without news for an entire night, surely many guesses had crossed his mind. Shut up. I leaned the seat back down, slightly turning my body to face away from him as I closed my eyes. Don't ask anything. The car cabin quieted down. In truth, I couldn't sleep either, I just wanted some peace because my headache was unbearable. At this moment, I finally understood Mo Chio's feelings. Indeed it wasn't pleasant. But I don't want to die, I just want to ruin him. After about an hour of driving, Yi Dazhuang stopped the car and softly called out to me, Feng Gu, we're at your place. I opened my eyes, sat up, and took out my phone to give him. I'm fine, don't overthink it. Yesterday, Luo Jingyun ambushed me and gave me an injection, so I still have a headache today. Yi Dazhuang was greatly shocked. Injection? What did he inject you with? Damn it, let's go to the hospital for a checkup right now, don't let it mess you up. As he tried to pull up my sleeve to check, I laughed and pushed him away, embarrassed to tell him Luo Jingyun injected me with a stimulant. It's nothing, maybe a kind of sedative. I gave him a hit after receiving just a little bit. Recounting last night's events, up until escaping the room and bumping into someone else in the corridor, I disclosed every detail to Yi Dazhuang. However, for the parts afterward, I fabricated the story in such a way that it turned from a criminal case into an extremely positive mainstream narrative. Some kind-hearted person saved you and left you to sleep overnight in the room? Yi Dazhuang was astonished. You didn't even have time to thank them, and they waved goodbye and left without a trace. Yes. This morning I tried asking the front desk for their contact information, but unfortunately they were too professional. Here, I almost couldn't keep the smile on my face, my lips twitching slightly, they wouldn't give it to me. Yi Dazhuang seemed a bit suspicious but didn't dare interrogate me further, clearing his throat lightly before looking down at the phone in my hand. Is this Xiao Shi's phone? Last night, after using the restroom, I vanished along with the phone. Shen Xiaoshi was bewildered for a while, then rushed out of the nightclub to look for Yi Dazhuang, only to discover Yi Dazhuang's car was also gone. He had no choice but to return to the store, borrow someone else's phone, log into his own QQ account, and call Yi Dazhuang. By then, Yi Dazhuang was already on the road and couldn't possibly come back to pick him up, so he told Shen Xiaoshi to go home and rest. Shen Xiaoshi was entrusted with an important task, yet somehow came and left mysteriously. But at least it wasn't him. Amidst the anger sustained from last night till today, I suddenly felt a tinge of relief, which paradoxically made me feel more absurd. What kind of thing is this? I rubbed the bridge of my nose. I left my own phone with Luo Jingyun, it's probably gone for good. I'll have to buy a new one, and meanwhile, remotely wipe the data on it. Yi Dazhuang went through the video I shot last night while muttering curses. Holy crap, if this video leaks, it'll destroy him. What a piece of garbage, not even human. I chose not to comment, taking the phone from his hands, returning it to my pocket as I said, let's go buy a new phone. Yi Dazhuang nodded, turning the car towards the nearest mall. This matter began with Mo Chio, and naturally should end with Mo Chio. Using the new phone, I contacted Mo Chio, telling him that things were almost resolved. He anxiously asked me how, but I didn't elaborate, only scheduling a meeting at his place for detailed discussion. Before entering the house, I adjusted my collar carefully, covering up the still hideous bite mark on my neck. Mo Chio looked unwell, though at least his wrist wounds hadn't been torn open again by himself. He poured me a glass of water, sitting awkwardly there and asking, Lu Feng, what exactly is going on with what you mentioned on the call? What do you mean by solved? I pulled out my phone, sending the video to him. The phone belonging to Shen Xiaoshi had already been returned to him. Now the original videos were only in the hands of Yi Dazhuang and myself. The version I sent to Mo Chio had been modified to mask my face. Mo Chio noticed the table phone vibrating, hesitantly picked it up to check. Soon enough, the familiar dialogue from the speaker confirmed Lu Feng's claim, fully showcasing Luo Jingyun's depraved nature. This is... Mo Chio widened his eyes, looking even paler than before. He stared at me, incredulously saying, Lu Feng, what did you do? Although my face was blurred in the video, my voice wasn't changed, so recognizing it wasn't strange. I pretended to laugh nonchalantly, just entrapment enforcement. Don't worry, he didn't do anything to me, on the contrary, I beat him up badly. You don't need to worry. There were others involved who did things to me, and I would find them someday, making them regret their rash decisions that day. Mo Chio blankly looked at me, I realized he was looking at the wrong spot, quickly covering the side of my neck. Seeing my reaction, it seemed like he confirmed something, his expression gradually distorting beyond his control. I sensed trouble and was about to say something to lighten the atmosphere when he burst into loud wailing. Unlike his previous timid, silent way of crying, this time he cried very loudly, tears streaming down his face like an extremely upset child, having no regard for maintaining adult composure anymore. Sorry. He practically shouted these 3 words directly at me, sorry, if only I'd been more decisive, you wouldn't have had to, it's all my fault. I always dragged you down, sorry. Large drops of tears fell onto the phone screen, as he kept wiping them off his face but couldn't clear them away fast enough. I sighed softly inside, comforting him, no, nothing happened, don't overthink it. This is all just sacrifice made for setting a trap. It's just a bite mark, nothing serious. Mo Chio continued sobbing miserably, constantly apologizing to me and blaming himself. Realizing I couldn't stop him, I decided to let him vent it all out. After around 15 minutes of crying, his throat got hoarse, his tears dried up, and his nose was clogged, he finally calmed down with hiccups. Send this to Luo Xingyun, telling him he's never to approach or threaten you again. If he does, send this to the media or post it online. I pointed my fingertip at his phone, instructing, understood. Mo Chio bit his lip and nodded. I'm really fine, you don't need to feel guilty, I stood up to leave, restating firmly due to some remaining unease. Mo Chio stiffened, looking up at me and forcing a pained smile. Okay. I didn't know if he believed me, he might not have. But it didn't matter, from now on, this has nothing to do with him anymore, all the rest was my own business. I thought that was the case. I thought it would be like that. But life is unpredictable. When I was identifying a diamond ring for a customer in the pawn shop the next day, Lu Yu suddenly exclaimed upon reading a breaking news story popped up on the computer. Actor Luo Xingyun was taken away for investigation after being accused of sexual assault against a man surnamed Mo. Holy cow, how could this happen? Luo Xingyun is gay and raped a man. What nonsense is this? I accidentally dropped the diamond ring onto the table, astonished as I raised my head. That timid and weak Mo Chio, the one who always said he couldn't do it, actually reported it to the police. What no one expected even more was that 24 hours later, Luo Xingyun was bailed out of the police station by his own lawyer. Luo Xingyun wore a mask and sunglasses throughout, not revealing a bit of himself. The lawyer beside him appeared much calmer, even though countless cameras were pointed at him, nearly touching his face, he still walked with composure. His handsome face showed no hint of annoyance. With impeccable grace and tall stature, walking alongside Luo Xingyun, he looked dignified, like another celebrity. This lawyer happened to be my long-lost adoptive elder brother, Xing Minu, attorney Sheng. Staring at the live broadcast on the screen, I almost wanted to clap for heaven and say, what a huge surprise. What are you thinking about? I tilted my chin towards the door. I'm not up to his aesthetic standards anyway. Did you see the one inside? That's the innocent and weak little white rabbit in the big shark's eyes. Yi Dazhuang followed my gaze and happened to see Shen Xiaoshi sprawled ungracefully on the sofa playing with her phone. During this time, she might have been losing the game, and her expression while pressing the keys was grotesque, as if she were the walking blue-faced yiksha. He shuddered. Can Xiaoshi handle such an important task? Must manage even if she can't. I pushed the door open, walking warmly toward Shen Xiaoshi on the sofa. Xiaoshi, let me discuss something with you, pal. Chapter 22, What's his motive? I asked Mo Chio why he suddenly decided to report the matter to the police. He paused for a moment before answering, I don't want to be someone who is always bullied and unable to fight back. Even less do I want my cowardice to cause harm to others. His voice was trembling as he spoke, if we let him go, the next victim could be anyone, people I know, strangers, passers-by on the road, other people's children. I don't want it to turn out that way. In the past, I always thought that we were not of the same kind. Our personalities were different, our interests didn't align. He was slow-spoken and introverted, while I was lively and active. He was timid, while I was fearless. He always kept his head down when walking, whereas I walked with my head held high. Because of a teacher's request, I had no choice but to have him tagging along with me as a burden, yet in my heart, I actually didn't wish to interact with him. So soon after graduation, I severed all ties with him. He and I were worlds apart. If quiet could count as a strength, then that might be the only positive evaluation I ever gave him. However, at this very moment, he has made me take notice of him. Once, he couldn't even protect himself, but now he wants to protect others, trying to stand up alone against such a formidable force. I can only hope that he never regrets today's choice, never regrets being someone who knows how to fight back. Since he seemed fine, even better mentally than before, I exchanged a few more words, telling him to rest well. Seeing that the time was right, I stood up to leave. Mo Chio saw me to the door. As I put on my shoes, I suddenly remembered there was something quite important I hadn't mentioned yet, so I said, by the way, Luo Xinyan's lawyer is my brother. Your brother? Mo Chio's voice was filled with bewilderment, quickly turning into surprise, that scary brother who came to your parent-teacher meeting. Taken aback for a moment, I finally recalled that parent-teacher meeting. But what did "so scary" mean exactly? Yes, that's him. After putting on my shoes, I waved goodbye to Mo Chio. Don't worry, even though he's my brother, we haven't been close these years. I'm just letting you know. I'll go now. Xing Minu indeed attended one parent-teacher meeting for me, which was when I was in the third year of junior high school. After my father passed away, the heavy burden of supporting the family fell entirely on my mother. Besides her regular job at school, she also took up many part-time jobs outside, leaving no time during winter and summer breaks or weekends. This particular parent-teacher meeting happened to fall on a Sunday, set deliberately to accommodate working parents who wanted to attend. But my mom wasn't available, no matter what. In the end, the only one who could spare the time was Xing Minu, who had become an adult by all definitions. Xing Minu was already 19 years old then, and though the teachers were surprised that such a young parent showed up, they didn't comment further because they understood our special circumstances. In the third year of junior high, as we were approaching the high school entrance exam and preparing to fill out our application forms, the main purpose of the parent-teacher meeting was to address questions regarding form submission and provide guidance. Therefore, students also needed to be present for the session. At least, I still had Xing Minu. For Mo Chio, however, there was only himself. It was too difficult for Mo Chio's elderly grandparents to understand the application process, so the homeroom teacher, after confirming that neither of Mo Chio's parents would come, simply allowed him to come alone. During the meeting, since Mo Chio and I were usually seatmates, the seating arrangement turned out to be Xing Minu, me, and Mo Chio, with me sitting between the two. Other memories are hazy now, but I clearly remember that the hand holding the fountain pen of Xing Minu looked especially elegant, and the way he leaned over to take notes was particularly good-looking. On the other hand, Mo Chio's handwriting resembled chicken scratches and lacked clarity and structure, being utterly disorganized. How did you listen? I raised an eyebrow after scrutinizing his notes for a long time. Mo Chio hesitated, casting a furtive glance at me, then lowered his head even further. Is anything wrong? I turned to look at Xing Minu's notes. They were neat and well organized, making it a pleasure to read. Truly worthy of being written by an academic top-notch student. Brother, could you lend your notes to my seatmate to copy later? I leaned over and whispered in his ear. Xing Minu stopped writing, turned his eyes toward me, then glanced briefly at Mo Chio through me. I caught a flicker of Mo Chio shivering violently before Xing Minu shifted his gaze back and lightly said, Perhaps this was their only interaction. After the parent-teacher meeting, I let Mo Chio take Xing Minu's notes home to copy, and he thanked me profusely, even choking up while speaking. The next day, he brought me 2 large apples, saying they were a thank-you gift from his grandmother. I ate one of the apples, and I intended to save the other one for Xing Minu when he came home. But by the time that month was over, he never returned home. I asked my mom to call him, but she refused, saying there was no need to call him back if everything was fine. Eventually, as the apple gradually lost its moisture, becoming shriveled, my mom, in disdain, threw it away while I wasn't home. Who would have thought that the 2 people who once attended the same parent-teacher meeting would now end up in court against each other? No one could have guessed. We don't even need to wait until the sea turns into mulberry fields. In just 10 short years, the world has already changed so much. People always say that life is unpredictable, and this is probably exactly what they mean. After leaving Mo Chio's place, I took a car to Xing Minu's office, giving myself the excuse of investigating the situation. But I knew that was only an excuse. I simply wanted to see him. Deep in my mind, signals were constantly urging me to go see him. They formed a terrible withdrawal reaction, making me crave and miss him more than ever before. I almost thought I had returned to those days, when I had just lost my freedom, crazily wanting to see him, but he never responded or came to see me, those 2 years. Back then, I dreamed of growing wings to go see him, always counting down the days until the visitation day, anxiously waiting for it, yet feeling incredibly disappointed on that day. For 10 years, countless visitation days passed, and I waited from sunrise to sunset without a single fulfilled wish. In the past, there were high walls and iron bars, and all I could do was wait, unable to act. Now, unless Shin Shaoshi locks me up at home and ties me up so I can't go anywhere, nothing will stop me. Even though my rationality told me, Lu Feng, you'll only make Xing Minu look down on you more. Calm down. But emotion covered rationality's mouth and shouted, long live freedom. Long live instinct. I consoled my rationality, I'm just going to satisfy my eyes with his sight, I promise not to do anything. The withdrawal reaction can be deadly severe, so you should let me progress gradually. You can't break off too abruptly, after all, I've loved him for so long. Rationality listened and became quiet. Emotion completely took over and cheered joyfully. The entrance to the law firm was bustling with reporters waiting for an opportunity to interview Xing Minu. I fought through left and right, desperately pushing forward until I reached the front. To my surprise, the glass door, which should have been open for visitors, was locked, and there was a notice on it stating that Jinxia Law Firm did not accept any media interviews. Still, notices were posted and reporters waited, paying no attention to the rules. I tapped on the glass door, and the receptionist heard me. Upon seeing me, she got up in surprise and came to unlock the door for me. With a click, the lock opened, and I rushed inside before any reporters had a chance to follow. Seeing the mass of people outside standing around, I suddenly felt like I was in a zombie apocalypse world, which would have been more believable with a few blood handprints on the door. Mr. Liu, it's been a long time, the receptionist said with a smile. Are you here to see Mr. Xing? He's in his office, you can go straight in. I nodded, thanked her, and went straight to Xing Minu's office. It seemed like their team had grown significantly since my last visit. What used to be an empty office was now almost fully occupied. Looks like things are going well. But really, how could someone like Xing Minu remain unknown forever? When I reached the door of Xing Minu's office, I didn't knock, instead grasping the handle and pushing the door open directly. Inside, sunlight filled the room. A tall man stood facing the huge floor-to-ceiling window, one hand in his pocket, talking on the phone. Hearing the sound, he raised his gaze from staring out the window and looked toward me. You should be more familiar with how to fight public opinion wars. Just follow your own rhythm. His voice faltered slightly when he saw me. His gaze lingered on my face for a few seconds before he returned his focus to the call, seemingly unconcerned about my presence. Don't let him go out during this period. Can't keep an eye on him. Do you want me to teach you how to tie a bow? Even when saying something cutting, his tone remained unhurried and even cultured, but if you listened carefully, every syllable dripped with disdain. I sat down on the chair in front of his desk, spinning around endlessly, thoroughly enjoying myself. About 2 minutes later, Shingmanu hung up the phone and walked over to the desk. I thought we'd already reached a consensus to let each other die without further contact. His words were unpleasant, but I've gotten used to them, so I ignored them and went straight to the point. I'm here about Luo Xinyan's case. Shingmanu tossed the phone aside and sat down, saying, so what? Have you started working part-time as a paparazzi? His desk was made of transparent acrylic material, so all I had to do was lower my head slightly to see everything he was wearing clearly. Today he wore a pair of black derby shoes, handmade, crafted from the finest top-grain cow leather. Given the reputation this brand has earned even within the luxury market, it was no exaggeration to say their clientele included tycoons and elites across various fields. I wasn't surprised Shingmanu wore these shoes. I was only taken aback because the bastard who had taken advantage of me turned out to be wearing the exact same model of shoes as him, and using the same perfume. What were the odds? Was such a coincidence even possible? My mind went blank for a second, with rationality choosing to stay quiet while emotions first calmed me down before allowing any reaction. I opened my mouth hesitantly, answering his previous question belatedly. Mo Chio is my friend. He seemed to understand instantly, folding his fingers together as he leaned back against his chair, erecting an invisible wall between us. None of your business. I forced myself to avert my gaze from his feet. Are you really going to defend a beast like Luo Xinyan? Whether or not he's guilty, deep down, you must know what he did. The law upholds justice, and lawyers represent their clients, whether innocent or guilty, Shingmanu said calmly. Mr. Luo has the right to legal defense under all circumstances. Besides, technically speaking, I'm not working directly for him but for Xinghao Entertainment that stands behind him. They're the ones paying the huge annual fee. Right now, I'm merely ensuring our client's assets are protected. If you hope to extract any details about the case from me, don't waste your effort. The door's over there, feel free to leave. By this point, I no longer had any desire to probe into his secrets, fully aware that someone of Shingmanu's rigid character would never slip a word. In fact, every bit of my focus now revolved around those cursed shoes on his feet. But, could it really be true? Shingmanu, who always kept me at arm's length, Shingmanu, who wiped off any trace of contact with me so obsessively, would he ever do something like that to me? What could he possibly gain? After all, if he just raised a finger, I'd kneel in front of him willingly, kissing his ankles. Why bother going through the motions of blindfolding and binding me unless he was looking for the thrill of torturing me? No, that couldn't be it, it was too far-fetched. This had to be a coincidence. I soon came to terms with the reality and dismissed any suspicion that Shingmanu could be that disgusting man. Having seen enough, and after delivering my final parting words, I stood up to leave. Shingmanu didn't look at me anymore, opening his computer instead. I dropped my eyes, fixating on his tightly pressed lips. Instinctively, I touched the side of my neck where he had bitten me before. The mark might have faded already, yet it now strangely ached once again. Unable to resist, the question spilled out, where were you last Saturday night? Chapter 23, You Are Another One. Where was I last Saturday? He raised his head, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. What does it have to do with you? I knew he would say that. A sudden layer of hot sweat broke out on my palms as I stared at him. It was you, wasn't it? He looked at me strangely, not quite understanding what I meant. What? I scrutinized his expression, not missing any subtle hints, but much to my regret, he appeared utterly blameless, as if he had no idea what I was talking about. It's like those young people coming out of bars late at night, who after turning a street corner get pulled over by police. To all appearances, he's 100% guilty of drunk driving, but the result turns out he didn't touch a drop of alcohol, he only ordered a glass of juice in the bar. Very bizarre, but such is reality. Nothing. I smiled. Just, last week I got bitten by a strange dog, silent but biting, and I was just suspecting whether it was sent by you. His brow furrowed, a bit of bitterness slipping into his tone, his gaze returning to the laptop screen as he started typing. Lu Feng, I doubt your mental health, you should see a psychiatrist. This was definitely the funniest slander I've heard in recent years. His own condition isn't right, yet he suggests I visit a doctor, so has he ever seen one? This is none of your concern, I said, finally looking at his shoes before turning around and walking towards the door, throwing him my sincerest wishes without looking back. Wish you complete failure, Lawyer Sheng. As I exited the room, I happened to bump into Wu Yi holding a stack of documents walking past me. I called him over and he stopped, somewhat surprised to find it was me. Mr. Liu, it's been a while since I've seen you come by. He glanced at where I came from. What a coincidence, teacher rarely stays in the company today and you meet him. Truly, brothers connected telepathically. Shengminho, you might not appreciate such a telepathic connection. I've been busy lately, and I just passed by today, decided to drop in for a look. Stop calling me Mr. Lu or Mr. Ma, just call me Ah Fong. I placed an arm over his shoulder, leading him a couple steps away to a corner. You've been so busy recently, is it because you're handling Luo Xinyan's case? Unlike Xingmin Yu, Wu Yi was not so unapproachable yet retained some naivety typical of rookies. Glancing around, seeing nobody was paying attention to us in this corner, he lowered his voice. That big star, what a headache, giving no peace at all. Can you win? Though it's a tough case, teacher can always prevail. My heart jolted, so capable. Wu Yi immediately gave me a look that said, since you're inexperienced, I'll let it slide. Teacher served as chief legal advisor for Mei Teng for a few years. All lawsuits involving Mei Teng, without exception, ended in victory. The public only sees how great the law firms Mei Teng cooperates with are, how high-level their lawyer team's skills are, but they don't know these strategies and defense directions were actually set by teacher. It's not only in litigation aspects, his means in avoiding legal risks are also unparalleled. If we compare Mr. Xiao to an irrefutable king of Mei Teng, then teacher is the sharp sword in his hand. He breaks through obstacles for him, invincible everywhere. His eyes gleamed with admiration. This is precisely why when I found out teacher was leaving Mei Teng, I insisted on following him. Learning under such a world-class master brings gains every day, even picking up just a little makes me benefit for life. I don't know if Wu Yi added a filter of fanaticism in regard to Xingmin Yu, but his words did give me some foreboding. I only wondered what kind of prosecutor was responsible for this case, and whether they could match Xingmin Yu evenly, or even surpass him. In the evening, I called Mo Chiu, telling him not to go online until the trial was over, and ideally to unplug the network cables at home. He must have already sensed something, repeatedly agreeing, and instead consoled me not to worry too much. He also mentioned that the prosecutor for this time was a very gentle woman, extremely reliable, who certainly could bring Luo Xingyan to justice. After hanging up, I went online to check relevant information on this case. The search wasn't insignificant. Upon investigation, it turned out Luo Xingyan's side had indeed started a war of public opinion. They completely painted Mo Chiu as the image of a male fan with delusional syndrome. In the true and false revelations from passerby accounts, those accounts initially speaking up for Mo Chiu gradually fell silent. More people chose to stand aside, considering this the beginning of a reversal. Many doubted the possibility of Luo Xingyan sexually assaulting a man, and even more tellingly, their language implied that they didn't think it was such a big deal for a man to be violently harmed by another man. They consistently viewed it as a sensational scandal in the entertainment circle rather than a serious crime. The judge, prosecutor, and even Xingmin Yu's information were thoroughly introduced online. Everyone was paying attention to this case. Regardless of whether they were Luo Xingyan's fans or not, all eyes were on the first trial. I was waiting too. Not only was I waiting, but I also planned to go in person. However, due to the high profile of this case and the overwhelming number of people wanting to listen in, the audience tickets had to be distributed by lottery. On the day I participated in the draw, I ran into Yi Dazhuang in the crowd. Court staff kept announcing the winning numbers from the stage, causing cheers and sighs among the crowd below. Yi Dazhuang held his lottery ticket tightly, praying fervently. Apparently he hadn't won yet. I approached him and suddenly asked, "What number do you have?" Yi Dazhuang jumped back a big step in fright. Seeing it was me, he patted his chest and said, "Brother Feng, your sudden appearance could scare my soul out. I'll swap tickets with you," I proposed. "What for?" "I feel your number is lucky." Actually, I wanted both tickets, since having one more increases the chance of drawing. Sensing danger, Yi Dazhuang clutched his precious ticket tightly and wouldn't exchange with me. Just as I was about to snatch it from him, another number was announced by the staff. Stunned, I glanced at my own slip. Sure enough, it matched perfectly. Shit. Brother Feng, you got a winning number. Yi Dazhuang's eyes turned green out of envy. Can I exchange mine with yours now? It's too late. I waved the small slip of paper at him, then walked quickly towards the staff and exchanged it for an entry ticket for the court session. Yi Dazhuang still wasn't satisfied and followed me. Look, I actually have a mission to complete. Since you have nothing urgent, can you just give me the spot? Never. How about if I treat you to dinner? Nope. To 3 meals? No. To 10. Even if you offer 100, I still wouldn't. Damn. On the day of the trial, my right eye kept twitching non-stop, and I forgot to bring my umbrella, getting soaked by rain for a short while. There were already quite a lot of reporters and fans outside the court gate in the early morning. Many held banners, choosing to support their idol silently outside the venue. They deeply believed that Luo Xingyun was the poor victim who was framed and slandered by some evil powerful force trying to tear him down. Hastily shaking off the raindrops from my body, I entered the court. By this time, the seats for the public spectators for the Luo Xingyun case had started filling up. Not long after sitting down, the bailiffs came over to maintain order, asking us to set our mobile devices to silent mode and prohibited any loud commotion, otherwise we could be evicted from the courtroom any time. After 2 more minutes, when the entire court fell silent, the 12-member jury entered, followed by both prosecution and defense parties, then the judge lastly. The bailiff locked the door completely. When Xingmin Yu entered, his gaze casually swept through the gallery section and coincidentally landed on me, hesitating briefly. I grinned at him and blew a passionate kiss. Sheng Minouyu skillfully turned his eyes away, striding towards his position as if he hadn't noticed me at all. Following closely behind him was Luo Jingyun. His appearance stirred a brief tumult in the spectator area. Some ignored the bailiff's warnings and loudly expressed their support, while a few people began inexplicably sobbing. It wasn't until the bailiff scowled and threatened to expel them that these individuals finally quieted down. Chapter 23, You Are Another 3. The courtroom fell quiet again. Luo Jingyun seemed extremely satisfied with the disturbance he had caused, constantly nodding and smiling to the audience section as he sat down on the defendant's chair with a relaxed expression. The prosecutor in charge of this case, whom I had looked up online, was indeed an exceptionally capable yet graceful woman, named Meng Xianjun, aged 36. With an outstanding resume and remarkable achievements, she was reputed as having no criminals who could escape her conviction, making her comparable to Sheng Minouyu in excellence. After the trial began, the prosecutor made the opening statement first. Meng Xianjun, dressed in an iron-gray suit, rose from her seat and said, I must clarify beforehand that this is a highly egregious case of sexual assault. However, due to the imperfections in our country's laws, I can only classify it as coerced indecent behavior. Her first sentence struck with force, causing some small commotion in the audience section. On the opposite defendant's seat, Sheng Minouyu leaned over to brief Wu Yi beside him, maintaining a calm expression without any sign of anxiety. When it was time for the defense attorney's statement, Sheng Minouyu denied all charges, claiming Luo Jingyun was entirely innocent. The relationship between Luo and Mo Chiu was fully consensual, with no coercion involved. The judge quickly announced the beginning of the mutual evidence presentation phase, also known as cross-examination. As per custom, the prosecution proceeded first. Meng Xianjun presented a series of evidence, including chat records and video excerpts, to prove that Luo Jingyun deliberately set up a 6-month trap, luring Mo Chiu into a hotel where he was sexually assaulted. Do you know what PUA is? Commonly known as art of seduction, some people specifically pretend online to be the type of opposite sex women prefer, humorous, mature, handsome, gentle, rich, and full of vitality, to deceive them for their money or body. Luo Jingyun is also a PUA expert, crafting himself as a refined and sensitive gentleman through his appearance and career advantage, deceiving Mo Chiu's trust. In the end, not only did he hurt his mind, but also his body. Her stern glare pierced directly towards Luo Jingyun at the defendant's bench, but Luo merely gave her a faint smile, utterly composed. Annoyed, Meng Xianjun frowned and subsequently requested Mo Chiu be called to testify. Mo Chiu appeared somewhat uneasy in court, deeply burying his face each time answering Meng Xianjun's questions, wanting nothing more than to hide under his chair. Did he beat you in bed? Mo Chiu shrank back, his face deathly pale, as if these endless questions were slowly torturing him to death. He anxiously rubbed his arms, his voice trembling, yes. Can you tell everyone how the scars on your hands came about? I couldn't bear his coercion anymore and attempted suicide at home later, but my friends found me in time, so I didn't die. This scar is from when I slashed my wrist back then. When Meng Xianjun indicated she had nothing further to ask, both I and Mo Chiu on stage let out a sigh of relief. Initially, I thought Meng Xianjun's questions were already tough enough, but when Sheng Minouyu stepped in, I realized I was wrong. Sheng Minouyu walked to the witness stand, holding a stack of photocopies which he displayed to Mo Chiu. In the past 2 years, you have been persistently sending private messages to Mr. Luo's social media account every day, sharing your daily life and expressing your love for him. When Mr. Luo was moved by your sincerity and gave you his private number, you contacted him actively very soon. Clearly, you enjoyed the interaction and were thrilled to interact with your idol, right? Mo Chiu tightly pursed his lips, weakly nodding his head, yes, but... Sheng Minouyu rudely interrupted him. On the day Mr. Luo invited you to St. Eden, you went willingly. He didn't force you verbally, correct? Yes. Sheng Minouyu switched to the front page of the following photocopies. Do you remember this piece? Behind the defendant's seat, the large hanging screen started synchronously displaying evidence. It was a 4-panel color comic strip featuring a wife dressed as a nurse greeting her husband after work, holding a syringe humorously offering to recharge energy. The story seemed fragmented, likely just a snippet from a larger work. Yes, this is my work. Mo Chiu clearly didn't understand why Sheng Minouyu would suddenly present his work. It's something from a long time ago, depicting the warm and funny daily lives of a young couple. You enjoy cosplay very much, don't you? What? In this work, you repeatedly depicted role-playing between wife and husband, sometimes as a nurse, sometimes as a pirate. All these works were independently completed by you alone, showing that you strongly desire such role-playing activities. Meng Xianjun loudly objected. This has nothing to do with the current case. The judge glanced at her and declared the objection overruled, allowing Sheng Minouyu to continue. You and Mr. Luo were both fully consenting participants in a normal relationship. Having sexual relations was merely a part of that normal relationship. If you didn't want it, you could have reported him after the first time, but you didn't. You chose to continue because there was no coercion involved. This was just my client engaging in role-playing with you. Sheng Minouyu pressed on, leaning heavily on the witness stand. He liked you, so he was willing to fulfill all your sexual fantasies by disguising himself as a violent person, taking videos with you to make you happy. He's an emperor of the silver screen. This was very easy for him. No, it wasn't like that. Mo Chio tightly gripped his collar, his face pale as if he would faint from lack of breath in the next second. It was because he said he would upload the video online. Who would suffer more if the video was published? You, an obscure illustrator who doesn't need to reveal your face, or him, a celebrated star with countless accolades? Mo Chio hesitated, stammering, unable to speak. It's... Meng Xianjun suddenly stood up from her seat loudly. Objection. Leading question. The judge then announced the objection sustained this time, reminding Xingmin Yu to be careful about his method of questioning, stating it might cause a bad impression on the jury. Xingmin Yu withdrew his aggressive interrogation only after that, slightly nodding toward the judge, indicating that he had nothing further to ask. At this moment, Meng Xuanjun's expression became graver than before, seemingly finally realizing that this battle, or rather every coming battle in this case, would not be an easy fight. Afterward, Meng Xianjun began questioning Luo Xingyun. At first, everything went well. Mo Chio just appeared somewhat dazed. But when Meng Xianjun brought out those videos and kept asking whether Luo Xingyun used violence against Mo Chio in bed, Mo Chio, seated on the prosecution side, suddenly lost control. He began sobbing uncontrollably, covering his face while screaming. He was broken down and couldn't carry on anymore. Thus, Meng Xianjun had to apply for a temporary recess, and the judge naturally agreed. Everyone left the courtroom, retreating outside where some people started whispering and gossiping. Meanwhile, media reporters busied themselves calling their magazine platforms to report the latest news. That man is too disgusting. Does he think he's some kind of goddess? How could our Xingyong possibly force him? Just looking at him is already doing him a favor, right? Exactly, he even accuses our Xingyong of hitting him. If he didn't like it, why didn't he report the incident immediately? I think this is retaliation since Xingyong wanted to break up with him. Out of revenge, he made false accusations, saying Xingyong raped him. What a vicious man. And I don't believe anyone could go from loving someone so passionately one moment, to wanting to die the next just because the other party took a video of them during sex and acted a little rough. That's way too delicate. I feel like someone's orchestrating all this behind the scenes, otherwise, why would he suddenly come forward and report the crime? Our Xingyong is so unlucky. Leaning against the wall smoking a cigarette, surrounded by the dirty remarks from Luo Xingyun's fans, I felt like I was trapped in a bizarre and absurd space. In this space, everyone seemed to be making perfect sense, believing they held the truth firmly, without needing a trial, they already knew which side was guilty. No matter how much we argued and tried to reason with them afterward, they remained convinced it was a premeditated, intentional frame-up. I wonder, years later, will these young girls regret their blind trust or stubbornly stick to their own opinions, continuing to believe in Luo Xingyun's innocence? After finishing a cigarette, the bailiff gathered everyone back, but the trial did not resume. Due to Mo Chio's unstable emotions and inability to continue with the trial, the judge announced a resumption at a later date. Outside the court, media who didn't get admission tickets swarmed around Luo Xingyun the moment he came out, interviewing and taking photos. Yi Dazhuang snapped a few pictures before being squeezed out of the crowd and stumbled to me. Damn, do they really have to be so aggressive? While cursing under his breath, he checked his DSLR equipment and brightened upon seeing me. Bro Fong, tell me what happened inside quickly. Though the rain had stopped, the sky was still gloomy, making people uneasy. I patted the cigarette in my pocket and looked at the group of people walking away. The situation isn't good. Yi Dazhuang also looked towards Luo Xingyun's entourage getting into a chauffeur-driven car surrounded by a large crowd inside. Actually, during the recess, I heard several media buddies say that the opposing lawyer relentlessly pursued and questioned the victim until they collapsed during the first round. It seems the prosecution's momentum isn't ideal. Not only did he relentlessly pursue and question, but he was utterly ruthless and shameless. Far away, Xingmin Yu seemed to glance in my direction before entering the vehicle. He was too far away for me to make out his face, but even with my toes, I could imagine that on that outstanding good-looking face of his, there would surely be an expression full of ridicule and arrogance. It was as if he was taunting me. How could I possibly end up in ruins? The one who will utterly fail is you. I silently turned around and walked back into the court without a word. Yi Dazhuang kept calling my name from behind, but I waved at him without looking back, telling him to go ahead first because I had something else to do. Walking back into the courthouse, I just saw the door of the discussion room next to the courtroom open, with Meng Xianjun and Mo Chio stepping out. Meng Xianjun had her hand lightly placed on Mo Chio's arm, continuously whispering small comforts to him, while Mo Chio nodded at her occasionally. It's okay, don't feel pressured. Due to my sudden approach, Meng Xianjun alertly stopped their conversation, furrowing her eyebrows to ask me, who are you? Mo Chio hurriedly explained, he's my friend. Meng Xianjun slightly relaxed her brows, about to say something when I, without stopping my steps, shoved both of them back into the discussion room again. I also pushed Mo Chio, who looked completely confused and didn't know what the situation was, inside. After pushing people back into the discussion room, I turned around and closed the door. Meng Xianjun took a step backward, keeping her distance from me, becoming guarded. What are you doing? I ignored her and asked Mo Chio, did you show my video to Luo Xingyun? Mo Chio had been crying a lot recently, and now his eyes were red like a rabbit's. Hearing my question, his whole body suddenly stiffened, quickly shaking his head. No. I didn't want to involve you. Perfect. I pulled out my phone from my pocket, bringing up the original uncensored version of the video taken that day, and placed it on the table, pushing it toward Meng Xianjun. Ms. Meng, take a look at this, you should find it interesting. Mo Chiu rushed to grab the phone, but I was quick enough to stop him. Lu Feng, what are you doing? His voice sounded like he was about to cry again. I can handle it myself. There's no need for you to. I pushed his hands away, blocking him in front of me until Meng Xianjun hesitantly picked up the phone and opened the video. Then I continued saying, we all know there couldn't be only one victim, if there's a first, there must be a second. As long as he doesn't get caught, he'll continue forever. Meng Xuanjuan's expression became more and more shocked as she watched the video. She glanced at me, then at the video, and back to me again before confirming, you're another victim. Not entirely, but you can put it that way. I dragged a chair over and sat down in front of her. Meng Xianjun glanced between Mo Chiu and me, then dragged a chair to sit down herself. I need to know more details. The next day, the media in Qingwan City was flooded with news of the new developments in Luo Xingyan's case. A new victim emerged. Luo Xingyan's original lawyer had to withdraw due to conflicts of interest with the victims, leaving Luo Xingyan no choice but to hastily seek help from a large law firm, Belton. They hired their senior partner to serve as the subsequent litigation agent. When I saw the report, I almost burst out laughing thinking about how furious Xing Minouyu must have been in my imagination. He must have never thought that I would personally jump into this mess. At this point, it was no longer about justice, it was more like a competition between me and Xing Minouyu, a one-sided contest. Lu Feng, are you crazy? Over the phone, Wei Shi yelled loudly, scaring me so much that I nearly fell off the swivel chair. I moved the phone away a bit and dug my ears, asking, give me a hint, why are you yelling at me? Wei Shi became even angrier and shouted again, Shen Shaoshi and Monkey told me everything. I've noticed you've been mysterious lately, skipping work to run around. You better come over right now and explain yourself clearly. Suddenly, his voice changed direction. Did I tell you to sit down? Stand against the wall. I knew he wouldn't call me just for some casual talk. It seemed like our reckless involvement had completely been exposed. Wei Shi is usually very easygoing, but when he gets angry, he's like a T-Rex with its tail stepped on, impossible to bear. I'm not particularly good at handling him either. You calm down, I am the victim. How dare you hide such big things from me? How can I remain calm? Wei Shi's volume grew even louder, you come over immediately or we're not brothers anymore. I thought about it. If I went now, I'd probably look terrible and might even get beaten up, so I suggested, let's eat hot pot tonight instead. I'll send you the address later, we can talk while eating. This plan would ensure that he wouldn't dare to lay a hand on me in public space, plus, I always believe nothing can't be solved by a hot pot. If not, two should do it. I didn't give Wei Shi a chance to refuse, hanging up the phone decisively. After that, I searched online for a well-reputed hot pot restaurant and sent the address to him. The hot pot restaurant was located in the mall right below Xing Minouyu's law firm. Actually, I wasn't sure why I had chosen this particular restaurant, but I just felt that if I couldn't see Xing Minouyu's frustrated face with my own eyes, it would be such a pity. Chapter 24, Do you have anything to explain? The four of us gathered around a table, clarifying the matter while having hot pot. Wei Shi expressed understanding but remained angry. He was sweating profusely from eating and threw off his coat, revealing an eye-catching guanyin tattoo on his arm. Coupled with his buzz cut, he sat there confidently, appearing quite intimidating even when silent. I exchanged glances with Shen Shaoshi and Yi Dazhuang, knowing that this wasn't over yet. We all filled our glasses with alcohol and raised them humbly in apology. Big brother San, we were wrong. Wei Shi lifted his eyelids and lazily ate a peanut, showing no sign of forgiveness. It looked like this wouldn't work. Shen Shaoshi, the youngest of the group and most afraid of Wei Shi, carefully observed his expressions. Seeing Wei Shi still upset, he hesitatingly refilled everyone's glasses with beer. Brother San, I actually participated the least in this matter. I really didn't know anything. If you're going to punish anyone, please don't include me. Yi Dazhuang, who had just brought the glass to his lips after hearing this, almost spat out the alcohol. Heh, so you'd rather let your friend suffer first? Is that it? Shen Shaoshi edged closer to Wei Shi and defended himself, but what I said is true. I originally planned to show my skills and teach that pervert a lesson, but when I came back from the restroom, you all disappeared, making me worried for nothing. It was such a waste of effort. Only at this point did Wei Shi finally manage a slight smile, as he gave Shen Shaoshi a slap on the back of the head. You call that a waste? Looks like you're itching for a beating, huh? Everyone laughed a little. After finishing my empty cup, I exchanged another quick glance with Yi Dazhuang. Since Wei Shi was smiling now, this matter could be considered settled. With his personality, he wouldn't delve further into it. I adjusted my collar. After drinking 2 cups of beer and being steamed by the hot pot, I felt warm. From 16 to 26 years old, the collective life I lived kept me disciplined without developing any bad habits, yet within less than a year since my release, I've already picked up smoking and drinking. And they say society's a big melting pot. That must be why. Feeling full from food and drink and with our issues resolved, apart from me, the other 3 drank quite heavily. By the time we finished paying the bill, Shen Shaoshi was even squatting outside the store, saying he felt dizzy and wanted to sleep right there. Wei Shi dragged him inside and hauled him into the elevator. Since I don't have much tolerance for alcohol, I made sure not to drink too much, thus remaining the most sober among us. Therefore, I proactively called cars for each of them. Shen Shaoshi and Yi Dazhuang lived along the same route, so they left together first. Wei Shi stayed behind with me on the roadside, smoking quietly without speaking. When the car arrived, using the moment before it pulled over, he patted my shoulder and told me not to keep everything bottled up inside, and reminded me that I could always rely on these brothers if needed. I knew he'd been waiting for the right opportunity to say this all night. Wei Shi isn't usually an emotional person, yet his words tonight showed just how concerned he was about me. Understood, I opened the car door, gesturing for Wei Shi to get in. He held onto the door firmly and assured me earnestly, "Rest assured, if the law can't punish that beast, I'll help you find someone to break his legs." Though his gaze was sharp and his logic clear, I knew he must have drunk too much to say something like that. He had previously seriously corrected us, emphasizing that he was just a regular citizen with many friends, doing legitimate business, not some shady merchant dealing in murky waters. "Don't talk nonsense, do you want to end up back in jail?" I sighed, pushing him into the car. As the car slowly started, Wei Shi refused to give up and lowered the window to shout back at me, "Then what if I feed him some stinky dog poop?" Pedestrians on the street turned their heads to look at us. I touched my nose and quickly ran towards the office building beside the mall. The hot pot took longer than expected. In fact, I wasn't even sure whether Qing Menu would still be in the office. However, upon arriving at the entrance of the law firm, I found the place pitch dark, though the door was unlocked. After a brief hesitation, I decided to enter. At this hour, employees had already gone home. The whole company was eerily quiet except for the faint sound of car horns coming from the business building below. But the unlocked front door suggested that someone was still inside. Walking cautiously inward, I reached Qing Menu's office and gently pushed open the door. A gust of wind hit me, blowing through the normally closed soundproof windows, which today were unusually wide open. The rolling blinds flapped loudly due to the unexpected canyon effect. Qing Menu leaned by the window, looking over at me with a cigarette in hand. His typically tidy hairstyle was disheveled by the wind, with falling strands partially covering his right eye, softening his normally stern features and making him appear unexpectedly approachable. The entire room was engulfed in darkness, only dimly illuminated by the city light streaming in through the window, casting faint outlines. "I'm not in the mood to argue with you now." He spoke while holding the cigarette, the tip glowing briefly orange in the dim light before fading again. The smoke swirled in the breeze, carried by the airflow straight toward me, instantly amplifying the intoxicating effects of the 2 cups of alcohol I'd had earlier. I began to feel tipsy, my nerves heightened and my actions involuntary. "Are you mad about Luo Xinyan's case?" I took a couple of steps toward him, my eyes suddenly catching something glinting on the desk. It was an envelope opener, a black-handled one. It had been violently and crudely jammed into the acrylic surface of the desk, standing there awkwardly and stiffly as if waiting for my inspection. Judging by the angle and depth at which it was inserted, the perpetrator must have been extremely furious. If this desk were alive, it would have died from that single thrust. Not to mention, there were some scattered round dents nearby, clearly also made by the tip of the knife. The poor desk looked like it was about to turn into a beehive. I mentally replayed the scenario that might have caused these round dents. Maybe Qing Menu was sitting here reading his emails, or answering someone's call, or reviewing case documents, doing serious work while absent-mindedly playing with the envelope opener. Then, something must have irritated him, and he subconsciously vented his frustration by repeatedly stabbing the desk. But the anger grew uncontrollably, and soon he lost control, plunging the envelope opener straight through the desk. My bold guess. It couldn't possibly be because of me. Satisfied with deducing the scene, I gripped the handle of the envelope opener and used quite a bit of strength to pull it out of the desk. Running my fingers over the circular holes and smaller dents, I looked up at him with a slightly gleeful tone. "Looks like you'll need a new desk tomorrow." Qing Menu glanced at me casually, then quickly turned his gaze back to the neon-lit cityscape outside the window, "Put it down, and get out." Although he didn't directly answer my question, his unusually short temper and rude attitude compared to his usual demeanor revealed just how displeased he currently was. Playing with the tip of the envelope opener, I slowly approached him. "The law is fair for everyone. Now that I've joined, you must step aside. As they say, alcohol gives cowards courage. People who are usually timid can become braver under the influence of alcohol, let alone someone like me who was already bold." At this moment, I felt unstoppable. Give me a megaphone, and I could shout loud enough for the whole building to know that Qing Menu got so angry he stabbed his own desk. He remained silent, continuing to smoke quietly as he stared at the glowing city beneath his feet. The moonlight fell into his eyes, diffusing into a cold glow that made him look like a steel giant devoid of warmth. This time, I win. He rolled up his shirt sleeves to his elbows, revealing strong forearm lines. The envelope opener slid down along his shoulder and pressed against his exposed skin. Perhaps the cool sensation stimulated him, transforming the man who had moments ago resembled a statue into a lion that had just woken up, glaring fiercely at me. Before I realized something was wrong, he swiftly twisted my wrist, pressing me forcefully against the floor-to-ceiling window with one hand pinning mine behind my back. The envelope opener clattered to the ground, followed by a louder thud as my body hit the glass. What are you gloating about? Ching Menu grabbed my hair, forcing me to look up. Do you think pushing me out will guarantee your victory? Luo Xingyun hired one of the top attorneys from Belton, Qingwan's largest and oldest law firm. He's been defending cases since you were still nursing. There are plenty of ways he can make you regret interfering. Without me, you'll never win. I didn't doubt for a second that if he applied just a little more pressure, my arm would snap. There's no way to know unless we try, I gritted out through the pain. I like challenges, taking risks even when they're nearly impossible. You should know that about me. You've made absolutely no progress in the last 10 years. Still only capable of doing stupid things in stupid ways. The cold light vanished completely, replaced by an icy blue flame of anger. He shoved my face against the glass with such force that my cheek almost distorted, my head throbbing harder from the impact. His words reminded me of 10 years ago, of Qi Yang, and of myself on the rooftop, enraged to the extreme by what Qi Yang had said. He was right, everything that day was indeed foolish beyond measure. But under those circumstances, it was the only choice I could have made. My forehead pressed against the cold window glass, slightly clearing my foggy mind. Yes, I've never been smart. I always resort to self-destructive methods, to protect the ones I care about. I closed my eyes, all humor gone, leaving nothing but bitterness in my mouth. I'm truly pathetic. Why did I come here to torture myself? Where's my rationality? Where has it disappeared to? Has it been assassinated by emotion? Protect the ones you want to protect. Qing Menu repeated my words meaningfully, suddenly exerting even more force. Both my scalp and arm were subjected to an undeniable pain. Stop. I couldn't help but start struggling, my voice tinged with pain. And just as his attack had come suddenly, in the next instant Qing Menu abruptly released me and quickly stepped back an arm's length, as if some kind of virus had suddenly attached itself to me, and he didn't want to be contaminated. I massaged my stinging scalp and arm as I turned around, staying close to the floor-to-ceiling window and not daring to approach him easily again. A stub of a cigarette was still smoldering pitifully on the ground, having fallen from Qing Menu's hand earlier. He extinguished it with a kick, his gaze falling on the envelope opener on the floor. After a brief look down, he turned his eyes toward another window and lit yet another cigarette from his pocket. Without ability, you can protect no one. In just a moment, he had returned from a state of madness to calmness. I closed my eyes briefly, choosing not to comment on his words, and kicked the envelope opener out of the way before walking straight toward the door, nearly shattering his office door as I left. Truly, I came with high hopes and left utterly disappointed. 2 days later, I unexpectedly received a call from Meng Xianjun. She didn't elaborate much, simply inviting me for a face-to-face meeting and hanging up shortly after. Her tone worried me so much that I almost thought there was something wrong with the case. But when I arrived at the prosecutor's office, she seriously motioned for me to sit down, turned the computer screen on her desk toward me, and played a segment of surveillance footage. Based on your testimony, I obtained the surveillance recordings of the night both you and Luo Xingyun entered the clubroom, and when you left. This is what I found. In the video, I appeared unsteadily in the hallway, looking like a drunkard who could only stagger forward by holding onto the wall. Not long after, I collided full-on with a shadowy figure rounding the corner. Just as I was about to fall, the person steadied me, and when they recognized my face, their normally unperturbed expression revealed a flicker of surprise. I stared blankly at the screen, still dazed even as the image froze. Mr. Liu, do you have anything to explain? Meng Xuanjuan's fingertip tapped against the tall figure on the screen. Why was your brother also at St. Eden that day? I looked at her, my mouth opening slightly. Chapter 25, Dance but do not descend. Meng Xianjun seemed to have misunderstood my reaction, and her expression grew even more severe. Are you not telling me the truth? What role does Qing Menu play in this matter? Did he plan all of this? Before I could answer, she quickly negated herself. No, if that were the case, why would he bother to act as Luo Xingyun's proxy lawyer? That doesn't make sense. What exactly are you two up to? I was afraid she might think all of this was just a setup we had prepared for Luo Xingyun. If the prosecutor doubted the authenticity of the case, she had the authority to cancel the charges, and Luo Xingyun would then be able to walk away unscathed. Though I was more shocked than her, now I could only push those complicated thoughts aside and clarify things first. I am not hiding anything. That day, it was just a coincidence that we met. You, Prosecutor Meng, can check the surveillance footage of him entering the club to see if it was planned with me. Our relationship hasn't been good these past few years. Though he saved me, by that time, I had already passed out and didn't know who he was, nor did he intend to let me know. I stared at the somewhat blurry face of Qing Menu on the monitor and whispered, I just found out it was him moments ago. Impressive how he endured being called a mad dog to my face, his acting skills made even Luo Xingyun seem inferior. Your meaning is that at that time, he still didn't know about Luo Xingyun's matters. Meng Xianjun picked up a pencil beside her hand and tapped it on Qing Menu's image on the screen. He didn't know. After some thought, I added, before taking this case as his agency, he may not even have known who Luo Xingyun was. Meng Xianjun instantly showed an incredulous expression. It's true. He isn't the type of person interested in such things. He could say without hesitation the names of any world leader, but never cared about what happened in the world he chose not to care about. Meng Xianjun seriously examined me, evaluating the credibility of my words, while continuously flipping that slender pencil in her hand. My current position is not my ideal end goal. She leaned back in her chair, staring at me intently and stated, but if I want to continue climbing higher, I must achieve better results. In recent years, the limited human resources of the state can't keep up with the increasing number of cases. Everyone is under immense pressure. How to more swiftly adjudicate cases without wasting state resources has also become one of the criteria for assessing individual abilities. I don't want to complicate the case too much. This video, I won't submit as evidence. Her hands paused their motion, leaning forward, but if I find out you're hiding anything afterward, I'll immediately withdraw the accusation. I want to win, but I have my principles, understand? I composed my expression, realizing it was her final ultimatum to me. The situation was more serious than it looked, shaking her trust in us. I swear there is nothing else hidden. I held up 3 fingers and swore to the heavens. Meng Xianjun watched me for a moment, then threw the pencil back into the pencil holder and said, "See you in the next court session, Mr. Liu." I secretly took a long sigh of relief, stood up, and gave her a slight nod of acknowledgement. "Goodbye, Prosecutor Meng." Walking out of the prosecutor's office building, standing in the gently breezy sunshine, I had an almost surreal feeling. Who would have thought that in a mere half hour, my mood could fluctuate so much? As I walked down the steps, the growing joy within became increasingly hard to suppress, until I couldn't help but cover my face and laugh. Finally, I sat right down on the steps and laughed wholeheartedly. My appearance must have been strange enough to attract many curious stares, but I paid no attention, laughing uncontrollably with tears welling in the corners of my eyes. Who was it that confidently vowed they'd rather marry a certain person than go to bed with me? Who warned me to stay far away from them? And who cursed me for being despicable and cowardly? Saying, "No," with your mouth, but your body speaks volumes. Play and play in different ways. You sexy thing. I took out a cigarette and lit it, sitting on the steps puffing smoke. I don't know what psychological motive drives Xing Menu to mess with me this way, disliking me intensely and wanting to humiliate me using these methods. Then his sacrifice was truly enormous, killing enemies at a cost to oneself. Or is it, he ultimately couldn't suppress his inner desires, and that day just released years of concealed brutal emotions through me? At times like these, I wish I could be the roundworm in Xing Menu's stomach, allowing me to discover exactly what he's thinking, instead of speculating aimlessly, tossing and turning night and day. In fact, the relationship between Xing Menu and me wasn't always this bad. In our first year of high school, he tutored me, allowing me access to his domain. Everything changed when it came to that orange cat killed by Qi Yang. After burying the corpse of that orange cat together with Xing Menu, I felt anxious about knowing Xing Menu's secrets while simultaneously hating Qi Yang's persistent more and more. Even though I was only 16 back then, 4 years younger than Xing Menu, I always felt it was my duty to watch over him. When my father was alive, he was the pillar of our family, the master of the house. After his death, I took his place, determined to protect my mother and Xing Menu. So I found Qi Yang and warned him to stay away from Xing Menu, or else he'd have to face the consequences. I cornered Qi Yang in a narrow alley. He held a takeaway bag in his hand. Instead of surprise, his expression showed amusement as he said, "I remember you, you're Xing's younger brother." My face darkened, and I started tossing half a brick lightly in my hand. "Don't be so familiar with him, you're not close enough." Qi Yang adjusted his black-framed glasses and carefully set the takeaway aside. "You like him," he said after straightening up, looking at me. I froze for a second, stopping the tossing motion, gripping the brick tightly while pulling on my lips with a bitter smile. "He's my brother. If I didn't like him, would I like someone like you?" Perhaps because I've always thought of Qi Yang as insane, everything about him seems off, his unsettling smile, his pale complexion, and his eccentric way of speaking, it all makes me sick. "No, what I mean is..." He rephrased it, "You have the same desire for him as I do." I gasped slightly, tightening my grip on the brick and stepping closer to him bit by bit. "I'm not like you," I muttered, more to myself than to him. "I won't give him dead cats as gifts. Nor would I let him slip into darkness while knowingly dragging him along with me." Qi Yang didn't seem perturbed. "But he enjoys it," he replied casually. In one swift move, I grabbed his collar, slamming him against the wall, brandishing the brick in my hand with a cold laugh. "Apparently, you also enjoy getting beat up." Qi Yang stared straight at me, his gaze piercing through the lenses of his glasses, radiating an indescribable sense of menace. "You're too clean, still carrying the smell of milk, and you're just an innocent kid," he said fearlessly, "and someone like you will never get him. Monsters only like other monsters. Misfits attract misfits. Don't you understand that?" His words instantly ignited my rage, and without thinking, I slammed the brick down onto the cement wall behind him. The half-brick, weathered by wind and sun, was already fragile and shattered into pieces upon impact, sending splinters flying past Qi Yang's cheek. A smirk appeared on his lips, his eyes mocking me as if saying, "See? You're nothing but a green kid who doesn't even dare to draw blood." Gripping his collar tightly, I shouted word by word, "I understand your mother." Then, I violently rammed my head into his face. Qi Yang immediately let out a groan of pain, trembling as he clutched his nose. I stepped back a few steps, watching him squat down on the ground with blood oozing through his fingers. Feeling repulsed, I wiped my forehead. Whatever he is, he's not yours. With that, I turned around and left, leaving Chi-Yang alone in the alley. For several days afterward, I felt uneasy, fearing that the crazy Chi-Yang might run to Xing Minu and blabber nonsense. But fortunately, there was no trouble. Tutoring continued, and Xing Minu never mentioned anything related to Chi-Yang. Afterward, I buried my desire for him deep inside, seeking every opportunity to be alone with him. The entire winter break, I practically glued myself to him. I thought I had hidden my feelings well, but back then I was only 16, still naive, and inevitably, sometimes lost control. In the last 2 days of the winter vacation, after repeatedly pleading with Xing Minu for days, he finally agreed to let me stay overnight. I was ecstatic and almost didn't sleep a wink that whole night. Lying next to the warmth I yearned for day and night, even the winter's chill couldn't stop me from sweating profusely. Just being this close to him filled me with heat. Unable to fall asleep, I stared at his profile in the dark, unable to resist rising on my elbow and closely examining the features of his face. When my gaze reached his lips, I became entranced and, before I knew it, leaned in, holding my breath and softly pressing a kiss on the corner of his lips. This kiss was so beautiful and addictive, tempting me deeper and deeper, like the seductive allure of a poppy flower, making it hard to tear away. But just as I was about to extend my tongue and push between his lips, I suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing how dangerous this act was. Panic-stricken, I raised my head to look into Xing Minu's eyes, relieved when I saw no sign of him waking up from my intrusion. My heart, which had jumped into my throat, finally settled back into place. Quietly exhaling a sigh of relief, I lay back down on my side and finally managed to drift off to sleep. The next morning, Xing Minu was already dressed and ready to go to work. Still rubbing my sleepy eyes, I stretched lazily. He picked up the keys from a cabinet next to me but accidentally dropped a book. I bent down to pick it up for him, our hands brushing together. Before I could react, he jerked away as if he had been shocked by electricity. I froze for a moment, feeling a little aggrieved as I retracted my hand. He didn't bother to explain anything, he just gave me a glance and said coldly, "When you're awake, leave on your own." Then he put the book back where it belonged and left without looking back. After that day, he began to distance himself from me. At first, he used his busy studies as an excuse to cancel tutoring me. Later, no matter how much I pleaded or acted childish, he refused to meet with me. He completely shut me out of his life, not allowing me to get close to him. Anyone could see the obvious change in his attitude, there was clearly a problem. And since I wasn't stupid, I realized it immediately. He knew about my delusions, my obsessive desires. I thought I had hidden everything perfectly, but he must have known all along. During school one time, I'd heard a teacher tell this story. Once upon a time, there was a fisherman who, every time he went out to sea, would be accompanied by flocks of seabirds that landed on his boat and played affectionately with him. His father, hearing about it, asked him, "I've heard that the seabirds like you so much that they gather around you. Catch one and bring it back so I can play with it." But when the fisherman returned to the shore the next day, the seabirds only hovered above him, flying around, never landing on his boat again. The seabirds sensed the fisherman's intentions, and though they danced in the air, they no longer came down. Xing Minu also sensed my intentions, and from then on, he never got close to me again. Chapter 26, I Never Regret. The second hearing took place on a day when the weather was still gloomy. I woke up early and arrived at the court well before the agreed time. For the protection of the victims, while the media was allowed to report on this case, they were not permitted to disclose the names or appearances of Mo Chio and myself. Regardless of how much speculation there might be online or in the print media, Mo Chio could only be referred to as Mr. Mo, and I was simply known as Mr. Liu. Therefore, unless one looked at those malicious slanders on the internet, it didn't actually have a significant impact on my life. It was quite different for Mo Chio. After the last hearing, some irresponsible media outlets or fans of Luo Xingyun leaked his professional information. Consequently, a large number of people online declared their intention to dox him. And indeed, he was later doxed, wrongfully though, as another innocent illustrator got caught up in the chaos, becoming an unjust victim of cyberbullying. This led to fierce conflicts between fans and anti-fans, with countless accounts shut down amidst the blood and thunderstorms online. All of this was told to me by Shen Shaoshi, who also claimed that she had participated in what was described as the battle of the century, battling it out against brainless fans and ultimately leaving them utterly defeated. I laughed it off as if it were just a joke. Whether it was true or not, it must have been quite a spectacle. Even though it was the second trial, Mo Chio was still extremely nervous. He couldn't stop shaking even before stepping inside the courtroom. I patted his shoulder, trying to calm him down, but instead, I scared him into a little shiver like a rabbit with a severe stress reaction. As we entered the courtroom, Luo Xingyun's group was ahead of us. Given Mo Chio's fragile mental state, Meng Xianjun and I instinctively shielded him behind us, avoiding any direct confrontation with Luo Xingyun. "That's their new lawyer this time, Wang Xian." Meng Xianjun tilted her chin and gestured toward the middle-aged man standing behind Luo Xingyun. He looked about 40, sporting a meticulously groomed beard, standing straight and tall in a silver-gray suit, with a small red triangular handkerchief peeking from his chest pocket. The streaks of white in his temples didn't make him look older, instead, they added a mature, knowledgeable aura to him. It seemed more like he was coming to a banquet rather than attending court. Meng Xianjun said, "He's a real smooth talker and tough to deal with. You need to mentally prepare yourself. He might ask questions about your relationship with Mo Chiu and use the fact that you have a criminal record to question your credibility." This was one of the aces Xing Minu had mentioned. I nodded at Meng Xianjun and replied, "I understand." Yi Dazhuang finally managed to secure a listener's pass this time. As we entered, I immediately spotted him and saw Xing Minu and Wu Yi sitting in the second row. Their gazes converged on me at the same moment, but I only looked at Xing Minu and winked at him. Xing Minu subtly furrowed his eyebrows and quickly moved his eyes away without lingering. The trial began. After taking the oath, Meng Xianjun asked me to recount the overall situation of the incident on the day it happened and Luo Xingyan's behavior towards me at the club. I held nothing back, revealing everything that had transpired, including the motivation for filming the video and my old classmate relationship with Mo Chiu. During the cross-examination, as Meng Xianjun predicted, Wang Xian began questioning my honesty. "Mr. Lu, here is a copy of your criminal record from when you were 16. You went to jail." "Yes." "Could you tell us what crime landed you in jail?" "Murder in the second degree." He stood with his hands behind his back, his face adorned with an arrogant smile that seemed exclusive to the elite, as if everything were under his control and he was confident enough to handle any obstacle. "You've sworn on the stand not to lie. Now, let me ask you a question, would you answer truthfully?" I nodded. "Sure. Do you regret your actions?" I was taken aback, not expecting him to play it this way. Meng Xianjun immediately objected, stating that this question was irrelevant to the case. The judge looked at Wang Xian. He quickly justified it, "This question is merely aimed at confirming Mr. Lu's attitude towards crime and whether he himself resides within the bounds of morally acceptable behavior." After a moment of thought, the judge ruled against Meng Xianjun's objection and asked me to answer the question. Sitting in the witness box facing the spectators and the jury, I felt as if I were transported back 10 years ago. Is this Wang lawyer familiar with my previous court records? Years ago in court, the prosecutor handling my case had asked me the same question. "Have you ever regretted your actions?" What was my answer back then? I locked eyes with Xing Minu in the audience, looking at him across the distance, my feelings tangled with complexity and bitterness. I questioned myself again and again, do I regret? Do I regret? Do I really regret? Time passed slowly, yet no one urged me to hurry. No, I will never regret it. By the time I realized, I had already answered the prosecutor's question loud enough for everyone to hear. Back then, I was truly incredibly stubborn, riddled with bad habits, arrogantly untamed, and obstinately unyielding. Even though I could have given a less confrontational response, I chose not to, just so everyone would know that I never regretted the things I did. Now, sitting in the witness box while Xing Minu sits in the audience, everything overlaps perfectly with what happened back then. It's as if time has reversed, and the years have stood still. Once again, I looked at him and answered the same question as I had all those years ago. And he, like before, gazed at me calmly and coldly, seeming unfazed by any of my responses. I'm despondent about the pain I've caused, melancholic about an uncertain future, and deeply apologetic for breaking the law. But if you ask me whether I regret it. No, I never regret. By the time I realized it, I had already answered the prosecutor's question loudly enough for everyone to hear. I won't regret anything I did for Xing Minu, not even for a single minute or second. You can say I'm incorrigible, I really am incorrigible. Everyone present was shocked by my response, the audience started murmuring amongst themselves, and the judge tapped his gavel to restore order and asked the bailiff to maintain it. Meng Xianjun suddenly stood up and urgently requested from the judge, "May I apply for a brief recess?" The judge glanced at his watch and said, "I'll give you 5 minutes." Meng Xianjun was furious, she slammed the meeting room door and breathlessly questioned me, asking if I had a screw loose. How could you answer like that? Are you crazy? Mo Chiu stood in the corner, huddling into himself, trying to offer a word of advice but got drowned out immediately by Meng Xianjun's voice. The jury doesn't care about your backstory, they will think your moral character is flawed based on your response. Previously, Mo Chiu had mentioned how gentle Meng Xianjun was, clearly indicating that Meng hadn't been pushed to her limits until now. I scratched my ear, I thought lying wasn't allowed in court. Meng Xianjun was momentarily at a loss for words, wanting to scold me but finding no valid reason, yet unable to hold herself back. Finally, she sighed deeply, "Our ultimate goal is to convict Luo Xingyan, remember? You've said that if he gets away with this, there'll be more victims, and he'll never stop." Of course, I remembered. Because of her words, I quickly calmed down, realizing that I had just acted out of emotion. The familiar trial environment and Xing Minu's presence couldn't help but make me restless. I thought I was stronger than Mo Chiu, better able to handle pressure, but in reality, I wasn't much better off. Raking my fingers through my hair, I apologized to Meng Xianjun, "Sorry, I'll be more cautious going forward." There were only a few minutes left, so after greeting both of them, I went outside the court alone to smoke and clear my head. Unexpectedly, I bumped into Xing Minu at the smoking area in a corner. When he saw me, the person who had been smoking alongside him quickly stubbed out their cigarette and walked past me. I watched her retreating figure for a moment, vaguely remembering that she might be one of the audience members, and I'd seen her in the front row during the first trial. She wore black dresses twice, looking exhausted but beautiful, which left some impression on me. I cleared my throat lightly, holding my cigarette, stepping forward. "Can I borrow a light?" Xing Menu looked up at me hesitantly, then felt around in his pocket as if searching for a lighter to hand to me. "No need," I smiled, biting the cigarette and leaning closer to light it using his own. We were so close that I could feel the strength of his breathing against my skin. After lighting the cigarette, I straightened up and swept my eyes over his lips, trying hard to keep my gaze from being too obvious. "Why are you here?" Strangely, it seemed I lacked the natural ability to get mad at Xing Menu. Despite earlier saying confidently and firmly that I would sever ties completely with him, seeing him again just days later made all those grand statements seem like something from another life. Curiosity. Xing Menu moved his Adam's apple and exhaled a puff of smoke, simply and powerfully throwing 2 words at me. Looking at him, his expression revealed no hint of guilt when facing me. Instead, his attitude was bolder than mine, the injured party. His calmness left me in awe. What a pretender. If I were to throw that video in his face, I wonder if he'd still be able to maintain such composure. What was he thinking when doing those things? He couldn't have thoroughly disliked it, right? Otherwise, his appetite would be way too strong. At that moment, the voice of reason and the temptations of desire clashed again. Reason told me not to dream anymore, yelling, "Xing Menu has no heart. After all these years, are you still holding unrealistic fantasies about him? Wake up." Desire agreed with reason but flushed bright red, lost in reverie as it held its chin and stared stupidly at Xing Menu. "No heart. Fine, kidneys work too. Getting him physically is fine even if I can't get his heart." Reason was outraged. "Your standards shouldn't be this low." But my standards were indeed that low. "Brother." I was about to suggest that once this matter was resolved, we should find a place to sit down for a meal and a good chat when he spoke at the same time. "Do you know what a rich man's judge is?" Taken aback, I blankly shook my head. Born into the bourgeoisie, worry-free regarding food and clothing from a young age, graduating from prestigious schools with smooth sailing in life, never having encountered setbacks. Although sympathetic to the poor and against evil, he has never truly wanted to understand the thoughts of people from other social classes. That's what a rich man's judge is. Xing Menu glanced toward the court direction. Judge Zheng is a typical example. The presiding judge in the Luo Xingyun case was surnamed Zheng. Furrowing my brow, I asked, "What do you mean?" "The prosecutor only needs to ensure conviction, they won't tell you any extra unnecessary details. Judge Xing doesn't like victims with blemishes, such as yourself." He held the cigarette between his fingers and gradually leaned closer, sharp words accompanied by choking smoke invading me. "He prefers mingling with rich people of his own class, like Luo Xingyun. Even if the jury finds Luo Xingyun guilty, Judge Zheng has a high probability of only sentencing him to probation or community service. After all, forced molestation isn't considered a serious crime." He asked, "Is it worth fighting for a case destined to lose?" Biting on my cigarette, I didn't expect him to say these things to me. This kind of question of whether it's worth it, well, it depends on the person. I tapped off some ash and smiled. "For things I think are worth doing, no matter how troublesome, I will go through with them. Likewise, for someone I believe is worth loving, no matter how vile, I will still love them." I intended to hint at something, and he understood but pretended not to get it. He stubbed out his cigarette and raised his hand to glance at the time. "Time's up." 5 minutes had passed, the trial was about to resume. An ace lawyer, a rich man's judge, and a despicable star, what a dream team indeed. Well, I can settle accounts with Xing Menu later, let me resolve the present issue first. Let's go. I tossed the barely smoked cigarette into the trash can and shoved my hands into my pockets as I headed back. Chapter 27, Goddess of Justice. Wang Xian's questioning continued. "Mr. Liu, I believe you and the other victim in this case were junior high school classmates, is that correct?" "That's correct. You haven't had close interactions for over a decade as far as I know. We just reunited last winter." Wang Xian wore an expression of confusion. "You've had no contact for over a decade, yet you came forward to protect an old classmate who can hardly be considered a friend. Such behavior is quite rare. Could you tell me what kind of motivation prompted you to accompany my client to St. Eden that night, and even more presciently, set up your phone to capture the video evidence you submitted?" Meng Xianjun had calculated correctly. The opposing lawyer truly did focus on the issues regarding my relationship with Mo Chiu and my credibility. I smiled slightly without rushing to defend myself. "Looks like you don't have many friends." The audience in the gallery and the jury burst into soft laughter. Wang Xian's expression changed slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of annoyance at being slighted. "If we weren't in court, I would have added something else." He looked more like someone who was hit right where it hurt. In junior high school, Mo Chiu was assigned to me by the teacher as someone I needed to help. I was responsible for tutoring him in his studies so he wouldn't get bullied by classmates. Though I have a record, my academic performance was actually good back then, and I liked helping others. I glanced at Mo Chiu sitting at the prosecution seat and noticed that his eyes were red, looking like he might cry again. Sighing quietly in my heart, I said, "Mo Chiu is an introverted and sensitive person. At first, I advised him to report the incident to the police, but because of the bullying during his student years, he always cared too much about what others thought of him. So I wanted to use my own method to solve the problem for him. Wang Xian seemed to have been waiting for this. I saw his lips moving and quickly interjected before he could speak. Of course, this method wasn't very wise, it caused me to suffer from extremely severe violence. Reporting to the police should always be the first choice. I believe that the law will eventually restore fairness to us. I addressed the jury, making sure my voice was resonant and filled with emotion. No matter what kind of people we used to be, whether we liked men or women, what kinds of sexual preferences we have, or how many people we've slept with, that's no excuse for someone to commit violent harm. Several young female jurors nodded in agreement, causing Wang Xian's expression to grow increasingly grim. It was clear that my statement took him by surprise and disrupted his rhythm. However, being one of the best, his ability to adapt on the spot was naturally superior. He quickly informed the jury that Luo Xingyun had always maintained a good reputation within the industry and never had rumors of aggressive tendencies, trying to create the image of an innocent gentleman wrongfully accused. In the following trial, both prosecution and defense exchanged arguments intensely. Meng Xianjun presented more evidence to prove the physical and psychological harm Luo Xingyun had inflicted on Mo Qiu, including private blog entries Mo Qiu hadn't opened to the public. These entries covered the span from when he began his relationship with Luo Xingyun until the day he attempted suicide. For 2 months, he endured over 10 incidents of violent abuse at Luo Xingyun's hands, documenting all of them in a secret online diary where only he could see them. She casually read out one segment, "I'm so scared, he has suddenly become someone I no longer recognize. What am I supposed to do? No one can help me, I feel like I'm rotting away, I'm so distressed. How am I ever going to get rid of him?" Luo Xingyun showed not an ounce of remorse. Seated calmly at the defendant's bench, he even busied himself playing with his fingers, admiring his well-maintained nails. Meng Xianjun raised a document. "I have a psychological expert's evaluation here confirming that Mo Qiu suffers from moderate depression and requires long-term psychological treatment." At this moment, someone stood up from the last row of the gallery and walked out through the crowd. Glancing over, I saw it was the woman in black. She bowed her head, her face hidden behind her long hair as she quickly left the courtroom. This trial lasted for more than 2 hours, and upon its conclusion, just like the last time, Luo Xingyun was immediately surrounded by reporters after leaving the court. The next hearing would take place in 5 days. Meng Xianjun expressed little concern, claiming the battle had just begun and our chances of winning were great. But somehow, the winning she referred to felt different from what I understood. As long as the jury determined Luo Xingyun guilty, the prosecutor's job was done. But if Luo Xingyun only received a light sentence, say, probation combined with community service, I didn't think this battle could be called a resounding victory. Even though initially getting involved wasn't motivated by any sense of justice, it was more like I wanted to challenge Xing Menu, by now, if Luo Xingyun ended up escaping real punishment. Well, that would be pretty damn frustrating. "Come on, let's go eat hot pot and wash away that scumbag stink." Hidajwang hooked his arm around my shoulder, calling out to Mo Qiu as we headed out of the court. "Me, scumbag stink? It's the smell you pick up after spending too much time under the same roof as scum like Luo Xingyun," Hidajwang explained. "I've already had Brother San and Xiaoshi go reserve seats for us, so we can head straight there." Mo Qiu looked a bit uneasy. Being introverted by nature, it was difficult for him to socialize with a group of people he didn't know well. To be honest, I wasn't particularly interested in talking to him either. Inviting someone out to dinner only to end up neglecting them would have been better off not happening at all. So I told Mo Qiu that if he didn't want to go, he could skip it and just go home early to rest. Mo Qiu immediately perked up but still managed a polite remark, sorry, I'm feeling a little tired today. Maybe next time, we'll do this next time." He bid us farewell, turned around, and took a step before suddenly stiffening. He retracted his foot. Following his gaze, I saw Xing Menu and Wu Yi stepping out of the courthouse. Maybe it had been a bit warm inside. Xing Menu had taken off his jacket and carried it over his arm, revealing the neat grey-blue shirt underneath. From top to bottom, every button was tightly fastened, exposing no more skin than necessary aside from his neck and hands. Wu Yi noticed me and waved casually as a greeting. Xing Menu didn't even glance at him, keeping his eyes straight ahead without sparing this side a single look. "Want to invite your brother along?" Dezhuang shook my shoulder. I looked at him as if he were an alien. "Are you crazy? If I went up right now to ask him to join us for dinner, there's a 90% chance he'd tell me to fuck off. Plus, I couldn't quite imagine the image of Xing Menu, dressed in a suit, sitting solemnly in a large hall enjoying hot pot. And until now, I still hadn't envisioned how he looked when, If I couldn't see it firsthand, imagining such a scene exceeded my limited imagination. Dezhuang rubbed his nose and laughed awkwardly. "Then let me say hi to your brother, wait for me here." And before I could respond, he ran off after Xing Menu. From afar, I saw Dezhuang flatteringly fishing his phone out as though asking Xing Menu for contact details. Xing Menu didn't appear upset. Instead, he turned his head and said something to Wu Yi behind him, who promptly fished a business card out of his pocket and handed it over to Dezhuang. Dezhuang eagerly accepted it, nodding repeatedly to Xing Menu and then watching him leave. "What's going on?" Dezhuang returned, laughing cheerfully. I teased, "Interested in Wu Yi or my brother?" "Of course not. Just some questions about the case, wanted professional advice from your brother. A showbiz worker like me never thought one day I'd be covering criminal cases, it's truly hard, he sighed, troubled. Each high-profile case inevitably draws media attention during the trial process, resulting in intense reporting. Journalists compete to catch the public eye. Staking out at the front line and constantly following case developments is standard practice, while adding professional analysis to news reports is a bonus point. Dajwang's company was nothing more than a run-of-the-mill gossip tabloid, tracking and covering these events simply to stay current and grab a share of trending topics. Their earlier drafts weren't reliable, prioritizing shock value over accuracy, drawing relentless backlash from Luo Xinyan's fans and indifference from commoners. Yet his latest article was remarkably different, meticulously sorting out the timeline, accurately detailing the confrontations between prosecution and defense in 2 court hearings, even pairing it with a pencil sketch illustration of Luo Xinyan on the defendant's bench, smugly confident, a stark contrast to his previous subpar writing style. Still, because of its depth, despite Luo Xinyan's team trying their best to downplay its impact, the forward count continued climbing upward. Some lawyers have analyzed that the appearance of new victims may not significantly benefit the prosecution but rather reduce the credibility of the victims in the eyes of the jury, providing the defense with new ideas. TSK, why does this lawyer's analysis sound so familiar? I sat in front of my computer, smoking while scrolling through the content with my mouse. Unlike other reports focused solely on introducing the prosecutor, lawyers, and judge, Dajwang's piece aimed more at readers unfamiliar with the entertainment industry, comprehensively analyzing Luo Xinyan's background, growth, and career trajectory. Born into privilege, Luo Xinyan came from a family of merchants, his mother and uncle both diplomatic officers. His 5 years in the entertainment industry went smoothly, helped not only by good looks and decent acting skills but also due to his family background. Even if convicted, he could always exit the entertainment industry, return to take over his family's business, and continue being a gentleman bully. No wonder Xing Menu said I would surely lose. The minuscule justice achieved at great cost might not even be enough to leave a faint white mark on Luo Xinyan's nail. On the 3rd day of court, Xing Menu still sat in his usual spot, as did Dajwang. However, Wu Yi wasn't present this time. I scanned the back row, noticing that the woman in black who had attended the previous 2 hearings was also absent. Because of Wang Xian's last challenge to my credibility, Meng Xianjun had no choice but to counterattack by inviting the correctional officer from the Qinhuan City First Detention Center, under whose supervision I served my sentence, to testify on my behalf. I thought I would never see old Huang again after being released, but here we were, less than a year later, facing each other once more, and in such an awkward setting as the courtroom. Do you think Lu Feng is an honest person? Yes. Could you give some feedback about him? Old Huang shrugged. He's very kind-hearted, though he refuses to admit it. He doesn't even admit he's warm-hearted, but everyone knows that kid in cell 67 was different from all those vicious criminals. I sat in the prosecution seat, slightly flustered by his words, almost feeling honored. I knew old Huang liked me, but I didn't realize his opinion of me was so high. Meng Xianjun stated, Lu Feng has never concealed his true thoughts at any time or place, demonstrating his honesty. He isn't someone who would lie casually to achieve certain goals. We hope the jury considers the disparity between public figures' external personas and their real characters, avoiding bias towards special groups and accepting his testimony. Thank you. It was now Wang Xian's turn to cross-examine old Huang. He stood up and adjusted his collar. How many years have you worked as a prison guard? More than 20. You were in charge of Lu Feng when? 8 years, starting from when he was 18. From surface questions to deeper ones, Wang Xian slowly revealed his sharp edge. Was Lu Feng ever placed in solitary confinement while serving his sentence? After thinking for a moment, old Huang replied, yes, he was. Wang Xian appeared like a shark catching the scent of blood, his expression immediately lighting up with excitement. A lawyer of his caliber wouldn't let go of any opportunity. Isn't it true only rule-breaking prisoners get sent to solitary confinement? Old Huang obviously didn't want to answer this question, but the judge urged him, witness, you must answer. Reluctantly, he could only nod, yes. Wang Xian smiled smugly, clearly showing that the situation was tilting favorably towards the defendant, yet he didn't stop asking. What was the cause? He seemed confident that, regardless of how minor the incident might be, he could amplify it to make me appear thoroughly immoral and unrepentant. Old Huang rested his interlaced fingers on the desk, speaking clearly into the microphone with some helplessness, to stop 5 inmates from committing molestation against a boy. That boy was only 18 years old, a new prisoner. The incident wasn't Lu Feng's fault, but, rules are rules. In the end, they all ended up in solitary confinement. Wow. Meng Xianjun murmured beside him with mock delight, that was a great question. I glanced at the audience seats where Xing Menu sat. He tilted his chin slightly, arms crossed, full of doubt and disdain in his eyes. It was as if an off-key note suddenly interrupted an otherwise harmonious symphony, completely ruining the entire performance. Wang Xian evidently realized his mistake, he shouldn't have asked that final question. But it was too late, having already spoken, there was nothing left to do but grimace and endure the bitter consequences, finally finishing his cross-examination. After the hearing ended, Luo Xinyan quickly moved out wearing a mask and dark glasses. Dajwang rushed after him to take photos. Mo Chiu and I deliberately waited for a moment before leaving the courtroom, just to create distance from Luo Jingyun. The next hearing would be the final one, revealing whether he was guilty or not. Seeing Xing Menu walking slowly at the back, I told Mo Chiu something and ran over. I knew Xing Menu disliked me, but I couldn't help myself. Poking fun at him and watching him frown became a peculiar kind of enjoyment. Maybe in my past life, I was a spinning top, always begging to be whipped. Mr. Sheng, after today's trial, will you reconsider your earlier predictions? Pretending to hold an invisible microphone, I extended my hand toward him. Xing Menu may now believe I was utterly unhinged, giving me a sidelong glare without stopping his steps as he strode down the stairs. And at that exact moment, several screams erupted from the courthouse entrance. Turning around, I saw large crowds scattering in panic. My gut told me something wasn't right, and involuntarily, my feet carried me down the steps. Among the fleeing crowd, I spotted Yi Dezhuang tumbling upward, so without hesitation, I reached out to support him. From the front came faint shouts of the bailiffs, "Drop your weapon." "Did you hear? Drop your weapon." As these warnings were repeated, a sharp female voice suddenly rang out, laced with profound sorrow. "Son, Mom has come for you." Following this, 3 gunshots rang out and I instinctively crouched lower to check the source of the sound. Through gaps in the crowd, a flash of black skirt fluttered down, and a blood-stained dagger clattered to the ground. Not far away, Luo Jingyun lay in a pool of blood, a large patch of red spreading from his chest. His face was as pale as gold paper, and he didn't respond to the calls around him. Wang Xian, who was nearest to him, was so terrified that he collapsed on the spot and couldn't get up. I almost died. Yi Dezhuang climbed over to me with a white face and trembled when he saw the scene behind us. A woman just stabbed Luo Jingyun 5 or 6 times with fatal precision. She was yelling something about, "Son, my God, it's too bloody, I'm about to vomit." My mouth opened slightly as if wanting to say something, but I felt inexplicably disordered inside. Crouching on the steps, my eyes fixed on the black-skirted woman who had already taken several bullets and died. Strangely, memories of the last court hearing began to surface in my mind. Before I reached the smoking area, wasn't she talking to Xing Menu? But, so what if she was? She might have just been asking Xing Menu for a light. This probably has no direct connection to what happened today. My mind shouldn't be wandering so freely. I don't even know why I'm pondering over these irrelevant thoughts. I instinctively looked back at the long staircase behind me. The towering court building cast a dim shadow on the stairs. Everyone else appeared flustered, except for Xing Menu. He stood aloof, gazing down with lowered eyelids as though calmly taking in everything, every sin, every drop of blood, every act of violence. His icy expression made me think of the statue of the goddess of justice outside the court gate. Her left hand held the scale, symbolizing fairness, her right hand held the sword, indicating zero tolerance, her eyes were blindfolded, representing perpetual rationality, immune to distractions by noise. Chapter 28, Do Me a Favor. The scene was chaos, with screams and cries intermingled with the incessant clicks of diligent journalists' cameras. Are you okay? Mo Chiu arrived from afar, her face pale, her eyes filled with panic. I'm fine, ugh. Yi Dezhuang wasn't sure if it was from running too fast or feeling truly nauseous, but he slumped on the steps retching anyway. Still, he waved at Mo Chiu to indicate that he was unharmed. What exactly happened? Mo Chiu looked towards the crowd gathering again at the bottom of the stairs and sat down heavily on the steps. I wanted to know what happened too. Turning around, I noticed Xing Menu was no longer in the same spot after just a moment. Standing up, I began searching for him and caught sight of his figure around the distant corner. You guys wait here. I'll go, take care of something. With those hasty words, I followed Xing Menu. Past the corner lay the court's parking lot. When I got there, Xing Menu had already sat in his car, ready to leave with just one more step. Afraid he wouldn't stop if I called out, I didn't think twice and directly blocked his car. He saw me, kept the engine running, and didn't ram into me either. Breathing heavily, I walked around to the driver's side and gestured for him to lower the window. After a while, the tinted glass slowly descended, revealing Xing Menu's handsome face. What is it? With my fingers pressed against the car window, I asked breathlessly, what did you do? He slightly arched an eyebrow, as though not understanding my meaning. Feeling increasingly agitated, I decided not to beat around the bush and said bluntly, last time during the trial, what did you say to that woman? His index finger rhythmically tapped the steering wheel like a countdown symbolizing his patience, each tap making it shorter. Woman. Shit, if it weren't for knowing how good of an actor he is, I would have almost believed him. I pointed toward the entrance and couldn't help raising my voice, the woman lying by the door, wearing a black skirt, who has attended the trial 3 times, even smoked together with you last time when the court was adjourned. Don't tell me you don't remember. I felt both anger and fear rising within me. Yet these emotions were not much related to the earlier sudden event. Whether Luo Jingyun lived or died, how he died, and when, I didn't care, whether he could be punished by law or whether this world was fair, I didn't care. All I cared about was, whether Xing Menu had anything to do with all this. To conclude from merely seeing an accidental scene that Xing Menu was involved, even I thought it strange. It made no sense, not even intuition explained it well. Why would he? To uphold justice or to protect me? Neither made any logical sense when applied to him, it was absurd and laughable. Oh, Xing Manu, reminded by me, seemed to only then recall such a person. Last time we did smoke together and exchanged a few words. My heart immediately leapt. What did you say to her? Xing Manu's eyes dark and deep, stared straight at me without speaking for a long moment. This silent standoff only intensified the tension of emotions. Unable to bear it, I slapped the car door and asked again, more urgently this time, what exactly did you say? The truth. He softly murmured 2 words. For a moment, I was speechless, unsure how to respond. You did it on purpose. My mind was disarrayed, alternating between the black-skirted woman at the gate and Qi Yang, whom I had killed 10 years ago. You've always been good at this kind of thing. Whether it was murder by proxy or manipulating others, he handled it effortlessly. But back then, I was willing to do everything for him. What now drives this blade? Did Luo Xingyun offend him somewhere? Xing Manu suddenly stopped tapping his fingers, his gaze growing colder, his lips curling up into a scornful arc. A chill ran through me, and I stammered, I'm not. Yes, I'm good at it, and I've done a great job, both before and now, he admitted candidly, being surrounded by sin brings me endless joy. Unconsciously tightening my grip, the suddenness of everything caused me to lose my judgment, leaving me unsure whether he was speaking the truth or simply trying to provoke me. Do you remember what Dad said before he died? He said you'd surely become a really, really good person. Do you remember? I couldn't help grabbing his arm. He slowly darkened his expression, hiding all feelings, refusing to speak further, and silently staring at me instead. Sometimes talking about my dad can work wonders, other times it causes the opposite effect. He's a potent medicine and also an indelible scar deeply embedded in our hearts. The sports car suddenly emitted a terrifying roar, akin to a wild animal angrily warning others away. Get out of the way. He rudely swatted my hand aside, his patience completely exhausted, no longer wishing to continue the conversation. My hand went numb as it hit the window frame, and I instinctively took 2 steps back. As the car window slowly rose, the silver-white sports car zipped past me like the wind, speeding out of the parking lot. Shit. Rubbing my hand, I watched his car's exhaust, kicking the air beside my foot in frustration and anger. Luo Xingyun was rushed to the hospital for 3 days but ultimately couldn't be saved. The case also had to be terminated due to the sudden death of the defendant. The black-skirted woman who carried out the attack became a hot topic online, with all sorts of speculations, his ex-girlfriend, a malicious fan, a fired employee, but everything changed when a scheduled Weibo post appeared. The poster's ID was named Lele's mom Hanya, 36 years old, a nightclub dancer, with a son, born at age 20. If he were alive today, he'd be 16 by now. Saying, if, is because this child died last spring, it was a suicide. She admitted that she killed Luo Xingyun and had foreseen her own death too. She hoped that the revenge she had rehearsed thousands of times in her imagination wouldn't fail. If the world couldn't give her justice, then she would have to take it herself. This scheduled Weibo post was actually a farewell letter, perhaps her last gift to this world. The article was lengthy, filled with tears and blood, detailing her motives for murder. Her son, Hanlo, committed suicide by jumping off a building last spring. At first, she just thought it was due to insufficient parental care compounded by heavy academic pressure. Filled with guilt and remorse, she never thought there could be other possibilities. Hanlo had always been infatuated with Luo Xingyun, posters of him were plastered on his wall, his phone screensaver was of him, even his keychain bore his image. He loved Luo Xingyun madly and wouldn't tolerate anyone speaking ill of him. Once, Hanya teasingly said something bad about Luo Xingyun, and her son didn't speak to her for 3 days. Knowing how precious he was to her son, when sorting through his belongings later, Hanya specially packed these items along with her son's diary into a box. For a year after, though the heartache hadn't healed, she tried to live positively despite her continued sorrow. But then, news reports about Luo Xingyun sexually assaulting male fans burst onto her radar, filling media headlines. Though she hadn't sought them out, the coverage gave her enough detail about the cases. A growing unease made her rush home anxiously and dig out her son's diary to read through. With each page, she plunged deeper into despair even worse than what followed her son's suicide. It turned out that her son, Hanlo, a mere 15-year-old boy, had also fallen victim to Luo Xingyun's hands. Unlike Imo Chiu, however, Hanlo had loved Luo Xingyun. He perceived all forms of violence and coercion not as pain but as expressions of love. Every time Luo Xingyun summoned him for a meeting, Hanlo felt immense happiness, basking in what he believed was a sweet, romantic relationship. Unfortunately, Luo Xingyun, being an idiot, seemed to have a fetish for this type of behavior. The more docile and obedient the boy, the less interest Luo Xingyun showed. Quickly losing interest in Hanlo, he blocked all contact information and cast the young teen aside. The degree of excitement Hanlo once felt equaled the depth of heartbreak he experienced afterward. He couldn't comprehend why Luo Xingyun abandoned him without a word. He suspected that maybe some misunderstanding existed between them. Desperate, Hanlo scoured everywhere to find him again. But as only a junior high school student, his social network was small, just classmates, and he stood no chance against Luo Xingyun. Heartbroken from a failed romance and tormented by abandonment, the 15-year-old boy found himself driven toward a dead end. During lunch break, he jumped from a tall classroom building, leaving behind a brief will, fewer than 100 words. And only a year later did his mother discover the truth. My child, my son is only 15. He'll never grow up, he won't ever have the chance. All those beautiful futures are irrelevant to him now, he can't attend high school or university. While others his age get married and have children, he'll only lie beneath cold soil, enduring endless loneliness day by day. Yet Luo Xingyun. He still has money and power, showing no remorse for his actions. For years, I've worked hard, raising my son with great effort and care, harming no one, and my son has never done anything wrong either, but fate offers us no protection. Time and again, Luo Xingyun harms others, yet escapes proper punishment. Even going through arduous trials, the final result might just be a casual sentence of a couple years in jail, or worse, nothing at all. I cannot accept such injustice. My son has no future anymore, why should Luo Xingyun live unhappily? He must pay for his crimes, he must die. Lu Yu wiped tears while reading Hanya's farewell letter, the tissues piled high beside her computer. So pitiful. How despicable Luo Xingyun is, to molest a 15-year-old child. How could he do it? It's no wonder they say he's an animal. I thought Mo Chio was the first victim, but it turns out Han Lu was. Because of this case, many people online started calling for the definition of rape to be amended to include male victims. The future remains uncertain, but at least there's a glimmer of hope. The law is always perfected through endless sacrifices, and it's not exaggerated to say that it is a compendium cast from the blood and tears of all humanity. I glanced at the clock on the wall, it was almost 8 o'clock, so I closed my magazine and prepared to leave work. Though it may sound politically incorrect to say, with Luo Xingyun's death, Ms. Han could also be considered to have rid society of a menace. Lu Yu clasped her hands in a makeshift prayer, Ms. Hanya, little Hanlu, rest in peace. Stay away from scum like him in your next life. Amen. After the matter of Luo Xingyun ended, Xing Menu and I lost touch again. I thought I wouldn't see him for a while. But coincidences happen. Even though I try to avoid trouble, the people around me seem to find ways to get into it. Another late night, my phone suddenly began vibrating uncontrollably. I groggily opened my eyes and saw it was Shin Xiaoshi calling. I originally didn't want to answer, thinking it wasn't a big deal, but he kept calling one after another, as if he wouldn't stop until I picked up. Why are you calling? I finally answered the phone with heavy irritation. Shin Xiaoshi might have been about to lose hope, assuming I wouldn't pick up. When he finally heard my voice, he sounded dazed. Bro phone, you finally answered. His voice carried a heavy nasal tone. Hearing his odd voice, I struggled to sit up and became more patient. What happened? Big Three's been arrested. Shin Xiaoshi said anxiously. What should we do? Wei Shi, the dimwit, went out late at night with Shin Xiaoshi to eat street food. Since there wasn't a good place to park, Wei Shi decided to wait in a car while Shin Xiaoshi bought food. When Shin Xiaoshi returned with the skewers, he was surprised to see 2 police cars parked by the roadside. He initially thought Wei Shi had upset the traffic police because of improper parking, leading them to tow his car away. But upon closer inspection, he saw Wei Shi handcuffed on the ground, with the police claiming he assaulted someone intentionally. Shin Xiaoshi asked in shock, who did he hit? The police pointed toward a middle-aged man sitting on the curb holding his nose, his chest reddened extensively. They said, he was walking down the road just fine when your friend came over and gave him a beating. Shin Xiaoshi knew Wei Shi wasn't the type to attack people without reason. Despite his efforts to defend Wei Shi, the police refused to listen and hauled him off. Left standing helplessly on the side of the road with 2 skewers in hand, Shin Xiaoshi had no choice but to call me. Rescuing people in the middle of the night, I took a deep breath, trying hard to stay calm. You don't need to panic yet. Do you know which police station? Go there and wait for me. I will be there shortly. After hanging up with Shin Xiaoshi, I flipped through my contact list and found Xing Menu's number, hesitating for a long time before deciding to call. Of all the lawyers I knew who could be contacted at this hour, only he fit the bill. It was already 1 a.m., and Xing Menu likely would have turned off his phone for rest. Making this call, I only had faint hopes, expecting little. But perhaps it was Wei Shi's good luck, Xing Menu was still awake. Although it rang for a long time, he eventually picked up. I need your help. Before Xing Menu could say anything, I cut in quickly. He seemed to be doing some vigorous exercise, as his voice was clearly labored and slightly hoarse. Why should I? I knew he'd ask that. I saved your employee, consider it repaying me that favor. All I need is for you to intervene and bail someone out for me. He interrupted me. That's a favor owed by my employee. Take it up with her. I gritted my teeth so hard, I almost crushed my phone. Afraid he'd hang up in the next second, I discarded all finesse and bluntness came pouring out. That night at the club when you guys messed with me all evening, was it you pulling the strings? Just think of this as paying for your services. Can you help me? Chapter 29, Don't Get Too Cocky. Shin Xiaoshi anxiously waited with me outside the police station, gazing into the distance for approaching cars. When we spotted Xing Menu's flashy silver sports car coming into view, both of us let out an involuntary cry as if we just caught sight of a last-minute savior. He's here, he's here. Shen Xiaoshi wildly waved his arms at the incoming car, excited to the point that he nearly jumped up and down on the spot. The sports car pulled into the police station parking area. As Xing Menu stepped out, he gave me a brief glance from afar before heading straight towards the police station's office, already knowing exactly where to go. Xiaoshi and I quickly followed suit, eventually catching up with him at the main entrance. Xing Menu must have taken a shower before leaving home, the ends of his hair near his neck were still damp. Up close, you could catch a faint whiff of soap. I was about to push the door open when a large hand shot out horizontally and pressed against it, halting my movement. "Wait here," Xing Menu tersely instructed, offering no further explanation as he pushed the door open and walked in without looking back. The glass doors closed again, separating me from him. Staring blankly for a moment, I called out after his retreating figure, "All right, hurry up and come back." Leaning against the doorframe, Shen Xiaoshi sat on the bottom steps below, and we started chatting aimlessly while waiting for news from Xing Menu. I should have never gone for that late-night snack place. Not only did we fail to eat those grilled skewers, but Big Brother San also got wrongfully accused and thrown in jail. Totally not worth it, Shen Xiaoshi said irritably, tugging at a patch of weeds by his feet. Suddenly, I remember the time last time I ate their grilled skewers. The next day, I twisted my ankle. Extremely bad luck. There must be something wrong with the feng shui of that place. We definitely shouldn't go there again. By this time, it was almost 2 o'clock in the morning. The street outside the police station, except for the occasional patrol car, was utterly deserted. The surrounding darkness was thick, unlike the well-lit area around the police station which glared under the bright floodlights. Do you blame your constipation on their overly firm meat? Waiting felt excruciatingly long. Searching through my pockets, I found a half-pack of cigarettes tucked somewhere inside my denim jacket. Just as I was thinking myself lucky, I realized I didn't have a lighter. It's really unclear until the very end whether something is lucky or unlucky. No, I blame our toilet suction power, Shen Xiaoshi shook his head seriously. I stared at him dumbfounded, then bit my cigarette and cursed, "Go to hell." After about half an hour of waiting, the glass door opened once more. Leading the way was Xing Menu, closely followed by Wei Shi who looked deflated and disheartened. Wei Shi rushed toward me for a bear hug the moment he saw me, saying, "Thanks, buddy," while slapping my back twice hard. He was immensely strong, and with those 2 pats, I was nearly suffocated. Hurriedly, I wriggled free from his grasp. "What exactly happened?" I asked. "Don't even bring it up," otherwise Wei Shi instantly seemed to wilt further, bending over slightly, exuding a sense of deep weariness. "Ah, so here's what happened." Shen Xiaoshi had gotten out of the car to buy some grilled skewers while Wei Shi took a nap inside. Suddenly, he heard a girl screaming, "Robbery." Opening his eyes, he immediately saw a shadow darting past the car and without a second thought, leapt out to chase it. His athletic build and long legs allowed him to catch up in no time. Not only did he catch up, but he managed to grab the suspect, pinning him down and beating him until blood gushed from his nose, lying motionless on the ground unable to speak. All this would normally constitute a typical act of righteousness and bravery. However, the scene soon took an unexpected turn. The girl who screamed "robbery" promptly called the police and detained Wei Shi, claiming that he had beaten her father without any reason. Turned out, by the time Wei Shi woke up, the actual robber had already escaped 20 meters away on an electric scooter. The girl's father was the first to chase after him, only to be mistakenly attacked by Wei Shi instead, mistaking him for the criminal. The girl herself assumed Wei Shi was in league with the robber and proceeded to attack him fiercely with her high heels and purse. My calves are bruised purple from her kicks. Wei Shi lifted his trouser leg to show me, revealing indeed a noticeable bruise. This was truly a mix of absurdity, sorrow, humor, and ultimately reflecting humanity's brighter side wrapped all together in a realist drama. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. Throughout Wei Shi's animated storytelling, Xing Menu quietly stood to the side, exuding calm sophistication. Whenever a third party was present, he adopted the polished facade of the elite lawyer, composed, polite, eloquent with perfectly timed smiles, concealing every ounce of his true harshness directed solely at me. This time, thank you so much, Mr. Sheng. Do you have anything going on later? If not, how about joining us for hot pot? It's on me. Wei Shi, accustomed to doing business deals over meals, extended the invitation despite the ungodly hour. Just as I was about to decline on behalf of Xing Menu, from afar, we saw policemen escorting a group of heavily intoxicated individuals walking this way. Shen Xiaoshi and Wei Shi on one side, Xing Menu and I on the other, stepped aside to let them pass through the middle path. I'm not drunk. Don't handcuff me. One of the drunks suddenly struggled violently without warning as he was about to enter, his flailing hands dangerously close to smashing into my face. Instinctively, I moved to block him, awkwardly shuffling backwards to avoid the assault, and in doing so, bumped straight into Xing Menu's broad chest behind me. Perhaps trying to steady me, he placed a hand lightly around my waist. But the drunken man showed no signs of stopping. The next second, he swayed uncontrollably toward me like a toppling mountain. Startled, I barely had time to widen my eyes and manage an eye before being slammed backward by this massive weight. The world spun momentarily as the bright searchlights outside the police station and the clear starry sky whizzed past my vision. In that fleeting moment as I fell, the arm around my waist tightened abruptly, accompanied by a low groan of pain in my ear. For a brief moment, I lay stunned on Xing Menu until realizing what happened, and then I sprang up instantly to check on his condition. "Brother, are you okay?" Even though there were only 3 steps at the entrance to the police station, they led down to hard cement ground with no room for error. Falling badly could mean anything from broken bones to death. Panicked, I thoroughly patted him all over, terrified I might have fractured some part of him. Xing Menu furrowed his brow, sweat beaded on his forehead as he fixed his gaze on his right foot with evident displeasure. Looking down, I saw his right ankle already swelling rapidly. It had become almost as thick as his leg, and knew immediately it was sprained. "Shit, is that barbecue stand cursed? Last time Shen Xiaoshi sprained his foot, and now Xing Menu has done the same. Are you alright?" Wei Shi rushed down the steps in 2 large bounds, crouching beside us worriedly. Without answering Wei Shi, Xing Menu simply held out his hand. "Help me up." I grasped it immediately and carefully helped him rise to his feet. "You must be out of your mind drinking so much. Are you crazy?" Shen Xiaoshi was furious and tried to rush forward to discipline the drunken man but was stopped by the police, who sternly warned him off. Although incensed, Shen Xiaoshi begrudgingly stepped aside. One of the policemen, seeing Xing Menu's injury wasn't trivial, asked, "Do you want to press charges? If so, we'll take a statement inside. But let me be honest, there's not much point. These guys clearly won't compensate you." Glancing downward while gingerly rotating his ankle, Xing Menu responded indifferently, "No need." Upon hearing this, the policeman merely nodded and escorted the group inside. Wei Shi scratched his head awkwardly. "It seems quite serious. Should we go to the hospital? This incident happened because of me, the main responsibility lies with me," he said looking at Xing Menu. "You don't need to worry, all medical fees will be covered by me. Whether it's hospitalization or treatment, I will take full responsibility." "No," Xing Menu refused without hesitation, breaking free from my support and attempting a few tentative steps, wincing more intensely as he went. I quickly moved to support him again. "Stop being stubborn and let's just go to the hospital." Given the situation, even if he wanted to insist, deep thought suggested otherwise, and this time he did not resist further. He allowed me to help him onto Wei Shi's car. Leading the way in Wei Shi's vehicle with Xing Menu sitting next to me in front, Shen Xiaoshi followed closely behind driving Xing Menu's flashy silver sports car. At the hospital, after diagnosis, it turned out there was no serious issue with the bones. However, the doctor recommended bandaging the ankle for immobilization, suggesting a rest period of 2 weeks. Despite the doctor's repeated instructions for thorough recuperation, and warnings that improper care could lead to habitual sprains later, Xing Menu seemed dismissive. I suspected he would discard the bandage as soon as the swelling subsided and return to work at the firm as if nothing had happened. As we exited the hospital, dawn was breaking. Following the same arrangement as before, Shen Xiaoshi trailed behind, and Wei Shi drove Xing Menu back to his luxurious apartment. After parking the cars, Shen Xiaoshi jumped onto Wei Shi's vehicle, sticking his head out and asking, "Do you really not need any assistance?" Waving them away, I urged them to go home and sleep. "All right, then we're off. Good night." Shen Xiaoshi bid me farewell politely. When Wei Shi's car disappeared around the corner, I helped Xing Menu into the building. Inside the elevator, Xing Menu remained silent throughout the ride, so I stayed quiet too. Because it was direct entry via the elevator, the first sight after opening the door was a relatively spacious foyer leading directly to an electronically locked main gate. Using fingerprint recognition, Xing Menu unlocked the door, allowing me to assist him inside. The interior design of the entire apartment mirrored his office, a minimalist style embodying the essence of decluttering perfectly. The living room was sparsely furnished, there were no sofas, no television, only a pure white long-haired carpet spread along one side of the wall. Where one might expect a grand chandelier, instead hung an unsightly black punching bag, with a couple of neglected hand wraps scattered haphazardly on the floor nearby. Suddenly, it dawned on me why every call I made to him always left him breathless. No wonder last time he effortlessly subdued Mr. Liu despite his drunken rage, he's clearly been training diligently in boxing. The arm on my shoulder lifted, and Xing Menu broke free of my support, steadying himself against the wall as he made his way inside. "All right, you can go now." This was truly disposable after use. I curled my lips and stepped forward quickly. "No way, let me take a peek at your boudoir." Saying this, I disregarded his protests and supported him again, half forcing him to move forward. The entire apartment had 2 bedrooms, one was electronically locked, the other wasn't. Based on my judgment, Xing Menu probably wasn't crazy enough to put an electronic lock on his own bedroom, so I chose the unlocked one and opened it. As I guessed correctly, inside there was only a mattress, a pillow, and a blanket, nothing else. Just as I was about to step in, Xing Menu propped his hand on the doorframe, stopping me from going further. This was his private domain within his private domain, I knew I couldn't go any further or he would surely become angry. I stepped back, gesturing for him to please enter, no longer touching him. "If you need anything, just call me, I'll be waiting outside." I turned around and hadn't taken 2 steps when Xing Menu called me back. "Lu Feng, are you misunderstanding something?" There was something in his tone that I didn't like, almost foreshadowing another brutal psychological attack. I closed my eyes briefly, took a deep breath, then turned back to look at him. "What am I misunderstanding?" He leaned against the doorframe, coolly glaring at me without saying a word. I chuckled. Misunderstood that you slept with me because you liked me? Then tell me, why did you lower yourself so much that day? Did I force you into it? I expected at least a more dignified response, but instead, he casually tossed back a single word. I was momentarily dazed, suddenly losing the ability to respond. He, Xingmenu, was really human. How could he say such things so seriously, without blinking? I forced you to sleep with me. I was nearly laughing in anger. Then you just went ahead with it. Weren't you disgusted in telling me to stay away from you? Why aren't you feeling disgusted now? Did I hold a gun to his head, forcing him to blindfold me, bind my hands and feet, and bite my neck? He was so self-righteous that I suddenly doubted who exactly had been drugged that day. These years I've maintained control over my emotions quite well. You've seen the punching bag in the living room, it's my way of reasonably venting excess desires. He was neither embarrassed nor remorseful, his words sounding like those of an icy, emotionless robot. That day, possibly due to some drinking, talking all night with stupid clients left me agitated and restless, showing signs of losing control. Finally enduring until the end and rushing home, you just happened to run into me. Like an unshakable stray dog, you kept clinging on to me. So. I tightly pressed my lips together, the smile slowly disappearing from my face as I already anticipated what he was about to say. It's simply mutual benefit, you were just the fire extinguisher I used to put out the flames. It could have been anyone else. He crossed his arms, each word deliberately aimed straight at my heart. My attitude towards you hasn't changed at all. Don't flatter yourself too much. Having finished speaking, he turned around and entered the room, slamming the door in my face. I stood there motionless for a long while, quietly taking several deep breaths, then walked into the living room, sliding down the wall to sit. Shit, underestimating him, hurts like hell. Closing my eyes, the back of my head resting against the wall, I massaged my chest, cursing softly. Chapter 30, My Beloved Brother. After my father passed away, our family lost one source of income, and my mother was always very busy working to support the family. In the morning, she would prepare a dish of meat and vegetables in advance, put them in the refrigerator, and set the rice cooker's timer. This way, when we returned home from school, all we had to do was reheat the food in the microwave. During the winter break when I was 11 years old, it was extremely cold, and even the south experienced heavy snowfall. It was the first time in my life that I had seen real snow, gentle yet icy, covering the sky and turning the entire world white. And during the heaviest snowfall, I was throwing up until I was delirious, clutching the toilet bowl, almost bringing up bile. After vomiting, there would be a brief period of comfort, about 5 or 6 minutes, followed by intense stomach pain and an overwhelming urge to vomit again. Xingmenu heard the commotion and came to the door of the bathroom but stayed far away without getting close. After observing for a moment, he asked with not much concern in his voice, "Are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital?" I pressed the flush button, wiping my tears and snot while shaking my head at him. "I'm fine, no need to go." The tragic death of my father left me with a significant psychological shadow, causing me to strongly resist hospitals for a long time. I tried to avoid going if possible, opting for quick in-and-out visits if absolutely necessary. Even though I was feeling terrible at that moment, I firmly insisted I did not need to go to the hospital. And Xingmenu, at that time, only felt that he should ask, so he did. Since I didn't need help after asking, it became my own issue, and he stopped questioning further, returning to his own bedroom. I rested on the bathroom floor for a while, then shakily got up, returning to my room to endure the waves of discomfort in my stomach. As time passed until 9 o'clock in the evening, the dull ache turned into fierce cramps. The condition worsened instead of improving. Cold sweat kept pouring out of every pore in my body, making me gradually lose strength. Things began to blur in my vision due to the pain. This state made me realize that if I didn't go to the hospital soon, my mom might find my body when she came home. Summoning the last bit of strength through sheer willpower, I laboriously stepped out of my bedroom and went to knock on Xingmenu's door. Our rooms were adjacent, the original large bedroom had been divided into 2 smaller ones. Due to this later modification, Xingmenu's room had no windows at all, making it cramped and stuffy, always dim. Later, after he moved out, my mom used his room as a storage space, piling it with all sorts of clutter. Brother, with great effort, I moved to his bedroom door and knocked. A moment later, there was a sound inside as someone got out of bed. Soon, Xingmenu opened the door and appeared before me. At that time, he was 15 and had already started growing taller. He was much taller than me, so when he stood close, I had to look up to meet his gaze. "Brother, I'm not feeling well." I could no longer hold myself upright and grabbed my stomach, collapsing into his arms. He caught me and staggered back a couple steps to steady me. "I don't have any strength." At 11, I was still a child, able to struggle along on my own until I had someone to rely on. Once I found security, I also became vulnerable. "Brother, I feel like I'm dying, sometimes cold, sometimes hot." Xingmenu reached out to touch my forehead and said, "You seem to have a fever." That's why I had no energy left. I leaned more of my weight onto the teenager in front of me, my words tinged with whining, "Brother, am I going to die?" Xingmenu probably thought I was delirious from the fever. He half carried me to the sofa, picked up the phone in the living room, and dialed a number. After a few rings, the person on the other end answered. Xing Manu's voice carried obvious concern, but his expression remained detached, calm as an ice-covered lake without a ripple. Mom, Afeng seems sick. I plan to take him to see a doctor, and you can go directly to the hospital after work. My mother anxiously asked if I was seriously ill and how bad it was. He replied to each question, telling her not to worry and that he would handle it. After hanging up the phone, Xing Manu went into his room and changed clothes, then went to my room to get my thick coat and put it on me. Taking the keys, he headed towards the door without showing any intention to support me. After taking a few steps, I collapsed onto the ground, holding my stomach, unable to move another step. Seeing that I hadn't caught up, he turned around and came back to face me. Can't walk anymore. I looked up at him, tears welling up, and sniffled, yeah. He furrowed his brows slightly, looking as if he were about to say something troublesome. I bit my lip, with tears threatening to fall. Suddenly, Xing Manu squatted down in front of me. Startled, I heard him say, "Get on, I'll carry you." To put it mildly, at that moment a line flashed in my mind: in this world, only a brother is good, having a brother makes a child a treasure. I blinked a few times, blinking back the tears that were about to overflow, scrambling onto his back with awkward haste. Xing Manu took some time to stand up with me on his back, then we headed out the door. The road was slippery due to the rain and snow, and it was hard to find a car. Moreover, the road near our house was quite secluded. After standing by the roadside for a while and seeing no cars coming, Xing Manu decided to try his luck at the next intersection. Brother, my stomach hurts. I curled up on his back as the fur-trimmed down hat covered my head and face, creating a very safe and warm but small space. Xing Manu probably felt itchy from the fur of my hat and slightly tilted his head. You'll feel better once we get to the hospital. He always ignored my repeated whining and coquettish complaints, but sometimes when I pestered him too much, he would reply to me. It was snowing heavily, the flakes covering his hair, even landing on his thick black eyelashes. When he blinked, they all melted into water and slid down along the corners of his eyes, mixing with the sweat by his temples. I wiped it off for him with the back of my hand, unable to help asking, "Brother, am I going to die?" In general, I wasn't actually someone who was afraid of dying, but perhaps because I was young and extremely weak due to illness, I thought about death more than usual, and it seemed rather bizarre. Xing Manu didn't answer my question but walked slowly through the snow one step at a time, frequently checking for passing empty vehicles. "Brother, I'm uncomfortable. I feel like I'm dying." Xing Manu shifted me higher on his back and replied with uneven breaths, "No." Each word was followed by a puff of white mist from his mouth. In the distance, a green-lit vehicle came driving slowly, and Xing Manu quickly waved it down. This drew my attention as well. The taxi pulled over, Xing Manu opened the rear door, then carefully lowered me to the ground and pushed me inside while holding onto my hat. How could you be so silly, thinking, you're going to die?" With the sound of the door closing, vaguely, I thought I heard him add another sentence after that, but at that moment, due to the sudden severe stomach pain, I had lost any mood to coquette with him, only shivering in fear in the back seat. So, I missed the chance to confirm his words. I normally wasn't someone prone to frequent illnesses, and when I did fall sick, I usually recovered quickly, within 2 days at most, bouncing back to full energy. But that acute gastritis made me spend 3 whole days getting 4 drips at the hospital. My mother took 1 day off from her part-time job, but afterwards, she couldn't leave anymore, so she left Xing Manu to keep me company in the hospital. Receiving and 4 drip lasted 5 or 6 hours each session. I had a bed, so I could sleep when tired, but Xing Manu could only sit uncomfortably on wooden chairs watching over the 4 situation, never really able to rest properly when tired. On the second day of the 4 drip, I actually felt much better, my fever subsided. When I woke up, the first person I saw was Xing Manu. He rested his chin on his palm, elbows on the side of my bed, looking slightly bored while gazing up at the 4 bag. When I moved my hand, he noticed I was awake and turned his gaze towards me. After the illness passed, I gained new insights into life and the world around me. I started loving everything in this world immensely, the snow outside the window, the chirping birds, noisy crowds, my mom, and Xing Manu. Especially my mom and Xing Manu. I reached out with my 4-dripped hand to grab Xing Manu's sleeve, my heart filled with a soft and swelling emotion, along with some strange self-indulgence. "Brother, when I grow up, I will definitely be very filial to you and mom." My strength hadn't fully recovered, making my voice somewhat weak, but it was still clear enough for Xing Manu to hear clearly. Xing Manu rested his chin, his eyebrows slightly arched, with a hint of laughter curling at the corner of his lips. "Be filial to me?" I feared he wouldn't believe me, so I unconsciously tightened my fingers and stressed, "Yes, when I grow up and start working, earn money, I will definitely treat you very, very well, better than anyone else does to you." Children are very naive, believing that growing up means working and having money can make people happy. At that time, I never considered the possibility that there might be another path for my life, that as I grew older, not only would I fail to contribute to society, but I might even become a burden to it. Xing Manu stared at me for a long time, the shock in his eyes gradually smoothed out, all turning into nonchalance. He scoffed, "Sure, do what you want." For him, those were just the innocent words of a child, likely dismissed as soon as he heard them. But for me, every scene of that day remained crystal clear in my memory, each word sincerely meant without falsity. Xing Minu always believed that all of my actions and words towards him, those irritating, clingy, and annoying aspects, stemmed from that unspoken immoral love. The mess caused by Qi Yang's life and death struggle was entirely due to my abnormal possessiveness towards him. But that wasn't true. At least not completely. My feelings toward him partly stemmed from the fact that he was my beloved person, and also partly because he was and always would be my cherished brother. I said I would treat him well, that I would take care of him in place of dad, and I never go back on my word. Even if he doesn't value it. The porridge on the stove overflowed, and I suddenly snapped back to reality, panicking as I quickly turned down the flame and started looking around for a cloth. But I realized there was nothing like that in Xing Minu's kitchen, so I had to settle for grabbing a few paper towels to sop up the spilled rice broth. At the same time, there was a sound from the bedroom. I glanced at the clock and guessed that Xing Minu must have woken up, so I hurriedly turned off the stove and quickly walked toward the bedroom. Passing through the dining room and into the hallway, I stopped, just as Xing Minu emerged from the bedroom. His eyes met mine. He seemed surprised to see that I was still here, standing there for a moment gripping the doorknob with an almost comical look of bewilderment. "Hey," I greeted him, "I made some porridge. Do you want some? Do you happen to have those little star-shaped decorations? If you do, could you give me a few?" QAQ. Chapter 31. This is his realm. I was eating the congee in my bowl, occasionally glancing at Xing Minu across from me. He was dressed as a businessman, wearing a good watch and tying his tie, looking like he was about to leave. I had underestimated him. I thought he would at least wait until the swelling went down before going to work, but it turned out he hadn't even considered resting. No wonder people say he's successful, he sure is ruthless with himself. Thinking this way, I started to feel that he wasn't so bad to me after all. "Don't just eat congee, have some dishes too," I said, placing a piece of tender scrambled egg into his bowl. Xing Minu's fridge followed his usual style, clean as if it had never been used. When I opened it, I almost thought I was hallucinating. At the same time, I felt confused. If it wasn't being used, why even buy a fridge? Was it for decoration? Even a clever housewife can't cook without rice, so there was nothing to be done. I ordered some ingredients on my phone that were less likely to spoil, such as rice, bacon, and eggs, requesting the delivery service to bring them over as soon as possible. The nearby market began delivering at 7, and it only took half an hour for the items to reach me. However, when I received the several large and small bags of goods and closed the door, a new doubt popped up in my mind. Since I had to order delivery anyway, why didn't I just order breakfast from the start? But since the stuff had already arrived, just like, "Since you've come, you can't go back," what could I do? I had to make the best of it. After Xing Minu confirmed that he couldn't get rid of me, he seemed to have given up resisting, switching strategies and completely ignoring me once again. If he could avoid interacting, he did. If he could avoid eye contact, he did. If he could stand up by himself, he absolutely wouldn't let me help. We seemed to have entered a strange loop, fierce arguments, cold wars. I initiated reconciliation attempts which he decisively rejected, I clung shamelessly, and he chose to ignore me. The period where he ignored me, leaving me powerless, was arguably the most peaceful and harmless part of the cycle. And now, this cycle had clearly reached its end. It was unknown when the next argument would begin. Seeing that he wasn't talking to me but ate both the congee and the egg I gave him, I didn't bother pestering him anymore. After finishing breakfast, I took the initiative to wash the bowls and walked out of the kitchen, only to find that Xing Minu had already put on his suit and was changing shoes by the door. He managed to put on the left shoe, but struggled with the right due to the fixed bandage around it. Sighing, I walked toward him. "You shouldn't force it, didn't the doctor say improper rest might easily lead to frequent sprains in the future?" Kneeling on one knee in front of him, I patted his right calf, signaling him to lift his foot. "Lift your royal feet." There was no movement for a while, so I looked up at him, meeting his lowered black gaze. Smiling, my fingers climbed up along the outside of his calf, passing over the knee, heading towards the thigh. I teasingly remarked, "If you don't lift it, I'll keep touching you." Given the situation, temporary submission was the only choice. Xing Minu was a very realistic person. Without another option, he didn't struggle unnecessarily. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly lifted his injured leg. With one hand supporting his foot and the other holding the shoe, I carefully helped him put it on. Fortunately, this pair of shoes was made of soft little lamb leather, requiring no extra effort to slip them on. "Does it feel tight?" I released his foot, letting him try stepping on it. He stepped twice, sensing for a moment, and finally spoke a sentence to me, "It's fine." I stood up, patted my hands, and went to support his arm. "Let's go, I'll send you to work." At the pawn shop, I had already asked Wei Shi for a week off to take care of Xing Minu, who was temporarily disabled. Surprisingly, Wei Shi generously granted me 2 weeks off and mentioned that more days could be added if necessary, saying I shouldn't feel embarrassed about asking for extra time. He was thinking too much. Xing Minu saved him in the middle of the night and got his foot sprained, how could I possibly treat him politely? "Can you drive?" Seeing me naturally grab the car keys at the entrance, Xing Minu frowned and asked the first question of the day. "I can." Just after getting out of prison, Wei Shi sent me to learn appraisal, and also suggested I learn to drive cars while I was at it. Driving wasn't hard for me. The problem was that I never drove afterward because I didn't own a car. But aren't cars all similar? How different could Xing Minoyu's sports car be from the old Santana the instructor drove? The left rearview mirror of the silver sports car emitted a miserable scream as it was slapped hard by the column next to the parking space, tilting its head away. Damn, the difference is quite significant. I knew without getting out that the paint behind must have been scraped off. A somewhat calm inquiry came from beside me, do you really know how to drive? I lowered the window, adjusted the head of the rearview mirror back to its original position, and gave him an awkward smile. Yes, I do. Don't worry, I have a driver's license, it's just that your car is too fancy, I need to adapt. I maintained a slow and steady speed of 40 miles per hour all the way, ignoring how much the cars behind me flashed their lights or honked. I remained unmoved until I noticed even electric scooters had passed me, then reluctantly increased my speed by 5 miles per hour. Xing Minoyu took 2 phone calls in the car, both asking when he would arrive. Apparently, an important meeting was waiting for him. He gave an estimated time but never urged me to drive faster, possibly also fearing that one heavy acceleration might send him straight into the hospital wing. We finally reached the building of his company after what felt like double the usual time it would take. The employees of Jin Shang Affairs Bureau paid close attention when they saw the boss coming to work with a limping leg, yet perhaps due to Xing Minoyu's usual sternness, no one dared approach him except Wu Yi. Teacher, what happened? He glanced curiously at Xing Minoyu who was supported by me. Did you break a bone? Just twisted it. Xing Minoyu offered no more explanation, tell everyone I'm here, let's start the meeting. Wu Yi nodded and left promptly. Xing Minoyu allowed me to support him into the meeting room. Seeing there were 2 chairs in the corner of the meeting room, I chose one and sat down. Normally, Xing Minoyu would probably have kicked me out, but considering his special condition, and since we were in the stage where he chooses to ignore my shameless persistence, he didn't bother to drive me away. Gradually, many people entered the meeting room and filled more than half of the large meeting table. Each person before sitting down cast a glance at me, filled with curiosity. I sometimes smiled back at them, and when tired, I lowered my head to play with my phone, pretending not to feel the gazes upon me. Xing Minoyu's meeting lasted 3 hours, with lunch delivered by the front desk. To my surprise, there was a portion for me too. After 3 hours of gaming, my phone became so hot it seemed ready to explode, and the battery was almost drained. I had no choice but to put away my phone, propped my chin on my hand, and started looking for something to do, staring at the tables, chairs, ceiling, until finally, my gaze locked onto Xing Minoyu. Once fixed, my eyes couldn't be torn away. Supporting himself on one hand, subconsciously twirling his fingers, with the other, he occasionally circled and highlighted key points in the materials as others spoke during the meeting. Whenever there was confusion, he would slightly raise his hand as a signal, causing the speaker to quickly stop and wait for his question. His demeanor, though seemingly casual, always hit the core issues directly, sometimes leaving the opposing party speechless. This was his domain, and he possessed absolute authority here. The atmosphere inside the meeting room was complex and chaotic, yet I could apparently discern precisely the unique scent of his perfume, deep, but aggressive. They were as if manifestations of Xing Minoyu's surging ambition, clawing their way out from under his tailored suit, crawling along the ground, ascending up my legs, and infiltrating my brain, making me want only to kneel in awe at his exceptional capabilities. I watched intently, eyes wide open without blinking. If looks could burn, I might have seared through him completely. He quickly sensed this and looked up from his documents to give me a brief glance. I grinned openly at him, feeling absolutely no guilt about being caught staring. Teacher, these are some charity cases sent over by Qingyuan Foundation yesterday, 2 civil cases and 1 criminal case. Personally, I think we should take the criminal one where the party has confessed, wanting a sentence of less than 3 years, which we can resolve quickly through plea bargaining. Wu Yi spun his ballpoint pen and leaned back against his chair, a cunning expression on his face. Such charitable cases are countless, but since the foundation distributes them, as one of the 200-member law firms, we have to comply. However, no one says we can't choose easier ones to take, right? It wasn't until now that I truly felt like he was indeed a lawyer. Before, to be honest, he seemed more like Xing Minoyu's driver, and I even suspected Xing Minoyu just needed a temporary assistant due to a lack of staff. Xing Minoyu opened a new folder and flipped through each page. What are the other 2 cases? Wu Yi thought for a moment, it seems. One is a medical dispute, the other a traffic accident. A female lawyer scrutinized her document, saying, the medical dispute has some unruly elements. The plaintiff claims that after taking anti-allergic drugs produced by Mating Pharmaceuticals, they developed depression with a strong suicidal tendency, thus accusing Mating Pharmaceuticals of drug defects. This lawsuit cost is beyond what the foundation can bear. Another male lawyer added, moreover, Mating might become our client in the future, so it's unwise to offend them. Wu Yi said, the traffic accident case involves 2 co-defendants, the truck driver and the insurance company. With 3 lawyers in one courtroom, it's already complicated enough. Plus, the insurance company's lawyers are notoriously difficult to deal with, so this will undoubtedly be a hard-fought case. Moreover, he read a segment from the document, the truck hit a pedestrian who was walking normally, and due to overloading, the insurance company refuses to pay compensation. Out of desperation, the deceased's family has filed lawsuits against both the truck driver and the insurance company. It seems like there is little chance of winning. Almost simultaneously, Xingmin and I glanced at him. The meeting room fell silent as no one dared to speak, creating an awkward atmosphere. Realizing after a long pause that he hadn't received any response from Xingmin, Wui looked up, only to find his teacher staring silently at him. Others in the room also turned their attention to him because of Xingmin strange behavior. In an instant, Wui felt as if he had become the object of everyone's gaze in the room. His face tensed, and he stammered, "Pardon me, teacher. Did I say something wrong?" Xingmin shifted his eyes back to the file, tearing out a page and sliding it to the center of the conference table. "Decline the other 2 cases. Take the traffic accident case." All right." Wui nodded reluctantly. Once Xingmin made his decision, no one else dared to challenge it. Chapter 32, The Tastes of Life. The truck that killed my dad was loaded with goods. That day, he shouldn't have taken that route, but it was almost my mom's birthday. He went to order her a cake and on the way back, seeking a shortcut, took a road he normally wouldn't. And the accident happened right then. He was riding his electric scooter as usual, when a tractor-trailer behind him suddenly had a tire blowout and lost control, ramming into him from behind. The vehicle, with a limit capacity of 50 tons, was overloaded by over 20 tons. The driver was fully at fault, yet the insurance company refused compensation based on the contract clause stating illegal or rule-violating transportation will not be compensated. The driver bought the truck on loan. He said bluntly that if we wanted money, there wasn't any, if we wanted his life, take it, if nothing works, jail him. My mom couldn't accept the fact that my dad's life was taken away for no reason and she didn't even receive the proper compensation, so she filed a lawsuit against both the driver and the insurance company. The lawyer was recommended by the court, a pro bono one. We only paid a small fee for his service, but it also meant we couldn't demand much in return. The trial dragged on for 2 years. The lawyer never seemed very serious about it and often needed my mom's repeated urging before he would update the case's progress. In the end, the verdict ruled that the insurance company didn't have to pay due to their contract terms, while the driver had to compensate us 200,000 yuan for medical expenses and funeral costs. 2 years, 1 life, 200,000 yuan. My mom resented how cheap human life was considered, and angrily sued again. To her astonishment, life was indeed regarded so cheap. Outside the courtroom, she disregarded her dignity and clung to the lawyer's sleeve, breaking down in tears, begging him to find a way out. All she received was a look of resentment, a face darkened by impatience, saying, "How dare you not know gratitude?" To him, wasting 2 years fighting our case was already doing a great good deed. Having a compensation of 200,000 yuan was more than enough, continuing to pursue it would just waste both parties' time. If we knew our place, we should have thanked him endlessly and accepted the judgment result instead of acting like my mom, greedy, insatiable, and never satisfied. It was as if those 200,000 yuan fell from the sky like a windfall, or winning a huge lottery prize, rather than what we desperately sought and deserved after countless pleadings. The lawyer unpleasantly shrugged off my mom and walked away briskly. My mom knelt on the ground, sobbing continuously, calling out my dad's name, asking why he had left her, cursing the cruel heavens for such injustice, questioning whether there was still any sense of conscience left in this world. I hugged her, lightly patting her back repeatedly, trying to calm her down. Inside the court, the floor was covered with thick marble tiles. Due to the passing of time, each tile showed slight wear. When shoe soles touched the stone surface, it made a faint knocking sound, which echoed through the long corridors when there was no one else, further emphasizing the solemnity of the entire building. In my memory, my mom's helpless cries tore at my heart, making me taste the meaning of powerlessness for the first time. But what haunted me most were the lawyer's departing steps, completely detached, and his indifferent figure. "Mom, it'll be okay, everything will be fine," I clumsily consoled my agitated mother, instinctively wanting to seek help from my elder brother. When I turned to Xingmin, I saw him standing quietly in the middle of the corridor, silently staring at the retreating lawyer, his pitch-black eyes clouded with a misty haze that made it impossible to discern his true thoughts. "Bro." His expression frightened me somewhat, it felt unlike his usual self. Xingmin looked over at me after hearing my voice, gazing at me for a long time, then suddenly spoke, "So in this world, killing doesn't necessarily lead to punishment." He didn't seem angry, as if he had just realized this fact and was simply reflecting upon it. I was shaken all over, momentarily stunned. Xingmin's words, the atmosphere around us, my mother's sobs, and the retreating lawyer all intertwined together, leaving 12-year-old me confused and at a loss. I didn't know how to respond to him, nor could I consider this a question. It was more like an immense boulder, inexplicably and recklessly crashing onto me. "Brother." I stammered, unable to articulate, overwhelmed by the weight of his words. With no avenues for appeal, utterly powerless, bitter and resentful tears welled up in my eyes. I turned away, afraid that losing control would make my mom even more upset, and I clenched my teeth, forcing myself to endure, trembling involuntarily throughout my body. After an unknown duration, maybe a few minutes, or maybe only a few seconds, I suddenly felt a hand gently pressing on my shoulder. Turning back, I saw Xingmin had come to stand beside us. He opened his arms, embracing me, while using his other hand to tenderly pat my mom's back, much like comforting a baby, and gently patted my hand too. "Don't be afraid, you still have us," he murmured softly, unsure who he was addressing. At that moment, my mom was highly emotional. I don't know if she heard it or not, but those words provided me immense comfort then and there. More than a decade later, a similar case eventually circled back to Ching Manu's law firm and was picked by him. I don't know if he too had felt the same sense of frustration and anger back then, but the fact that he singled out this particular case, while excluding others, suggested he must have cared about it. In the afternoon, I started feeling a bit tired, as I hadn't rested properly last night. I only managed to doze for 2 hours on the living room carpet at Ching Manu's place. With eyes closed but sleep elusive, I eventually nodded off on the sofa in the lawyer reception room. Halfway through my light slumber, the door to the reception room suddenly opened, waking me up. I saw the front desk assistant leading a woman in her 30s and a little girl standing at the entrance. Oops. Mr. Liu, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were resting. The assistant quickly apologized upon seeing me awake. I sat up, rubbing my temple. It's fine, I'm taking up your space. Feel free to use it, I can go somewhere else. The assistant stepped back and glanced at some direction outside the door before turning back to me after a moment. No need, these two guests will just wait here for a short while. As soon as Mr. Cheng has time, they will be called to see him immediately. She then asked the woman and child to take a seat first and left to get them water. The woman looked worn out, with a pale complexion and evident creases and dirt on her clothes. She appeared deeply troubled. The little girl clung tightly to her side. Although she seemed somewhat better in terms of condition, there was still an unusual gloom shadowing her brows, always looking timidly around. The woman gave me a slight nod and sat down opposite me. Nana, look how tiny those buildings are from below, isn't it beautiful? Shall we take a look? She attempted to engage the little girl, but the child showed no interest in anything new, only clinging tighter to her mother, almost wanting to hide within her arms. Sighing deeply, a hint of redness forming in her eyes, the woman seemed helpless. How old is your child? I asked casually. Startled for a moment, the woman looked at me, forcing out a dry smile. 6 years old. She should start school next year. Her name is Nana. The woman nodded. Yes, full name Shuna, nickname Nana. I quickly switched to a lighter tone. Nana, would you like to see Uncle perform a magic trick? I grabbed 2 tissues from the table, fiddled with my jacket covering my hands, and said, this magic trick isn't something I usually show everyone. Today, because I met such a cute girl, I'll make an exception. Don't blink. Su-na remained silent, closely hugging her mother, yet curiosity lit up in her eyes. I began playing with the 2 tissues, folding into a bud shape, flipping open petals until finally unveiling the grand introduction to Su-na with one hand pinching my coat collar. Here we go, this is a special gift for little darlings. Tada! Lifting up my coat, a lively paper rose magically appeared in my hand. Su-na immediately widened her eyes in amazement, clearly never expecting it. Taking a step closer, I knelt on one knee in front of her, presenting the paper rose I folded just for her. After hesitating briefly, Su-na shyly reached out to take it, softly thanking me. Seeing a hint of laughter blooming on her face, I realized she was finally beginning to relax, so I proposed, do you want to learn? I can teach you. Su-na looked up at me, then glanced at her mother. It's fine, does Nana want to learn? If you want, let Uncle teach you. The woman displayed her first sincere smile since coming in. Turning back to me, Su-na emphatically nodded her head, saying in her tender voice, I want to learn. I started teaching Su-na the way to fold the paper rose. Once she mastered it, I went on to teach her to fold rats, swans, and rabbits. In between, the front desk assistant came in with the water service, quite amazed and stopping to observe us briefly, even asking me why I knew so many paper folding tricks. If she spent the past 10 years idle, staring absent-mindedly at the sky outside the high walls every day, she could also pick up many such boring little tricks. There was a time when I used to fold love letters to Ching Manu into heart shapes and send them, looking back now, embarrassingly sappy. Later, the front desk assistant came again, politely telling Su-na's mother, Ms. Yang, that Lawyer Cheng was ready to see her and inviting her along. Playing merrily with me, Yang obviously didn't want to disturb her daughter's fun, and politely consulted with me whether I could temporarily look after Su-na. Of course, no problem. I readily agreed. Yang then explained to Su-na that she'd be right next door, allowing her to continue playing here. After seeing the excellent lawyer uncle, they could go home. Su-na obediently nodded, waving goodbye to her mother as she left. Accompanying Su-na, I almost depleted an entire box of tissues. Fiddling with the row of roses on the coffee table, the little girl suddenly looked up and asked me, Uncle, can you fold little people? Little people? Su-na pointed at herself, a little person like me, one that people can tell it's me at a glance. The matchstick figure was doable, but creating something exactly like her really pushed my limits. I regretfully shook my head, this is quite challenging. Uncle's skills are insufficient, I can't yet fold a little girl as cute as Nana. Su-na looked a bit disappointed and let out a soft oh. Why do you want to fold a little person? I couldn't help but ask her. Because. Su-na whispered softly, Mom said, if we burn something for Dad, he will receive it. If we burn money, he gets money, if we burn houses, he gets houses. So, if I were burned, then Dad would get Nana. I miss Dad so much, and Dad must miss me too. I never expected the answer to be this. Such innocent talk gathered laughter, terror, warmth, and sadness all in one. It was truly a taste of life's mixed flavors. Chapter 33, 1, 2, 3. Su-na had played herself to exhaustion and fell asleep on the sofa. I covered her with my jacket. Ms. Yang and Xing Menu talked in the office for over an hour. By the time they returned to the reception room, it was nearly dusk outside. She thanked me, carefully picked up her child, and was escorted out by Wu Yi. I put on my coat and followed them out. After Wu Yi saw them off, I hooked my arm around his shoulder. Are they the family of the deceased from that traffic accident case? Wu Yi was surprised. How did you know? Did Ms. Yang tell you? I guessed with my wits. Their attire and demeanor are too far from your target client demographic, they're clearly not the type who'd hire you with millions for a lawsuit. And? I grinned, I just heard you mention in the meeting that you wanted the client to come over this afternoon. Wu Yi smiled faintly. That makes sense. He told me today's meeting aimed to understand the client's expectations regarding compensation and to explain the upcoming legal procedures. He sighed. The child is the most pitiful. So young, and already without a father. Who can argue with that? No amount of compensation could bring back Nana's father or allow him to grow up alongside her. For a child, it's an irreplaceable loss. Excuse me, Mr. Sheng's express package has arrived. As Wu Yi turned to look back, we saw a delivery man standing at the door, holding a long, narrow courier box, peeking inside. Wu Yi started forward but I pulled him back with my arm around his shoulders. I'll take care of it. I eagerly approached the deliverman and signed for the parcel after taking it from him. The craft paper box was about a meter long and only about 20 centimeters wide, feeling quite light. I wasn't sure what it contained. Saying goodbye to Wu Yi, I knocked on Xing Menu's office door and entered without waiting for a response, saying, Sir, your delivery has arrived. The scarred desk had been replaced with a new one of the same style, clear and spotless, with no clutter on the surface. Hearing my voice, Xing Menu looked up from the documents and wordlessly cleared space on the table by moving the computer and other items aside. I understood his gesture, placing the courier box on the empty part of the table and handing him the letter opener from the penholder. Without looking up, he took it and efficiently opened the box, withdrawing an elegant gentleman's cane. The wooden body of the cane was slender yet sturdy, topped with a pale antler handle, a truly high-class item. If I wasn't mistaken, this cane was from an Italian brand, handmade, quite expensive, and easily reaching 4 digits for a regular piece, while those made of special materials soared well beyond 10,000 yuan. A cane like Xing Menu's, with its wood shaft and antler top, would surely cost more than 10,000. Sigh, spraining his ankle was no reason to waste so much money. If he'd let me, I could have bought him a senior citizen cane from the supermarket for less than 100. I pulled the chair opposite him and sat down. Is it because of your dad that you're taking on that case? Xing Menu held the cane close to inspect it meticulously, looking critical and arrogant as if he were a king reviewing his scepter. He demanded perfection in every detail, insisting each connection be masterfully crafted, nothing less worthy for his noble identity. Want to take it, so I will. He grasped the handle, propped the cane on the ground, then attempted to stand. It must be said, the antler material really suited him, majestic and beautiful, strong and powerful. At first, he was somewhat clumsy, but soon his excellent learning ability became evident. In less than 2 minutes, he fully mastered the knack and moved freely. It was all for nothing that I had requested half a month's leave, my human crutch job was terminated after only a day. Xing Menu paced back and forth twice in the office, seemingly satisfied, revealing a slight smile at the corner of his lips. However, when he looked at me, that faint smile disappeared instantly. Leave the car keys here, you can go now. I knew he rushed to buy the cane just to kick me out sooner. I can drive you home. He refused outright. No need, I can have Wu Yi take me. That would bother him unnecessarily. Xing Menu chuckled lightly, giving me a glance that said, what are you knowingly asking? Slowly he said, I'm just worried about troubling you. My smile faded slightly as I averted my gaze, refusing to meet his eyes. As long as I don't see his disdainful look or mocking expression, lowering the blow artificially seems to reduce the pain slightly. Although it might seem like self-deception, it's the best defense I can muster. I don't mind being bothered. His voice deepened. Lu Feng, didn't I make myself clear enough yesterday? I stopped the chair from spinning, stared at the floor tightly, and gritted my teeth against the bitterness in my throat. I understand, I won't flatter myself. You dislike me, loathe me, and there's no way you could fall for me. That much is crystal clear to me. These words weren't easy to say. Their impact was so immense that I could barely bear it myself. Even though I'd known all along, sometimes I still had a head-in-the-sand mentality, I chose not to think about it as if by ignoring, it would disappear, pretending clarity but acting foolishly. But once they were voiced, I could no longer escape. I had to admit, had to accept. Xing Menu would never love me. If I hadn't developed feelings for him, our whole life together might have stayed a distant relationship of foster brothers till death. We probably would have met only once or twice a year, occasionally calling each other on holidays. But as long as I didn't alienate him completely, he wouldn't cut off contact either. No matter how he thought of me in his heart, outwardly, we'd maintain our amicable relationship as bloodless brothers. But things went wrong because I started having inappropriate feelings for him, and he caught on. He can no longer pretend to be brotherly with me, thus there's no need for him to keep up appearances. Disgust is disgust, indifference is indifference, he doesn't bother with pretenses and cares nothing for my emotions. After all, if even he hates himself so much, why would he be lenient towards someone he holds in contempt? Look, your leg is injured, which restricts your movement, and I'm really interested in that traffic accident case. How about letting me serve as your free chauffeur for a while in exchange for the chance to get updates on the case? I suggested. I promise I won't interfere in your life, nor will I do anything that irritates you. Just, let me see you win. You know, this case means just as much to me as it does to you. I looked up at Xing Manu, almost imploring him, just as the setting sun shone perfectly on the glass walls of the building opposite us, making the light from outside suddenly glaring. Xing Manu stood in the shadows of that light, his face obscured in dark uncertainty. Second by second passed, and I grew more and more nervous, terrified that despite all my humility, Xing Manu remained unmoved. I sat quietly in the chair, trying my best to appear obedient and harmless, sincere and trustworthy. He silently observed me for a moment before leaning on his cane, taking deliberate steps toward me, and stopping about a meter away. I swallowed hard, instinctively sitting straighter. 3 rules, he peered down at me with cold, thin lips curling slightly as he spoke. 1. You're allowed only to observe and forbidden to voice opinions. 2. You're allowed only to observe and forbidden to touch anything casually. 3. You're allowed only to observe and forbidden to question. The arrangement lasts for 1 month. The car will be yours, but you must pick me up when I need it. In short, he conceded a little in the investigation but kept his distance emotionally, there would be no room for misunderstanding. That works fine too. This way, he doesn't have to ponder how to guard against me, and I don't have to figure out ways to get closer to him. For this month, we'll set aside personal sentiments and coexist peacefully, focusing solely on our shared goal. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Do you understand? Asked Xing Manu. I quickly nodded, indicating that I understood and would not break the agreement, and should he doubt me, I'd swear upon heaven. He then returned to his seat, pushed the cardboard box aside, and moved his notebook back to its original place. Oh, by the way. 1. Before I could ask more details about the case, he gave me a number without looking at me. I hesitated briefly but soon realized Rule 1, observing only, not voicing opinions. Damn, so this begins already? Surprisingly puzzled, I still adhered strictly to the agreement and shut my mouth tight. Watching Xing Manu return to work as if nobody else existed in the room, I quietly got up from my seat and walked toward the door. Halfway through, I went back, also picking up the package on the ground. Following the agreement, every morning I picked him up from the lobby of Xing Manu's apartment, took him to the law firm, where I spent the day playing games on my phone in their reception area. If there was a meeting related to the traffic accident case, Wu Yi would call me to listen in, and I would take Xing Manu home in the evening, returning to my own afterward. A week passed like this, though the trial hadn't begun yet, I had become thoroughly familiar with the procedures used by lawyers. At the same time, I also learned Xing Manu's schedule well, unchangeably arriving at 9 to the law office, holding meetings, preparing documents, asking other lawyers about case progress, then receiving clients continuously, meeting after meeting, until reviewing files until 9 at night and going home. Occasionally, he had other engagements too, like visiting upscale venues for meetings with high-class customers, often in 5-star hotels, luxurious lounges, and some private clubs, though these are less common. In general, I would wait for him in the car, ranging from half an hour to unspecific lengths depending. After finishing with his customers, he would always return by the same route. During this week, I can say for certain that my driving skills improved considerably. This evening, come upstairs with me. The car came to a smooth stop, and Xing Manu said suddenly. Though I was confused, I nodded in agreement without saying anything. There was nothing I could do, with the 3 rules set beforehand, I couldn't voice my opinion or raise any objections. Basically, whatever Xing Manu said, that's what it was. Under the guidance of a waiter, Xing Manu and I boarded the elevator of the private club, which was lavishly decorated. During our ascent, he added another warning, saying that today's client was particularly difficult to deal with. He instructed me to act like a wallflower, speak as little as possible, stay still, and ideally not even breathe. If you mess up, our deal is off. Xing Manu walked out of the slowly opening elevator door, leaning on his cane and leaving me with this rather ungracious sentence. Then why did you even ask me to come upstairs? I wondered silently, feeling baffled and muttering inwardly about his strange invitation. When we entered the private room, I saw a long golf practice mat inside. A middle-aged man of average build, casually dressed, was gracefully swinging a golf club, the ball just barely going through on its edge. He gave a light tut, turned around, noticed Xing Manu as if just realizing our presence, and exclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm, moving forward to shake hands with Xing Manu. Little Xing, you've finally arrived. Xing Manu shook his hand and replied politely, Mr. Kai, nice to see you. Mr. Kai briefly glanced at me when we first entered, asking who I was. After Xing Manu told him that I was merely his assistant, Mr. Kai lost all interest in me. For my part, I obeyed Xing Manu's instructions, standing quietly in the corner like a wallflower alongside the private room service staff. This Mr. Kai was indeed hard to handle. Polite enough, and very generous too, but from the moment we arrived, he kept talking about global affairs, Shakespeare, Nietzsche, what painting he had bought recently, where he was planning to eat tomorrow, topics that roamed far and wide while completely avoiding the main matter at hand. Despite Xing Manu's attempts to steer the conversation back to business multiple times, Mr. Kai effortlessly deflected each time. First a bottle of whiskey, then a bottle of red wine reportedly from his own vineyard's Goodyear vintage, and yet he spoke endlessly in circles, evading the core topic. Once or twice was tolerable, but after so many instances, Xing Manu's face began showing cracks, his elite mask slipping little by little. Though still smiling, his eyes grew colder, revealing just how disingenuous his engagement really was. But this was from my perspective. Mr. Kai seemed entirely unaware, continuing his grandiloquent speech, inviting Xing Manu to take a swing. A handicapped person like Xing Manu participating in sports competition? Unless Mr. Kai was intentionally making things difficult for Xing Manu, then he must be an extremely self-centered and oblivious individual. Dealing with such people requires meeting their satisfaction, or else cooperation would be impossible. No wonder Xing Manu was being so cautious, and this might not have been their first encounter. With much fanfare, Mr. Kai cleared the spot for Xing Manu. Sitting there any longer might create an awkward atmosphere, and I was wondering how Xing Manu would handle this situation when I suddenly heard my name. Lu Feng. Xing Manu stood up and took several steps toward the golf mat, handing me his cane as he approached. Hold this for me. I quickly went over and took it, watching as he smiled and grasped the golf club Mr. Kai handed him. Beneath his composed demeanor, I caught a glimpse of a chilling brutality. I involuntarily stepped forward, fearing he might strike Mr. Kai in a fit of rage. Xing Manu cast a sidelong glance at me, locking me in place with his intimidating gaze, preventing me from moving closer. Standing with feet shoulder-width apart, bending slightly forward, confirming the position of the golf club and ball, and with a skillful yet powerful swing, he hit the ball smoothly into the hole. With remarkable precision, Xing Manu completed a perfect putt. Such effortless expertise marked him as a true master. Mr. Kai hadn't expected Xing Manu to be this skilled and looked somewhat dazed. This is boring. Xing Manu carelessly tossed the golf club to the side, reclaimed his cane from me, and then told Mr. Kai, if you're interested, we can schedule a proper round of golf next time. Ah. Sure. Whether it was because he had been intimidated by Xing Manu's imposing presence, afterwards Mr. Kai finally sat down properly and engaged in some substantive discussion with Xing Manu. He expressed that he would urge the company's legal team to finish reviewing the contract soon, looking forward to collaborating with Jinshan law firm. Xing Manu had consumed quite a bit of alcohol. Although he remained relatively coherent, his steps were slightly unstable, and this was where I needed to support him. This was likely the primary reason he asked me to come along. Back in the car, reeking of alcohol, it was already midnight 12. Xing Manu took off his jacket, loosened his tie, and undid the top 2 buttons of his shirt. Then he stopped, closing his eyes to rest. An hour later, I parked the car under his apartment building. Seeing that he hadn't stirred, I called out to wake him. He slowly opened his eyes, furrowed his brows as he surveyed the surroundings, and upon realizing we had arrived home, tried to open the door. But he failed after several attempts. Realizing that he wouldn't be able to go upstairs alone, I got out of the car, circled around to his side, opened the car door for him, and extended my hand. He stared at my hand for a moment, then silently grasped it tightly. The 3 rules in the end were nothing more than unilateral restrictions placed on me. Alright, you can leave now. As soon as we entered the gate, he quickly let go of my hand and started shooing me away. I closed the door but didn't leave. I'll make some soup before I go. As I took just 2 steps, Xing Manu raised his cane and placed it horizontally in front of me, blocking my way. I'll say it again, you can leave now. His knuckles stood out prominently due to his strength, showing clear contours. It was unclear whether from the alcohol or something else, but the cane trembled slightly, somewhat unstable. I knew this was his final warning, brimming with danger, so I gritted my teeth and turned to leave. Just as I reached the door and gripped the handle, I heard a soft sound of his cane hitting the ground followed by Xing Manu's groan. Unable to resist, I turned back and saw that he had lost his balance while bending down to pick something up and fell. Now sitting on the carpet, one leg bent, hand supporting himself behind, he glared angrily at his uncooperative right foot. Brother! I was startled and rushed over to check if he was hurt. As I went to help him up, inevitably needing to touch his body, I was abruptly shaken off the moment I made contact. Caught off guard, I sat down on the floor, stunned, and also somewhat annoyed. But as I looked up at him, I was surprised to find his eyes tightly shut, his brows furrowed as if enduring something. Then I noticed his left hand, propped beside his body, clutching a dark red hand-wrapping band. He must have fallen while trying to pick it up. I suddenly understood, even in this state, he still wanted to box. How long has it been since you last vented? I asked, staring at the wrapping band, which against the carpet appeared brighter and more vivid in color. Xing Manu's breath hitched as he opened his eyes to look at me. 1. Of course, he wouldn't answer my question. A cold number emerged, unclear whether it was a warning or a sign of his waning patience. Regardless of his countdown reaching 2, I remained steadfast. With the antler cane within his reach, I feared that if I stayed any longer, I might be the one getting a beating tonight. However, just as he was about to count to 3, instead of getting up and leaving, I pulled the red hand-wrapping band from his grasp. His voice faltered, revealing suspicion in his gaze. Ignoring his questioning look, I draped the hand-wrapping band over my eyes and continued counting from where he left off, 3. The moment the words faded, I tightened the knot behind my head, completely blinding myself. With Xingmenu's intelligence, he should understand the meaning behind this gesture. I wouldn't offer opinions, wouldn't casually touch, and would have no objections. So, he could do anything he wanted. Blindness plunged me into complete darkness, where every pin drop could be heard. In the strange silence, I seemed to hear my own heartbeat. They were so rapid, so noisy, losing their original order until they became chaotic. For a long time, there was no response, and I couldn't even sense Xingmenu's presence. Anxious, I couldn't help but tighten my fingers. The trial is just 2 days away, and you're in no shape to calmly deal with it, right? I paused, still receiving no response. If I hadn't confirmed Xingmenu's presence right in front of me before being blinded, I would have doubted whether I was the only person in the room. To be honest, even with my thick skin, being ignored like this made me feel somewhat embarrassed. It's not using me as a pressure release valve, is it? I laughed awkwardly. Anyway, once used is use, twice used is also use, might as well use me more if you need. Listening carefully, still hearing nothing, I found myself in an embarrassing situation acting alone. What does it mean? Last time he got excited when he wasn't allowed, but this time he doesn't seem interested even though I'm offering. Is he sick? Damn, never mind, if you don't want it, fine, I'll just go home early to sleep. Just as I thought to remove the cloth covering my eyes, a sudden sharp pain shot through my scalp as someone grabbed my hair and forced my head down. It was as if all the silent barriers surrounding me shattered instantly. Accompanied by the smell of smoke, alcohol, and mixed perfume, Xingmenu's heavy breathing filled the air, seeping into every pore of my skin, making me involuntarily start breathing heavily too. Open your mouth, came a hoarse voice from above me. Without sight, ears became more acute. Following his command, I also heard the faint sound of a metal zipper being pulled. Having some idea of what was coming, I leaned forward toward the source of the sound. A hot male scent rushed toward me, rough and forceful, prying open my lips and thrusting deep into my throat. Uncomfortable, I clenched the blanket beneath me, instinctively wanting to straighten up. But the hand pressing firmly on the back of my head wouldn't allow me to retreat easily. In this world, there are indeed so many foolish people. Every day, just having to endure them, already exhausts me. The hand gripping my hair tightened further as Xingmenu's words became broken due to his movements below. Every day I ask myself, why am I not one of them? To be a stupid ordinary person, like you, how nice would that be? My cheeks felt pricked with pain from being stretched wide, and the intense thrusting gave me a slight feeling of suffocation. Xingmenu's body scent, his temperature, his breathing, even the friction of his fingertips on my scalp causing stinging sensations, all resembled aphrodisiacs, making me uncontrollably hot all over, with a throbbing ache in my lower regions. This fire was absolutely fatal. My small extinguisher couldn't handle it anymore. Before putting out the big fire, I was about to catch on fire myself. As his actions sped up, the feeling of suffocation grew more pronounced, and I began to whimper uncomfortably, only to receive rougher treatment in response. Feeling uncomfortable. Xingmenu's voice brimmed with pleasure. Isn't this what you want? Isn't the lapdog finally tasting the meaty smell happy? Are you happy? It seemed he had been holding back for too long, and the alcohol exacerbated his already poor condition, causing his foul behavior to rise geometrically. If I could speak, I'd flash him a big grin and loudly shout, happy. So happy. Thanks to His Majesty's grace. Just to disgust him. Suddenly, the object in my mouth quivered slightly as Xingmenu let out a sigh of satisfaction. His fingers stiffened for a moment before gradually relaxing. Then, in the next instant, he suddenly yanked my hair and flung me aside. I fell crookedly on the ground, juice bursting forth, swallowing hurriedly but choking nonetheless, leading to uncontrollable violent coughing. Once the coughing subsided somewhat, I heard Xingmenu say, "You can leave now." The rustling sound of clothing reached my ears, then shortly after, an air current stirred in front of me, accompanied by the tapping of the cane slowly moving away. The duty of the extinguisher had been fulfilled, and it was no longer needed. When the door closed, I tore off the binding over my eyes. With a wry smile, I took out the cigarette box from my pocket, lit one, and smoked it. As soon as the smoke entered my mouth, it was overwhelmed by that lingering aroma, forcing me to involuntarily wrinkle my brows. This smell, quite stimulating. My lips were burning painfully. Wiping a bit of filth away, I unbuttoned my pants, leaned against the wall, and amidst the stimulating taste, also indulged in about right there in Xingmenu's living room, on the carpet. He wouldn't come out again at this time anyway. After quelling my own flames, I grabbed the nearby wrapping band to wipe off the stickiness from my hands, stood up from the floor, adjusted my clothes, and without caring whether Xingmenu was asleep or if he could hear, I directly shouted towards the direction of the bedroom, "I'm leaving." And with that, I departed on my own. Chapter 34, Just Go Your Way. The next day, I picked up Xingmenu for work on time. He seemed perfectly normal, as if he didn't remember what happened last night, and treated me no differently. His attitude was clear, so I just did what he expected, pretending nothing had happened. Sometimes I really admire him. If it were anyone else, they probably couldn't be as bold and unflinching as he is. And perhaps because he vented all his emotions, his tone of voice didn't seem as impatient as usual. This morning, I almost rear-ended the car in front of me because I braked too late, which would have normally made him furious. But today, he just reminded me to pay attention. The trial was tomorrow, and Xing Menu apparently wanted to face the opposing lawyer with full energy, so there were no social engagements scheduled for the evening. Instead, there was a long pre-trial meeting that began at 1 p.m. and no one knew when it would end. The meeting was overly lengthy, interspersed with professional jargon from time to time. I started dozing off. Halfway through, I couldn't bear it anymore and left the meeting room to get some fresh air. Mo Chio's call came at this moment. Luo Xingyun was dead, and Mo Chio's troubles were gone. But he isn't like me, seeing a person die right in front of him, someone he once liked, deeply affected his already sensitive mind. He fell into a prolonged period of depression and stress. Fortunately, he realized his condition was critical. If he didn't help himself, he'd only have one path left, death. So he followed his psychologist's advice and signed up for an interactive travel group tour, spending over 2 months away. I saw the photos he posted on his social media feed, blue skies, the ocean, cheerful young people. His complexion improved, and he looked more spirited. The treatment effect was nothing short of excellent. This time, his call to me was both about giving me a souvenir after returning from his trip and thanking me for my help regarding Luo Xingyun's matter. He invited me to dinner. It didn't matter much to me whether or not he thanked me, but since he had said it, I couldn't refuse. Eventually, I chose a restaurant downstairs from Xing Menu's law firm as the meeting place. The restaurant was a Cantonese cuisine establishment known for its authentic flavors, fresh ingredients, and good value. Many lawyers from Jinshan law firm often ordered meals there. Mo Chio had no objections, and we settled on meeting at 5 o'clock. After hanging up the phone, I checked the time and realized it was nearly 4:30. It seemed like Xing Menu's meeting would still take some time, and I didn't know if they would have finished by the time I finished eating. I gave a quick heads up to the receptionist, telling her I'd go down for a meal and asked her to give me a call if the meeting ended. Without hesitation, she gave me a thumbs up with an okay. I had practically saved her life before, so she was always happy to help with these small favors. Mo Chio arrived at the restaurant at 4:58, changing his usual black and white wardrobe for a mustard yellow hoodie paired with black casual pants. He also got a haircut. His youthful complexion now radiated such vitality that it almost made me unable to recognize him. What's wrong? Does it look bad on me? After sitting down, he took the menu handed to him by the server and started browsing through it. Noticing my astonishment, he appeared a bit bashful. I poured him a cup of tea and explained, "No, it's just you've changed so much that I barely recognized you." Mo Chio smiled shyly. During this trip, I made many friends. One of them is a fashion designer. He said this style suits me better and makes me look healthier. This entire outfit is his recommended ensemble. As he spoke, he adjusted his glasses slightly, the smile lingering on his lips. This clearly suggested something was going on. People often say the best way to treat heartbreak is to start a new relationship. Mo Chio's situation was even worse than a breakup. If someone could comfort his wounded heart and help him regain hope for life, it would undoubtedly be a good thing. However, Mo Chio didn't mention anything more about this fashion designer friend afterward. Since it was his private matter, if he didn't bring it up, I wouldn't pry either, so I acted as though I hadn't noticed. By the way, here's the souvenir for you. After ordering the dishes, Mo Chio handed me the paper bag he had with him. I took it and found inside a container shaped like a hair mask, about the size of a palm. Its packaging was entirely covered in English text, and I could only understand one line saying that it can be used for both hands and body. Mo Chio said, "This is lanolin oil, great for moisturizing the skin. It keeps your skin from drying out in winter." I realized there was quite a gap between Mo Chio and me in terms of lifestyle. He clearly lived much more refinedly than I did. Aside from water, I've never applied anything to my face in my entire life. If he hadn't told me, I wouldn't even know that lanolin oil existed. It's good. Qingwan's winters are pretty dry, and my body often gets static electricity. I thanked him and put the paper bag aside. As the dishes kept arriving on the table, Mo Chio started sharing with me everything he had seen and heard during these past 2 months. The mountains and rivers are beautiful, the customs charming. The world is so vast, and there are many kind people. In the places he had been, the people might be poor, but they never gave up their love for life. Others may not understand their optimism, yet they didn't need others' understanding. To live wasn't about pondering over the past or future, it was simply to enjoy each happy day. Mo Chio was almost enchanted by such a simple and straightforward attitude towards life. He bluntly said that it was his dream peach blossom spring. If possible, he hoped to buy an apartment there when he grew older and settle down. In comparison with him, I appeared quite unambitious. I had never thought of leaving Qingwan City. I've lived here since childhood, my parents are buried here, and Xing Menu is here as well. Though it's not an ideal hometown filled with bird songs and flowers, and even bustling and noisy to the point of being headache-inducing, this is indeed the only place that brings me a sense of peace. This is my home, my peach blossom spring. Mo Chio gripped his hot tea and said, in the past, I felt like my life was hopeless, as if all the bad luck in the world fell on me. But actually, everyone has their own troubles. There's no such thing as 100% happiness in the world. It's just like drinking water, only you know whether it's warm or cold. After saying this, he pushed his teacup forward slightly. To gain such enlightenment in just 2 months, if not for his normal demeanor and full of positive energy, I would have doubted whether he joined a travel group or some pyramid scheme organization. We chatted until around 6:30 p.m. when my phone suddenly buzzed. The receptionist sent a message saying that Xing Minu's meeting had ended, and everyone was already tidying up. Seeing me constantly paying attention to my phone, Mo Chio might have guessed that I had something else to do next. Thus, he took the initiative to call the server to settle the bill and announce the end of this dinner gathering. I'm sorry, let me treat you next time. Carrying the souvenir, I walked out of the mall with Mo Chio and waited by the roadside for a car. Upon hearing this, Mo Chio shook his head and said, it's fine. Actually, I'm applying to some overseas universities for study spots. I'm currently preparing materials, and soon I'll take exams. There's also a ton of homework waiting for me every night. Even if you have nothing planned, I need to go home early to study anyway. I was surprised and asked, you're going to study abroad? It's just trying out a different kind of life, Mo Chio smiled and said, not necessarily successful though. I raised my fist toward him and said, then I wish you smooth sailing in academic achievements. Mo Chio returned my gesture with a bow, thank you for your good words, Brother Lu. I also wish Brother Lu success in everything, and a smooth life ahead. He looked at me, his eyes reflecting the neon lights around us like scattered stars. Lu Feng, you will definitely be rewarded for being a good person. Caught off guard by being handed a good person card, I was still amused when he suddenly stepped forward and hugged me tightly. You don't know, but when we were kids, you were my big hero. He sighed deeply, really, thank you. This was a situation I'd never encountered before. For a moment, I didn't dare to move, standing stiffly without knowing how to react. After a while, Mo Chio himself released me, tears glinting in his eyes, and lightly patted my shoulder. You. He just opened his mouth to say something when a surprised and confused shout from Wu Yi came from not far away. Mr. Lu. Both Mo Chio and I turned our heads simultaneously to see a group of lawyers from Jinshan law firm standing 3 meters away from us. Each of them had an inscrutable expression, as if they had witnessed a super blockbuster. Especially Wu Yi, who looked like he'd eaten a sour, rotten melon. He probably couldn't comprehend why the 2 victims of Luo Xinyan's case, Mo Chio and I, would be doing anything strange right out in the open under everyone's watchful eyes. As my gaze shifted to the tall figure at the front, Xing Minu stood with one hand in his pocket, glancing at Mo Chio's hand still resting on my shoulder. Instantly, Mo Chio pulled away as if scalded. And almost simultaneously, Xing Minu diverted his gaze, walking past me nonchalantly toward the mall direction. The rest followed quickly, almost desperate to fly away from this place of controversy. Wu Yi's face was awkward, and he pointed to the crowded mall, saying, our meeting ended, and we came here for a meal, sorry, please continue. Then he bowed hastily to me and disappeared in a flash. What a nightmare. In those more than half a month where I worked alongside them, they had never gone out for a meal, and today when I ate outside, they happened to show up. Were they targeting me? They seemed to have misunderstood. Should I go explain? Mo Chio became nervous and started stuttering again. With a heart heavy with exasperation, I glanced at him, no need, just go your way. Chapter 35, Being good doesn't guarantee a good fate. I shamelessly joined Xing Minu and his group for another free meal, but since I had just eaten, I couldn't eat much anyway. I simply sipped tea at the side and listened to their conversation. I tried to explain my relationship with Mo Chio, reiterating several times that we were, and would only ever be, old classmates. While saying this, I specifically looked at Xing Minu, but he just continued eating as if uninterested in what I was saying. I didn't care whether others believed me or not, even if they conjured up a 58-episode tear-jerking drama in their heads, it made no difference to me. But Xing Minu was different. No matter which angle you approached it from, I hoped he wouldn't mistakenly think I was the kind of person who chases after other opportunities while already holding something valuable in their hands. If it were just the 2 of us, this misunderstanding would have been easy to clear up. Why would I choose the hardest path when there are other ways? The fact that my feelings for him haven't changed is proof enough. The second meal finished, Xing Minu and I silently descended into the parking garage and then silently climbed into the car together. Finally entering the quiet space, while waiting for the red light to change, I glanced at him out of the corner of my eye and weighed how to start the conversation. At that moment, Xing Minu preempted me by saying, you don't need to come tomorrow. My heart clenched as I turned to look at him. But we have an agreement. I know we have an agreement, but I sprained my foot, not my brain. He frowned, interrupting me as he repeatedly stroked the top of his horn-shaped cane. My promise remains valid, but I no longer need a driver. This news came unexpectedly, catching me off guard. Searching high and low through my mind for answers, countless thoughts ran through me. Over the past few days, I hadn't offended him in any way, and last night I even selflessly helped him out. Why would he suddenly end things without warning? Could it be because of what happened yesterday? Is it because of yesterday's event? I probed cautiously. You don't have to be so nervous about it. I already said I wouldn't misconstrue your intentions and I won't. Your foot isn't fully recovered yet, and driving on your own must still be inconvenient. Xing Menu gave a mocking smile, looking at me like I was an idiot. Do you think I'm so desperate that I need one more driver? If I don't have you, I can easily find someone else. You've kept repeating that you won't misconstrue my intentions. So why are you digging so deep now? Stung by his counter-question, I felt suffocated, as if struck by a heavy boulder, almost unable to catch my breath. The red light had turned green, yet I hesitated, causing the cars behind me to honk relentlessly. Taking a deep breath, I switched gears while giving Xing Menu a small smile. Because I can never be as heartless as you. Once the words were out, I quickly cooled down and avoided looking at him again. We arrived at his apartment building in complete silence. As soon as the car stopped, Xing Menu opened the door and got out. Good deeds repaid with ingratitude. I muttered quietly as he slammed the door shut. I turned off the engine and followed suit, getting out of the car. I handed the keys back to Xing Menu. Afterward, he headed toward the apartment building, and I went toward the main gate. We parted ways, neither saying goodbye. Walking more than 10 meters, I stopped momentarily, unable to resist turning around to glance behind me. But all I managed to see through the transparent glass door was the tip of Xing Menu's coat tail disappearing from sight. Following the road home slowly, since I wanted a cigarette, I didn't hail a taxi. The night sky was clear, but stars were sparse. As my mouth wouldn't stop smoking, I lit one cigarette after another, finally feeling tired after the fifth one. On the roadside, I flagged down a taxi and returned home. I had no idea when these mutual harms between me and Xing Menu would come to an end. Giving up made me unhappy, sticking with it made me just as miserable. Why was I having such a hard time? The next day, due to Mrs. Yang's traffic accident compensation case being heard at 1 p.m., I took a rare luxury sleep-in, waking up only at 10 o'clock. Afterward, I ate brunch and headed to the court. This wasn't some big, attention-grabbing case, and there weren't many people present to listen, so I sat in the front row where I could clearly see every subtle expression on the faces of those seated at the plaintiff and defense tables. There were two defendants sitting in the defendant's seat, a middle-aged man with a hunched figure and pitiable appearance, seemingly the driver responsible for the accident, and a neatly dressed man wearing glasses, likely representing the insurance company. Strangely, there was only one lawyer. Could it be that they share the same attorney? As I thought about it, the jury and judge entered their seats, and the trial commenced. As the plaintiff's lawyer, Xing Menu gave the opening statement first, asserting that the insurance company, listed as the first defendant, should compensate Mrs. Yang according to the insurance contract with 1.4 million yuan, while Wang Yuquan, the guilty driver, should pay 100,000 yuan. After Mr. Xu Yong passed away, Mrs. Yang had to independently raise her daughter. 1.5 million yuan was calculated based on the average living cost of Qingwan, covering funeral expenses and including the maintenance fees until Ms. Su Na, who lost her father, reaches adulthood. The total compensation amount of 1.5 million yuan made the insurance company representative furrow his brows repeatedly and shake his head incessantly. The culpable driver clenched his hands tightly, eyes downcast with a face full of tension. After Xing Menu's statement, it was the defendant's lawyer's turn to make their argument. The agent lawyer for the insurance company wore an expression of absurdity as he bluntly stated they had been acting entirely in accordance with the terms of the contract, both legally and reasonably. Listing them as the first defendant by the plaintiff was completely baseless. According to the terms, Anchi Insurance has the right to refuse compensation when the insured person violates laws or regulations. Since Wang Yuquan signed the contract, he should have known that overloading would not be compensated for. Honorable judge and jury, the plaintiff lawyer's claims and amounts are utterly unreasonable, and I request you not to support them. When it came to the second defendant's statement, Wang Yuquan himself stood up. I don't have the money to hire a lawyer, they said they'd find one for me, but I didn't think it was necessary. Wang Yuquan walked around the defendant's bench, moved to the center of the courtroom, and suddenly knelt down before Mrs. Yang. I admit my guilt. Lock me up if you must, because I really don't have any money. My car still has more than 10,000 in loans left to pay off, and during these past months, with the car detained, I can't work, so I've had to borrow from relatives and friends. He bowed deeply to Mrs. Yang and struck his forehead against the floor, making a loud sound. I didn't intentionally run over your husband. He wept loudly, then began slapping his own cheeks. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Such behavior in court was nothing short of a farce, leaving the jury glancing awkwardly at each other. Xing Menu frowned sharply, while the judge couldn't help but strike the gavel repeatedly. Defendant Mr. Wang, please note that you need to control your emotions. Your current behavior is affecting the trial proceedings, and if you do not stop immediately. I'm sorry, if I had the money, I would definitely compensate you. But I truly don't have it. Even if you push me to death, I won't be able to afford it. Please let me go. I will arrest you for contempt of court. As Wang Yuquan continuously begged with tearful eyes, Mrs. Yang's eyes also grew increasingly red. When Wang was eventually led away by the bailiff, she turned her face aside, silently shedding 2 rows of tears. A tragedy unfolded where the blameless victim was left to bear all the consequences. Perhaps Wang Youquan's situation wasn't easy, but who in this society has it easy? Xu Yong was just walking peacefully on the road when he got dragged under the wheels. Mrs. Yang was happily leading her small, content life until she suddenly lost her husband. Su now was too young and already fatherless. No one had it easy, so everyone hoped others could empathize with them. Due to the second defendant's outburst, the judge announced a temporary recess and resumed the session after 30 minutes. In the discussion room, without the judges and jurors watching closely, Mrs. Yang broke down. She covered her face and paced back and forth in the room. He asks me to forgive him, but who will forgive me? My child is only 6 years old. 6 years old. In 10 years, she might not even remember what her father looked like or how much he loved her. Xing Menu wasn't the type to console people. He leaned against the door, twirling his cane, remaining silent as she cried. However, his deputy, a young female lawyer, had much more human touch and quickly hugged Mrs. Yang to offer soft reassurance. This atmosphere was incredibly oppressive, reminding me very much of my mother. Another woman equally helpless and sad, tormented by cruel fate and circumstances. My mother never received the justice she deserved, only receiving a compensation of 20,000 yuan. Yet the other party couldn't pay it off all at once, squeezing out money gradually, 10,000 one year, 20,000 another, until I ended up in jail. There were still 10,000 unpaid. Later, when my mom came to visit me, she casually mentioned the other side, saying that they had finally paid everything and, oddly enough, added another 10,000 for her. Maybe they hit the jackpot overnight, sigh. Truly, good people often suffer fates, while the wicked prosper. If heaven had eyes, it would strike those demons with lightning. There was hidden meaning in her words, but I pretended not to understand and quickly changed the subject. There are 5 minutes until the hearing resumes. Ms. Yang, if you can't hold on, I can apply for a postponement. Xing Menu glanced at his watch. However, this would also delay the time for you and your daughter to receive the compensation. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Yang clutched the tissue tightly and shook her head hurriedly. I can handle it, no need for a postponement. Xing Menu hadn't intended to postpone from the start. He rather found Mrs. Yang's weeping quite irksome. Offering her options and calmly outlining the pros and cons was simply a tactic to guide her along his way of thinking. Mrs. Yang startled upon hearing him and stopped her tears abruptly. She threw the tissue away, took a few deep breaths, and struggled to calm herself down. When the court reconvened, Wang Youchuan's emotions, after being educated by the bailiffs, had similarly calmed down. The judge asked him if there was anything else he wanted to say, but he only shook his head. With the sound of the judge's gavel, the evidentiary phase commenced. Xing Menu stood up. Your Honor, I request to summon the first witness, Li Junshan. He, like the defendant Wang Yuquan in this case, is also a truck driver. Under the guidance of the bailiff, the truck driver named Li Junshan sat in the witness stand and took an oath administered by the judge's assistant. After swearing to tell the truth, Xing Menu began his questioning. Is your profession as a truck driver correct? The rugged-looking man nodded, yes. Have you purchased insurance for your truck from Anchi Insurance Company? I have, with a coverage amount of 2 million yuan. Leaning on his cane, Xing Menu approached the witness stand. Have you carefully reviewed the terms of the insurance policy? I skimmed through them. Do you know that if your vehicle is involved in an accident while overloaded, even by a kilogram, the insurance company has the right to deny compensation? Li Junshan hesitated. I'm not too clear about it. In our line of work, it's pretty special. As long as we transport goods, it's rare not to overload. The rule against exceeding even 1 kilogram seems too harsh for us. The defense lawyer suddenly stood up. Objection. He struggled for a moment before finally finding his grounds. The scenario questioned by the plaintiff's lawyer cannot be applied to this case. The witness is not a party involved here, so his statements lack relevance. Xing Menu appeared prepared. Glancing at the judge, he smoothly argued, indeed, he is not one of the parties involved, but every word he speaks represents a common phenomenon within the industry engaged in by one of the parties. By letting the jury understand the details of this industry, we can more quickly sort out the key issues of this case. The judge paused briefly to think and then ruled. Objection overruled. Unwillingly, the defense lawyer sat back down. If this wasn't a serious trial, I would almost want to applaud and cheer for Xing Menu's forceful performance. Chapter 36, Does the feeling of controlling me feel good? Xing Menu's questioning continued. You just said that overloading is very common in your line of work. Could you tell us why? Li Junshan looked at everyone present and sighed, because in our industry, freight charges are calculated based on the weight of the cargo. The more cargo we load, the more we earn. If a truck can carry 200 tons of cargo, each ton worth $1, I would only make $2,000 per trip. 2 trips would still give me just $4,000 after deducting vehicle maintenance, road fees, and fuel costs. After all expenses, there's barely over $1,000 left. Working hard for a month to get 10 orders results in only about $10,000. I also have monthly car loans to pay off, and once I finish paying off this vehicle, I'll need to buy a new one. Without overloading, how am I supposed to make ends meet? Xing Menu gripped his cane, silent for a while, then the judge inquired with confusion, Counselor, do you have any other questions? If not, the opposing counsel will conduct cross-examination. Xing Menu gazed steadily at the witness, appearing less lost in thought and more like pondering an important question. His intense focus was almost somber, causing Li Junshan to unconsciously shrink his shoulders. Unaware, Xing Menu kept his steady gaze as he slowly asked, "Yes, I have another question. So in your industry, it's rare for anyone not to overload?" After a moment's pause, Li Junshan realized the question was directed at him, gesturing with his hand while confidently stating, "I wouldn't dare say it outright, but 9 times out of 10, trucks are overloaded. Otherwise, survival becomes impossible." Xing Menu nodded, "I have no further questions." He sat back down at the prosecution seat, and afterward, every time the opposing lawyer questioned the witness, he objected, even if the questions were casual and introductory chit-chat. He opposed on the grounds that the question is irrelevant to the case. The opposing lawyer grew increasingly agitated and flustered, completely thrown off their rhythm. Meanwhile, the jury couldn't concentrate properly due to the frequent interruptions. "You mentioned earlier that you briefly reviewed the contract, meaning you did review it, correct?" Li Junshan hesitated for a moment before nodding, "Yes. You also understand that overloading is indeed illegal." Xing Menu raised his cane slightly from his seat, stating, "Objection, whether or not the witness overloaded has no direct relation to the current case." Furious, the opposing lawyer complained to the judge directly, "The opposing lawyer's behavior has severely disrupted my rights to question the witness." The judge gave Xing Menu a stern look, warning, "Plaintiff's lawyer, please use objections appropriately." Straightening his back, Xing Menu leaned on his cane and politely bowed slightly toward the judge, "Understood. For plaintiff's witnesses, defense lawyers have the right to conduct cross-examinations, and vice versa." After the insurance company's lawyer reluctantly finished questioning Li Junshan, because Wang Yuquan was self-defending, the judge asked if he had anything else to inquire about. Confused, he simply shook his head. "All he said is true, and I have nothing to add." As soon as those words came out, both the insurance company's lawyer and representative turned red-faced, rolling their eyes skyward. The judge opened his mouth to speak to Wang Yuquan, unsure of what to say, eventually letting out a deep sigh and declaring the presentation of evidence to continue. I fully understood the judge's feelings. Wang Yuquan seemed like some spy bribed by Xing Menu to sabotage the insurance company. A random sentence from him could offset 10 sentences from the witness. I wonder what he was thinking. Next, Xing Menu presented some photo evidence. When these photos were enlarged and displayed on a massive screen behind them, everyone in the room froze in shock. Some of the more timid women on the jury let out terrified gasps. Underneath a truck piled high with cargo lay a blood-soaked man, half his body crushed under the wheels. A large pool of crimson blood spread across the gray cement ground, striking fear into everyone present. Ms. Yang quickly averted her face, tightly closed eyes trembling slightly, with 2 silent tears sliding down her cheeks. This was the first time I'd seen these photos. Stunned momentarily, the gruesome image of death evoked inevitable memories of my father who died the same way. Like Ms. Yang, I turned away from the horrifying images, closing my eyes to compose myself. Life sometimes shows incredible resilience, and at other times, extreme fragility. A woman loses her husband, a child loses their father, all these tragedies caused entirely by defendant Wang Yuquan. According to post-accident records, his excessively rapid turn and lack of proper prejudgment led to the collision and immediate death of Xu Yong crossing the pedestrian lane. There's no doubt that all these are his fault. Xing Menu's calm and steady voice resonated loudly in my ears. A young father who had just bought a birthday gift for his 6-year-old daughter and was rushing home excitedly is now reduced to a handful of ashes in a tomb. Many of Wang Youquan's actions cumulatively led to this tragedy, but overloading was not among them. Enchi Insurance used a standardized contract clause without special notice or reminder to escape the issue of compensation, which I consider an extremely unethical professional behavior. In an industry where overloading is prevalent, an industry that considers overloading as the norm, they want drivers to buy their insurance, yet don't want them to discover that no matter what accident occurs, they won't receive any compensation. The trial lasted the entire afternoon. After it ended, outside the court entrance, after saying goodbye to Ms. Yang, Xing Menu and I got into a car, intending to go back to the law firm and listen to the lawyer's summary of the first trial. During the ride, Xing Menu's deputy, the female lawyer, curiously asked, "Boss, how come I didn't see in Su Yong's testimony that he had just bought his daughter a birthday gift? Did Ms. Yang tell you separately?" I sat in the passenger seat. Hearing this, I discreetly looked back at Xing Menu. He had his eyes closed, leaning against the seat, his thumb constantly stroking the top of the deer horn cane. I made it up on the spot. After leaving the courtroom, all of his terrible aggressiveness dissipated, once again hidden beneath the polished appearance decorated by suits and canes. They were regaining strength, lying low, waiting to pounce during the next trial and deliver a stunning blow to the other side. Perhaps sensing my gaze, Xing Menu opened his eyes and coldly looked over to me. My heart suddenly shuddered with fear, immobilized like being frozen solid, barely suppressing the urge to tremble all over. I hurriedly straightened up and stared ahead. Xing Menu may have exhausted a great deal of energy during the afternoon trial. He kept zoning out during the meeting, and when it reached 8 o'clock, he proposed to temporarily end it, allowing the lawyers to tidy up and head home. I also planned to go home, as I wasn't needed to drive him anymore. Since I paid close attention throughout the afternoon and drank a good amount of soup, I felt a full bladder, so I decided to empty it before leaving. The law firm has independent men's and women's restrooms, but due to the relatively small number of employees, the restroom wasn't large. As soon as I entered, I saw Xingmenu, who seemed to have just washed his face, propping both hands on the sink, water dripping down from his face, his bangs and collar wet across large areas. His condition appeared to be less than ideal, as if he were enduring something. "Are you okay?" I carelessly asked, fearing that his emotions might have been affected by the afternoon's trial. He raised his eyes to look at me through the mirror, remaining silent, his expression as usual one of complete rejection. I hastily raised my hand in surrender. All right, I get it, I'll stop asking. There are urinals as well as stalls in the men's restroom. The urinals directly faced the sink, so Xingmenu could easily see through the mirror my entire process of unzipping my pants to urinate, feeling somewhat immodest, so I walked toward the nearby stall instead. Just wanting to relieve myself, I didn't even bother locking the door, pulling down the zipper facing the toilet bowl and starting to pee. Just as I neared the end, suddenly, icy palms covered my mouth and nose from behind, causing me to lose control slightly, splashing some urine onto my hand. I couldn't tell whether it was because of peeing or the hand covering my face. But the familiar tobacco scent in the palm and the faint perfume scent coming from behind instantly stopped my struggle. Xingmenu's slightly damp hair tips brushed against my earlobe, the ticklish sensation prompting me to try and avoid it slightly. The hand holding me tightened instantly, not allowing any movement. Life is sometimes very resilient, sometimes exceptionally fragile. His breathing came faint and hot, brushing against the nape of my neck. Most of the time, it's enchanting and beautiful. Cutting open your neck reveals complex blood vessels, tough muscles, and snowy white bones. These far outweigh the charm of you while alive, and are much more pleasing. I dared not move, nor touch him with the urine-soaked hand. Instead, I stuck out my tongue and flatteringly licked his palm. A deep chuckle from Xingmenu reverberated close by my ear, sounding alarms in my mind, immediately flooding me with overwhelming terror akin to a herbivore encountering a ferocious wild beast. In the next moment, Xingmenu forcefully gripped my cheeks, completely merciless. I almost thought my cheekbones would crack, emitting a painful moan. The hand slowly moved down my face, gripping my throat, but I know I can't do that because normal people wouldn't do such things. I leaned uncomfortably backward, further exposing my vulnerable neck. "Brother." I couldn't help but plead for mercy, even though I didn't know what I had done wrong. "Lu Feng, isn't it a nice feeling grasping my weakness, using it to control me?" I froze, about to protest. "I haven't." The hand around my neck gradually tightened, making it impossible for me to breathe or speak. He wasn't interested in hearing my feeble excuses. "You always put on this act of being the only one who knows my hidden illness and the only one who can help pull me out of the mud. Don't you feel a great sense of accomplishment?" His words carried a chilling murderous intent, as if a slight exertion could snap my neck. "You've been keeping yourself squeaky clean while sitting in jail, but you weren't this considerate toward me before. Do you remember? You once wanted to drag me into the abyss too." I suddenly widened my eyes, my heart jolted with a sharp pang of pain. Combined with the increasingly suffocating sensation, I couldn't help but let a tear slide down from the corner of my eye. Chapter 37, I want to be that cat. How should one deal with the situation when the person they secretly love finds out about their feelings? If it's a pair of young lovers, perhaps they can boldly confess, and no matter the outcome, at least they won't regret having liked each other. But what if it's two men? And further, what if it's a pair of brothers without blood relation? At 16, Xingmenu detected my feelings for him and cut off all contact with me unilaterally. His avoidance left me disheartened and extremely unwilling. Since he wouldn't see me or take my calls, I decided to go find him in person. I lied to my mom, saying I was sick, and she helped me ask for a day off from school. She knew I had heavy academic responsibilities and a lot of pressure. My grades were decent back then, so although she couldn't tell anything was wrong with me, she still granted the leave. As soon as my mom left, I headed to Xingmenu's school, full of anticipation and excitement along the way. However, when I found out his classroom and rushed over to see him, reality wasn't as beautiful as I had imagined. Through a large glass window, I immediately saw Xingmenu sitting toward the back of the classroom. Next to him sat Qi Yang. They were sitting very close together, whispering something intimate to each other. I stood frozen in the hallway, feeling absurd and somewhat at a loss. Most of all, a bit of jealousy crept up into my heart. Jealousy was like a cluster of black flames that almost burned away all my reason. During this time, Xingmenu seemed to have sensed something and glanced at me. Nervously, I returned his gaze, filled with both joy and bitterness. But he just casually swept his eyes over me, quickly turning them away as if he hadn't even seen me, or if he had, he didn't care that I existed. He focused on Qi Yang with so much attentiveness, talking and smiling at him. Suddenly, Qi Yang excitedly grabbed Xingmenu's hand, but Xingmenu merely glanced at it and showed no resistance. Biting my teeth, I stared intensely at their intertwined hands, feeling like a volcano erupting inside me, overwhelmed by violent and burning emotions. He doesn't want to see me but willingly lets Qi Yang approach him. He doesn't want me anymore. Is he really gone now? Could Qi Yang be right? Like attracts like, does Xingmenu only want to be around his kind? From behind, there came deliberately subdued murmurs, isn't that Xingmenu and Qi Yang? Turning around, I saw two boys leaning against a railing, smoking. They might have seen Xingmenu and Qi Yang through the window, starting some idle gossip. Previously, he moved out just to avoid Qi Yang. I heard Chi Yang clings to him non-stop, killing him with looks whenever he tries to talk. The other boy shook his head, clearly disgusted. It's insane, being liked by him is truly unfortunate. But look how Xingmin Yu and him are laughing and chatting happily. Perhaps sincere efforts do soften even the hardest stones, and maybe Chi Yang finally managed to win the heart of the top student. I don't understand. I'm not discriminating or anything, but Chi Yang just seems abnormal, especially unsettling. If I were to be obsessed with someone like him, I'd definitely feel scared to reject him outright. I think he could easily go berserk and take you down with him. Yeah. His view was quickly affirmed by another voice. Chi Yang's eyes resemble someone who'd slaughter your entire family if love isn't reciprocated. Sometimes, I even hesitate talking to Xingmin Yu because I'm afraid of being targeted by that psycho. It's simply not worth risking getting stabbed in the back. Chills ran down my limbs, my chest tight with a lump that wouldn't dissolve. Outside the classroom, I called Xingmin Yu. Just separated by a window and a wall, I watched him coldly glance at his phone before pressing a button and flipping it over, tossing it aside. Meanwhile, my phone emitted an automatic message indicating that the call had been disconnected. Chi Yang, upon seeing his action, appeared curious about who the caller might be. Xingmin Yu said something to him, and Chi Yang glanced at the discarded phone on the table, then suddenly leaned closer to Xingmin Yu, whispering something softly into his ear. Xingmin Yu stayed still, allowing Chi Yang to come near. Due to the angle, I couldn't see his facial expression, but since he could endure Chi Yang's closeness, it was enough to show he certainly didn't dislike it. If he hated someone, he would give no chance to the other person, cutting ties completely with a clear stance, never hesitating, just like what he did to me. He doesn't hate Chi Yang, but he hates me. I didn't stay long at Xingmin Yu's school, returning home listlessly. I fell into bed without thinking. Somehow, I ended up getting sick afterward. When my mom got home, she said I was burning with fever, crying and claiming that I was in pain. After waking up, I remembered none of it, it could have been exaggerated, but regardless, I lay in bed for 2 days straight, losing a significant amount of weight. When I returned to class, the teacher saw me and said if I wasn't fully recovered yet, I should rest for a couple more days and not push myself. During that period, whenever I looked in the mirror, I couldn't imagine how someone could change so drastically in such a short time, looking neither human nor ghost. My mood was taking a turn for the worse, I felt irritable, easily angered, emotionally low, mentally agitated to the point of insomnia, yet physically exhausted because I didn't get enough rest. I searched online and it said I might have signs of bipolar disorder. A suicide prevention hotline also popped up. I stared at the number for a long time but never memorized it. I wouldn't go as far as committing suicide, I had my limits. My mom thought that what made me look so haggard was schoolwork. How would she know that what caused my weight loss was heartbreak? Heartbreak is unbearable. When others go through heartbreak, they just lose their partners. When I went through heartbreak, I not only lost my partner, but I also lost my brother. Teenagers during puberty easily become rebellious. Others rebel by skipping school and hanging out at internet cafes, but my rebellion was fierce. I daydreamed about being with Xingmin Yu all the time. During the day, I was the good student in the eyes of my teachers and classmates, the ideal son in my mom's eyes. I studied diligently, strived daily, and appeared cheerful without a trace of gloom. At night, I kept calling Xingmin Yu over and over again, but all I ever got was the cold automated female voice telling me his phone was turned off. I knew he wouldn't answer my calls, but it had become a habit, a fixed ritual, something that felt missing if I didn't make the call. Sleep deprivation made me moody, and my temper worsened. Once at school, I accidentally bumped into an older student and muttered, "Sorry," before walking away. The older student took offense at my dismissive attitude and decided to teach me a lesson on how to be a proper junior. I didn't bother arguing with him, knocking him down with one punch. I received a warning as punishment. Good students always have privileges. No one thought I should be held responsible. They gave various excuses like, he's under too much academic pressure, or his actions were self-defense, or that guy often bullies younger students. Everyone consoled me not to take it to heart. However, the older student who got punched by me didn't let it go so easily. He harbored resentment against the warning and planned his revenge. A few days later after school, he gathered some thugs from outside the campus to teach me a lesson, trapping me in an alleyway. Even a hero cannot overcome 4 hands, let alone 7, 8, 9, or 10 of them. I was beaten so badly that I collapsed into the muddy alley, unable to stand up. After they finished hitting me, they cursed and walked away. After resting for a while, I got up by myself, not going to the hospital, not returning home, and instead stubbornly heading toward Xingmin Yu's rented place. Looking back, I wondered if I was crazy. I waited outside his door, drowsily leaning against it until nighttime when he finally returned. Why did I go to find him? At the time, I didn't really think much about it. Later, I spent a lot of time reflecting, but those feelings gradually faded, leaving no trace behind. But it's actually not hard to guess. With the mindset of a child, wanting an important person to see you in such a pitiful state, was it to act tough? Of course not. That kind of helplessness, that embarrassment, traveling such a long way, was just to see if the other person would feel sorry for you. Even though Xingmin Yu never showed any emotions like that towards me from childhood. The footsteps approached closer and closer, until a pair of shoes stopped right in front of me, and I slowly lifted my head. Shingmino Yu looked down at me with his gaze completely devoid of surprise, and naturally there was none of the sympathy I secretly hoped for. I forced a grin at him but winced due to the pain of pulling the corners of my mouth. "Brother, I got beaten up, it hurts so much." I reached out to grab the leg of his pants, but he remained unmoved, gently saying, "Move aside." It had been 2 months since we last met, and this was the first thing he said to me upon seeing me. Standing up after sitting for so long, I stumbled a bit and had to lean against the door to steady myself. "Brother, whatever I've done to upset you, I apologize. Please don't be like this." I bit my lips, almost pleading, "Don't ignore me." Shingmino Yu stared at me for a long moment before saying, "You haven't upset me. I simply don't want to see you anymore. Go home, and never come back." I didn't expect him to be so blunt, so brutally honest that I didn't even have a chance to pretend that nothing had happened. He didn't need to cover the fire with paper, he intended to throw both the troublesome and annoying fire, along with everything else he couldn't control, out of his world. Seeing that I didn't move, he shoved me aside, pulled out the keys to unlock the door as if I were just some random piece of trash blocking the way, easily kicked aside and not worth considering. No matter what I did, he had already decided to cut ties with me. So why should I continue pretending to be a good little brother? "I like you." I saw his action of unlocking pause momentarily, and inexplicably, a wave of satisfaction washed over me. Not like the affection a younger brother has for an older brother. He stood completely still in front of the door for 2 seconds, closed his eyes, and said through gritted teeth, "That's enough, go back, and never come again." On a normal day, if he told me to leave, I would have gone. But that day, I was like a madman, fearlessly pushing his limits of patience. Isn't it just dirtying your ears with such filthy words? It's so disgusting when a younger brother falls in love with an older brother. Holding the doorknob, after giving up on the old and rusty lock which was hard to open, Shingmino Yu turned toward me and revealed a cool, sarcastic smile. "You should know better than to say such things if you already realize how wrong they are." Of course, he found me dirty and repulsive. A sharp pain stabbed at my heart as I stood there, thinking it was over. Perhaps my heart had been damaged from all the beatings. I had always thought heartache was just a metaphor. Yet, on this day, without any external force, it actually felt like something tearing inside. After a long pause, I painfully admitted, "Yes, I should have kept this secret for life. At least then I could have stayed as your brother. Now, you don't want to see me anymore, right?" I thought my attitude was obvious enough, Shingmino Yu replied, seemingly only restrained from saying something even harsher because I hadn't left yet. I sneered, "Then why can you accept Chi Yang being around you? Is it because you prefer him, or because he can satisfy your perverted desires?" His eyes narrowed slightly, and after a moment, he asked me, "What did you say?" His voice was lower now, more dangerous. I was provoking the beast by stroking its whiskers. I knew I was courting death, but I couldn't stop. Whatever Chi Yang can do, I can do too. If monsters only fall for other monsters, then I'll become one. Saying this calmly, I revealed the craft knife I had been concealing behind my back. He stared at me but didn't intervene. "Monster," he murmured, "so what are you going to do? Kill me?" I shook my head. "No, I want to be that cat. The cat that once received his favor, whose body he loved even after death." Shingmino Yu seemed momentarily stunned, realizing my meaning when I slashed across my own arm, and blood began to gush out, staining the dirty ground. As drops of blood pooled on the ground resembling plum blossoms, the prolonged oppression and annoyance in my chest seemed to vanish somewhat. Finally, I understood why so many depressed people self-harmed. It may not be a cure, but it does transfer the pain elsewhere. Shingmino Yu looked at the bloodstains on the floor and muttered in a low, faint voice, "Lu Feng, you fool." Before I could react, he lunged forward and delivered a punch that sent my face snapping to the side, causing the craft knife to fall out of my hand. His blows rained down mercilessly. He was like a wild animal losing all reason. I fell onto the ground as he pressed his knee into my back and smashed my head into the floor by pulling my hair. "Brother, stop hitting me." I started begging, terror gripping both my mind and body, making me submit helplessly. "If you keep hitting, I'll die." I thought I could endure it, but that was just childish naivety. "Isn't that what you want?" He grabbed my head, breathing heavily and filled with hatred as he spat, "To become a monster. You think you deserve it?" "I'm sorry." I hugged my head, feeling dizzy and disoriented. "I won't dare again." Shingmino Yu pummeled me until I was nearly crippled. If before I had only minor injuries, his current assault practically left me disabled. After beating me up, he took a deep breath, stood up, and appeared somewhat relaxed. "Get out of here, I don't need another cat." There was a sound of rustling paper, and moments later, he shoved 100 yuan into my shirt, telling me to take a taxi to the hospital. Once the stars in my head cleared a bit, I got up from the ground, bypassed the hospital, bought some bandages from a nearby pharmacy to stop the bleeding, then took a taxi home with my body covered in wounds. When I returned home, my mom had just finished her late shift and almost suffered a heart attack at the sight of me. She trembled as she inspected my injuries and demanded to know what happened. I blamed everything on the senior students who had grudges against me, saying they were the ones who beat me up. The next morning, my mom stormed into school furiously demanding an explanation from the teachers. Not long after, the senior student was expelled, and I never saw him again. Chapter 38, It's over, all right. It was a crazy and hopeless gamble. I naively believed that, with the small amount of information I had gathered, I could win Xingmenu's approval and affection. How childish and naive I was. No wonder Qi Yang called me an immature pup, and no wonder. Xingmenu was so angry. I regret it. I've regretted it more than once. Desire is like a spring. In moderation, it promotes circulation and strengthens the body, but in excess, it becomes a disaster, dragging one into an abyss from which there is no return. Everyone believes they have control over their desires, able to switch it on or off at will, but until the very end, they always think they are safe, oblivious to any approaching danger. That gifted Mr. Liu who once painted stunning masterpieces, Xingmenu said he followed his inner desires, indulged himself, and became lost in the illusions and pleasures brought by alcohol. Am I not the same? My desire for Xingmenu made me lose myself, my basic judgment of things, and caused me to commit an irreparable mistake. Those promises to protect him and take good care of him have turned into hollow words. And when I said I was different from Qi Yang, utter nonsense. In the end, I'm not even as straightforward as he is. At least he's openly twisted, unlike me, who only talks sweetly. After being beaten up by Xingmenu, it was as if he cleared my mind. The madness and chaos were calmed under absolute violence, and I began to reflect, becoming aware of how ridiculous I was. For the rest of that semester, I tried to contact Xingmenu. Afraid to see him face to face, too ashamed to confront him directly, I called him and sent messages instead. Every day, I would make a call, then send long texts, fragments of daily life, concerns for him, sincere apologies, sometimes even adding some positive motivational platitudes. He never answered my calls, nor replied to any of my messages. This went on for 2 months until the semester ended and summer vacation began. It was an ordinary summer night. As usual, I dialed Xingmenu's number, but instead of the cold mechanical female voice, silence greeted me. The only sound was shallow breathing. I jumped out of bed in excitement. Big brother. My voice trembled. As if forgetting our last unpleasant encounter, Xingmenu told me to meet him the next day at the abandoned building we used to visit often as kids. Though the location seemed strange, I never questioned his word. If he asked me to come, I would do so according to the appointed time. It wasn't far from my home, so I arrived earlier than the scheduled time. But instead of Xingmenu, I encountered Qi Yang, who had been waiting for quite some time. A sharp pain in my knee caused me to collapse beside the toilet, supporting myself by the ground just in time to see Xingmenu withdrawing his deer antler cane. Leaning against the door, he lifted my chin with the tip of his cane disdainfully. Stop pretending, stop acting as though you're doing everything for me. You can't protect me. I know better than you what it takes to survive in this world. The cane tip slid slowly down past my collarbone and pointed toward my heart. What do you think you can do for me? You can't even drive properly, yet you fantasize about being my guiding light. You can't protect anyone, Lu Feng. I stayed still, gazing at him quietly. You're right, I am pretending. His eyebrows twitched slightly, and I smiled faintly. The feeling of manipulating you really is satisfying. Xingmenu's expression turned horrifying, and the force of the cane pressing against my chest increased. You. Before he could curse at me, I seized the cane and yanked it towards me. Caught off guard, he lost balance and leaned forward slightly. With one hand gripping his collar and the other pressing the back of his head, I didn't hesitate and bit down on his lips. We were like two furious beasts, biting each other, resisting, struggling. The smell in the air was rank and foul. Urine splashed onto Xingmenu's pristine white clothes, but instead of feeling dirty, it somehow heightened the sense of desecrating something sacred. My fingers dug deep into his hair roots, wet and hot, unsure if it was sweat or water. It could hardly be called a kiss, there was no tenderness at all. Initially, it was just me attacking Xingmenu, gnawing at his lips, breaking the skin, drawing blood. Xingmenu resisted fiercely but found it difficult to shake me off in the confined space. Whoever locked the door deserved this. Eventually, Xingmenu obviously grew enraged and retaliated, inflicting even more pain and wounds on me, almost biting off my tongue. In the end, whether it was the kiss or a fight that ended, we both stopped, gasping for breath. His lips were split from my bite, a drop of red seeping out, his face turning first pale then flushed, looking like a girl who'd been molested by hooligans. My lips must be in bad shape too. I wanted to touch the wound, but my hand stopped mid-lift as I suddenly remembered it had been splashed with urine. So, I dropped it back down. Come on, feel free to curse me. With no shame left, I crawled up and plopped onto the toilet seat, already past caring about humiliation. Xingmenu picked up his cane which had fallen amidst the chaos earlier, and tried to stand up. Before he could unleash a verbal assault on me, we heard someone, actually more than one person, entering the restroom. Xingmenu froze for a second, then lightened his movements. I watched him curiously, suddenly wondering. Would he speak up? Would he let others know that he just engaged in inappropriate behavior with his own younger brother in a company toilet stall? My hand began creeping upward along his leg. Xingmenu glared at me with cold, frightening eyes, yet still said nothing to stop me. I knew this was still within his tolerance range. The tea house downstairs is pretty good. Their new pineapple buns are spot on. And their milk tea's nice too, but drinking it makes it hard to sleep. The two people inside the restroom started chatting casually, seemingly not realizing that Xing Menu and I were present. I grew bolder by degrees, stepping up my harassment. He grabbed my hand, still without making a sound. This was his domain, and he was its king. How could he let his subjects see such an undignified and vulnerable side of himself? I knew he wouldn't make a sound. He would endure in silence, which made me even more reckless. Sausages are delicious too, long and thick. I stopped halfway as the other person seemed to catch the double meaning, awkwardly hesitating before continuing. Anyway, they're really good. The other one didn't seem to notice anything amiss, responding, true, they're just a bit too hot. Last time I bit into one and almost scalded my tongue because there was molten cheese inside. Yeah, exactly. And their urinating beef balls really do urinate, it's so satisfying. Could they please stop discussing sausages and beef balls so enthusiastically in the restroom? It's making me hungry. Accidentally exerting too much force, a muffled groan escaped above my head immediately. My hair was then yanked by someone trying to pull me away. While the two outside continued talking about the teahouse's delicacies and washed their hands leisurely, they eventually left the restroom. Tightly shutting a faucet may prevent water from dripping, but once a pipe breaks, it's far from easy to plug it back. Desire works similarly. As the men's restroom reverted back to being only shared by Xing Menu and me, the silence persisted. Listening closely, though, it wasn't entirely quiet, there were occasional subtle sounds that inspired some lewd imaginings. In the end, neither of us cared whether anyone might hear or if someone would walk in. Xing Menu released me and leaned against the door, panting heavily as he combed through his hair. I turned and spat out the mixture of saliva and blood from my mouth, pressing the flush button, hearing a locking sound behind me. After waiting for a while, I turned back and indeed found Xing Menu had already walked out. I wiped my hands with the tissue nearby, adjusted my clothes, and subsequently exited the small stall. Xing Menu stared into the mirror at his disheveled collar and already swollen, broken skin around his lips, looking quite upset. I used another sink to wash my hands and insincerely apologized, sorry, my bite was a little heavy. If my bite was heavy, his certainly wasn't any lighter. I stuck out my tongue to check it, discovering it had indeed been bitten through. I guess I was lucky enough to avoid having my tongue severed or dying. I wiped my hands dry with a paper towel, then ignored him completely, turning around and walking out the door. Later, I didn't bother going back to the law firm. I decided that attending the second trial as an observer would be fine, so the next day I returned to the pawnshop for work. As soon as I entered, I saw Wei Shi sitting at my desk, while Lu Yu was eating sunflower seeds as usual and watching dramas. Shen Xiaoshi was nowhere to be seen. How come it's you? I took off my coat and threw it on the couch beside me, leaning on the counter to ask, where's my little Xiaoshi? Wei Shi looked up from his phone, surprised, how did you come back? Is your brother fully recovered? Don't you know he's a superhero? He was fine by the next day. Wei Shi rolled his eyes, tidied up his things, and stood up to return my seat. I'm just filling in today. Xiaoshi took leave because of something at home. Hearing this, I was startled. Despite knowing Shen Xiaoshi for so long, I'd never once heard him mention anything about his family. It seemed like he just popped out of a rock, parentless, relative-less, able to fight before he could even talk. I overheard, it was a woman who called him. Lu Yu raised her hand excitedly. I locked eyes with Wei Shi, unbelievable. Little Xiaoshi is growing up. My son has finally grown up, it's not easy. Wei Shi opened the iron gate, walking beside me and earnestly patting my shoulder, there's only you left in our gang. Hurry up. That night, we invited Dazhuang over to have red bean rice at Wei Shi's place. It's none of our business, alright? I was just about to tease him when Lu Yu, throwing away her sunflower seeds, covered her ears and said, whatever you're saying is inappropriate for minors, and I'm still young. I don't want to hear it. Only then did the two of us remember that there was a young lady nearby. We glanced at each other and both fell silent. However, that night when Wei Shi tried contacting Shen Xiaoshi, he couldn't get through. Calls to his phone went straight to voicemail, and the red bean rice plan had to be cancelled. Then on the second day, the third day, no one could reach Shen Xiaoshi. He had vanished without a trace. Chapter 39, I could have one anyway. I went with Wei Shi to the rented house where Shen Xiaoshi lived, but no one answered despite our prolonged knocking. Shen Xiaoshi is local, but he hasn't been in contact with his family since the day he was released from prison. He's always lived outside and appears casual on a daily basis. However, he never talks about his family affairs, and neither Wei Shi nor I have ever asked him about it. Nowadays, who doesn't have some secrets they can't talk about? What should we do? Wei Shi stared at the door lock, his thick eyebrows furrowed. Should we break in? It was already 9 o'clock at night, and due to the poor soundproofing of the old building, the corridor echoed with war movie sound effects played by an unknown household on an unknown floor. Gunfire sounds could be heard continuously. If we were to forcefully break into this door, people from the entire building might come out to see what was going on. That's not a good idea. They'll think we're here for a robbery, I remarked. I looked decent, but Wei Shi standing beside me, with his tattoos covering his arms and short cropped hair, was clearly the type that seemed trouble-prone. Wei Shi scratched his head and inspected me critically. Didn't you learn any mysterious skills from a master during your long time inside? I shot him a disdainful glance. Yes. He became excited immediately. What? I learned how to identify an idiot, I replied smugly. Wei Shi let out a swear word and continued pounding on the door. Brother San. Brother Feng. Suddenly, a male voice called out from the darkness. Both Wei Shi and I jumped slightly and turned around. Shen Xiaoshi stood a little distance behind us, holding a large plastic bag as if returning from shopping. His complexion wasn't good, dark circles heavily rimmed under his eyes, and his clothes were wrinkled, looking as though they hadn't been changed in days. It's alright as long as he's unharmed. I sighed in relief just as I was about to say something when Wei Shi took a big step forward, slapped Shen Xiaoshi's head hard, producing a loud thud, making even my skin crawl. Are you insane? Wei Shi roared angrily, was it so difficult to charge your phone? The force behind Wei Shi's palm was no joke, he'd once broken a solid wooden board with it. Shen Xiaoshi covered his head with both hands, looking somewhat aggrieved. I just got back. There was nowhere to charge the phone these past few days. Just got back. Where did you go? Don't you know people would worry about you like this? Wei Shi persisted. It's fine, as long as he's okay. Let's go inside and chat. I signaled Shen Xiaoshi to open the door. Shen Xiaoshi looked deflated after Wei Shi's reprimand, fumbling for the keys to unlock the door before quietly slipping inside without a word. Wei Shi grew angrier. What kind of attitude is this? I held him back, urging him to control his emotions. This guy has many great qualities except for his short temper and explosive nature, which is why he ended up inside all those years ago. You should calm down before coming in, I said. Wei Shi didn't take it out on me yet, glaring silently at me for a while before turning away to smoke near the window. Inside, Shen Xiaoshi sat alone on the sofa hugging his knees, looking small, pitiable, and helpless. I went over, patted his head, and asked, what happened? Tell Brother Feng. Though Shen Xiaoshi looks inexperienced and tender, he is not someone who shirks responsibility. He requested only a day off, saying so specifically, yet he vanished for several days with no trace, meaning something unexpected must have occurred. Shen Xiaoshi remained silent for a long time, without uttering a word. I didn't push him, observing his bag full of food and linking it to his disheveled appearance, guessing he probably hadn't eaten. Let me prepare a bowl of instant noodles for you. I reached for a cup noodle from his bag and prepared to head to the kitchen. My mother called me. Shen Xiaoshi spoke up suddenly. She wants me to go back and says she wants to see me one last time before she dies. I was shocked and returned, sitting down to attentively listen to what he had to say. My father passed away when I was very young. Later, my mother remarried and had a younger brother. Shen Xiaoshi wiped his eyes, his voice lowered desolately. His mother is a character of extreme timidity and indecision, born to sway like willows in the wind, subject to manipulation by others. Though her emotional connection was weak, adhering strictly to traditional marriage views, she believed she should feel lucky that anyone would want her, a widowed woman with a child, and hastily agreed to remarry. However, this second marriage turned out to be akin to jumping into fire, easier to enter than to exit. Shen Xiaoshi's stepfather was irascible and prone to rage. The slightest dissatisfaction with their everyday life led to him physically or verbally abusing his wife, which Shen Xiaoshi deeply resented. But being young then, even if he tried to intervene, he was often the one severely beaten by his stepfather. His mother would plead for him and afterward receive even more humiliation. My mother always told me not to argue with him, to be quiet, to be like her, just endure it and things would be fine, Shen Xiaoshi said unhappily. The older he grew, the less willing he was to tolerate it, but his mother failed to understand him. She saw his actions as rebelliousness, constantly getting involved in troubles. I always wanted to help her, but she treated me like an outsider. In the end, they were the happy family. Feeling thoroughly betrayed by his mother, this young boy made internet cafes his home, hanging out with a group of delinquent youths who also didn't stay at home, wandering around aimlessly day after day. If she had told me she wanted a divorce, I would have helped her leave him without hesitation. She didn't need to worry about money, I'd work outside and support her and the younger brother. But she never had such thoughts, not even the slightest bit. Shen Xiaoshi closed his eyes briefly, his complexion becoming increasingly pale. I hated her. Hated her for being weak, hated her for indecisiveness, hated her for making me live in such an awful family, having such a childhood. Human joys and sorrows are not universally connected, neither is anger or fear. The mother could not comprehend her son's fury, while the son couldn't empathize with her terror. This was where the conflict began. Before turning 18, Shen Xiaoshi was like an angry hedgehog, pricking at everyone, brawling recklessly, harming others as much as himself until he got himself into jail. After 18, under the meticulous guidance of Wei Shi and me, he softened up a bit, reduced his cynicism, and became more optimistic, somewhat regaining the mindset appropriate for a young person. But he still refused to reconcile with his mother, rejected all visits, and after being released from prison, had never contacted her. Shen Xiaoshi said, I thought this would be how things remained forever. That when that man passed away one day, I might return, honor her alongside my brother, and take care of her in her old age. As long as that man stayed alive, I'd never go back, because that place wasn't my home. But just 3 days ago, I suddenly received a strange call. It was his mother calling, abruptly saying she wanted to see him for the last time, begging him to come home quickly. Shen Xiaoshu didn't understand, but before he could inquire further, the other party hung up, and no matter how many times he called back afterward, it wouldn't connect. Such a situation was genuinely bizarre. Although they hadn't seen each other for years, despite the lingering resentment, there was still the bond between mother and son, so Shen Xiaoshu feared something serious might have happened to her. He hastily asked for leave, stopped a taxi, and rushed to their old house. But as soon as he opened the door, he froze. My mom hacked that man to death with an axe. He hugged himself tighter, his voice hoarse and filled with bewilderment. The blood was all over the floor, brain tissue scattered everywhere. She said meeting me for the last time meant she intended to die after seeing me. How could such a thing happen, Feng? Wasn't leaving him enough? Why did she drag herself into it? If she had left that beast decades ago, we wouldn't have ended up here today. Even I was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. I originally assumed it was something mundane like his mother getting critically ill and wanting him to visit for the last time, a typical family drama. But instead, it spiraled directly into a suspenseful homicide case, and I was speechless for quite some time. Since I already knew about this, how could I possibly let her die? I persuaded her to surrender and personally escorted her to the police station. He choked out, "In these past few days, I've been handling everything regarding her case, dealing with the police, coping with that man's terrible relatives, and keeping it all hidden from my younger brother so he wouldn't know. I'm only 23. Why does this have to happen now? I haven't even figured out my own life yet. It's overwhelming." Finally losing control, he buried his face in his knees like a kitten, sobbing softly. Deeply sighing inside, I leaned closer, gently embracing him, patting his back. "It's fine, we're here for you." Wei Shi leaned against the doorway, holding a cigarette in his mouth, his expression somber, unsure how long he'd been listening. He hesitated, looking torn between coming over or staying back. Eventually, he sighed heavily and turned toward the window again, perhaps also at a loss on how to console Shen Xiaoshu. "Feng, could I ask you for a favor?" After crying for a while, Shen Xiaoshu lifted his tear-streaked face, sniffled, and said quietly, "It's all right if you can't agree." With him this pitiful, how could I refuse the title of brother he called me? I handed him a couple of tissues to wipe his tears, soothing him gently, "Go ahead and say what you want." Shen Xiaoshu muttered lowly, "Could you ask Attorney Xing to defend my mom?" I paused mid-motion. Shen Xiaoshu sensed it and hurriedly grabbed my hand, saying, "I know he's really skilled, and expensive too, but I'll pay. I've saved up 10,000 yuan. If it's not enough, I can write an IOU. Whether it's hundreds of thousands or even millions, I'm willing to pay." His eyes were bloodshot. "She gave birth to me, raised me. I hate her, but I can't abandon her when she's in trouble." I understood his meaning and empathized with his plea. However, the issue was, Qing Menu doesn't necessarily heed my requests. Last time, for Wei Shi, I had used up my one favor with him. This time, I honestly don't know how to get him involved. Especially recently, with his temper being so peculiar, it might actually be more effective for Shen Xiaoshu himself to approach him than for me to do so. Yet facing Shen Xiaoshu's hopeful gaze, I found myself unable to reject him. Finally, I patted his hand lightly and nodded, "All right, I'll speak to him on your behalf. Since I owe him a favor once already, I can always make him owe another one." After returning home from Shen Xiaoshu's place, I spent the entire night contemplating and called Qing Menu at 7 the next morning, knowing he would have already woken up by then. "If I help you win Ms. Yang's case, will you do me a favor in return?" As soon as the call connected, I cut in first. Qing Menu might have thought it was utterly absurd, so after a long silence, he replied with an arrogant and matter-of-fact tone, "I would have won anyway. I can make you win faster." I paused for a moment and added, "and maybe even get you more money." Hearing his obvious disdain, I didn't lose my temper but instead said, "You don't need my help either way, letting you indulge one more time will achieve the same effect." His breathing hitched on the other end, and Qing Menu retorted coldly, "Not necessary. So, you'd rather I help you after all, right?" I immediately pulled the phone away from my ear. "I'll take your silence as agreement, hello." Suddenly, the signal's bad, hello. Pretending to be testing the line, I quickly hung up. Looking at the ended call screen, I let out a long sigh of relief and then felt somewhat annoyed afterward. "Even if I offer you the chance, you're still reluctant, fearing I'll poison you." I tossed the phone aside and lay back down to sleep. Chapter 40, Though Millions, I Will Go. Big Brother Feng, do I look okay like this? Yi Dazhuang, due to his long-term outdoor work, has always been under the sun's embrace, with a dark and lined complexion. Coupled with his lean frame, he appears older than his actual age at first glance. He is currently wearing a gray-blue work uniform and a pair of old sports shoes, appearing as a weathered manual laborer. I adjusted his coat for him and led him to sit down by the table. "Remember to speak with an accent." I pointed to various corners of the room, as well as the box of tissues on the table, and said, "There are 4 pinhole cameras installed, covering all angles without any blind spots. I'll be monitoring from the bedroom, so just show off your acting skills boldly." Yi Dazhuang nervously rubbed his face, new challenges, new beginnings. If I can't be a paparazzo anymore, maybe I can become an extra. I patted his shoulder. You can do it. The doorbell rang, and Yi Dazhuang and I exchanged glances. One went quickly to the bedroom, and the other walked towards the door shouting, "Coming, coming." Gently closing the door, there also came Yi Dazhuang's courteous voice outside the door. "Hello, hello, you must be the insurance agent for Anchi Insurance. Please come in." I sat down at the foot of the bed, staring at the TV screen on the wall. The 42-inch large screen was divided into 4 images, each representing a pinhole camera. The young insurance agent sat down with Yi Dazhuang at the table and pulled out a thick file from his bag. "This is the commercial insurance contract we mentioned over the phone. Take a look to see if there are any issues." He handed the document to Yi Dazhuang. In total, he used a calculator to compute the price and presented it to Yi Dazhuang. Yi Dazhuang glanced at it, and then pretended to scan through the contract before suddenly pinching his nose and saying, "Ayo, my eyes hurt looking at this, the text is too small. I won't read it. Anyway, I trust you guys. Your big company wouldn't deceive us common folk. I'll sign." The insurance agent did not expect the deal to be closed so easily, and his eyes were full of delight. He hurriedly took out a pen. "That's right, our company is among the top 10 in the industry, quality assured. You can rest assured. Here, please fill in some of your information along with your vehicle's information. Could you provide me with your ID card and driver's license?" Yi Dazhuang stood up and patted his pockets but didn't find anything after a while, furrowing his brow even more. That's strange, it's gone." He then felt his jacket pockets inside and out, still finding nothing. After pondering for a moment, Yi Dazhuang suddenly remembered something and gave the insurance agent a sheepish smile. "Sorry, last night I got really drunk at my friend's place, I think I left my documents there. Looks like we can't sign today, let's reschedule." The insurance agent had yet to react when Yi Dazhuang already forcibly lifted him from the chair and dragged him toward the door. "Mr. Yi, you, give me back the contract first." The insurance agent finally thought to retrieve the contract once pushed out. Yi Dazhuang quickly returned to the table, grabbed the contract, looked up, and flirtatiously winked at a hidden pinhole camera tucked away in the corner. Once the door was closed and the insurance agent sent off, I stepped out from the bedroom and Yi Dazhuang walked back from the doorway. "How about that, did it work?" "Good." Seeing him stretching and preparing to take off his clothes, I glanced at the clock on the wall and said, "But it's not comprehensive enough." Yi Dazhuang paused mid-action. Strike where it hurts. If one isn't enough, try 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times until they're incapacitated." Yi Dazhuang clearly didn't understand my undertone, confused all over his face. I didn't keep him in suspense and directly explained, "I've arranged meetings with 5 insurance agents from Anchi Insurance today. Each session should be limited to within an hour, take care not to get caught overlapping." Yi Dazhuang's eyes widened as he held up 5 fingers in astonishment. "FIV, 5? I nodded. "Tomorrow, there will be 5 more." Yi Dazhuang instantly slumped onto the couch, sprawled out his limbs, blank stares, resembling a wind-dried salted fish. "You're trying to drain every ounce of energy from me. I don't care, you must treat me to a good meal afterward, otherwise, it won't be worth my hard work." For the entire 2 days, Yi Dazhuang and I stayed in the cramped rental apartment, greeting one insurance agent from Anchi Insurance after another. Same spot, different ages, genders, clothing styles. Each of the 10 insurance agents had been in the field for over 5 years. Their eloquent sales pitches could convince anyone to increase premiums, leaving you dizzy and asking questions like whether there are any concerns left. Yi Dazhuang asked, "This, third-party liability insurance means if I hit someone, your company would cover the costs for me, right?" The 10 insurance agents, differing in age, gender, and attire, sat in the same spot with an equally professional smile as they gave the same response, "Yes." Each of the agents handed Yi Dazhuang the contract to review its terms before signing. 10 times Yi Dazhuang returned it after flipping only one page, claiming he couldn't read the fine print. Among these 10 insurance agents, only 2 mentioned the exemption clauses, but neither made a forceful demand nor elaborated on them, simply suggesting that he should better take a look. These agents were all savvy, knowing well that explicitly stating no compensation for overloading would ruin the deal. So they tried to be vague. If an accident occurred later, they figured they could rely on the signed black and white contract since there was no video or audio evidence. Who then could claim it was their fault? After Yi Dazhuang helped me edit the video clips, I spent the entire night writing an 8,000-word long letter. I rushed to print it out on the day of the second trial of Ms. Yang's case, along with the USB drive containing those videos, and hurriedly headed to the court. Worried about being late, I called Xing Menu on the way, asking if he had already arrived at the court. Xing Menu seemed to be moving, the wind rustled faintly from the other end. "I just arrived." "And the opposing lawyer?" "I don't know, I haven't seen him." The sound of the wind disappeared suddenly as he entered indoors. "Why do you ask this?" "I'll be there in 5 minutes. Please wait for me outside. I have something to give you." Afraid he might counteract me at this moment, I emphasized repeatedly, adding weight to my voice, "It's extremely important. You must wait for me. Understand?" In response, Xing Menu decisively hung up the phone. I stared at my phone for a moment, gritted my molars, and asked the driver to speed up, saying I had a life-saving lawsuit to fight and the consequences of being late would be severe. A 5-minute ride was completed in 4 by the driver stepping on the gas. I threw down a whole bill and jumped off the car, sprinting into the court. I wasn't holding much hope because I thought deep down that Xing Menu definitely wouldn't wait for me. But when I saw his familiar figure standing outside the courtroom, looking down at his wristwatch, I realized I still had a shred of expectation. Expectation that he trusted me and wouldn't treat this important matter as a joke. Panting heavily, I ran towards him, supporting my knees as I handed him the bound document and the USB drive. Here. Because of his unexpected waiting, my originally rapid heartbeat quickened further. I had to press my chest to slowly stabilize it. Xing Menu quickly skimmed through the document he took, and the female lawyer beside him couldn't help her curiosity, reading aloud the title, to the Qingyuan Insurance Industry Supervisory Authority, regarding Anchi Insurance employees' dereliction of duty, insufficient employee training, intentional ambiguity and contract clause content. Complaint letter. Hitting where it hurts, the Insurance Regulatory Authority is controlled by the state and oversees all insurers. If we draw their attention, they can form an investigation team to look into Anchi's various rule violations, leading to industry-wide rectifications. At that point, the fines won't be a mere million or so. What's inside? In less than 2 minutes, Xing Menu speed-read the complaint letter I wrote overnight and squeezed the flash drive, asking me. Evidence. Straightening up, my breathing had calmed down significantly. I pulled out my phone and showed it to him. This and the video in the flash drive are the same, the crucial information is blurred in the one I'm showing you now. The flash drive contains the original, unblurred version. He took it, fast-forwarded through the video on my phone, and then calmly requested the stunned female lawyer to request a 5-minute delay for the trial to begin. The lawyer nodded absent-mindedly and then pushed open the heavy wooden door of the courtroom, disappearing from our view. Is this the plan you came up with? Xing Menu organized the documents in his hand and asked. Are you going to criticize my method again, finding it improper and foolish? I tapped that complaint letter lightly and smiled, saying, let me tell you, some things are like, though millions, I will go, success is another matter, life and death are also another matter, as long as I feel satisfied, that's enough. Even though millions may stop me, say no, or disapprove, what does it matter? If I want to do it, I'll always go ahead. He looked at me silently for a moment, staying quiet for half a minute. I met his gaze too, quietly without a word. Suddenly, footsteps and voices echoed from afar. Both Xing Menu and I turned our heads and saw Anchi Insurance Company's lawyer and representative walking towards us. Can I borrow your phone? Xing Menu said and then took large steps towards the two men. When we passed each other, I whispered in his ear, it's in your hands. I stood in place, not approaching. From afar, I watched Xing Menu politely chat with the two for a bit. Then the representative's face darkened instantly, clutching the phone in disbelief. Xing Menu handed the complaint letter over to him. Frowning, he flipped through a few pages, wrinkling the paper in his grasp. The lawyer looked at Xing Menu with suspicion and surprise, clearly stunned by this unexpected attack, unable to utter a word for a long time. Xing Menu slightly bent down to accommodate the representative's height, a perfect gentleman's smile on his face. He whispered something into the representative's ear, causing the representative to suddenly look up, nodding urgently. Shaking the USB drive in his hand, Xing Menu nodded and turned around. After walking a few steps and spotting me, he seemed to remember something and went back to retrieve my phone from the representative. Then he turned again, and the polite smile on his face gradually turned into one of arrogance and contempt. He was like a triumphant king returning from a great victory, walking confidently down a sunlit corridor, wearing an invisible crown on his head and draped in a crimson cape, each step firm and self-assured. Here you go. Xing Menu tossed my phone back to me. Is it done? He gave me a sidelong glance, as if saying, what nonsense are you talking about? I scratched my nose awkwardly, then heard him say, they agree to our demands, a deadline for rectifications, revising the contract format, and increasing the compensation fund, provided that the video and complaint letter never get disclosed. That was fine by me. My purpose was simply to help him win the case faster. The rest was beyond my capability. I knew I couldn't single-handedly become someone who changes the world's rules. In the end, under the presiding judge's mediation, both parties reached a settlement. Anchi Insurance agreed to pay the originally planned compensation plus an additional 600,000 renminbi humanitarian compensation. As the second defendant, the offending driver Wang Yuquan also expressed willingness to settle, agreeing to compensate Ms. Yang with 100,000 renminbi. I didn't have the qualification to enter the discussion room, but I could still hear Ms. Yang sobbing her heart out in the hallway outside. It was different from the reluctant and frustrated crying of my mother back then. This contained relief and joy. Countless sleepless nights, endless self-questioning, why me? Why not someone else? God provides no answers. What is lost can't be reclaimed, life's pressure, young children, suppressed tears accumulated heavily in her heart. Though this money would only offer some solace, at least everything now had an answer. There was no longer a need to repeatedly expose raw wounds before others, pleading for justice. She could finally put everything down and start anew. After listening to the final outcome recounted by the female lawyer and Ms. Yang, walking down the long gray-white steps of the courthouse, bathed in the warm sunlight, I felt so comfortable that I wanted to nap right there. It was truly good, this feeling filled with hope. I stretched my limbs, having completed the task, I decided to go home and sleep. Bro. Before leaving, I called out to Xingmenu. He stopped on the lower steps, turning to look at me. I have something to say to you, I said. He didn't move, just looking at me. The lady lawyer and Ms. Yang will leave first, the female lawyer said tactfully, leading Ms. Yang away. I descended a few steps and stood before him, finally able to look down on him. Owe me another favor. What is it? He asked straightforwardly, apparently acknowledging this favor I mentioned. Shen Xiaoshi needs a criminal defense lawyer, his mom has encountered some trouble. Let him come to my office at 1 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow, Xingmenu said, then was about to turn away. I inwardly sighed at his attitude of not wanting to talk any more words with me. By the way, I said to his retreating back, I've always wondered, what did Dad say to you on the day he passed away? Xingmenu slightly tilted his head, exposing half his face. For a long time, he remained silent without speaking. I was just trying a question, and if he didn't want to answer, I couldn't do anything about it. All right. Just as I was about to say, all right, go ahead, he slowly uttered a sentence. If you cannot be a good person, it doesn't matter, just be an ordinary person who doesn't harm others or gets harmed by them. I paused for a moment, piecing together what Dad might have said to Xingmenu before he passed. Dad believed in you, that you would eventually become a very good person. But if you can't be a good person, it's alright to be an ordinary person who doesn't hurt others and isn't hurt by others. Dad knew you. I stared intently at Xingmenu's face, voice hoarse. My father must have known all along, known about Xingmenu. Yes, he knew everything. Xingmenu lowered his eyelids, whispering softly, that I'm not normal. Without waiting for my reaction, he walked away silently, his figure growing further and further from me on the steps. I gazed at his retreating back, emotions complicated. I plopped down onto the steps, suddenly craving a cigarette. Chapter 41, Wind and Wood. When Xingmenu and I were little, I've forgotten exactly how old we were. Anyway, I probably hadn't started school yet. One day, on a whim, I suddenly asked my dad what the meaning of my name was. My dad thought for a moment, carried me downstairs, and pointed at a maple tree in the flower bed. That's your name, Maple, as in the maple tree. It was summer, and the maple tree was lush and green, blending with other trees, making no significant difference. In other words, it was quite ordinary. Why is it a tree? I was somewhat dissatisfied, feeling that my dad hadn't put much effort into naming me. It's not good looking. My dad smiled humbly and explained to me, wood that stands out in the forest will surely be battered by the wind. In the woods, tall trees are prone to being blown down by the wind. Wind is a terrifying enemy of trees, even the grandest ones can't withstand stormy assaults. But look at this character, it has wind and wood coexisting harmoniously. It is hoped that in the future, even if there are storms in life, you won't be discouraged. Everyone in this world cannot expect smooth sailing all their lives, one must learn to find joy in hardship. That's the kind of person my dad is, a good temper, slow in nature, sitting on a rocking chair on weekends, a cup of tea, a newspaper, and he could spend an afternoon savoring it slowly. My mom is completely different from him, impetuous, sharp-tongued, bustling around and getting things done swiftly. She wouldn't delay today's tasks until tomorrow. All this talk about wind and wood, I didn't even know how to write my own name, so what use was talking to me about these irrelevant things? I listened, confused, and figured that if my dad had said all that, it must have been quite an impressive name. What does brother's name mean? Back then, I thought that since my brother's name was longer than mine, it must also be more impressive, right? My dad carried me upstairs, thought seriously for a moment, and said, brother's name also has a deep meaning, but here the conditions are limited, there's no physical object to show. Dad will take you somewhere on the weekend. I nodded vaguely, not giving it much thought, but when the weekend came, my dad woke both me and Xingmenu up very early, and sure enough, was going to take us out. After urging us to brush our teeth and wash our faces, he shoved a meat bun into each of our hands and pushed us out the door. Old Lou, where are you guys going? My mom chased after us urgently from the staircase entrance. My dad, perhaps fearing a scolding, quickly picked me up and hurried down the stairs, shouting back loudly, to the seaside. To the seaside? My mom repeated incredulously, her voice suddenly rising, are you crazy, going to the seaside on such a hot day? Old Lou. Lu Guangrong. Under the roar of my mom's River East Lion, my dad had already fled far away with me and Xingmenu. The ocean, as a natural landscape, is always far from the city's hustle and bustle, hidden away in remote suburban areas rarely visited by people. My dad took 3 or 4 buses with us, shaking so much that my bones felt like they were falling apart, before we finally caught sight of the sea. Walking from the station to the seaside, we were both hot and tired. Thinking of wasting a great weekend just to see this murky, unclear, big river, resentment arose within me. I wanted to go home, wanted to eat my mom's braised pork. But my dad had already rushed down to the tidal flats, sprinting wildly along the receding tide beach, arms spread wide. Everywhere he ran, groups of snow-white seagulls would take flight. Hurry up and come down. My dad opened his arms and waved at us from afar. Naturally, I reached out and grabbed the hand of the young boy beside me, looking up at him. Brother, Dad's calling us. Shall we go over? Sunlight peeked out from behind Xingmenu's head, casting a dazzling halo that made his face half hidden in shadow. I squinted and nodded vigorously. The next second, the person holding my hand slowly headed towards the beach. Being small, it was difficult to walk on the sand, and I tripped every few steps. Seeing how arduous it was for him to drag me, Xingmenu simply scooped me up and walked toward my dad. Son, did you see these birds? These are seagulls, the gull in Xingmenu's name. My dad ran so hard he was sweating all over, panting as he showed me and Xingmenu the scattered seagulls leisurely strolling by the shore. I wrapped my arms around Xingmenu's neck and rested my cheek against his shoulder. So many brothers. A short, light laugh sounded in my ear. By the time I looked up, there was no trace left on Xingmenu's face. Little dear, is there anything else you want to ask? My dad took me from Xingmenu's arms, tapped my nose tip as he asked. Is brother a bird? Why is he different from me? I frowned, starting to dislike my own name again. I want to be the same as brother. A gull is a bird, but min means pure white jade. My dad continued explaining regardless of whether I, as a child, understood any of it, saying freely to himself, strictly speaking, your brother is a gull as white as fine jade. Holding me in one arm, he rubbed Xingmenu's head with the other hand. The person who gave you your name must have hoped for you to be free and not tainted by worldly filth. Xingmenu didn't show much surprise on his face, staring at those lazy seagulls, saying calmly, then why did they give me up? My dad paused upon hearing this, bending down to place me on the ground, then bracing himself on his knees, looking at Xingmenu straight in the eyes. Why must you think they gave you up? Maybe it was that they couldn't keep you, right? Looking back now, my optimistic nature, no matter how much I'm hit, I always quickly bounce back, is completely inherited from my dad. Xingmenu paused, and said nothing more. Maple, come on, take brother to play in the water. My dad pushed me toward Xingmenu. Brother, let's go. Receiving the command, I immediately pulled Xingmenu's hand, dragging him to where the waves were splashing. Xingmenu was half forced into stepping into the water by me, and just as he did, Dad splashed a faceful of water on him. His expression turned serious instantly. I've been afraid of Xingmenu being angry ever since I was little, so seeing him like that, my instinctive reaction was to splash a handful of water back at Dad. Fast and accurate, I choked him with some water, revenge for Xingmenu. Don't bully big brother. Dad came chasing after me, but I screamed and hid behind Xingmenu. Xingmenu picked me up and ran towards the shore. Glancing back, there was an especially bright smile on his face. So many times I've thought, this should be the happiest moment of my 20-some-odd years of life. If I could stay in that one day forever, it wouldn't be bad, even if we had to return home drenched afterward to endure Mom's nagging scolding. I woke up early in the morning, first meeting Xinshaoshi at the pawn shop. After eating lunch together, without wasting a single moment, we headed to Xingmenu's law firm and waited in the reception room. Big brother Maple, this really is troubling you. Xinshaoshi hung his head, looking better than a few days ago, but still somewhat dispirited. I teased him, pinching his cheeks. If you say things like that, it feels too distant. What kind of relationship do we have? Do we need to be so formal? Saying this, I lightly hooked his chin. Just at that moment, the door to the reception room opened, and I glanced over to see Xingmenu and Wu Yi standing outside, their gazes simultaneously focused on my hand. Perfect. Following being caught embracing Mo on the street, I was now spotted by Xingmenu again, this time making inappropriate advances on a young boy at his company. And Wu Yi doesn't seem like someone who keeps secrets well. I already sensed that after today, my image in these lawyers' eyes would transform from the boss's younger brother to complicated sexual relationships. Retracting my hand quickly, I awkwardly put some distance between Xinshaoshi and myself. Unable to know what transpired inside Xingmenu's mind, but at least on the surface, he seemed quite composed. Wu Yi, on the other hand, looked slightly embarrassed, her smile strained. I'm Wu Yi from Jinshang Law Firm, and this is lawyer Xingmenu. You've likely met before, so I won't introduce further. Let's start now. After Wu Yi shook hands with Xinshaoshi, she noticed Xingmenu had already sat on the sofa without any intention to show consideration to the guests. Her expression became increasingly complicated. When everyone had settled down, I patted Xinshaoshi's shoulder and whispered gently, come on, slowly tell them what happened, don't rush. Xinshaoshi appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, he was utterly panicked. He softly said supported his elbows on his knees, and folded his hands together. Lowering his head, he began recounting the story. Xingmenu crossed his arms and leaned back in the couch, his impatient demeanor clearly showing reluctance to bear with this, though I knew he was carefully listening despite the appearance of being distracted. Once he decided to do something, he would absolutely execute it impeccably, even if he personally wasn't fond of doing it. Deceit and hypocrisy weren't part of his character. Xinshaoshi repeated the same story to him that he'd told me earlier, uninterrupted throughout. When he finished, he tightly gripped his hands and anxiously raised his head, asking Xingmenu, will my mom be sentenced to death? No. Xingmenu replied directly, chronic domestic abuse and turning oneself in won't lead to the death penalty. If she pleads guilty, the sentence might not exceed 20 years. Shen Xiaoshe was taken aback. 20 years, guilty. No, it's too long. My mom, she only killed a piece of garbage. Sentencing her to 20 years means she'll be 70 when she gets out. How is that different from spending her whole life in prison? Unmoved, Xing Menu coldly responded, there isn't a legal clause stating that trash deserves to die. Do you know why laws exist? Cowed by Xing Menu's authority, Shen Xiaoshe weakly shook his head. To maintain societal order. Through human evolution, we've developed our own set of rules. Those who break these rules must face legal punishment. Seeing the wrong atmosphere brewing, Wu Yi attempted to mediate, actually. A good person, a bad person. If the good person doesn't kill the bad person will be killed by the bad one. If the good person kills the bad person, they will then face severe legal punishment. You talk to me about rules. But if. Shen Xiaoshe's eyes turned red, suddenly glancing at me for a moment. What if that good person were your closest relative, or even Brother Maple, would you still be able to speak such cold words? I stared at him, utterly taken aback. You little brat, I even doubt whether you know something you shouldn't. Otherwise, how could your question be so pointed? Every single word of it seemed just like an allusion to that event from years ago. Unconsciously, I looked at Xing Menu, wanting to hear what he had to say. It turned out Xing Menu was also looking over, our gazes instantly locked. His eyes remained as ever, deep and inscrutable. I couldn't tell if there was indeed a fleeting melancholy in his gaze, but very soon, they were once again filled with derision toward Shen Xiaoshe. So what do you think should be done? He shifted his gaze away and asked Shen Xiaoshe. Shen Xiaoshe clenched his fists tightly, shouting loudly, it's obviously to try your best to clear their charges. They did kill someone, it's true, but it wasn't a crime, it was self-preservation. Chapter 42, Some things, indeed, cannot be forced. Xing Menu looked at him and scoffed after a moment, you really don't know your place. If you insist on thinking this way, then I might not be able to help you. Find someone better. As he said this, he stood up and turned to the young man beside him, saying, Wu Yi, show our guest out. His sprain had completely healed, now allowing him to walk freely without the aid of a cane. After his last words, he walked toward the door without looking back. Wu Yi glanced awkwardly at me and Shen Xiaoshe, too uneasy to say much, only forcing a laugh while gesturing us out with a polite motion. Shen Xiaoshe's face was pale as death. Normally, anyone who dared speak to him like that would probably have their collar grabbed by now. Yet, he could only helplessly clutch my hand, urging me to plead again with Xing Menu. Phone brother, I made a mistake, I said the wrong thing. Can you please talk to Lawyer Xing again? I didn't mean it, truly. His head hung low as he continued, 20 years, how many 20-year periods are there in life? I've only lived for 24 years. My mom's health is poor already. You know what prison is like, phone brother. She wouldn't be able to endure it. I patted his hand and felt it trembling. Letting out a light sigh, I consoled him, that's enough. Wait here, and I'll be right back. Leaving Wu Yi with him, I got up and walked towards Xing Menu's office. It seemed as if Xing Menu had anticipated I'd come after him. When I entered, he leaned against an armchair, facing the window. He did not turn around when the door opened. I approached the desk and tapped lightly on the transparent surface, saying, Xiaoshe was just a little anxious, not intentionally going against you. Give him another chance. It's his mother, his biological mother, can you understand? Xing Menu propped his hand under his chin, his index finger touching the corner of his eye, still making no move after I finished speaking. I clenched my teeth and rushed to his front, this is something you owe me. Don't tell me you don't want to repay it now. Xing Menu lifted an eyelid slightly, his tone calm, understanding. Aren't you most aware whether or not I possess such a thing? I froze for a moment before realizing he was responding to my previous statement. I lack moral sense, I'm unable to empathize, I won't feel sorrow over others' hardships, nor do I hold any reverence for death. What do you want me to understand about him? He wasn't deliberately arguing but truly perplexed. For some reason, hearing him describe himself this way made my heart ache. When I thought about it, his life hasn't been easy either. Who wants to be born different from others? Mental instability is also a form of disability. One could say he needs care just like others. Treating him kindly rounds off to contributing to charity for special populations. If you can't understand, fine. But you're still taking the case. I knelt halfway, both hands resting on his ankles as I massaged them gently, my tone somewhat sycophantic. Does your foot still hurt? Let me rub it for you. He neither dodged nor rebuked me but merely looked at me with weariness. You're really good to your friends. People like you, so normal, aren't common these days. I pretended not to catch his sarcasm and grinned, exactly. Being so good-natured means whoever is my friend, or even my lover, will be very happy. The corner of his lips twitched slightly. Just as I thought he was starting to soften, he remarked, unless they're your parents. Raising a disobedient and bothersome kid like you must be exhausting. Never hit below the belt. I shot up suddenly, finding it hard to force a smile. Are you helping or not? Don't bother me for a month. I wondered what else he wanted, until I realized this was it. Truly, it must have been hard for him, resorting to indirectness just to keep me at bay. I have to help Xiaoshi. It's unreasonable to expect me to completely avoid you, I admitted reluctantly. I've waited 10 years already. What's one more month? Now my clinging to him isn't so much about wanting possession and a sweet life together as it is a sort of obsession, a stubborn drive fueled by an underlying unwillingness to let go. In fact, we are quite a perfect match, neither of us is normal. My fixation, persistence, refusal to retreat, these are things sane people wouldn't do. Then it's just like last time, 3 rules. You can be involved, but you're not allowed to voice opinions, touch anything randomly, or raise any objections. With this, he glanced pointedly at my hands still on his feet. I hastily raised my hands, leaning back a bit as I agreed, all right. Is it starting now? I'll shut up and call Xiaoshi. I stood up and ran toward the door, pausing suddenly as I stopped. Oh, by the way, I dreamed of Dad last night. Gripping the doorknob, I didn't look back. There was no sound from behind me. Dad told me to tell you, you've done a great job, he's proud of you, keep it up, don't slack off. After saying this, I opened the door and went out, heading back toward the reception room. On the way, I clasped my hands together and prayed to the sky, muttering, old man, I'm borrowing you for a bit, don't blame me. Now, only by invoking my late father could there still be some effect on Xingmenu. Although he constantly claims he lacks morality, he actually listened to my dad's last words and has been trying hard to be a normal person. His current career achievements, as well as the punching bag hanging in his house, all prove that he's striving to become what he considers a normal person. He set up a boundary, shutting away all the hideous, brutal monsters behind closed doors. He refuses to make mistakes, refusing to fall into darkness. He believes everyone else is ignorant, disliking dealing with foolish humans, yet still disguises himself perfectly as an ordinary person through his extraordinary intellect. He says he knows better than anyone how to survive in this world. Of course he does. From the moment he recognized his own abnormalities and resolved to suppress his nature, making himself a normal person, he has spent every moment studying how to act like one. Attending university with excellent grades, shining brightly in the company, even possessing an admired fiancée, wearing a false mask painted by himself, Xingmenu stepped onto a path full of promise, until I returned. It's as if I were born just to counter him. Before, I used to feel deeply wronged, thinking it was excessive. But now, I fully understand why he dislikes me so much. I always revel in crossing his boundaries, probing the tenuous, wobbling chain inside him that represents morality. While I think I'm preserving it, in reality, I merely shake the door repeatedly, threatening to unleash those monsters. So how could he possibly like me? I might be the only person in the world who knows his secret. Just like how overweight people dislike scales because they tell cruel realities, Xingmenu doesn't like me either, because my existence constantly reminds him how abnormal he is. Before yesterday, many things were vague and unclear to me, impossible to fathom. But after yesterday, everything suddenly became crystal clear. Maybe my father's spirit couldn't bear to watch anymore, deciding to resolve my mental knots through someone else's affairs while also waking me up in the process. Some things indeed can't be forced. Shen Xiaoshi entered Xingmenu's office anxiously, looking back every few steps, his eyes lingering on mine like they were tethered to each other across infinity. Even being summoned to the principal's office by the head teacher wouldn't make an elementary school student behave worse than this. I waved my hand at him, urging him to hurry in. Half an hour later, Shen Xiaoshi came out, walking on air, dazed and vacant-eyed, looking like an innocent young man whose essence had been drained by a ghost. I slapped him on the shoulder and asked him how it went. Shen Xiaoshi jolted, snapping out of it. Oh, Lawyer Sheng said he'd try for an innocent defense, but if the conditions are right, he might strike a plea bargain with the prosecutor, having my mom plead guilty for a lighter sentence. I patted his shoulder again. Don't worry, leave it to my brother. Shen Xiaoshi nodded, all right. In the evening, because I owed Yidazwang a meal from before, I simply invited him and Wei Shi along for hot pot. Hot pot truly is the best dish ever, endlessly satisfying, more and more addictive, perfect for everyone from men and women to old and young alike. We took a private room for 4. Shen Xiaoshi had something heavy on his mind, he ate little and talked less, focusing solely on drinking instead. Yidazwang, aware of his situation, tried his best telling celebrity gossip stories to liven up the atmosphere, teaming up with Wei Shi to create an impressive comic duo performance. Big Zhuang, both Shisha and I have already consulted Lawyer Sheng. You need to hold steady, absolutely don't cause trouble. Wei Shi clinked his glass against Yidazhuang's and said, less conflicts, or if some celebrities file charges, ending up in jail again would ruin your reputation. Yidazhuang nearly choked on his drink, wiping the alcohol from his chin. Brother 3, please stop jinxing me. And anyway, I haven't been mingling with celebrities lately, rest assured. If not celebrities, then who? I asked while munching on peanut kernels. Yidazhuang grinned mischievously. That can't be said. If I do, it won't be as sensational. It's bound to shock society, the biggest news this year. I've prepared thoroughly, guaranteeing a major release by the end of the year. If you don't want to say, fine, I'm not interested in any gossip or big news. When we were almost done eating, I paid the bill and left. Shen Xiaoshi just drank wine, getting quite drunk. When he got up, he swayed dangerously. Wei Shi attempted to support him, but instead, both of them got stuck on the doorway. I wasn't entirely comfortable leaving them alone, but Yi Dazhuang lived near Shen Xiaoshi, so I asked him to drop Shen Xiaoshi home while I'd see Wei Shi back. However, Wei Shi insisted firmly. Waving his hand, he let me go, saying he needed to talk to Shen Xiaoshi, to comfort and console him properly. He's completely drunk like this, and you're still having a heart-to-heart talk with him? I glance at Shen Xiaoshi, who is leaning on Yi Dazhuang, his cheeks flushed from alcohol, seemingly asleep. Stop the talk, go home and sleep it off. Wei Shi swats my hand away. If we can't talk today, I can talk to him tomorrow morning. He is tall and sturdy, and when he gets stubborn, there's nothing I can do against him, so I give in and let Yi Dazhuang bear the extra trouble of sending these two drunks home. I would never have expected that this one act of kindness could cause trouble, almost leading to the disintegration of our Qinhuan F4 and putting Yi Dazhuang into an extremely awkward situation. Chapter 43, I have secrets from you too. The next day, Shen Xiaoshi didn't come to work until the afternoon. Considering he and Wei Shi might have been too drunk last night and still suffering from a hangover, I only called him once in between, but neither of them picked up. Welcome. I looked up and saw a young woman in a polka-dot dress enter. She was unfamiliar, probably in her early 20s. As soon as she entered, she looked around curiously. Hello, can I assist you with anything? She placed her designer bag on the counter, rummaged for a while, and then handed over a black VIP card. Could you take this? It cost me almost 30,000 yuan a year when I bought it, but I only used it once before it stopped working. She gave her shoulders a light punch. I just wanted to go see some handsome guys and get some exercise, but the training intensity was beyond my expectations. So now I can only painfully sell it at a discount. When I took the card from her hand, I realized it was a Hongfei Muay Thai Club senior membership card. No wonder people these days are so creative, always breaking industry stereotypes. There's nothing they can't do if you can't imagine it. Hongfei Muay Thai. I smiled at her. Please wait a moment. This is our first time receiving such an item, so we need some time to verify. You can call and check. This is the best fighting club in Qinhuan. The membership fee is more than 20,000 yuan per year, and I'm selling it for 10,000 now. The woman sat down on the sofa with her small bag, elegantly crossing her legs. Lu Yu called the gym number she found on the search engine to confirm the authenticity of the card number and the member transfer rules. After finding out that the card was genuine and could be transferred, she nodded slightly at me. Holding the black card between two fingers, I raised my hand and waved at the polka-dot lady outside the iron rail. Miss, it's fine. She repeated, 10,000 yuan, not a penny less, okay. 8,000 yuan, final offer, cash payment. Wow, that's too harsh, exclaimed the polka-dot woman. You're cutting off 20%. Fitness cards aren't selling well these days anyway, let alone membership cards from a boxing club like this one, I patiently explained. Rich people don't care about such discounts, and those without money won't consider clubs like this one that require significant spending. It's hard for us to find buyers. We give you 8,000 because you're a new customer, others usually only get 5,000. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask around. After adding this classic saying at the end, the deal was almost set. Sure enough, after hearing my explanation, she hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. After signing the documents and taking the money, she left. I folded the form and passed it to Lu Yu. I'll take this card. Deduct the cost from my salary. As soon as I saw the card, Xing Minoyu's figure flashed through my mind. Since I will likely have a lot of free time ahead, it would be good to find something to do, practice my body and learn how to box. Maybe the next time I encounter physical conflict with Xing Minoyu, I won't get knocked down so easily. At 5 in the afternoon, I suddenly received a call from Wei Shi. As soon as he connected, he anxiously asked if I had seen Shen Xiaoshi, leaving me confused. Xiaoshi? Aren't you together? Wei Shi stammered, we were earlier, but then he ran out. He didn't answer his phone or reply to messages. I'm worried something might have happened to him. Where are you? I'm at his place. Frowning, I said, you're at his house, but he went out. There was silence on the other end. Wei Shi sighed in frustration. Yeah. Did you yell at him again? Without waiting for his response, I continued, alright, I'll try calling him, and we'll talk later. I hung up and tried calling Shen Xiaoshi. The phone rang 3 times before he answered. So, he must not want to speak to Wei Shi, but I don't know what argument led to Shen Xiaoshi running away. Xiaoshi, where are you? Shen Xiaoshi sniffled and spoke with a heavy nasal tone, under my building. Wei Shi, you idiot, how dare you make a kid cry? Did you argue with third brother? While talking on the phone with him, I switched my mobile to text and sent a message to Wei Shi, telling him Shen Xiaoshi was downstairs and to bring him home. Shen Xiaoshi remained silent for a long time, with only audible breathing sounds coming through the receiver. Xiaoshi. Feng Gu, do you remember that time inside, in the shower when you saved me, and I told you something back then? His sudden mention made me hesitate, what? The shower incident was the only time I saved him, which happened 5 years ago. No matter how good your memory is, it gets a little hazy over time. I really didn't know exactly what words he referred to. Actually, relationships between men and there aren't uncommon, some are voluntary, some are forced. When you saved me, I told you, I thank you for saving me, but if you saved me because you wanted to sleep with me, then I'd beat you up too. Shit, I remember now. As soon as he said that, my memory came flooding back. Back then, I was both amused and embarrassed but still made it clear that I wasn't interested in men, especially not him. From childhood to now, I've only ever been interested in Xing Minu. Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? I just want to reiterate, I absolutely hate homosexuals for life. Others fooling around with each other is one thing, but if anyone even thinks about touching me, I'll beat the crap out of them. His voice gradually grew harsh, but with a nasal tone, making it sound oddly cutesy yet aggressive. If anything happens, I hope you don't blame me. I was left with a head full of questions, feeling increasingly uneasy. Xiaoshi, what's gotten into you? Wei Shi wasn't supposed to talk heart to heart with him yesterday. What kind of conversation could possibly lead to this? Wait a minute. Wei Shi had the heart-to-heart with Shen Xiaoshi last night. Today Wei Shi is stuttering and stammering. Shen Xiaoshi is claiming that whoever tries to touch him will get beaten up, and is warning me not to blame him. My mind suddenly went blank under the overwhelming information surge. Could it be? The thought barely formed when I dismissed it immediately. No way, it's impossible. As I carefully pondered how to start the conversation, Wei Shi's voice unexpectedly interrupted from the other end. He'd already found Shen Xiaoshi downstairs. Xiaoshi, listen to me, I really didn't mean to. The sound of what seemed like a dropped phone followed by chaos ensued, grappling sounds, yelling curses, Wei Shi's feeble attempts at explanation all mixed together. Clutching the phone anxiously, I kept shouting Shen Xiaoshi's name, asking what happened and demanding an explanation. Xiaoshi, listen to me, it wasn't intentional, Go to hell. I considered you a brother, but what do you see in me? I've never heard Shen Xiaoshi talk to Wei Shi this way before. Among the four of us, Wei Shi is the eldest and Shen Xiaoshi is the youngest. Inside there, Shen Xiaoshi always listened to Wei Shi. Wei Shi is mature and steady, and has more experience in life. Due to a lack of mentorship from such authoritative male figures, Shen Xiaoshi greatly admired Wei Shi, harboring almost a paternal or older brotherly affection towards him. For Shen Xiaoshi to have snapped and become so upset, something must have completely shattered his beliefs. I maintained the phone call while rushing out to hail a taxi, arriving at Shen Xiaoshi's building in 15 minutes. When I got there, there was no sound from the phone, it might have been broken or out of battery. Wei Shi sat on the steps outside, his mouth corner bruised purple, while Shen Xiaoshi was nowhere to be seen. I put away my phone and approached him. Third brother. Wei Shi rested his arm on his knee, holding a cigarette, lifting his eyelids wearily after hearing my call. You're here. He moved over a little to give me space. With his imposing figure and military-like demeanor, coupled with a buzz cut and towering height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, plus visible tattoos on his arms, sitting so prominently outside the apartment complex, one might mistakenly assume he was a debt collector. Third brother. Before I could finish the sentence, Wei Shi passed me a pack of cigarettes. I took one out, lit it, and sat down beside him puffing clouds of smoke. I didn't dare to ask about what happened yesterday, so we smoked in silence until Wei Shi finally spoke. Previously, I told you I started a foot spa business with a good buddy. But later he turned against me, refusing to split profits fairly and share debts equally, which led me to kidnap him, beat him up, and sell his car. Then I was sentenced to 5 years. Yes, you did say that. You also mentioned your bad luck and misjudging people. I lied to you, Wei Shi smirked bitterly as he bit his cigarette butt. He wasn't a good buddy of mine, he was my boyfriend. Stunned, I abruptly turned my head to look at him, my eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Wei Shi avoided my gaze, staring at the ground instead. If you find it disgusting and want to sever ties, I won't object. Pretending to be normal has exhausted me, I simply can't keep pretending anymore. It took me ages to squeeze out a hoarse question, so what about you and Xiaoshi? Wei Shi hissed as he touched the wound on his own mouth corner, drunk mistakes, it's been too long since I've done it. We accidentally, well, I couldn't resist and kissed him, then. I made him do me a hand job. Closing my eyes momentarily, I felt utterly disoriented, questioning reality, myself, and the date. It would have been better if I hadn't answered Wei Shi's call at all. If I had ignored it, I wouldn't have ended up sitting here hearing these awkward details. I was really drunk, I didn't mean to. He scratched his buzz cut anxiously, groaning in remorse. Now he thinks everything I did for him over the years was just because I wanted to sleep with him. That little brat, what a heartless bastard. Who would spend 5 years treating someone nicely just for a single night with them? Does he think he's worth gold? I cleared my throat softly, you need to give him some time to think properly. Is he upstairs? He's gone upstairs, telling me never to appear in front of him again. I sighed quietly in my heart. At least he didn't die. He's been in a bad mood lately anyway, I'll talk to him after a few days when he calms down. I stood up, patted the dust off my pants, and said, let's go. If others see us blocking the way at the entrance of the community, they might misunderstand something. Wei Shi listlessly stood up and walked with me towards the entrance of the neighborhood. By the way, I also have something hidden from you. Since you've been so straightforward with me today, I might as well tell you too. I stopped, rubbed the back of my neck, and wasn't quite sure how to begin. After all these years, it was the first time I'd ever said this to anyone. I don't like men, I don't like women, I only like my older brother. Wei Shi's expression perfectly mirrored mine from earlier, wide-eyed, utterly caught off guard as though struck on the back of the head by a meteorite, completely stunned. Chapter 44, You Aren't Indispensable Either. Wei Shi, after being shocked, didn't ask me anything afterward, probably also feeling that any question would be inappropriate. After that, Shen Xiaoshi skipped work at the store for several consecutive days. When I called him, he only said he was busy with legal matters and had to take a month off. His tone was much calmer than on the day when everything seemed like life or death. He didn't mention Wei Shi and didn't reveal any intention of quitting. I asked him when the trial would start, and he said 2 weeks later. I calculated the time and planned to attend as an observer. He thanked me again in a low voice, "Sorry, Feng Gu, for troubling you. Don't talk nonsense. There's nothing to apologize for in this situation." I knew it wasn't easy for him to handle things alone, so I added, "Let me know if there's anything you need help with. There's no trouble between us." Shen Xiaoshi softly replied with an then hung up the phone. With a slow business and Shen Xiaoshi absent, I couldn't find Xing Menu either. Feeling somewhat bored, I decided to check out the best boxing club in Qingwan one evening. The place was excellent, bright, clean, not crowded, but fully equipped. After updating my membership card information, the staff assigned a young coach surnamed Zhou to me and gave me a set of beginner equipment including clothes, pants, and 2 hand wraps. Unlike the vivid red color of Xing Menu's hand wraps, the ones provided by the club were plain and ordinary white. Coach Zhou was in his early 30s, not tall, but lean and strong. He claimed to have studied boxing for 10 years, with his dark skin suntan from training in Southeast Asia. After changing into the gear, he introduced me to another female trainee. "Zheng Mimi, she's taken 3 more classes than you," he explained. The girl named Zheng Mimi looked barely an adult, appearing quite young, with a ponytail, dimples when smiling, brimming with youth like the bright morning sun, in her most vibrant and radiant phase. Finally, someone is starting later than me. Zheng Mimi shook hands with me, her ponytail swaying as her eyes moved. "Lu Feng," I introduced myself, "nice to meet you. Call me senior sister." I paused, startled. "Senior sister? Of course. That's how we do it here, the title is based on the order of entry." She crossed her arms, sweat glistening on her uncovered skin due to the sporty vest. Seeing Coach Zhou, he merely smiled sympathetically, implying he could do nothing about the girl's behavior. Helpless, I complied, "All right, senior sister." "Yay!" Zheng Mimi jumped happily in place, chirping like a cheerful sparrow. Coach Zhou clapped his hands to indicate silence, then began teaching basic moves. "This way, raise your arms to both sides of your head to guard yourself, bend your knees slightly, stay agile." He demonstrated martial techniques up front while instructing Zheng Mimi and me behind, eventually moving back to correct our stances. After half an hour, I started sweating too. As we repeated jab actions, Zheng Mimi suddenly asked, "Coach, when will our senior brother come?" "Senior brother?" Coach Zhou adjusted my stance and frowned while answering Zheng Mimi, "Oh, you mean Mr. Sheng? I think he said he'd come today." "Don't call him senior brother, it feels strange. He doesn't even need my teachings, frankly, I want to bow to him as a master." "He's finally coming. Fantastic." Zheng Mimi cheered excitedly, her cheeks slightly blushing. "In the past, my status didn't allow me to admire him, but things are different now. He's single, I'm single. Finally, I can declare my love loudly." She was fearless in pursuing love, bold and passionate. Watching her reminded me of my younger self, strangely making me feel that this little girl was pretty likable. I asked, "What kind of identity did you have before?" Zheng Mimi spoke openly, "He was my cousin's fiancé. Even though my cousin always described him as a weirdo, I just thought he was cool, completely different from those boys my age who pursued me. Mature and charming." Hearing this, Coach Zhou's expression turned subtly awkward from the rear, trying hard to suppress his urge to comment sarcastically. "Oh, so he was your sister-in-law. It wasn't bad anyway, not overly forbidden relationship." It turned out that Zheng Mimi was only 20 this year. She had been studying abroad all the time until hearing that her cousin broke up with her fiancé. She traveled thousands of miles just to sabotage the relationship, but so far they'd only met once, and the other side seemed completely oblivious to who she was. The road of unrequited love is tough, long, and difficult, junior sister, you tread carefully. When Coach Zhou stepped away for a phone call, he left me and Zheng Mimi to stretch each other. Having practiced dancing before, Zheng Mimi handled the exercise effortlessly, sitting down with straight legs and fingertips easily touching her toes. When it was my turn, it almost killed me. "Your muscles, how can they be so tight?" Zheng Mimi pressed down on my shoulders to help me stretch, gritting her teeth as she said, "You're so stiff." I almost lost my breath. "Watch your words, senior sister." "Ah, I'm getting better." "Stop, I can't take it." Zheng Mimi put all her weight on me. "No, 10 more seconds. Your muscles need to open up." After saying that, she began to count down. This was probably the slowest 10 seconds of my life. By the time she reached 5, it felt like a whole minute had passed. Finally, at 1, the pressure on me lifted suddenly, and I straightened up immediately, panting hard before collapsing onto the ground. Ah! My cousin's fiancé is here. Jingmini's voice dropped suddenly. Quick, look, isn't he handsome? Isn't he cool? Propped up on my elbows, I turned my head in the direction of her gaze and saw the bright red of his hand wraps first, then his strikingly handsome face. Xingminu skillfully tied his hand wraps around his palm, pulling the ropes of the boxing ring to step inside. Coach Zhou followed behind him with his hands covered by target pads. It seemed fate had a way of bringing us together, even in this small town. Jingmini mentioned he was her cousin's fiancé, making her Xiao Maoyu's cousin. I knew Qingwan wasn't big, but it was smaller than I thought. Amused deep down, I sat up, my eyes fixed on him as a smile lingered on my lips. Xingminu noticed my gaze, glanced over at me, hesitated slightly, and his pupils tightened. Even I was surprised at that moment. This wasn't something I desired forcibly, fate just insisted on throwing us together. I flashed him a grin and gave him a playful wink. Ah, he's looking at me, he's looking at me. Jingmini was ecstatic, waving to Xingminu timidly like a fan meeting their idol, excited yet trying to stay calm to avoid frightening him. Xingminu merely glanced at her, giving no response, then nodded at Coach Zhou and started his training. It was the first time I saw him box. Though I was only a beginner in this area, just observing the speed of his punches and the force in his kicks confirmed what Coach Zhou had said. He really was amazing. Wow, his sweat shines so beautifully. Jingmini pressed her hands to her chest dreamily. Why is he so perfect? I wish I could hold his targets. Xingminu struck the target pad perfectly, causing Coach Zhou to stumble back until he landed on his butt, wincing from the impact. Jingmini gasped, forget it, getting hit by him would hurt. It would definitely hurt badly. I stood up, alright, let's continue. After finishing our training session, we were both drenched in sweat and needed a shower. Before heading there, Jingmini showed me how to properly wrap the hand wraps. Though this senior sister might also technically be considered my rival, in some sense, she was undoubtedly a pretty good person. No, she held my hand carefully, do it this way. See? It works better, right? Give it a try. I followed her instructions and found it fairly easy. Thanks, senior sister. I'll go now. See you next time. I waved goodbye to her, catching a glimpse of Xingminu still standing on the stage out of the corner of my eye, not knowing when he would leave. After taking a refreshing shower, I wiped away my weariness, wrapped a towel around my lower body, and dried my hair while walking out. Just as I opened the storage cabinet slightly, an arm suddenly shot out from behind me and slammed shut the door again. The close proximity radiated an intense pressure. He was standing very near, emanating heat even higher than my post-shower temperature. You've been following me. In all honesty, may whoever was tracking whom turn into a little dog. Oh, wait, shouldn't it be senior sister who has been tracking him? She couldn't possibly know where he boxed otherwise. My apologies, senior sister. And due to our three-prong agreement, no speaking was allowed, so I simply shook my head without saying anything. The promised 1 month, you didn't even last a week. He leaned closer, his soft breath grazing my earlobe. Unable to resist the shiver, I banged my forehead against the metal cabinet door, attempting to regain composure and create some distance between us. Men, women, you aren't indispensable either. His arm withdrew from leaning on the cabinet, stroking my hair instead, the prickling sensation extending all the way down to my neck. Oddly enough, despite my heated body, his hands weren't particularly warm, pressing lightly on the back of my neck, somewhat cool. The unexpected coldness startled me, forcing a muffled groan stuck in my throat. Forehead resting against the cabinet door, my gaze stared downward. When I realized my legs were trembling, I internally cursed myself. Can't handle this already. You're too useless, Lu Feng. It's just, you. I clenched my teeth, uttering the first sentence to him tonight. I have no idea where he got the notion that I don't care about gender. I've been wrongfully accused. I really only care for him. The pressure on the back of my neck suddenly increased, and I heard what sounded like a derisive snort from him, full of disbelief and mockery. The hand on my neck withdrew as he pressed closer to me, his lips grazing my ear as if he was about to say something. The sweat mixed with the scent of my body wash, forming a potent blend of hormones that stirred the heart. But just then, voices came from outside the changing room. Someone was coming in. He stepped back, silently putting distance between us. I remained in the same position for quite a while until the heat on my body subsided, then I turned around. Naturally, there was no one behind me anymore. After getting dressed, I waited at the spot for a little longer, but Xingminu didn't return. Sighing, I left with a tinge of regret. Chapter 45, How do you have his photo? The summer in Qingwan was sultry and humid, with a lot of rain. I shook off the water droplets from my umbrella, folded it up, and put it in the designated place at the court entrance to keep the marble floor clean even on bad weather days. When I entered the courtroom, Shen Shaoshi was already there. On the other side, there were quite a few family members of the victim seated, both old and young, with unfriendly expressions. Lawyer Xing said that my younger brother will testify as a witness for the prosecution, Shen Shaoshi informed me as soon as I sat down. I remembered his younger brother was still a minor, attending a boarding school and was not home when the incident happened. With something like this happening, he must be very upset too. Shen Xiaoshe stared at the empty witness stand and pursed his lips before nodding. I haven't met him alone since the incident. His grandparents took him back from school. Every time I tried to see him, relatives on his father's side turned me away. Shen Xiaoshe shifted his gaze toward a group of middle-aged men sitting in the first row on the opposite side and spoke bitterly. They demanded 1 million yuan as compensation for damages to their family. Otherwise, they wouldn't provide the leniency letter, which means my mother would never get out. As he spoke, his hands clenched into fists resting on his knees suddenly tightened. I could tell his emotions were not good, and I worried. A leniency letter is akin to a compensation agreement. With this document, judges will generally exercise more lenient discretion during sentencing. Years ago, I also had such a document. My mother paid an undisclosed amount of money to obtain the leniency letter from Qi Yang's parents, thereby reducing my sentence from what should have been over 10 years in prison to only 10 years. During the court session, this matter wasn't elaborated upon but merely submitted as material to the judge. Later, I asked my mother how much exactly she had paid the Qi family, but initially, she refused to say anything, only telling me not to worry about the money. It wasn't until later when pressed that she mentioned 50,000 yuan. 50,000 yuan, probably most average families couldn't come up with that amount immediately, let alone our circumstances. I asked her where she got the money from. She avoided direct answers, just saying that along with some savings, she had sold the house to finally gather the 50,000 yuan. When I heard she had sold the house, I felt a lump in my throat. Though the house was old, it held so many years of our family memories, every corner, every mark bearing our joys and sorrows, sweetness and pain. No matter how the family situation may change, as long as the house remains, it's as if the family itself still exists. But now, the house is gone, the male owner has passed away, the elder son has grown up and left home, and the younger son is imprisoned. Suddenly, I realized that this family seemed truly on the verge of breaking apart. My mother noticed my sadness and consoled me, saying the original house had poor lighting and was too large for her to live alone anyway. She had long wanted to switch to a smaller unit on a lower floor. Actually, I knew that was not all. After my incident, surely there was much gossip among the neighbors. She always cared about her face and couldn't endure people talking behind her back. Moving away from the old house might also be a way to avoid all those critical whispers. The money issue, don't worry about it, holding on to the phone, her palm pressed against the transparent barrier before her, eyes red-rimmed, this is, something owed to you, no repayment would ever be enough. The subject of her statement was drowned in her murmurings, somewhat blurred. They say children are a debt to their parents. Subconsciously, I thought that's what she meant, feeling even worse inside. No, you don't owe me anything. I am the one who owes you far too much. I tightly grasped the handset, filled with feelings of failure and regret. Since birth, I have taken without ceasing, never practicing filial piety. I've owed them too much, it's all my fault. I've disappointed their expectations, cannot fulfill their last wishes, and will never part with what they wish most for me to leave behind. In this life, my karmic bond with them is too slight, and I can only repay all grievances by working as a beast of burden or as livestock in the next life. After not so lengthy waiting, the trial began. The prosecutor responsible for this case was a middle-aged man, giving a routine opening statement. In the case of defendant Yao Jing, on the evening of June 17, she brutally murdered her husband Tang Jipeng of 16 years using an axe hidden in their home. She then turned herself in and confessed to the crime, stating that it was due to domestic disputes and a temporary impulse that led to her grave mistake. The facts of the crime are clear, the evidence complete. Ms. Yao killed a person, she should pay the price for her actions. As a public prosecutor, I hope the jury finds her guilty of premeditated murder. Indeed, she is culpable. Seated in the defendant's chair, Shen Xiaoshe's mother wore an orange vest symbolizing her detained status, her hair disheveled, her spirit listless, appearing highly unresponsive to any external stimuli. Ms. Yao Jing did not commit premeditated murder, she merely acted in legitimate self-defense. This is a tragedy, an accident that no one wanted to happen, but the primary responsibility does not lie with my client. Ms. Yao has suffered long-term abuse and torture at the hands of Tang Jipeng, enduring 16 years of domestic violence without mutual support, only bloodshed. This marriage was drenched in Ms. Yao's blood. Sheng Minou stood up, his tone and rhythm perfectly balanced as if delivering a well-prepared speech. For 16 years, she endured beatings from Tang Jipeng without any resistance, until this time. Was it strange for there to be an axe in her home? Perhaps the prosecutor doesn't handle much housework at home, which is why they may not know that an axe is also a necessary tool for preparing ingredients. Ms. Yao is responsible for the family's daily meals, so how can having an axe in the kitchen be called hiding? The prosecutor frowned, pushed his glasses up, and his expression darkened. I, along with my client Ms. Yao Jing, do not accept the charge of intentional murder. I hope the jury will consider the prolonged history of domestic violence by Tang Jipeng and his intoxication at the time of the incident within this case. This was instinctual self-defense. He inflicted serious physical and mental harm upon her, and without retaliating, she would have lost her life. I believe that any normal person would go to any lengths to protect themselves. You're full of crap. Before Sheng Minou could finish, a loud curse erupted from the audience seats. That's Tang Jipeng's younger brother, Shen Xiaoshe whispered in my ear. Tang Jipeng's family members were enraged after hearing Xing Minoyu's words. The audience seats erupted in chaos, completely disregarding court order, with some even standing up to throw debris into the courtroom. Xing Minoyu was hit in the chest with a wad of paper. He glanced down, flicked his suit collar where the paper had touched him, as if trying to remove some kind of dirt. Despite several strikes of the gavel by the judge, the Tang family couldn't be calmed down. Eventually, bailiffs were called in to escort out the most agitated members. Once the rest realized the situation wasn't in their favor, they quieted down and sat obediently, pleading with the judge not to evict them. The jury frowned as they observed this farce, and their impressions of the Tang family plummeted to rock bottom. Without dismissing the remaining spectators further, the judge, with a grim face, announced the continuation of the trial. Later in the proceedings, the prosecutor presented numerous crime scene photos and evidence to the jury, including the murder weapon, an axe, and the coroner's report. It wasn't hard to understand that he hoped to construct an image of a wife who meticulously planned to rid herself of her husband, prepared the weapon with malice aforethought, got him drunk on purpose, then executed the murder. The atmosphere in the courtroom grew increasingly tense as the prosecutor and Xing Minoyu engaged in heated debates, using their words like swords in front of the jury and the judge. When Tang Zhua, the son of Yao Jing and Tang Jipeng, took the witness stand, Shen Shaoshi tensed all over, his eyes fixed on the slightly intimidated little chubby boy stepping up. Yao Jing, who had previously seemed quite numb, finally lifted her head for the first time. "Prosecutor, could you tell us about your parents' relationship over the past 2 years?" The little chubby boy looked at his mother, then towards the Tang family in the audience. "I go to a boarding school, so I don't know much about it normally, but when I'm home, everything seems fine. Have you ever seen your dad hit your mom?" "No." "Has your mom ever confided in you about such matters?" The little chubby boy hesitated briefly before shaking his head. Yao Jing closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. She buried her face in her palms, her thin shoulders trembling as 10 bony fingers, frail like sticks, gripped her face as though they could snap easily. "Prosecutor, Your Honor, I have no further questions." Xing Minoyu stood up, making me somewhat anxious since his questioning method tended to be brutal, uncertain what kind of reaction it would provoke from the Tang family. "Last year, your birthday happened to fall on a Saturday. I saw on your WeChat moments that you were at home that day." The little chubby boy began to shift his gaze nervously. "Did anything happen that day?" His brows furrowed slowly. "I don't remember last year's details." Xing Minoyu sneered coldly. "Your mother went to the emergency room at 10 p.m., receiving 5 stitches on her head. You were at home, didn't you notice anything unusual happening?" The little chubby boy bit his lip and shook his head. "I don't remember. At your 16th birthday dinner, the family even took a group photo together. Wasn't that such an important day? Don't you really not remember?" "I said I don't remember." After a brief silence, Xing Minoyu nodded toward the judge, indicating there were no cross-examination questions left. After the trial, Wu Yi came over to call Shen Shaoshi, saying the prosecutor wished to discuss with the defendant's lawyer and family. It might be about plea bargaining. He added upon seeing Shen Shaoshi's hesitation, "Of course, it's not obligatory." The Tang family had also left the court by this point, glaring malevolently at Shen Shaoshi as they passed us. "Mr. Tang Zhua." Shen Shaoshi stepped forward swiftly toward the chubby boy surrounded by the Tang family, only to be immediately blocked by Tang Jipeng's younger brother. "What do you want?" The latter pointed at Shen Shaoshi. "Stay away from my nephew, son of a murderer. There's no relation between our Tang family and you." Shen Shaoshi's gaze turned fierce instantly. "Try pointing at me again." The other side froze for a moment, apparently stunned by his sudden authority. I quickly interjected myself between the two, pressing down on the finger that had been pointed into Shen Shaoshi's face, and said coolly, "This is the court. Please keep your voices down." I then turned to Shen Shaoshi and said, "You too." Shen Shaoshi turned away with an unreadable expression. When parents are wrong, so are the children. Indeed, what kind of mother raises such a son? The other side snorted coldly, before the entire large family left in great pomp. Young Tang Zhuo looked back at Shen Shaoshi amidst the crowd with a somewhat reluctant look but ultimately followed his grandparents. Wu Yi sighed in astonishment. What a family. Our law firm handled big cases and all our clients were genteel people. Naturally, we hadn't seen such low-quality conduct before. "CFNG, go ahead first, don't wait for me." The ferocity disappeared from Shen Shaoshi's demeanor, leaving him looking extremely disheartened. I patted his arm, unsure what to say. "All right, I'll leave first then." After Shen Shaoshi left with Wu Yi, I retrieved my umbrella from the storage area and prepared to head home. Just as I had finished retrieving my umbrella and turned around, I encountered Meng Xianjun. This was our first meeting since the termination of Luo Xinyan's case. She was also a bit surprised. "Lu Feng. What are you doing here?" "A friend has a case, and I accompanied him for some audience." I didn't elaborate further, and neither did she ask more questions. We exchanged a few casual remarks, completing the necessary adult social niceties. "By the way, do you have Mr. Huang's contact details? I deeply appreciate his testimony for me last time and have always wanted to thank him personally." Meng Xianjun soon understood who Mr. Huang referred to and quickly fished her phone book out of her bag. "I've got it, I kept his mobile number." She handed me Mr. Huang's number and then waved goodbye. With the umbrella over me, I slowly walked out of the courthouse, deciding not to surprise Mr. Huang with a direct call. Hence, I sent him a text message introducing myself first. Within a minute, his call came through. Sooner or later, I knew you'd call. A voice full of vitality sounded through the phone line. Hearing the familiar tone and voice, I couldn't help but laugh. Weren't you just waiting for me to invite you for dinner? Upon hearing this, Mr. Huang burst into laughter. He happened to be off duty today and wasn't far from the courthouse where I currently was. Thus, I decided there was no better time than now, making plans to meet up with him for a drink that evening. We agreed on a Korean barbecue place, where Mr. Huang was already seated waiting for me when I arrived. Upon seeing me, he asked when I'd learned to drink. I touched my nose, habitually standing straight like a soldier addressing his superior, not really skilled, I can only sip 2 little drinks at most. Mr. Huang poured me a cup of tea, his face smiling but concealing sternness. It's good you don't. Drinking harms your body. As we chatted about things inside and outside the court system, knowing I worked under Weisher, Mr. Huang gave a loud slap on his thigh and said he had foreseen that Weisher was competent and loyal, urging me to continue working diligently under him. Having skills guarantees that one doesn't starve, Mr. Huang added after taking a sip of tea. As our conversation continued, touching upon the previous Luo Xinyan case, Mr. Huang continuously shook his head. Though the wicked person received due punishment, the outcome was indeed too tragic, sigh-worthy. Incidentally, I saw someone strange in the public gallery. I chuckled, is seeing someone strange? It's crowded there. Mr. Huang shot me a glare. This man, I used to see outside the main gate of the first supervisory institution year after year, never going in, just smoking, sometimes standing there all day long. So strange? I frowned, puzzled. Man or woman? Man, looks like a movie star, otherwise, I wouldn't remember him for so many years. By the way, haven't seen him around this year. My teacup stopped midway to my mouth. A man, looking like a celebrity, present in the audience during the Luo Xinyan case, arriving yearly at the first supervisory institution yet never entering. My fingers tightened as the vague possibility formed in my mind caused an unexpected tension, my heart rate increasing little by little. Putting down the teacup almost spilled its contents. Flustered, I shook the water off my hand, opened the nearby phone, found a secretly taken side-profile photo of Xingmin Oyu, and handed it to Mr. Huang. Is it him? I cautiously asked. Mr. Huang took it, squinting to examine it. That's right, it's him. He looked up curiously. How do you have his photo? So, it truly was him. For a moment, I felt as if lightning had struck every part of my body. This sensation couldn't simply be described as shocking or unexpected. Goosebumps raced up the back of my neck, and I even began to question the world around me. Am I dreaming? If so, this dream is just too real. He's my brother. My voice was weak and lifeless, for I had already lost all sense of self. Chapter 46, Lure Him Toward the Abyss. I thought that for 10 years, Xingmin didn't care whether I lived or died. After all, his attitude has always been so cold and cruel as to make one's heart tremble. But what if everything isn't as it seems? After saying goodbye to old Huang, I walked home and passed by the supermarket to buy a pack of cigarettes and several cans of beer. Although drinking is harmful to health, with a night like this and my current mood, it really feels perfect to get completely drunk. Lighting up the tobacco, I exhaled the spicy smoke, and memories gradually returned to 10 years ago. I rarely recall what happened on that day, but today I can't help but think about the details again and again. After 2 months of absence, Xingmin finally answered my call. I don't know if this counts as a sign of reconciliation, but I was so happy and excited that I even pinched myself hard to see if it was a dream. Brother. When he picked up my call, I was overjoyed, but soon became unsatisfied. If only it wasn't just a phone call. If he could really stand in front of me, I could hug him, be affectionate, and tell him all my grievances, making it impossible for him to push me away. Lufeng, stop sending those things, came Xingmin's familiar yet cold voice from the other end of the line. I gripped my phone tightly and said hoarsely, did you read them? The text messages filled with concern for him and apologies, those rambling words which even I thought were foolish. Did he read them? Xingmin said, no, I don't have time to read them, and I don't need those things, so stop sending them. He doesn't need my concern, nor my foolish attempts at flattery, and he probably doesn't need me. Realizing this point, I couldn't help but feel somewhat dejected. Okay, I'll stop. I bent forward, eyes lowered, losing interest in everything. The joy of talking to Xingmin turned bitter almost instantly. There was a moment of silence from the other side. That's all. Startled, I suddenly straightened my back and urgently said, brother, I want to see you. Please, let me see you. I won't do anything, I just want to see you, to check how you're doing. I've never been apart from him for so long since I was born, and I miss him so much. The call wasn't disconnected, but Xingmin remained silent. Check how I'm doing. Suddenly, Xingmin muttered, seemingly smiling, this world means nothing to me, it doesn't matter whether it's good or bad. This world might mean nothing to him, and people in it are dispensable, but he means a lot to me, extremely important. I wanted to convey my thoughts to him, I wanted to tell him how much I value him, but he surely wouldn't care, and might even find it laughable. That's fine too. After you truly experience fear, you won't come near the abyss anymore. I snapped back to reality, hearing him mutter something, as though to himself. His words were unclear, about what fear, what abyss, I didn't understand his meaning, feeling some confusion in my heart. But before I could ask more, a big piece of good news came, he agreed to meet me. Tomorrow afternoon at 5 o'clock, meet at the ruins, he said, don't be late, and don't come too early either. The ruins aren't far from my house, where I used to hide to avoid scolding when I made mistakes as a child. Ever since I can remember, there stood a huge abandoned building, originally intended to be a commercial building, but construction stopped suddenly for unknown reasons and stayed halted for many years. The first time I hid there, the whole family panicked upon discovering I was missing, searching everywhere for me, even calling every classmate's home to see if they had seen me. My mother cried herself out thinking I'd been kidnapped by human traffickers, but actually, I fell asleep accidentally. When I woke up, it was already dusk, and a flashlight beam shone directly into my eyes, illuminating countless little stars in my vision. Lufan. I covered my eyes and heard Xingmenu's voice coming from behind the light. On such a dark night with a tough road, I really don't know how he found such a place. Xingmenu didn't ask why I hid there, nor did he show any excitement or anger upon finding me. He simply took my hand, held the flashlight quietly, and left the ruins calmly. Only when we got home and Xingmenu called my parents, who were still looking for me outside, did I realize the severity of the situation and started trembling with fear. When my parents returned quickly, I thought I would endure a mixed doubles beat, but unexpectedly hiding behind Xingmenu, neither of them hit me. My mom, okay, and even my dad, just warned me not to run off easily next time and then forgave me just like that. When I was a child, I thought I had narrowly escaped a disaster and rejoiced greatly. It wasn't until I grew up that I realized those few short hours of my disappearance meant nothing to me, but for them, it was like enduring an eternity, probably having imagined thousands of terrible possibilities in their minds. So, when I appeared unscathed before them, how could they bear to scold or hit me again? Sigh, no wonder I became so bold as I grew up. I remember asking Xingmenu how he knew I was hiding in the ruins. He thought for a moment and said it was intuition. For him, it might be intuition, but I considered it as a kind of between brothers. Whenever I was feeling down or upset later on, I would always hide there, and he would always manage to find me every time. It could be said that place was the secret base shared by me and Xingmenu, one with special significance, a very particular existence. Of course, I was happy about Xingmenu's invitation to meet, yet also a bit curious as to why he wanted to meet at that place. I tossed and turned all night, constantly thinking about Xingmenu, excited yet anxious. The next morning, I couldn't fall back asleep and got up, preparing to head to the ruins. That's right, although Xingmenu invited me in the afternoon, I couldn't wait to see him and decided to arrive there early. I packed my gear, bringing bread and water in my backpack, ready to go out. And just then, I received a call from an unknown number. I had never seen this set of numbers before, it showed local, and it rang for a long time without hanging up. Confused, I picked it up, only to hear Qi Yang's voice on the other end. How do you have my number? I clutched my phone tightly, sitting on the couch with my backpack, and all the original joy was completely replaced by a simmering anger. Qi Yang didn't answer my question. His tone was filled with sympathy and pity, as if he were the elder brother who grew up with me and worried about me a lot. I've read all the messages you sent to Xingmenu. He hasn't replied to any of them, has he, poor little thing? He hit my pain points solidly, knowing perfectly how to provoke someone with his words. It's none of your business. What happens between us doesn't concern you. I gritted my teeth, seething with resentment. If Qi Yang were in front of me, I could spit in his face. Isn't he supposed to meet you today? I widened my eyes in surprise, shocked and suspicious. How do you know? Many thoughts flashed through my mind instantly. Xingmenu only told me about the meeting yesterday. How did Qi Yang know? Could it be? Xingmenu told him. But even if he did tell him, why is Qi Yang calling me now? Is it to provoke or taunt me? Little poor thing, if there's anything you don't understand, come early, and I'll tell you. Upon hearing that he even knew the location, my heart went into chaos. Did Xingmenu tell you? A voice inside me screamed, he told him. Not only about the text messages, but also about our secret base. How could he do this? He shouldn't have done this. Qi Yang laughed softly, his voice sending shivers through my ears like a venomous snake spitting poison. Come on, I'm waiting for you. Then, he hung up. I tightly gripped my phone, staring at the call log record that lasted less than 5 minutes, took a deep breath, and prepared to leave with my backpack. My gaze swept over the spring-loaded knife on the coffee table, and I hesitated for a moment. After some contemplation, I grabbed it and stuffed it into my trouser pocket. So early, where are you going? My mother came out from the room upon hearing the noise, still groggy with sleep. Just stepping out for a while, I'll be back soon, I muttered, heading out. My mother stood rooted in her place for a moment and tentatively asked after half a day, are you going to see your brother? It's not. I slipped on my shoes, looked up at her and smiled, then left. When I arrived at the abandoned construction site, I had just squeezed through the opening of the metal barrier when I heard Qi Yang's voice from above. Here. He was standing at the highest point, waving both arms at me. I pressed my lips together and climbed upstairs. The unfinished building only had its concrete structure completed. The rest was left untouched, and on the ground were remnants of steel bars and... Since there were no walls, it felt rather open and bright. Chi-Yang waited for me at the top floor. Unlike previous encounters, he wasn't wearing his framed glasses that day, and his hair seemed carefully combed, making him look quite spirited. At first glance, I almost didn't recognize him. Little poor thing, I'm glad you came anyway. But the moment he spoke, I knew, he was still the same insane person. Speak. What exactly do you want? I placed my backpack down and remained vigilant, not getting too close to him. Chi-Yang smiled and slowly walked towards me. Xing also invited me today. I blanked out momentarily, trying to process his words, then heard him say, he asked me to kill you. For a moment, all the blood in my body seemed to freeze. Even though it was midsummer, and the cicadas in the trees below were noisily chirping for miles around, my hands and feet couldn't help but grow cold. Chi-Yang's words were certainly amusing and absurd, but there was no denying they hit hard. After the initial shock of panic wore off, anger welled up inside me. Impossible. I stepped forward, gripping his collar tightly. Stop your damn lies. Chi-Yang kept smiling. Imagine what better solution could he find to get rid of both of our troubles at once. Our mutual destruction here is the best outcome for him. We'd both perish. His words shook my conviction. Shut up. Monsters don't have hearts. Do you even know how much value you hold in his heart? His tone didn't falter despite my grip on his collar. How could he possibly love you? He doesn't even know what love is. Shut up. I threw a punch directly at Chi-Yang's face. He stumbled back a couple of steps, steadied himself, touched his bleeding lip, and grinned more eerily. You look truly interesting right now. He slowly picked up a steel bar from the ground. Initially, I was supposed to hide here, kill you, and then bury you. But suddenly, I felt it might be too dull. What's the point of walking alone in the abyss? I want to drag Xing down with me. You won't go near the abyss until you truly understand fear. The vague words that Xing once spoke flashed through my mind. Could it be, he really wanted Chi-Yang to kill me? You can either let me tie you up, quietly hide here while I kill him, or he kills me. No matter what, I'll drag him into hell. He clutched the rebar as he went insane laughing. He'll inevitably be dragged down by me anyway. He's crazy, he's truly crazy. Thinking this, I lunged forward to wrestle the steel bar out of his hand. We tumbled on the ground, choking on dust entering our noses and eyes. My vision started blurring, and just when he took the opportunity to strangle me with the rebar, pinning me beneath him. My neck throbbed in agony as my legs flailed uselessly. Just as I felt black spots encroaching on my vision and struggling for breath, the pressure around my neck suddenly loosened for no apparent reason. Chi-Yang had inexplicably released his hold on me. The spring-loaded knife I had brought in my pocket as precaution fell out due to the intense movement, landing conveniently within my reach. With my neck burning painfully, I realized how sweet fresh air could feel. In my frenzied state, the blade pierced flesh, time seeming to stand still as Chi-Yang looked down at the wound on his side where blood began flowing. He staggered to his feet without attending to his injury, raising the rebar high in preparation to strike. In a last-minute dodge, I rolled out of the way just in time to avoid his blow. However, he didn't give up. Charging forward again, we were tangled together in brutal struggle. As long as I'm alive, I will chase after Xing forever. Blood oozed from his teeth, his smile grotesque. He'll never escape me. Never. Just looking at his expression, I knew everything he said was true. He wouldn't leave Xing alone, tempting him to fall into the abyss, away from the sunlight. You're dreaming. I growled furiously, grabbing the knife that had pierced his abdomen and yanking it out forcefully. Immediately, warm blood spurted onto my hands, feeling sickly sticky. He groaned in pain, clutching the wound, trying to distance himself from me. I chased after him and stabbed the knife into his back waist, consumed only by the thought that he must not approach Xing again. Blood sprayed onto my face, and Chi-Yang screamed, then burst out laughing. You pathetic fool. He will never, ever love you, yet you would do all this for him. He swung his rebar and struck me harshly on the arm. Excruciating pain shot through my wrist, making it impossible to hold on to the spring-loaded knife any longer. Chi-Yang lunged toward me again. With my remaining hand, I grabbed the rebar aiming for me. We fought our way unknowingly closer to the unprotected edge of the building. Can you protect him forever? Or just for a moment, he questioned. The pointed end of the rebar inched dangerously close to my eye. Gritting my teeth, I forced out 2 words. I can. Pushing with all my strength, I hurled him away. A split second ago, his sneering face was etched in my memory, then in the next moment, everything happened so fast, just a blink, and before I could react, Chi-Yang tripped over his foot and fell off the edge of the floor. Without thinking, I tried to grab him, but it was too late. As he disappeared from my view, falling several stories down, his back smashing onto a pile of rubble, I rushed to peer over the edge. His nose and mouth were gushing blood. For a brief moment, he opened his eyes and stared at me, before closing them gradually. Slumping weakly to the ground, I sat there dazedly, unsure what to do next. Suddenly, I heard my phone vibrate. After looking around for a while, I realized it was coming from my backpack. Exhaustedly moving to the backpack, I pulled open the zipper and found a text message from Xing Minu. He said, "Remember to be there on time." Chapter 47, The Door Opens. Near the ruins, there were witnesses to my struggle with Qi Yang, who reported it to the police. Later on, they identified me as the person who pushed him down. The switchblade belonged to me, it was covered with my fingerprints and Qi Yang's blood. Everything was irrefutable. Unable to bear Qi Yang's constant harassment of my older brother, I finally snapped and lured him out to kill him mercilessly. This became the prosecution's reason for attributing the murder motive to me. I had just turned 16 years old back then, reaching full criminal responsibility. Even if I managed to gain leniency, under the charge of first-degree murder, I was still sentenced to 10 years in prison. During those 10 years, Xing Minu never came to visit me, no matter how many letters I wrote to him. He never replied even once. Pathetic, pitiful creature, a dog shamelessly clinging on, a fool with delusions of love. Up until today, all these labels fit me perfectly because that's exactly what I was. On the day my mother died, Xing Minu and I got into an argument. I asked him if he intentionally led me to Qi Yang back then, and he didn't deny it. For a while, I believed the truth was exactly as Qi Yang said, Xing Minu simply wanted to take advantage of the perfect opportunity to get rid of two nuisances. But, if we rewind everything now, assuming that Xing Minu wasn't indifferent towards me, one piece of information or fact I've confirmed must be false. Xing Minu didn't need to silently play along for 10 years waiting for me to discover something, while Qi Yang, with his eloquence, sick and insane, might have deliberately placed some unfounded charges on Xing Minu, counting on his disdain for explaining things to me. However, at the end of the day, old Huang is my only eyewitness, and 10 years of avoiding my visits don't amount to much evidence. With Xing Minu's stubbornness, if I ask him now, he would probably say it's because the air in the suburbs is better, and he happened to go there for a trip while smoking a couple of cigarettes to cultivate his taste. I drank can after can of wine bought from the supermarket, stumbling so badly that the route home gradually deviated. When I realized it, it was deep into the night, yet somehow I'd walked all the way to the gate of the residential complex where Xing Minu lived. The security guard, seeing my drunken state, stopped me from entering and repeatedly questioned whom I was looking for. I gave him Xing Minu's room number, and after he pressed the call button, I began babbling incessantly. "Hey, I really am here to see my brother. You can check if the person living there is named Xing Minu." The guard frowned at me, clearly worried about my current condition. After a few rings, someone answered, and the security guard immediately informed them of the situation. Before Xing Minu could respond, I lunged forward, hiccuping loudly into the intercom and laughing absurdly. "Brother, it's me." There was silence on the other end before the guard struggled to pull me away, speaking into the intercom. "That's the situation, Mr. Sheng. Do you recognize this, sir? If not, we will need to call the police." I cupped my hands around my mouth and raised my voice. "Brother, it's me, Lu Feng. I've had a bit too much to drink, can you come pick me up? I'm not sure why I ended up here. My alcohol tolerance isn't very good." At this moment, although I was somewhat lucid, my heart was racing, and my cheeks were flushed red. Worst of all, I felt dizzy, and my stomach seemed ready to throw up at any time. It got worse when I thought about it more. I ran over to the flower bed outside the guardhouse and started vomiting. Just before I left through the gate, I heard Xing Minu's exasperated yet resigned voice, "Sorry for the trouble, I'll be right there." Hunched over the flower bed, I threw up until I felt like everything I ate with old Huang that evening was converted into fertilizer. The young security guard, concerned by my condition, handed me a bottle of mineral water for rinsing my mouth. Sure enough, it's a 5-star neighborhood, even the security staff are top-notch. "Thank you," I accepted the bottle, swished some water around my mouth, and felt a little clearer after throwing up. 5 minutes later, Xing Minu slowly walked towards me from afar. Unlike any other time I'd seen him, his hair looked loose and soft, and he wore a loose white t-shirt, with sandals on his feet. He stood in front of me, glaring disapprovingly as he looked down at me. "You're drunk as hell in the middle of the night, living like a worm." In the past, such biting and cold comments would leave me feeling lost and hurt, but today, I didn't feel sad at all. In fact, I felt a bit excited. "Brother." I grinned stupidly at him. "You came to pick me up." I tried to stand up but lacked strength in my legs, and stumbled against him. Staggering a few steps, he managed to catch me, his tone becoming even worse. "Stay steady." I refused, resting my head on his shoulder, breathing heavily on his neck, slurring, "I'm dizzy." Seeing how intoxicated I was, Xing Minu eventually gave up trying to communicate and silently carried me toward his apartment building. Since my entire weight was on him, it was quite an ordeal for us to reach his apartment. When we got to his door, he couldn't free his right hand to scan his fingerprint and had to struggle to input the password with the other hand. During the time he entered the password, I secretly opened my eyes slightly to memorize the digits. Once inside, I quickly closed my eyes again, pretending to be dead. Xing Minu dumped me onto the giant shag carpet in the living room, then started rubbing his neck as if he was about to leave. Still dazed, I grabbed his pant leg with one hand and kept muttering about being thirsty, asking for water. Xing Minu paused momentarily, then used a bit of strength to pull his foot out of my grip. Then came the sound of retreating footsteps. As expected, perhaps he wasn't completely indifferent toward me, but when it came to caring, there was still some gap, wasn't there? I lay sprawled on the floor, feeling dejected as my shoulders sagged. I buried my face in my arms and sighed incessantly. While contemplating whether I should continue feigning drunkenness to try and feel him up or test him further, the distant footsteps returned. Tap. Xing Menu placed something beside me on the floor, then left again. When the bedroom door clicked shut, I cautiously opened my eyes to see that not far from me sat a glass of water, a simple glass of plain boiled water. Sitting up while clutching my throbbing head, I grinned foolishly at the cup of water like an idiot. Wasn't that proof he did care a little bit? The water's brand was unknown, it looked ordinary enough, but when I drank it, it tasted faintly sweet. After drinking the water Xing Menu had poured for me, I leaned against my arm and lay down on the white carpet, rolling over once and flipping again. It wasn't that I couldn't fall asleep, I just didn't want to. Afraid that once I fell asleep and woke up, everything that happened today would turn out to be just an unrealistic dream. Rolling over, under the enormous black hanging punching bag, 2 rolls of red hand wraps were neatly placed. Considering Xing Menu's character, the one I wiped my hands on last time, he should have discarded it immediately. However, I stretched for the 2 rolls, unfolding them to examine closely. The hand wraps looked perfectly normal, without any blemishes, as though they had been freshly unsealed. Yet, I had this strange premonition, perhaps Xing Menu had kept that dirty red hand wrap covered in mucus and sweat. After all, he had secretly come to visit me outside the detention center and even poured me a glass of water. What was impossible for him to do? My alcohol-addled brain was now full of pink bubbles, making me feel like I'd finally reached the end of 27 years of hardship waiting in the freezing cold storage, and now, I was going to make it through. Laying the hand wrap over my eyes, looking through the soft red haze, I slowly closed my eyes and drifted off into sleep. The next morning, I was still deep in slumber when someone yanked the messy cloth covering my face away, allowing sunlight to reflect onto my features. Groaning in agony, I covered my eyes from the brilliant sunlight with my arm, dimly seeing Xing Menu standing before me, fully dressed and expressionless, glaring down at me mercilessly, ready to drive me out of his home before heading to work. I hurriedly dove back into the carpet, pretending to still be half asleep. Xing Menu waited a moment, clearly astonished by my audacity, and couldn't help but prod my waist with his toes. "Hey, wake up," he said. "Go back to your own place to sleep." My waist was particularly sensitive. Even though his force wasn't great, I forced myself not to instinctively twist away with remarkable willpower. He kicked me a few more times, probably deciding I wouldn't budge no matter what, so he gave up. "If you wake up, leave on your own." Leaving those words behind, he walked toward the door. Hearing the electronic lock clicking shut, I sprang up instantly, rubbing my sore waist. Other parts might have been fine, but my waist was my Achilles heel. Back in the day, Shen Shaoshi had unknowingly touched my waist from behind once, and I nearly broke his ribs with an elbow strike. Who knows how I managed to hold myself back earlier. Surveying the bright, minimalist interior, I scrutinized every detail in the house, like a wolf marking its territory, only feeling reassured when everything was within my control. My fingertips brushed against the wall as I made my way to the bedroom, lying down and tumbling around on the only mattress there. Xing Menu's personal sanctuary, which he previously never let me enter, was now freely available for me to use and roam in. There was nothing more satisfying than this, at least for today. After messing up his bed, I walked away confidently, setting my sights on the independently locked room opposite the bedroom. I'd always been curious about this room. What secrets could it possibly hide? If it were an ordinary study, why bother locking it? His office at the law firm didn't even have an electronic lock. Could this be where he displayed his unusual preferences? Xing Menu's home was spotless, clean and organized, easy to take in at a glance. Except for this place. Only this place was treated with caution by him, preventing anyone from peeking inside. Perhaps the answer I was looking for could be found here. Unable to contain my curiosity, I loosened my hand muscles and squatted down to start examining the lock. The lock was of the same model as the one at the entrance. After checking it thoroughly from all sides without finding any fingerprint residue, I decided to take a guess and enter the password I had memorized yesterday. Pressing the last digit with some trepidation, followed by the pound key, I hadn't expected much success. But then, after a beep sound, the door lock clicked open. With a gentle push on the handle, the door opened. It was dim inside, with thick curtains drawn across the windows. I held my breath, using the faint natural light that seeped through, noticing that the walls seemed covered with things. Due to opening the door, the air current set off rustling noises of papers being lifted up and falling back down. Stepping into the room, I fumbled around in the dark until finally finding a switch. As soon as I pressed it, the room lit up brightly, revealing everything under harsh white lights. Huge red words, written in paint, sprawled across the walls. The writer didn't care about aesthetics or about dirtying their floor. Every stroke looked like blood dripping at a crime scene, rushing out uncontrollably from the wall. Stay away from him. Keep your distance. These grotesque bloody letters pressed upon messy stacks of letters and envelopes, resembling some strange and sinister ritual. I stood there motionlessly, shocked to the core by what I saw. Xing Menu's room was neat, minimalist, free of superfluous items, he seemed not to need anything extra. But this room, disordered, dark, oppressive, chaotic, was completely different from his usual personal style shown to others, as if existing in another dimension. Chapter 48, I've given up. As I leaned in to touch the words, their uneven texture pricked my fingertips, confirming that what I saw wasn't some bizarre dream. The letters on the wall were partially brittle and yellowed with age. They looked familiar, every one of them ended with my name. Letters I had written to Shin Min Yu over the past 10 years. He said he hadn't read them and threw them all away, but here they all were. So, you never read them, you just threw them all away. Standing amidst the room, I scanned it all around me as a wave of bewilderment gradually faded into an overwhelming joy. I murmured, I'll never believe your lies again. It was as though I were facing a profoundly impactful piece of art. I appreciated and reviewed them. At first, I merely stood, then squatted, and eventually, sat on the floor cross-legged, unable to look away. It wasn't until my phone rang and Lu Yu asked if I wouldn't be coming to work today that I realized 2 hours had already passed. After ensuring everything inside remained exactly as it was before I entered, I cautiously closed the door, nervously wiping invisible fingerprints off its surface, smoothing out the wrinkles on Shin Min Yu's bed covers, washing the cup, and only then heading out for work. When I whistled lightly while pushing open the door to the pawn shop, I immediately noticed Shin Xiaoshi sitting in his usual spot, engrossed in a game on his phone. For a moment, I thought I might be hallucinating. How did you get here? I circled him, examining. Didn't you say you were taking a month off? Shin Xiaoshi briefly glanced up at me before shifting his focus back to his phone screen. Nothing much to do at home, so I came. I cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yu, who was wearing headphones watching her drama series, then squeezed closer to Shin Xiaoshi, whispering, how did it go with the prosecutor? In the middle of his game, the little avatar character froze mid-motion in the corner of the room. Shin Xiaoshi set down his phone and sighed. The prosecutor made a deal. If we plead guilty, the sentence will be reduced to 5 years. Originally facing 20 years, this reduction to only 5 was undoubtedly a significant leap. But my mom didn't agree, Shin Xiaoshi whispered softly, she denies the charge. My younger brother testified in court, it shocked her quite a bit. Denying the crime meant the trial would continue, continuing to tug back and forth with the prosecution during courtroom clashes. The prosecutor likely hadn't expected that having Tang Zhuo testify in court would make completing a plea deal more difficult than anticipated. The pawn business isn't one that guarantees daily income, nor is every item consigned bound to find a final owner. Too eccentric or uninteresting, things often become dead inventory left unsold. With the day's business slow, I decided to take a bit of time to enter the warehouse to inventory stock, but instead unearthed a jumble of random items. Limited edition game cartridges covered in dust, whole Spanish hams, out-of-season luxury windbreakers. What's this? Wiping the dust from the box, I couldn't identify the face-like markings, so I turned to Shin Xiaoshi for help. It was a cube-shaped object, resembling those common briefcases in movies requiring passcodes. Upon opening, it looked like a laptop with a monitor above, buttons below, along with several ports. In the corner was a gray sleeve-like object, alongside a coil of tangled fine wires that connected to round electrodes. It looked something like the heart rate monitors used in hospitals, just smaller. Shin Xiaoshi blew away the dust from a game cartridge, coughing uncontrollably as he gave a quick glance my way, saying, this seems like a polygraph sent by a detective enthusiast. A polygraph? I gazed incredulously at the object, a fan of detectives collecting such a thing. The main purpose wasn't this specifically. If he had just brought the lie detector, I wouldn't have accepted it. Alongside it was a globally limited special edition signed mystery novel collection which was highly priced online. He said if it weren't for needing milk money for his child, he'd never sell. When handing over the books, a tall man almost cried. Shin Xiaoshi shrugged, pity got to me, so I accepted both, but it has collected dust with no buyers interested. Who among the general public would need such a thing anyway? I thought internally while observing the black box. After sorting through the warehouse and disposing of what needed to be thrown out, Shin Xiaoshi and I spent the entire afternoon there, sore all over, dirty, and utterly exhausted. Has that ham been lying there long? Has it gone bad? It shouldn't have, right? This type can last a while, but if it doesn't sell soon, it may become risky. One leg alone costs tens of thousands. Talking with Shin Xiaoshi, I stepped out of the warehouse and almost collided face-to-face with Wei Shi coming in. Before I could give him any signal, he arched his eyebrows upon seeing me, shouting loudly, how was yesterday? I messaged you, and you didn't reply. Did your phone fall into the toilet or something? Yesterday to today, in just a short span of a dozen or so hours, he had no idea what I'd been through. I barely remembered I even had a job, let alone finding time to respond to his messages. Ah. Before I could answer, he suddenly stiffened as he noticed Shin Xiaoshi behind me. Xiaoshi is here too. My lofty tone instantly dried up, even becoming somewhat cautious. Shin Xiaoshi squeezed past me, not even glancing at Wei Shi as he sat down on the couch and took out his phone to play games. Wei Shi's eyes followed him, but seeing that Shin Xiaoshi ignored him, his expression gradually dimmed. I just remembered I have something to do. I'll go first, Lu Feng. Remember to check your phone. He chuckled awkwardly, staying for no more than 2 minutes with the door handle still in his hand before retreating exactly as he came. I looked at Shin Shaoshi, who was impassive on the couch, then towards the direction where Wei Shi had disappeared, sighing internally over their future. With all this fuss, I wondered if the four of us would ever sit down and enjoy a good hot pot together again. Since the whole ham wasn't selling, I suggested Shin Shaoshi sell it by weight through his social circle. Many people wanted to try the high-end 4-year Spanish ham, so selling it in half or full pound increments proved surprisingly successful. As work neared its end, I received a message from Coach Zhou of the club asking if I wanted to practice today. I asked if Master Brother would come. Coach Zhou first responded with a question mark, but quickly caught on. Oh. You mean Mr. Sheng? Today you're the second person to ask me that. He did come today, haha. The first person undoubtedly had to be my little senior sister. There were plenty of leftover scraps of the Spanish ham left. Neither Shin Shaoshi nor I liked raw meat, so we had Lu Yu take all of it home. She wrapped up 5 or 6 bundles with greaseproof paper, happily saying she'd make a soup. The bones with meat were chopped into sections and stuffed into plastic bags to feed the stray cats in the neighborhood. I curiously asked, do cats really eat this? Lu Yu replied, I usually feed them cheap cat food. This counts as a treat, it's better than nothing, right? Recalling the 2 young stray cats I saw last time outside the gym, both dirty and skinny, they looked so pitiful. So, I asked her for a pack of ham to feed them when I next encountered them. After bidding farewell to Shin Shaoshi and Lu Yu, I casually found a noodle shop for a quick meal and then hailed a taxi to the gym with the package of ham in hand. Mewing around the entrance for a while, there were no signs of any cats. Feeling disheartened and about to put away the ham, someone suddenly patted me on the shoulder. Junior brother. Jing Mimi appeared cheerfully behind me. She glanced at the item in my hands, curious. What are you doing? I shoved the grease-covered parcel in front of her face, offering, want some? It's ham. Jing Mimi's eyes lit up. Wow, so fragrant, it's so familiar to me. Isn't this that Euro and percent 1 at 3 ham? She named an especially tongue-twisting Spanish brand, then without hesitation snatched the ham from me and started eating with relish. If I can't feed the cats, feeding a little senior sister works too, I'm glad it didn't go to waste. Accompanying Jing Mimi into the gym, we began another round of beginner training. Just as I was enduring immense pain stretching my muscles, Xing Menu arrived, prompting Jing Mimi to start showering him with flattery in my ear. My brother-in-law is so handsome. She muttered while pressing down on my shoulders, my uncle-in-law's company is holding a charity banquet soon, and it seems like my brother-in-law will attend too. Do you think if I volunteer to be his date, he would agree? Sweat streaming down my face, I gritted out word by word through intense pain, a bit risky. Jing Mimi immediately released me, dispirited. I know, he totally ignores me. Find someone else. Don't hang on to just one tree. With your beauty, you've got entire forests waiting to be graced. I wiped my sweat and teased her. Jing Mimi burst into laughter, only to abruptly become serious after a moment. Wait, junior brother, you're not attracted to me, are you? I almost choked on my own saliva, frantically shaking my head to distance myself. Even though senior sister you're young, beautiful, and rich, I glanced toward Xing Menu's direction, already have someone special. Jing Mimi slapped her chest, relieved. Perhaps realizing she'd been too forward, she added hastily, it's not that you're not great, junior brother, but I already have someone in mind too. And I prefer mature, cool-looking idols. You're a vibrant, charming young man, definitely not my type. Understood. She extended her hand, pulling me up. I gripped it tightly and steadied myself just as I heard Xing Menu's voice coming from the boxing ring. You, come here. Beads of sweat dripped from his temples as he approached the edge of the ring, beckoning me with a finger. Hold the pads for me. Just a while ago, Coach Zhou had held the pads for him, and now he seemed nowhere to be seen. Jing Mimi enthusiastically pushed me forward. Go quickly. Your senior called for you. Pushed by her, I climbed onto the platform hesitantly, picked up the 2 hand targets lying on the ground, and prepared after equipping them, smiling at Xing Menu. Brother, it's my first time, so please go easy. Xing Menu said nothing, regulating his breathing. His long legs swept sideways with unexpected force, coming straight at me. Panicking, I barely managed to block the blow, nearly losing my balance and tumbling sideways. Shit, is this for real? I no longer dared to be careless and began treating every one of his attacks seriously. After enduring his jabs, hooks, and sweeping kicks, my stamina plummeted drastically. Sweat dripped from my hairline and seeped into my eyes. I had to close one eye, and with the restricted vision, my movements became even slower. When Xing Menu landed a kick squarely on the target, I didn't have time to adjust my center of gravity, causing me to fall backward and land directly against the ring ropes. Panting heavily, I found myself struggling to stand up. Let's call it a day here, Xing Menu glanced at my disheveled state and, in an act of mercy, left that sentence before untying his wrist wraps and descending from the ring towards the locker room. Jing Mimi approached beneath the ring with evident concern, Junior brother, are you alright? Senior brother was quite ruthless today. You're still a novice, and he didn't show any mercy at all. I removed the hand targets, unable to utter a word, could only wave my hand at her to indicate I was fine. As Xing Menu walked away, she lingered no further and quickly bid me farewell before leaving. I lay there for a moment until I felt my strength recover slightly, then made my way to the locker room as well. Coincidentally, I stepped in just in time to see Xing Menu already finished showering, now wrapped in a towel, opening his locker door. This scene seemed oddly familiar. There wasn't anyone around in his section, so I quietly crept behind him. Realizing I couldn't replicate his previous action due to my height, I settled for hugging him from behind, cheek pressed against the back of his neck, smearing all the sweat from my face onto his damp skin. "Brother, were you feeling upset today?" Xing Menu suddenly froze and firmly grabbed hold of my wandering hands. "Have you forgotten our rules? Don't touch me, keep your distance." He pried open my fingers, turning around to push me away. I crashed into the opposite locker with a noticeable thud, yet this time I didn't feel hurt. Instead, I internally rejoiced. He told me to stay far away each time, which was also a warning to himself not to cross the line or get too close. Clearly, however, there were times when he couldn't fully adhere to his own rules. His repeated insistence on pushing me away suggested subconsciously that he might harm me, so he needed to maintain distance, never crossing boundaries. What kind of feelings drove him to create that secret room? And how did he spend these 10 years? I still harbored many questions, but if I asked directly, he likely wouldn't truthfully tell me. "Alright, I won't touch you, and I'll stay far away." All of a sudden, it struck me as somewhat amusing. It seemed I had truly become like the fisherman in a story, scheming endlessly to entice the seabird down into my arms. These past few days, I've thought a lot, and you're right. I smiled at him. I'm not irreplaceable either, why bother dying for just one tree? I'm young, handsome, and, full of energy, with countless forests out there waiting for me. Xing Menu pursed his lips, brows furrowing increasingly as if puzzled by what I was rambling about. So, I cut to the chase and simply said, therefore, I've decided to let go. Starting today, we'll retreat back to the legal brotherhood relationship. I won't force or cling anymore, how does that sound? Chapter 49, Oh no, the king is angry. Xing Menu looked at me, the wrinkles between his eyebrows smoothing out, replaced by a sneer at the corner of his lips. Very good, he said. I hope you will keep your word. Things are different now, and I will definitely keep my word. I won't force it because there's no need to, I won't cling on because eventually you'll end up in my arms anyway. Sure thing. I grinned at him, but he ignored me and turned back to changing his clothes. The muscles of Xing Menu's back were evenly proportioned, with clearly defined lines that rose and fell. His skin was an almost sickly white. How strange, even though this was as naked as it could possibly get, I oddly felt that his back looked more ascetic than when he wore clothes. I twitched my fingers, then forcibly suppressed the excitement. Then, it settled. Afraid that my gaze would become too revealing, betraying my intentions, I quickly shifted my eyes and gripped the key to head towards the row of lockers that belonged to me. When I came out after showering, Xing Menu had already left. Since Yao Jing refuses to admit guilt, she must undergo repeated trials, and just the lawyer fees will amount to a large sum. Wei Shi knew about this and quietly took out 10,000 cash, wrapped it in a canvas bag, placed it in a very ordinary shopping bag, called me outside the shop, and shoved it forcefully into my hands. Don't say it's from me, or else he will definitely refuse it, Wei Shi whispered like a thief, glancing repeatedly into the room. I tightly hugged the bag of money, feeling an unprecedented sense of mission. Why use cash? Why not transfer the money? The accounts of another store were just settled today, and I brought the cash directly without depositing it in the bank. His expression suddenly changed, and he quickly said, I'm leaving it to you, I'm off. And with that, he bolted away like a greased pig. As I turned around, Shen Shaoshi opened the shop door, his face also looking somewhat grim. He glanced at the bag in my arms and asked, what's this? My guilty conscience prompted me to hide it behind my back immediately. Nothing, he bought me, shoes. Shoes. Shen Shaoshi didn't believe it for a second, reaching behind me to snatch the bag and opening it. After taking a look, he paused slightly in surprise, this much money? There's nothing wrong with the money itself, but the fact that I lied to him sufficiently indicated that these funds somehow concerned him. He picked up a stack of money, looking stern as he raised his eyes to question me, Did Wei Shi give this to me? I couldn't shake my head, nor nod, feeling too awkward to even look at him. He just wants to apologize to you. Apologize? With money? He gritted his teeth so hard they might crack. Does he think I'm for sale? I was startled, instantly realizing my silver tongue suffered an unprecedented failure when dealing with him, and hurriedly corrected myself. No, I made a mistake. This is borrowed money from him, just a little help from a friend. Shen Shaoshi forcefully threw the money back, ungrateful. Who cares? He harshly muttered this sentence, grabbed the bag of money, and rushed after Wei Shi, seemingly determined to return the money to the other party face to face. Watching his retreating figure grow distant, I couldn't help but shake my head and sigh. The future of Qingwan F4 really doesn't look promising. It took Shen Shaoshi a full hour to come back. Seeing his empty hands and poor mood, I guessed the money had been returned. It was probably not a pleasant exchange during their conversation. Phone go, rest assured, whatever fee needs to be paid to attorney Sheng, I will not fall short by a single cent, Shen Xiaoshe solemnly declared, even if I have to sell my blood or kidney, I will manage to gather the necessary funds. After hearing him say this, I felt an impending headache coming on and kept waving my hands, it's not necessary, it's not necessary. If he sells his blood and kidneys to collect the money, it'd be better if I sold myself to Xing Menu to pay off the debt, after all, that'd make everyone happy. In the afternoon, Shen Xiaoshe requested a leave. He mentioned that Xing Menu wanted him to come discuss the next trial strategy. As a friend and also a fisherman trying to lure Menu, I expressed my desire to go with him. The pawn shop only had Lu Yi remaining, making normal business impossible, so we had to close early. When we arrived at Jinshan Law Firm, the receptionist guided us to the meeting room. As soon as we entered, not only did we see Xing Menu and Wu Yi sitting inside, but also 3 other lawyers. Shen Xiaoshe sat down with them at the conference table. As usual, I found a chair in the corner and quietly observed from the side. Mr. Shen, we plan to invite Dr. Su Weibo from Qingwan Mental Health Center to conduct a psychological assessment for your mother, Ms. Yao Jing. Wu Yi slid a form over to Shen Xiaoshe. If the results show her mental state and emotions are unstable, or severely depressed, we can utilize this as a new defense point. Shen Xiaoshe skimmed through the document quickly and signed at the bottom right corner without hesitation. Additionally, we plan to leverage the media to stir up significant attention on this case, one female lawyer explained. Domestic violence is an excellent topic that will attract a lot of public focus. Media? Shen Xiaoshe questioned curiously, why do we need to do that? Actually, because it's a win-win situation. The female lawyer was still pondering how to explain this to Shen Xiaoshe when Xing Menu cut in. He leaned forward, interlocking his fingers on the table and looked directly at Shen Xiaoshe. Through public attention, we can push the trial process better and faster. Meanwhile, our law firm will get free publicity which could improve our reputation. Why not take it? Shen Xiaoshe appeared hesitant as media involvement would expose the case to public scrutiny. Even if names were concealed, the case might still impact future life. I had attended some of their meetings before and understood enough to whisper a reminder to Shen Xiaoshe, public opinion may also influence the jury. Although juries all swear to make independent judgments without being swayed by external factors, under an overwhelming wave of public opinion, unless someone is completely isolated from society and refuses to listen or watch, who could truly guarantee that they wouldn't be influenced? I felt Xing Menu's gaze shift towards me, so I maintained composure and made eye contact, nodding at him. Unlike my past behavior where I couldn't take my eyes off Xing Menu whenever he was around, this time my focus was primarily on Shen Xiaoshe until now when I finally turned to properly look at him. No matter what thoughts I harbored inside, outwardly, my gaze no longer followed him. I carefully set a trap, one that looked harmless, casual, and silent. I knew how perceptive my ostrich was, any hint of eagerness or inappropriate action on my part would raise his guard. So I had to be incredibly cautious to capture him thoroughly. Since it's a win-win situation, why don't you waive the attorney fees? I began bargaining for Shen Xiaoshe. The huge advertisement benefit far outweighs the lawyer fee. In the end, your law firm is still making profit out of this. Wu Yi chuckled at this, saying, that's not how it works. Fine, Xing Menu interrupted him and readily agreed. Wu Yi fell silent instantly, then after a while, he gave me a bow with his hand, saying, you're absolutely right. Upon hearing that the legal fees would be waived, Shen Xiaoshe's expression brightened immediately, exchanging a glance with me, revealing his happiness. Shen Xiaoshe said, all right, let's do it your way. As they continued discussing, I returned to my usual passive observer state. Suddenly, my phone buzzed with a friend request notification, and I saw it was Xing Mimi. I quickly accepted her request. She was still online and promptly sent me a message, younger brother, you treated me to ham last time, this time I'll treat you to a big meal. Treat me to a big meal? I slowly furrowed my brows, puzzled and replied, there's no need for you to specially reciprocate. After a moment, Xing Mimi finally revealed the truth by sending a teary-eyed emoji image, confessing. It's not really about specifically inviting you. Do you remember the charity banquet I mentioned last time? It's next month. I originally wanted my sister-in-law to be my male companion, but he cruelly rejected me. And I'm worried that inviting another guy nearby might make him overthink things. But you won't do that, since you already have feelings for someone else. Ah, so she's inviting me to dinner isn't real, it's just her asking for help. There's actually nothing wrong with not having a male companion. No. I've already told my sister I'd bring an ultra-handsome guy to attend the banquet, and I even boasted about it. Are you going to let my ignorant, wasteful, and extremely obnoxious sister laugh at me? After a while, possibly noticing my lack of response, she realized it'd be hard to persuade me, and decided to use her ultimate move, voice begging. Please, little brother, you know, in my heart, you are the most handsome boy. Besides you, I can't think of anyone else suitable to be my date. You're so special, so brilliant, so unique, amidst the masses, our meeting is a destiny. Can you not help me with this little favor? Since we were in the middle of the meeting, I converted the voice message into text and read it. After reading, I was just about to type out a refusal when I heard Xing Menu's calm and steady speech and suddenly changed my mind. Turning up the volume on my phone to its maximum, I clicked on Xing Mimi's voice message. Please, little brother. All of a sudden, a sweet and gentle female voice echoed loudly in the meeting room, startling everyone who stopped and looked at me simultaneously. Among them, Xing Menu's gaze was especially icy, indicating strong dissatisfaction at the interruption of his meeting. Oh no, the king is angry. Sorry. I hastily got up, embarrassedly covering the phone as if I had mistakenly pressed the speaker button during a call, and softly said, "Hold on, I'll talk outside." Passing behind Shen Xiaoshi, I lightly patted his shoulder, pointing outside to indicate that I'd go answer the phone there. Still stunned by the overly sweet voice, Shen Xiaoshi took a while to react, eventually nodding at me. Pretending all the way with my phone held up, I turned into the safety corridor, and only when I was sure there was no one around did I lower my hand, having indulged in acting to my heart's content. I couldn't return in less than 5 minutes, so I took out a cigarette pack and lit one up right there in the safety corridor. Sitting on the steps, I opened the chat window and replied to Zheng Mimi's voice message with a simple, "Okay," gesture. Zheng Mimi was overjoyed and kept thanking me profusely. "No, thank you." I smiled as I exited the chat app. Chapter 50, Serious Illness Requires Strong Medicine. After the media intervened, Shen Xiaoshi's mother's case received comprehensive attention. Having suffered domestic violence for years, she killed her husband one day. Was it self-defense, or a long-planned murder? Mysterious, heart-wrenching, and infuriating, it sparked heated discussions online. The lawyers at Jinshan law firm carefully selected 2 media outlets to interview Shen Xiaoshi, asking him to recount what he saw as a child and his experiences with his mother. One media outlet was online, the other offline. After their articles were published, I bought a newspaper to take a closer look. I must admit, professionals are different. They presented a clear structure, highlighted key points, stirred emotions when necessary, and didn't waste ink on irrelevant details, while ensuring no important information was missed. By reading through the entire interview, a vivid image emerged of a woman tormented and frequently subjected to physical abuse by her husband, feeling both fearful and helpless. Regarding such cases, the author has followed many similar situations and noticed that once a case is exposed, female victims often face off-topic blame. They're blamed for not leaving their abusers earlier, or for having a weak personality which allegedly allowed the violence to persist. Victims in these cases include career-oriented women, highly educated individuals with excellent backgrounds. They treat others kindly, possess outstanding abilities, and have diverse personalities. So why do they still endure violence? Is it because they are weak or blinded by love? No. The reason they endure violence, from beginning to end, is only one: because their husbands perpetrate violence against them. The real focus should be on the abusers, and the criticism should be directed solely at them. This world shouldn't hold victims to an unrealistic standard of perfection. It serves no purpose. What a powerful phrase, serves no purpose. I couldn't help but note the name of the journalist who wrote this piece, Kushuezi. If it weren't for print media lacking a way to express approval, I'd definitely give her a forward comment, like, follow, package. At the second trial, the public gallery had more people than before, and over half were journalists. In Qingwan, the legal system presumes innocence until proven guilty, so defendants have no obligation to prove their own innocence. They don't need to actively provide evidence of their innocence. A defendant may testify as a witness for the defense, subject to cross-examination, or remain silent and observe the proceedings of their case. However, exercising the right to remain silent, although it avoids probing questions from the prosecutor in court, could also lead the jury and judge to make unfavorable inferences, seeing it as a sign of guilt. During the first trial, Yao Jing did not testify, but at the second trial, her name appeared on the list of witnesses. Xing Menu asked her to detail the origins of the scars all over her body, to reveal her fears, and to tell the public how difficult it had been to survive up until now. I thought about running away, but he said if I dared to divorce him, he would kill me and my child. She covered her face and sobbed, "I'm fine dying, I've already stopped wanting to live. But what about my children? I've already deprived them of a happy childhood and a normal family. Should I really let them live in constant fear for my sake? What happened on the day of the incident?" Despite his client's tears, Xing Menu didn't stop questioning her. He was calm to the point of seeming cold. Yao Jing's crying subsided slightly, but her voice trembled. "That day, he was drunk again and wanted to attack me. I had no choice. I was so scared. I was still recovering from being beaten so badly last time that I couldn't even urinate properly. If he hit me again, I knew I'd die. I went to the kitchen and got an axe for protection. I just wanted to scare him, but he wasn't afraid at all. He lunged at me. Then I struck him twice. I don't know where I hit him, but he clutched his neck and collapsed, and there was blood everywhere." When it was the prosecution's turn to question her, the prosecutor seemed moved by Yao Jing's story, taking a solemn expression as he approached the witness stand. It took a long time for him to finally ask a question. "When Mr. Tang attacked you, weren't you uncertain whether he intended to hit you or grab the axe?" Lifting her head, swollen eyes filled with tears, Yao Jing shook her head. "No, I can be sure." Surprised, the prosecutor paused as Yao Jing bitterly smiled. "Every time he lunged at me, his intent was always clear, to beat me. I could tell just by looking into his eyes whether he planned to hit me again." I glanced at Xing Menu and noticed a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes, seemingly pleased with the prosecutor's line of questioning. After the trial concluded, reporters blocked the way to interview both parties' families. Shen Xiaoshi was shielded by Xing Minu and Wu Yi as they hurried out of the courthouse. I trailed behind them, pushed to the outer edges by the crowd. Suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a figure moving quickly, holding something ready to throw. My heart tightened. I shouted urgently, "Be careful." Before the sentence was finished, Tang Jipeng's unlucky younger brother had already forcefully thrown the egg in his hand. It went through the crowd and directly hit Xing Minu's temple. The shell instantly shattered, and the sticky egg yolk slid down his cheek, soaking his neck and dirtying his suit. As the unlucky younger brother prepared to throw another egg, I tackled him from the side rear, pinning his hands behind his back so he could no longer move. "Help! Murderer!" He screamed like a pig being slaughtered. "The murderer is bullying people with power. You rich can hire big lawyers for lawsuits, and even collude with the media to twist right and wrong, but our family has no means. We can only swallow this silent loss. Is there still justice in this world? An eye for an eye is a natural law. Us commoners only recognize this principle. Yao Jing must pay for her sins with blood." He didn't know that the more he talked, the more it would irritate the onlookers. The reporters aimed their cameras at him, capturing his grotesque behavior and pairing it with words for the internet, where it would stir heated discussions. Currently within the court premises, any verbal or physical violence was not allowed, and soon the unlucky younger brother was dragged away by the court officers. The Tang family cried loudly as they followed him, some of the media also trailing along. Those left behind continued to direct their microphones toward Shen Xiaoshi and Xing Minu, hoping to dig out their opinions on the previous incident. Xing Minu just wiped the egg liquid off his body with a handkerchief given by Wu Yi, without showing any signs of anger. Shen Xiaoshi, however, looked as if she was ready to burst but ultimately held back until she got into the car and started raging. What kind of crap is Tang Jicheng anyway? I'm thanking heaven for my self-control not to beat his dog head to pieces, and he dared to throw eggs at us. *CK his entire trash family, I'm pissed. Shen Xiaoshi popped her knuckles loudly, her chest heaving violently, clearly very upset. I noticed there was some egg fluid on her neck too, and pulled out some tissues in the car, giving them to her. "Calm down, Master Shen, it's not worth getting so riled up over such a person. Clean your neck." Shen Xiaoshi snatched the tissue roughly and wiped her neck hard, still fuming. "If you hadn't restrained him first, I really couldn't have stopped myself from rushing over and hitting him." She paused suddenly, then leaned forward to ask, "By the way, Lawyer Sheng, are you alright?" Xing Minu had already taken off his jacket and shoved it under the seat, apparently having no intention of using it again. When Shen Xiaoshi asked, he calmly replied, "I'm fine," as if the whole thing didn't bother him at all. But days later, the media reported that Tang Jicheng had been charged with personal injury, facing hefty compensation, plunging the Tang family into yet another complex legal battle. Judging by this point, Xing Minu wasn't completely fine either. He was always excellent at disguising himself. The calmer he appeared on the surface, the stronger his anger might be brewing beneath. But this was all talk for later. After returning from the courthouse to the law firm, since Shen Xiaoshi needed to attend a subsequent discussion meeting with them, I decided to leave alone. Before departing, I used their restroom briefly, and shortly afterward, Xing Minu also entered. I acted as if I didn't see him, focusing solely on urinating. During this time, he stayed near the sink, with no intent to start a conversation. When I finished and moved to wash my hands, I found that he had taken off his tie and unbuttoned his collar, cleaning the egg yolk seeped into his clothes with a damp handkerchief. His hair was all wet, combed neatly to the back except for a few strands stubbornly drooping before his eyes. Water droplets lingered on his face, sliding down his jawline, combined with the large damp patch on his shirt collar, presenting quite the tempting, wet, allure. I resisted the urge to lick my lips, daring only a brief glance before returning to washing my hands seriously, then moving to dry them. Xing Minu left the restroom while I was drying my hands. Throughout, we did not exchange a single word. After drying my hands, I discovered a familiar silver wristwatch lying on one side of the sink, and chased after him holding it. "Brother, you forgot your watch." Hearing my voice, Xing Minu stopped, glancing at his own wrist as if realizing only now that he had worn a watch. He turned around, extended his palm flat toward me, and said indifferently, "Thank you." I carefully held the metal strap and placed the watch in his palm, making sure not to touch him in any way. "You're welcome." Xing Minu looked at the watch, pausing to put it back on. I brushed past him, walking away with not a trace of hesitation in my steps. Over the last half-month, I've had almost no direct interaction with him. What little we've had was due to Shen Xiaoshi or Yao Jing's case. I've endured greatly. If he continues to give no indication of anything, this strategy of defense as attack will fail, and I'll need to devise new tactics to force him into revealing his true feelings. Just like Romeo only had to climb Juliet's balcony to find love, whereas I have had to use every stratagem possible, enduring trials no less challenging than waging an invisible war. If Xing Minu doesn't submit soon, I might have to resort to extreme measures, leaving him no choice but to comply with me. Sister Xiao told me that the evening banquet would be crowded with important figures, and I couldn't let her down. She instructed me to buy an expensive and stylish formal suit, and she would foot the bill. With such a generous benefactor paying, I naturally didn't hold back. I bought all the necessary attire from head to toe, even picking out a brand name watch at the store that had just arrived, ensuring Chao Mimi's pride was fully satisfied. On the day of the banquet, when Lu Yu and Shen Xiaoshi saw me changing into a black suit just before finishing work, complete with a neatly tied bow tie around my neck, their jaws nearly dropped. What's going on, brother Feng? Lu Yu covered her lips in shock. Why are you dressed so handsomely today? Are you going on a blind date? I adjusted my freshly styled hair with gel and laughed. Nope, no blind date, just attending a banquet. Shen Xiaoshi circled around me and asked, Brother Feng, I wanted to ask last time, are you seeing someone? One hand slipped into my trouser pocket as I loosened my tie slightly and replied, no girlfriend, it's just helping out a friend by making an appearance for her. As we spoke, the car horn sounded outside, and after greeting the two of them, I left 10 minutes early. Today, Chao Mimi solidified her identity as a second-generation rich heiress, arriving in a luxury business vehicle whose brand screamed opulence, complete with a dedicated chauffeur who took care of everything including opening and closing doors for us. After I got into the car, I accidentally caught Shen Xiaoshi and Lu Yu staring in amazement at the pawn shop entrance. Their faces suggested they thought I'd been kept by some wealthy woman. I turned away as if I hadn't noticed anything. You work at a pawn shop, Sister Xiao, said Chao Mimi following my gaze. That's quite a unique profession. Just earning a living, I smiled at her, asking if there was anything else I needed to keep in mind. She rubbed her chin. How about you help me provoke my sister-in-law, and see if we can get her husband jealous enough to realize his buried love for me. I stared at her, wishing I could grab her hand and shout, kindred spirit. Chao Mimi squirmed a bit under my gaze. What's wrong? Nothing, I said. Actually, I've been thinking exactly the same thing. For deep-rooted emotions, drastic measures are required. Chao Mimi was stunned momentarily but quickly agreed wholeheartedly. Exactly. That's it. Upon arriving at the venue, it became clear this was indeed a high-profile charity gala hosted by a big company. They had rented out an entire glittering conference center, complete with a 50-meter-long red carpet laid out at the entrance. Walking across it felt like being a celebrated actor or actress at a film festival, unconsciously making one straighten up, heads held high, and offering one's most graceful smile. Once inside the hall, many people started looking our way. Of course, I wouldn't presume it was because of me. Chao Mimi, with her neat long ponytail, wore a silver-fringed evening gown that hugged her curves elegantly. The train trailing behind her swayed gracefully, making her look like a luminous silver mermaid. Naturally, she drew quite a few admiring glances. They're all looking at me, Chao Mimi whispered, audible only to me. I must look absolutely angelic tonight. You are tonight's brightest star, I concurred. Chao Mimi's laughter grew more cheerful until suddenly she tightened her grip on my arm and pulled me towards a specific direction. I've spotted the target, get ready. Before I could respond what preparation was needed, she stopped abruptly and spoke in an even sweeter voice than usual. Big brother, you've arrived early. Xing Menu, champagne in hand, was speaking with someone else. Hearing her voice, he furrowed his brows and glanced over, spotting me instantly. Though outwardly calm, honestly, calm is often suspicious at moments like this. A normal person might have shown some surprise. Moreover, his gaze lingered on me for a full 2 seconds before finally shifting to Chao Mimi. Clearly, his composure belied his internal unrest. Sigh, look at what I've been reduced to. If I get a chance, I will definitely write a book titled, How to Interpret Your Beloved's Expressions, 100 Useful Tips. I've just arrived myself, he said, introducing the woman he had been conversing with. This is Ms. Kushuezi, editor-in-chief of the Qinhuan Daily. Ah. Before Chao Mimi reacted, I excitedly stepped forward to shake hands with Ms. Ku. Your fame precedes you, your article, The Hands of Sin, was truly remarkable. I had specifically noted the author's name for that report earlier, never imagining I'd encounter her in person today. This wasn't fake enthusiasm, I was genuinely surprised. Kushuezi, though clearly past her prime, maintained herself well, her laugh lines were visible only when she smiled heartily. Her personality was outgoing. Noticing that I accurately named her article, she responded enthusiastically, engaging in much conversation with me. If Xing Mimi and Xing Menu could join in the conversation, the four of us would have enjoyed a pleasant chat. Unfortunately, they were only bystanders, quietly observing everything, which made the situation somewhat awkward. And for most of the time, I couldn't even properly respond to editor Kushuezi either, simply exchanging yes, and correct repeatedly. This kind of interaction was utterly exhausting. Who would have guessed that this editor was also such a chatterbox? Mimi, didn't you say you'd take me to meet your cousin? Unable to bear her solo performance any longer, I seized the opportunity when Kushuezi paused for a topic change and gave Xing Mimi a meaningful look. Upon hearing how I addressed her, Xing Mimi was briefly taken aback but quickly realized the situation. Oh, yes, I think I just spotted my cousin earlier. Let's go over there. She nodded at the two people, adding, we'll take our leave then. I gave what seemed to be an unsatisfied Ms. Ku a nod as I left, lightly patting Xing Menu's shoulder while saying, see you later. Xing Menu's gaze swept past my hand, leaving a trace of cold sensation before he tilted his head back and drained his glass of champagne without a word. I feel like my sister-in-law is mad, Xing Mimi whispered to me after we had walked some distance. How do you figure that? I picked up 2 glasses of champagne from a passing server's tray, handing one to her and keeping one for myself. After taking hers, Jingmimi stretched out one finger mysteriously in front of me, wiggling it as she said, "You wouldn't understand, it's a woman's intuition." A faint smile curved on my lips. I thought she developed some sort of superpower. "Wish you good luck with your female intuition then, little senior." With that, I clinked my glass against hers. Chapter 51, 10 years. "Isn't that Mimi?" I had just brought the wine glass to my lips when a familiar high-pitched female voice sounded behind me. The woman wore a fiery red wrap dress, leaving no doubt about her good figure. Her crimson lips contrasted against her pale skin, and her voluminous curls accentuated her cold, dazzling aura. She immediately overshadowed Jingmimi, making her look like an insignificant mermaid. "Isn't that cousin?" Jingmimi strained to straighten her back, refusing to appear less impressive than the other woman. Xiao Moran held her glass of red wine, critically examining her cousin. She scanned Jingmimi's flat chest with disdain and said, "I heard you're practicing boxing. You should practice more." Suddenly, she caught sight of me, freezing in place, staring at me in disbelief. "How is it you?" Her memory was sharp. After all this time, she still remembered me. "It's been a while, Ms. Xiao, are you doing well recently?" I raised my glass to her, straining to recall the playboy's name from the club. "Sasha is doing well, isn't he?" Xiao Moran's expression shifted abruptly, clearly thrown off by my question. "Who's Sasha?" Jingmimi asked curiously, "Do you two know each other?" Maintaining her composure, Xiao Moran shot me a glare and said, "We've met before. Didn't expect to run into you here. Are you two, a couple?" Jingmimi immediately hooked her arm around mine, signaling the beginning of their duel. "Yes, we met at the boxing gym. He's my junior, I'm his senior. Don't you think we make a great pair?" Jingmimi clung tightly to me, then flashed Xiao Moran an exaggeratedly false smile. Xiao Moran felt some unease toward me and reluctantly nodded, insincerely saying, "Yes, you do make a great pair. You, cousin, should quickly find yourself a boyfriend. Though it's impossible to find someone as excellent as the former cousin-in-law, finding someone worse shouldn't be hard, right? They're everywhere on the streets, aren't they?" Did this mean anyone Xiao Moran dated after Xingminou Yu would naturally be worse? This girl Jingmimi was not to be underestimated. Clearly influenced by her elite family, her art of speech could score nothing less than a perfect 9 out of 10. What does Xingminou Yu have? Xiao Moran obviously bristled with anger but restrained herself due to my presence. Gathering her long hair with affected dignity, she added, "Don't you know I've been dating Sky, the lead singer of Skeleton Band lately?" "What? Sky?" Jingmimi seemed to be a fan of this band and had even recommended their music to me before. Stunned, she staggered backward, barely missing a trip over her own dress. Luckily, I managed to steady her. She took a deep breath, nails nearly tearing through my clothes, yet still forced a brave smile to continue fighting. "Oh, the guy who has no eyebrows once his makeup is off." This time, Xiao Moran fumed so much she almost choked. "You." The war of words between these two women was intense. It was not appropriate for me to intervene, so I used an excuse halfway through and escaped to the restroom. Anyway, I was merely a decorative accessory. Whether I was there or not made little difference to them. The venue air conditioning was set very low. Even dressed in a suit, I found it chilly. I couldn't help but wonder how those beauties in evening gowns endured the cold. Carrying a champagne flute, I headed outside. The terrace was lit by a dim yellow light, with darkened greenery below. The convention center might be renowned, but because it had been around for a long time, its infrastructure wasn't exactly modern. For example, the faucets in the restroom were separated for hot and cold water, and the outdoor lighting was quite dim. Being a historical landmark, money could not easily buy alterations to its appearance. It did make for a perfect setting for quiet rendezvous. Placing my untouched champagne flute on the brick railing, I searched my pockets and pulled out a cigarette and lighter. Just as I was about to light it, the door leading indoors opened, spilling noise for a moment before disappearing again. I stood in the shadows. Xingminou Yu didn't notice me right away. He walked straight to the edge of the terrace, leaning on the railing and gazing down into the darkness. He stayed frozen in position for a long time, whether it was for drunkenness or simply wanting to escape the crowd and get some fresh air. I watched his silhouette intently and finally, clicked, my lighter, breaking the silence. That tiny sound was enough to break the quiet and catch Xingminou Yu's attention. His shoulders tensed, and he slowly lifted his head, trying to locate the source of the sound. Then, his face turned unfriendly, and he locked onto my location. Seeing that it was me, his brows unconsciously relaxed, revealing a hint of rare surprise. I held the cigarette between my fingers and gestured toward him, "Want one?" In the past, he would have turned away without a second thought. But today, he walked over with little hesitation, took the cigarette from my hand, and bent down to let me light it for him. "Coming out for a breeze?" I shielded him from the wind and carefully lit his cigarette. Xingminou Yu straightened up, leaned on the railing, and said while exhaling smoke, "I hate socializing." I nodded and didn't say anything more. The two of us smoked in silence, falling into an eerie quiet. The cigarette was finished. I looked down at my phone, pretending again, Mimi is looking for me. I'll go inside. Just as I was about to leave, my wrist was grabbed from behind with such force that it felt like my wrist bone would be crushed. Pained, I instinctively struggled to shake off the grip. At that moment, the doors separating opulence and silence opened again, and a tall, slim man walked out talking on the phone. I've already said this must not be known by anyone. I don't care what methods you use, just suppress it for me. Upon hearing the man's voice, Shingmin Yu immediately loosened his grip on me. I cursed silently, massaging my wrist and turning around, feigning concern. Big brother, what's wrong? The man talking on the phone fell silent instantly. Shingmin Yu glanced over at him, then pressed out the cigarette in his mouth into a nearby champagne glass without raising his eyes and said, "Nothing, you can leave." I stood uneasily for a while longer, but seeing he no longer paid attention to me, I finally turned and left. As I passed the man on the phone, he had already hung up and was scrutinizing me with evident curiosity. He had a pair of narrow eyes and thin lips, appearing somewhat cunning and unfeeling. I gave him a slight nod and flashed a smile filled with gentleness and kindness, while internally I had already torn him apart limb by limb and sank his body at the bottom of the sea. Back in the banquet hall, Jingmimi had already finished one round with Xiao Moran and was looking for me. "Did you see my brother-in-law?" She held a plate of food, eating while asking me. "No." I picked a piece of sushi from her tray and popped it into my mouth without hesitation. At that moment, there was a small stir in the banquet hall. As a middle-aged man entered, people kept approaching to greet him and make connections, and soon everyone in the venue gathered around him with wine glasses in hand. "That's my uncle, the chairman of Mating Pharmaceutical, Xiao Sui Guang," Jingmimi whispered in my ear. Xiao Sui Guang should be over 50, but perhaps due to good body management, he looked only in his early 40s, showing no signs of aging. He walked with a brisk pace, radiating years of accumulated authority and demeanor even from a distance. Seeing him made it clear why everyone said Xiao Moran was truly not presentable. A tiger father bore a dog child, no wonder they approached Shingmin Yu for marriage alliance. Their two auras really shared some resemblance. Xiao Sui Guang politely raised his glass with the guests, occasionally exchanging a few words. Suddenly, I saw the narrow-eyed man I had encountered on the terrace earlier beside him, familiarly embraced by Xiao Sui Guang, who introduced him to various guests. "Who is that?" I asked. "Oh, him." Jingmimi's tone became overwhelmingly disdainful, even more dismissive than when talking about Xiao Moran. "He's my uncle's nephew, also surnamed Xiao, named Xiao Meng, the newly designated successor. He's very hypocritical, and I dislike him." It seemed that Xiao Moran was truly inadequate for great responsibilities. Xiao Sui Guang had completely given up on her and now sought among his nephews and grandchildren for a successor to train. "I'm only saying this to you. Initially, my uncle placed significant importance on my brother-in-law, carefully nurturing him for 10 years, truly intending to make him his successor. You could say my sister was merely a tool meant to help achieve all this. Unfortunately, it never came to fruition. My brother-in-law wasn't swayed by fame or profit and showed little interest in Mating's billion-dollar assets." Jingmimi sighed. "Perhaps, as my uncle once said, everything Shingmin Yu sacrificed for Mating was something bought by money. Without that 10-year indenture contract, Mating would absolutely not have been able to hold on to him. After the 10 years ended, he had no further reservations and could freely pursue what he wanted." I was startled and puzzled. 10-year indenture contract. I had been confused before why someone like Shingmin Yu would serve a single pharmaceutical company for 10 years. Even achieving the position of their chief legal counsel, this role hidden behind brilliance, quietly contributing, did not align with his nature. I had guessed it might be related to gratitude toward Xiao Sui Guang for sponsoring him, a gesture to repay the favor. But now listening to Jingmimi's explanation, there seemed to be another hidden story. I just accidentally heard my parents mention it briefly. It seems like during my brother-in-law's university days, something happened at home requiring a huge sum of money. He alone approached my uncle's company and waited a whole day just to get a chance to meet with my uncle. My uncle thought it strange why a college student would seek him out, assuming it was to thank him for sponsorship, but instead the young man told him. Jingmimi cleared her throat and lowered her voice. "Give me 2 million, and I'll sell my next 10 years to your company." I repeated in shock, 2 million. I don't know exactly how the two of them negotiated, but in the end, my uncle actually agreed, 2 million yuan for 10 years of his freedom. Fortunately, he didn't disappoint my uncle. During an internship period, he spotted a loophole in a contract that saved Mating 5 million yuan. Since then, my uncle has greatly valued him. 2 million. 10 years ago? What could have happened 10 years ago other than something related to me? If I had heard Jingmimi's words a month ago, perhaps I wouldn't have thought anything more about it. But after seeing that locked room, and after realizing Shingmin Yu wasn't truly indifferent to me, how could I still convince myself that the money wasn't for me? But how could it be 2 million? Where could there possibly be 2 million? My mom once told me that the compensation paid to the Chi family was only 50,000 yuan, her personal savings combined with the proceeds from selling our house. But was that really true? Was it really just 50,000 yuan? Looking back, her vague explanations and evasive answers were all flaws, all loopholes. Was she hiding the truth because she thought Shingmin Yu owed me? I felt dizzy. For 10 years, I was confined within these high walls, deprived of freedom. And outside those same walls, he, too, had been bound by shackles, unable to go anywhere. Chapter 52, Feeling Something's Off. Little brother, are you okay? Jing Mimi stared at my face. Are you not feeling well? After hearing what she said, I indeed felt uneasy in my heart. I wished to rush to Xingmin Yu immediately and have a clear conversation with him. Then, under the moonlight as our witness, we would embrace and kiss, and from then on, love each other for the rest of our lives. But I also knew that if I were to confront him now, he definitely wouldn't admit anything. He might even turn around and scold me for being presumptuous. I'm fine. I gave Jing Mimi a smile. The cold air is giving me a headache. I'll go outside for a while, it will get better soon. Even though he stubbornly refuses to admit anything, I couldn't care less anymore. If it all ends up in failure, so be it. After all, I have thick skin. If he won't come for me, then I'll go for him. In ancient times, Kua Fu chased the sun, today, I Lu Feng chase birds. If he doesn't come down, I'll keep running after him like this forever to see who has more patience. I was about to head to the terrace to find Xingmin Yu when suddenly someone blocked my way. A young woman who looked like a secretary appeared in front of me, saying that Xiao Suiguang wanted to meet Jing Mimi and me. I glanced at Jing Mimi, and she too frowned with surprise. After all, he's an elder, and one who could be considered half my benefactor. I nodded at her and let her lead the way. Why would my uncle want to see you? Jing Mimi hooked my arm and whispered into my ear. Suddenly, she caught sight of Xiao Maoyu standing beside Xiao Suiguang in the distance and understood instantly. Oh, I get it now. It must be that my cousin told him something. Too devious. I didn't even report her messing around with another small star, and she already went ahead and complained about me to my uncle. Xiao Suiguang wanting to see me isn't such a big deal. Jing Mimi's parents are both abroad, and she came back alone. She started dating someone whose name I've never heard before, so it's reasonable for an elder to want to meet me. You're Mimi's boyfriend, right? Xiao Suiguang wore a kind smile, extending his hand for a handshake. You look very handsome. Mimi has really grown up, and she has good taste. Hello Mr. Xiao, nice to finally meet you. I shook hands with Xiao Suiguang and turned to see Xiao Meng extending his hand towards me. I'm Xiao Meng, consider me Mimi's older brother. If you ever need anything, just let me know, he said as he took out a beautifully crafted gold-embossed business card and handed it over. I accepted it with both hands and apologized shyly. This suit is newly bought, I don't have a business card on me. It's fine, next time is also the same. Of course, I wouldn't think he actually wanted my business card. His words, if you ever need anything, just let me know, are nothing but polite formalities. In this world, except for my own brother, there's no one else where you can always count on them. After all, others' brothers aren't as good as your own. Have I heard correctly that you met at the boxing gym? Asked Xiao Suiguang. The story between Jing Mimi and me was completely fabricated, deceiving Xiao Maoyu would have been easy, but things were getting tricky when dealing with Xiao Suiguang. His eyes are too wise and shrewd, as if he could pierce through all my disguises at a glance. Yeah, that's right. How old are you this year? 27. Not bad, you're quite mature already. Yes, it's quite a bit already. It was the first time I'd endured this kind of elder-style interrogation. Sweat was almost dripping off my back, and I feared the next question would be which university I attended. If I answered too quickly, I'd likely expose myself. Fortunately, Jing Mimi noticed my embarrassment and stepped forward to hold one of Xiao Suiguang's arms, pouting cutely. Uncle, stop behaving like you're investigating someone's household registration. We haven't been together for long, don't put too much pressure on him. Xiao Suiguang laughed and replied, looks like you really are growing up. You already know to favor outsiders. Jing Mimi blushed slightly, teasing back. Uncle, my cousin also found herself a boyfriend, and he's a big star. Maybe next time, you can have her bring him over for you to take a look, huh? A perfect counter move directed right at Xiao Maoyu. Xiao Suiguang immediately turned his gaze to his daughter. Oh. Another one? That single, another, word was extremely precise, leaving room for plenty of conjecture from bystanders. Xiao Maoyu hurriedly sipped her wine to cover up her unease. Xiao Suiguang gave a disdainful snort deep from his nasal cavity, and for a moment, there wasn't a hint of smile on his face, clearly disapproving of his daughter's behavior. But very quickly, he turned back to me, once again assuming the kindly demeanor of an elder. By the way, little Sheng also likes boxing. This should give you something to talk about. Xiao Suiguang leaned aside and muttered a couple of instructions to the previous female secretary, and she seriously nodded, taking her orders and leaving. Who exactly is little Sheng? Even without using my brain to think, just by seeing the sudden drop in expression on Xiao Maoyu's and Xiao Meng's faces, I already knew the answer. Clearly, Xiao Maoyu didn't want to bump into Xingmin Yu and excused herself to the restroom, retreating as quickly as possible. Xiao Meng, however, wasn't that obvious, pretending to miss Xingmin Yu genuinely, and saying he hadn't seen him in a long time, missing him immensely. They obviously couldn't avoid meeting earlier on the terrace, yet he acted as if they had truly reunited. Mr. Liu, your watch is quite interesting, Xiao Suiguang said as he eyed my wristwatch with keen interest. I paused for a moment, pulling up my sleeve to reveal a rose gold mechanical watch with a leather strap. To call it interesting might be stretching the truth. Jing Mimi exclaimed in surprise. This watch has no hands. How do you tell the time? I explained to her, this is a repeater watch. It doesn't have hands, instead, you listen. With that, I flicked the lever on the side of the watch. Soon after, the mechanism emitted 3 distinct rhythms of sound, each one crisp and melodious, like birdsong. It's now 8:18. Zheng Mimi leaned over to check the time on Xiao Suiguang's wristwatch, which indeed showed 8:18, making her exclaim in awe. Actually, there was nothing particularly amazing about it. The 3 sounds work like this: the first represents hours, the second represents quarters of an hour, and the third represents minutes. To know the time, simply add them together with some mental arithmetic. It seems Mr. Liu has a deep knowledge of watches, Xiao Suiguang remarked suddenly, his tone warming. I also enjoy collecting watches, and I've gathered quite a few at home. If you ever get the chance, feel free to come by for a visit. Xiao Meng added, my uncle here is a true watch fanatic. He's got a whole house full of famous watches, even specially designed a golden safe door for theft prevention. I waved my hand modestly. It's only because of work that I use watches. I wouldn't dare say I have any particular expertise. People like Mr. Xiao are the true experts, I'm just living from paycheck to paycheck. Xiao Suiguang let out a hearty laugh, engaging us in conversation about his collection. The atmosphere felt much lighter and more relaxed than when he had first questioned me. Sheng Minou Yu arrived just as Xiao Suiguang was talking about his favorite watch. That's truly a fine piece. You must take a look when you have the chance. Spotting Sheng Minou Yu, Xiao Suiguang gestured him over eagerly, little Sheng, come over here. Let me introduce you to someone. This is Mimi's boyfriend, Lu Feng. Sheng Minou Yu smiled and extended his hand toward me, saying, congratulations. His hand was somewhat cold, while mine was a little damp. There was something uneasy about the sensation of our palms meeting. For some reason, though Sheng Minou Yu simply looked at me with normal eyes that weren't especially severe, I still felt as if his gaze cut into my skin like a blade. Clearly, it was a trap of my own creation. And now, seeing him step into it so smoothly, I couldn't help but feel flustered. Auntie-in-law, we're all members of the same club, Lu Feng actually. Well, Sheng Mister is our senior member too, Zheng Mimi quickly explained. Then that's really a coincidence, Xiao Suiguang chuckled, young people should play and communicate more often anyway. Little Sheng, you always take your work far too seriously. Remember to rest properly, or when you're my age, your body will suffer greatly. Surprisingly, Sheng Minou Yu didn't show any impatience with what could be called foolish common sense. He appeared to take the advice seriously, nodding lightly after hearing it, I understand. We exchanged a few casual remarks before Xiao Meng brought up Jinshan Law Firm's cooperation with mating on commercial secrets. Xiao Suiguang then dismissed Zheng Mimi and me to enjoy ourselves. Later on during the party, the 3 of them chatted animatedly. Xiao Suiguang even led Sheng Minou Yu and Xiao Meng around to toast with various guests, much like parents during the spring festival who encouraged their children to drink toasts everywhere. Although I wanted to spend some private time with Sheng Minou Yu, I never found the opportunity. After the charity auction and the group dance session, it neared 10 o'clock, and guests began leaving gradually. Zheng Mimi, yawning, was also ready to go. I glanced at Sheng Minou Yu, still chatting with Xiao Suiguang, telling Zheng Mimi to leave ahead. I haven't had enough food yet. You go back first. Zheng Mimi gave me a curious once-over, still eating? Sure, the meal is free, but junior disciple, do you have to eat until you explode? Do you not know the ultimate realm of eating a buffet? Enter leaning against the wall, leave leaning against the wall. Go ahead, I'll hail a cab later to go home myself. Zheng Mimi shrugged, giving up, and left alone. After waiting a short while longer, I saw Sheng Minou Yu shaking hands and hugging Xiao Suiguang warmly. As soon as he seemed about to leave, I quickly followed. On the long steps outside the conference center entrance, I caught up with Sheng Minou Yu from behind. Brother, what a coincidence, you haven't left yet. Did you drink tonight? Let me drive you. Sheng Minou Yu had already consumed a fair amount earlier, and his figure swayed slightly as he walked down the stairs. Upon hearing my voice, he stopped instantly, slowly turning back to look at me. Didn't you drink? I grinned foolishly and steadied him. No, I didn't. After listening to Zheng Mimi's words, I'd made up my mind to have this moment. Naturally, I wouldn't touch alcohol. He pulled out his car keys from his pocket, using his index finger to hook them and offer them to me, then it's a bother to you. I thought we would have some sort of standoff, but surprisingly, he was very agreeable today. As soon as we got into the car, Sheng Minou Yu rolled down the window slightly for ventilation, adjusted the seat recline lower, closed his eyes, and fell silent. I glanced at him, lowering the air conditioning fan speed, driving without another word, and dropped him off at his apartment building below. When it came time to see him into his home, I was stumped. You wait here for a moment. After resting in the car, all the alcohol seemed to have fully permeated Sheng Minou Yu's bloodstream, making him more drunk than before. As we walked, his entire weight almost pressed down on me, leaving me struggling under the burden, as if carrying a mountain that wouldn't respond no matter how I tried to wake him. Upon exiting the elevator, I attempted to use his hand to unlock the fingerprint lock, but several attempts proved incorrect. With no other options, I had to enter the password to unlock the door. Stumbling and staggering, I helped him into the bedroom without even turning on the light. I collapsed onto the floor, breathing heavily, utterly exhausted. The curtains were wide open, letting natural light from outside pour in. Shingmin Yu lay unaware on the mattress, his expression tranquil and peaceful. Except for slightly heavy breathing, he didn't appear anything like a drunken person. Sighing, it seemed any conversation would have to wait until tomorrow. To prevent him from sleeping uncomfortably, I took off his shoes and socks, loosened his tie, and undid all the buttons of his shirt. I gazed at his sleeping face for a while, touched his burning cheeks gently. Fearing he might wake up thirsty in the middle of the night, I rose to go to the kitchen and pour him a glass of water. Massaging my sore shoulders and neck, I moved toward the bedroom door. It was just steps away when an uneasy sensation prickled along my spine. Something felt off. This primal instinct for danger made me freeze immediately. Just as I was about to turn around, my vision blurred. By the time I reacted, a tie was already pressing against my tongue, forcing my mouth wide open. Instinctively, I reached for the object in my mouth, but lost my balance and was dragged backward into the bedroom, pulled by the reins, like a horse. Chapter 53, The Martyr. What's going on? I'm a bit bewildered, a bit at a loss, unable to make heads or tails of the sudden turn of events. Clearly, the situation doesn't allow me much time to think. I was thrown hard onto the mattress, lying face down with my back up. The tie in my mouth tightened even more, as if it wanted to split my face in two. In the chaos of my struggles, a broad and powerful hand grasped both my wrists together and raised them above my head, tightly holding them so I couldn't resist any further. The smell of alcohol hovered around my nose, saliva dampened the tie. With my upper body immobilized, as soon as my knees tried to prop myself up, there was a whooshing sound, and my waistband tightened and loosened, dropping down from my hips. Shit, these were my new pants, I'd only worn them once. If I could talk, I would have surely told him that he didn't need to bother. I'd strip myself and lie down cooperatively. There was no need for him to be like this. But I couldn't speak. Shingmin had blocked all my escape routes from the start, making what should have been consensual sex feel like rape. A hot human body silently pressed against my back. Throughout, he remained silent, biting my ear while gripping the 2 ounces of flesh below my waist, kneading it rather roughly. At first, I still had some strength to struggle, but after his touch, I couldn't hold on anymore. My head dived into the pillow, excitement coursing through my entire body and making it tremble. The first time at the club, I was only angry because I didn't know it was Shingmin messing with me. Back then, it was nothing but humiliation without any pleasure. But this time is different, I know it's him. It's him touching me, him biting me, and him giving me joy. Yearning day and night doesn't even begin to describe it, nor does longing capture its depth. My feelings toward him are a constant torment, an endless obsession. If he merely wiggled his fingers, I would never escape his grasp. If he smiled at me, I would do anything for him. Tightly biting on the object in my mouth, my body stiffened momentarily before erupting entirely under his hands. Damn! I cursed inwardly, my face heating up. Usually, I don't climax so fast, but with Shingmin, it's impossible to resist. Just a glance from him in everyday life makes it hard for me to control myself. His clothes, his handkerchief, everything about him serves as an aphrodisiac, driving me wild. My body went limp, every pore seemingly opening up, screaming with bliss. Panting heavily, my earlobe was suddenly bitten, the pain causing me to shiver. Does it hurt? He finally spoke, whispering near my ear. His breath flowed into my ear canal, ruffling my fine hairs and making me shiver again uncontrollably. Do you see? You're hard again, he continued, sounding drunk yet strangely awake. His voice was deeper than usual, his tone slower, but I couldn't see his face and thus couldn't judge his emotions. Do those people know how lewd you are? I froze, full of sweat, confused by the heavy air surrounding us. Who exactly was he talking about? Where did they come from? He was outright slandering me. If only he'd untie me, I'd show him just how lewd and lascivious I could be. Before the aftershocks of my orgasm had faded, Shingmin forced everything back into me that I had expelled. His long fingers weren't gentle, pushing in and out forcefully, leaving a trail of wetness between my legs. In the dim space, besides my indistinct moans which couldn't be contained, all we heard were the embarrassing sounds of water. Arching my neck backward, I arched my back, trembling, tightening around his fingers, coming again. This sensation was far too intense, almost unexpected. My brain felt empty, my body shaking lightly despite myself. Drool trickled from the corner of my mouth, mixing with sweat on my neck, making a complete mess. I had no strength left and was about to collapse when suddenly a hand gripped my waist, massaging the muscles on my side with unrelenting pressure. Pleasure mingled with pain as he touched sensitive spots. Instinctively, I tried to dodge, only to receive another brutal thrust. I instantly tensed every muscle in my body. That slight discomfort in my waist was nothing compared to this direct hit. It nearly drove my soul out of my body. Shingmin didn't wait for me to adjust. Like a pestle in a mortar, his purpose seemed to be destroying everything completely. I felt like I was on fire. My vision blurred, my body moving rhythmically forward and backward. Even with the tie gagging my mouth, I couldn't stop the groans escaping my throat. If Shingmin were to remove the tie now, I might scream loud enough to tear off his roof. In the wild throes of motion, my toes curled against the bedsheet. Unable to withstand his ferocious onslaught, I began twisting my waist to evade. This action displeased Xing Menu. The fingers pinching my waist tightened abruptly, and he growled in my ear, "Don't dodge." Then he bit the back of my neck. Fierce, merciless, just like a beast that has captured its prey, while the prey still breathes, it will bite down on the neck without letting go, only releasing its fangs when all signs of struggle have ceased and can enjoy the meal. I let out a pained cry, thoroughly overpowered and unable to move again. All my senses felt as if they had been awakened for this mating, with pain accompanying a tsunami-like pleasure that fiercely overwhelmed me. The force holding my hands at bay somehow loosened, then tightened around my waist, making our connection more deep and intimate. My 10 fingers suddenly clenched the sheet beneath me, bunching up and releasing the white fabric repeatedly. Oh God, am I gonna die on this bed? Dying from getting fucked would be too embarrassing. I couldn't face Wei Shi or anyone at my memorial service. In the underworld, I'd probably be one of those ghosts who can never hold their heads up. Xing Menu's hips moved as if powered by a motor, getting faster and faster, each thrust deeper and heavier, driving me to the brink of death and back. My energy is high, but not infinite. I couldn't take it anymore, so with one hand still tightly gripping the sheet, the other reached backward to push against his waist, hoping he'd slow down, tone it down. This was the first time I touched this part of him. It was tense from exertion, hard as a rock. He did pause briefly, giving me a short reprieve, but before I could rejoice, the next second he launched an even fiercer assault, pinning me hard under his hips. A tide surged toward me, overwhelming my reason, eradicating all useless thoughts. A warmth surged to my head, and in the next instant, my body quaked as I climbed to the peak. The thigh muscles contracted, pulling on the connected spot. Xing Menu groaned, releasing my neck, and I immediately felt warm fluid being injected inside me, which caused another involuntary shudder. Instead of pulling out right away, he stood up straight and paused for a moment, as if observing my reaction. I felt powerless, crushed both mentally and physically, even moving a finger felt exhausting. Suddenly, a large hand gently caressed my neck, running down like petting an obedient animal. He seemed to enjoy stroking my back this way, just like last time. Drenched in sweat, nearly breathless, yet my body was more sensitive than usual, reacting greatly to even the slightest touch. Yeah, no. The hand slid up from below and pressed on my neck. From behind, Xing Menu's voice came lazily, yet brooking no argument, no speaking. No random touching. No objection. With every sentence, he thrust in, becoming harder inside me. After mere minutes, he was at it again. Did he drink Viagra instead of alcohol? Even as I internally complained, I still obeyed his instructions, submissively accepting everything from him, letting him lead me once again into the mire of desire. We spent the night reveling, and it was incredibly satisfying. He acted like a starved beast devouring my body until there wasn't a bone left uneaten. Halfway through, I lost consciousness due to sheer exhaustion. When I woke up, I was alone on the mattress, and I was the only one in the house. Ever since my father passed away, I've had this indescribable premonition that Xing Menu was drifting farther away from me. This feeling wasn't strong at first, it was merely a vague notion, but when Xing Menu got accepted into university, it became startlingly clear. Getting into a prestigious school and joining the elite ranks should have been a happy event for most people. On the day Xing Menu received his acceptance letter, it was swelteringly hot, and I was sitting at home eating popsicles by the fan when the doorbell rang. Xing Menu went to open it. The delivery man congratulated him and asked him to sign for a package. As he walked back, he opened the parcel. I saw the name of the university on the envelope and jumped up, crowding near him. "Brother, you've gotten your admission letter." Xing Menu's face didn't show much joy. He gave it a cursory glance before putting it away and taking it into the room. When he came out again, it seemed like he'd already forgotten about it entirely, continuing to read on the sofa, letting the fan blow over his clothes. Someone unaware might think he failed his exams. So many people try desperately to get into the best universities in Qingwan. Being accepted feels like shouting your success across 100 towns. This should have been a cause for celebration, but he didn't seem happy about it. "Brother, are you unhappy?" Sucking on my popsicle, I leaned over and asked. "Why should I be happy?" Xing Menu didn't even look up, flipping a page of his book. The rotating fan stirred the papers, creating a soft rustling sound. I paused slightly, nibbling on my popsicle and thought for a moment before saying, "Because, you've been accepted to a university others only dream about. What does other people's dream have to do with me?" I was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling there was something off with what he said but couldn't find fault with it. At that very instant, the idea that Xing Menu is different from me, different from ordinary people, surfaced in my mind more clearly than ever. I began to reflect, realizing that Xing Menu seemed to have never been ecstatic about any event, nor had I ever seen him cry. As he grew older, it was as if there was always an invisible barrier between him and everyone else, and his emotions were increasingly hidden. He wasn't bad at socializing, nor was he someone who only buried himself in books. He just didn't get close to anyone. In his own words, other people's matters had nothing to do with him, and his own affairs did not need anyone else to interfere. Later, when he started living on campus during university, moving away from home, the physical distance gradually solidified the previously vague notion of possibly losing him. Before, I thought it was Xingmenu's incredible intelligence, his superior IQ that set him apart from us ordinary folks, which created this sense of distance. I worked hard to catch up with him, shortening the gap between us. If he pulled a mile ahead, I would shorten it by 9 feet 8 inches. If he didn't like me clinging to him, I insisted on sticking closer. If I couldn't stop him from drifting further away, then I would make myself the one closest to him. Later, I realized I might have been wrong. Just as how a person has 3 meals a day, flowers must bloom before they wither, rain must come with clouds. Being admitted to a good university and having an enviable job meant no more than an ordinary step necessary for life for Xingmenu. He carried out everything expected of a common man methodically, the world merely a backdrop to him, people no more than NPCs. He could discern right from wrong, but hardly generated too many emotional fluctuations. Like how he kept warning himself to stay away from me, once he set a goal, he wouldn't care about anything else, behaving like a stubborn martyr, strictly eliminating all obstacles without regard for my feelings. And when the decision, do not get close to me, caused deviation, he might not have been able to well explain why he had lost control. What brought joy to others, he may not necessarily feel happy about. What brought sadness to others, he may not necessarily feel sad about. On the contrary, what others wouldn't feel joy over, he might feel happy about. What others wouldn't feel anger over, he might feel anger about. He always appeared extremely cold because nothing could truly touch his heart. Yet he also seemed weary because this world felt too dull and foolish, failing to meet his expectations. He thought a painful life was meaningless and couldn't understand why some people would endure 9 parts bitterness for a mere taste of sweetness. He was in fact a thoroughgoing pessimist, perhaps without even realizing it himself. I woke up when it was almost 10. Though I wanted to stay in bed, the sunlight pouring in through the window was so intense that I couldn't continue sleeping. Xingmenu wasn't in the room. Since today was a workday, and given that he was a workaholic, I guessed he had gone to work. I had a vague sensation when he left, but my eyes were simply too heavy to open. My body felt sticky, somewhat uncomfortable. Scratching my head, I entered Xingmenu's bathroom to take a shower. After washing up, I wrapped myself in a towel and noticed a bottle of black perfume on the vanity. Spraying it into the air twice and taking a deep breath, it was different from the faintly wild woody aroma mixed with leather scent I had smelled before. The opening note had a tea-like fragrance and carried a hint of light lily of the valley. It was indeed a perfect match for Xingmenu, outwardly steady, elegant, impeccably dressed, yet privately, once he tightened his belt, his bite on your neck would be harsher than anyone else's. My pants from last night had already perished heroically, leaving me no choice but to grab a random pair from Xingmenu's wardrobe to change into. However, being taller than me, Xingmenu's size wasn't quite suitable, requiring me to roll up the trouser legs twice, instantly reducing the value of these pants. Dressed properly, I pocketed the evidently expensive perfume and stepped out of the bedroom. There, I saw the tightly locked door opposite again. Seizing this rare opportunity, I wanted to go inside for another look. Familiarity bred ease, entering the password smoothly. Just as I waited for the door to open, a sudden shrill alarm went off under my hand, startling me enough to nearly crouch down holding my head. I stared blankly at the lock, a sense of foreboding rising in my heart. I had 2 unread messages on my phone. One from Shen Shaoshi asking if I would go to the shop today. Another from Jing Mimi asking how my meal yesterday was. I replied to Shen Shaoshi that I'd go later, then sent a smiling emoji to Jing Mimi, telling her I ate plenty last night. After hailing a taxi, I first went to Xingmenu's company. The receptionist was ordering lunch and asked whether she should order for me too. No thanks, I'll be leaving soon. I smiled at her and headed straight for Xingmenu's office. When I entered, Xingmenu was on the phone by the window. He glanced at me briefly before looking away. You don't need to worry, I'll take care of everything. Xingmenu kept agreeing with whatever the person on the other end was saying. A few minutes later, as he was about to hang up, he said, "Take care of yourself, Mr. Xiao." Surname Xiao, and making his tone so respectful, could it be Xiao Sui Guang? Take care of himself. Xiao Sui Guang seemed perfectly fine yesterday, why did he suddenly need to take care of himself today? What is it? After hanging up, Xingmenu remained standing by the window without turning around, just lowering his head to fiddle with his phone as if editing a message to someone. Seeing his relaxed attitude, had last night's events all been nothing more than an absurd wet dream, if only my legs weren't still wobbly, I might have thought so. 10 years ago, when you invited me to the ruins, what exactly did you want me to see? As everything becomes clearer bit by bit, this one point still left lingering doubts in my mind. Xingmenu hesitated for a moment before continuing, didn't you already ask me that before? It was deliberate on my part to lead you to Qiyang and make the two of you fight. Everything has been meticulously planned out by me, these 10 years of misfortune have all been caused by me. That's wrong. I spoke firmly, you're lying. Xingmenu finally looked up, first sighing heavily toward the front in impatience, then turning his gaze to me. You sneaked into that locked room. Of course, he knew I had entered the locked room. Last night, he was probably pretending to be drunk to see whether I remembered the password or not. What was he up to now? Seeing who could perfect the 36 stratagems to the highest level. I coughed lightly, do you believe me if I say I didn't go in? Xingmenu shoved his phone into his pocket, hands in his pockets as he replied, that room is merely a personal warning. It cautions me to always play the role of a normal person and never let others notice any slip-ups. It doesn't represent anything significant. Even at this stage, despite the evidence staring us in the face, he was still unwilling to abandon his upheld, righteous path, attempting to argue with me logically to make me believe it was all an illusion. I didn't know whether I should get angry at his stubbornness or feel sorry for his obstinacy. Yeah, you're right. Keeping my letters was just for self-warning. I moved closer to him slowly. These 10 years, wandering outside the first detention center during visitation days, was because the air there was particularly good. Trading 10 years of freedom for 2 million yuan in compensation was simply because Xiao Suiguang admired you and insisted on giving it to you. Since he refused to admit it, I had no choice but to start revealing my trump cards. This was like him thinking my best card was only an ace, while I easily pulled out a bomb. He wasn't ready and got completely blindsided. Even a genius like him couldn't immediately find a new reasonable excuse in the blink of an eye. All of the above are indeed things a normal older brother would do for his younger brother. I stroked his neatly pressed tie, curling my fingers around it, but what happened last night is something a normal older brother wouldn't do to his younger brother. And what I'm about to do now isn't something a normal younger brother would do to his older brother either. Before I finished speaking, I yanked on his tie forcefully, bringing my lips to meet Xingmenu's. Our lips and teeth intertwined as he looked down, initially stiffening for a brief second, but when my tongue pushed through his lips, his resistance dissolved. He let me kiss him, neither resisting nor reciprocating. I teased his soft tongue gently for a while, seeing no response from him, so I went for his palate. This time he reacted, tightening his jaw slightly and biting me, not too hard, but enough to leave a mark. I groaned unhappily in pain, just as I was about to stick my fingers into his hair. Wu Yi's voice came booming from the doorway. Teacher, lunch is here. Timing could not have been worse. Still unsatisfied, I pulled back, while Xingmenu pushed me away and adjusted his tie back into place, then turned to look at the door. Wu Yi was holding 2 boxed lunches, dumbfounded at the door with one hand still raised in mid-knock. It seems I forgot to close the door when I came in earlier. Rubbing my nose awkwardly, I seized the chance to escape. Sorry, I'll leave first, eat well. Wu Yi stood there half-mouth open, looking utterly shocked and bewildered as if reality itself shattered before him. Walking past him, out of kindness, I enlightened him. By the way, my brother and I have no blood relation. Wu Yi stared blankly at me. What? I patted his shoulder as I walked out, feeling the perfume bottle in my pocket, and decided to backtrack. Big brother, I'm taking your perfume. Xingmenu had already sat behind his desk. Upon hearing this, he glanced at the perfume bottle in my hand and softly breathed out a single word. The same single word that used to irritate me. How come now it makes me feel elated instead? Am I really getting weaker-willed day by day? I pocketed the perfume and grinned. All right then. After walking a few steps, I turned back again. Oh, and by the way, Mimi Zhang and I were just putting on a show. Don't be mad, there's only you in my heart from start to finish. Without giving Wu Yi, who was nearly petrified, another glance, I blew Xingmenu a kiss and whistled my way out. Chapter 54, The Demon's Diary. Xingmimi called me, saying Xiao Suiguang wanted to see me. I was genuinely surprised. Xiao Suiguang and I had only met once, and we didn't talk much. Why would he want to see me? You made a good impression on him that day. He wants to invite you over for dinner at his house and also let you take a look at his collection, said Xingmimi. Actually, the person Xiao Suiguang wanted to see wasn't really me, but rather, Xingmimi's boyfriend. Lies always require more lies to cover them up, just like this. I'll help you one last time. After this, if your uncle asks about me again, just tell him I've broken up with you. Xingmimi repeatedly said she understood, then sent me the address and arranged a time. Ding-ling. I had just hung up the phone when a customer walked in. Welcome. Seeing that the visitor was only around 16 or 17 years old, I stopped my greeting and warned her instead, we don't do business with minors here, little girl. Pointing to a red slogan on the wall, a black-haired, bangs-capped young lady hesitated and quickly waved at me. Not. I'm looking for someone, I didn't come here to pawn anything. The girl, small-faced with big eyes and regular beautiful features, clearly of pure Han descent, spoke with a somewhat odd accent, much like a foreigner. Who are you looking for? There were only 3 people here, Lu Yu, me, and Shen Xiaoshi. Lu Yu had just glanced at her without any reaction, obviously not recognizing her. I hadn't seen this young girl either. The only one who might know her could be. I turned my gaze toward Shen Xiaoshi, making various guesses. Xiaoshi's current situation was tough as it was, his mother was still dealing with prison-related issues and he had loads of problems already. Not to mention, his matter with Wei Shi hadn't been clarified yet, and now there's another underage girl entering the picture. I really worried that he wouldn't be able to handle it all. What? What does this have to do with me? I don't know her. Shen Xiaoshi noticed me watching him and hastily distanced himself from any connection. Then asked the girl, so who exactly are you looking for? The girl's gaze swept around the room before stopping on my face. Tentatively grabbing the strap of the backpack slung over her shoulder, she approached me and asked, hello, are you Lu Feng? I am Han Ningyuan, Qi Yang's half-sister from the same mother. Upon hearing the 2 words, Qi Yang, my expression immediately tightened. I had once pondered what would happen if I met Qi Yang's family on the street, but I never thought that they would actually come find me. It wasn't appropriate to talk inside the store. Under the inquiring looks of Lu Yu and Shen Xiaoshi, I accompanied Han Yingyuan out and headed to a nearby tea restaurant. Sorry for reaching out suddenly. The girl placed the small black backpack on her knees and hugged it. My parents remarried each other, which is why there's such an age gap between me and my brother. Not long after that incident, my parents divorced, and I went abroad with my father to live. It's been a long time since I've returned to China, and I'm back this time to handle my mom's funeral. Hearing this shocked me. Your mom, she. The girl looked down, unable to conceal her grief. She passed away in a car accident a month ago. Although Qi Yang was mentally ill, his family members were innocent. An untimely death was certainly regrettable. My condolences. But even so, I really couldn't figure out why the girl had come to find me. I had settled accounts with their family 10 years ago. Han Yingyuan tightly pressed her lips together, as though having difficulty speaking and unsure where to start. At this moment, the waiter arrived with our drinks. The glass filled with cold condensation water was firmly held by both her hands, as though it provided warmth like a heating pad, allowing her to gain the courage to speak. In fact, I probably shouldn't bother you. However, I found something among my mom's belongings. After seeing it, I just couldn't convince myself that nothing happened. She opened the zipper of her backpack, took out an aged green hardcover notebook, and carefully placed it on the table, pushing it towards me. Confused, I took it and curiously opened it. The pages were densely filled with scribbled writing, its format unmistakably that of a diary. And as I read further, my heart grew increasingly alarmed. This wasn't anyone else's diary, this was Qi Yang's. Turning the page, I glanced at Han Yingyuan. She lowered her gaze, seemingly too afraid to meet mine. I found this at the very bottom of a box filled with clothes that belonged to my mom. My relationship with my brother was never close. I was only 6 years old when he passed away, and I didn't know him very well. When I saw this diary, I thought it would be a good way to understand him better. But I didn't expect. She clutched the glass even tighter, her body trembling slightly. This diary is literally a demon's diary. As I continued reading, I gradually understood why she had described it that way. It was clear Qi Yang was indeed a psychopath. In the diary, he made no attempt to conceal his depravity, killing a stray dog one day, torturing a stray cat the next, meticulously documenting their suffering as if savoring wine, detailing every scream and reaction. He found joy in it and showed no remorse. Suddenly, I had a premonition that perhaps in Qi Yang's diary I would find the missing pieces of the puzzle that Sung Minou refused to tell me. I quickly flipped through the pages. 10 years ago, Sung Minou was in her second year of college, having been classmates with Qi Yang for 2 years. This was the end of everything. To understand the beginning, I needed to find their first encounter. Roughly flipping through Qi Yang's diary, I came across Sung Minou's name for the first time on the page about the freshman orientation. Qi Yang and Sung Minou had initially been roommates. From the very first day and glance, Qi Yang irrationally believed they were kindred spirits, destined to be together. For others, it might have been love at first sight, but for him, it was more like death at first sight. Balderdash. I couldn't help but grit my teeth and curse aloud, then realized it was inappropriate with a minor sitting across from me, who also happened to be the sister of the person I cursed. I'm sorry, I apologized to Han Yingyuan. I lost control for a moment. It's fine, she said while sipping her bubble tea, gently shaking her head. I continued reading, growing increasingly furious until my whole body trembled and I felt consumed by rage. Now I understood why Sung Minou wouldn't stay in her dormitory but rented a place outside. She had simply endured Qi Yang's harassment long enough. Qi Yang stalked her, sent her all sorts of explicit messages, forbade her from associating with others, and even sent her grotesque gifts drenched in blood. An ordinary person would have gone mad long before, yet Sung Minou endured this harassment for 2 years. He remained indifferent all this time. I thought I could never sway him. But today, I suddenly discovered that he has a younger brother. Just seeing the word referring to myself made me feel an icy chill creep up my spine, and goosebumps rose along my neck. Would he still remain so calm if I slit open his cute little brother's belly and placed it right in front of him? I cut my abdomen open to seek him out, kneeling before him as I promised he could do anything to me. He rejected me again, saying I didn't understand him. I don't understand him. No one in this world understands him better than I do. I told Sung Minou that her younger brother and I both wanted to monopolize her, kiss her, and make her eyes only see us. The look in Sung Minou's eyes was terrifying, ha 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 ha. I skimmed through the diary at lightning speed, the handwriting already messy became harder to recognize as the entries progressed. Every stroke of the pen was forceful and crazed. Finally, I reached the last few entries in the diary. Both content and handwriting were so suffocating. I secretly installed a listening device in Sung Minou's room and synchronized her phone messages. She invited me to the ruins, planning to kill me, while inviting her younger brother there to meet her for the last time. Her plans are known to me, but I won't let her get what she wants. She says I don't understand her. If I didn't, how could I have comprehended her thoughts so thoroughly? Dying by her hands would be good, but dying by her younger brother's hands would be even better. I want her to remember me forever. Neither of us belongs to this world. While I am about to be freed, how much longer must she endure torment? I stared blankly at the last entry of Qi Yang's diary. Despite the cold air conditioning in the shop, sweat started trickling down from my hairline. 10 years ago, I knew Qi Yang's words couldn't be trusted, but I never expected everything, including his death, was part of his elaborate plan. Dumbfounded, I looked up at Han Ningyuan and pointed at the diary. What does this mean? Did Qi Yang deliberately arrange for me to kill him back then? Han Ningyuan bit her lip and whispered, judging by the diary, it seems so. I was young back then and don't remember much, but I once heard my father mention that Qi Yang's biological father's side had a history of hereditary mental illness. I had always called Qi Yang a psychopath, but now it turned out he really was one. I closed the diary mockingly and pushed it back to her. What is the point of showing me his will now? Han Ningyuan was startled. I just felt that I should find you and tell you the truth. You don't need to feel guilty about this your entire life. I interrupted her, I've never regretted it. Killing him, I've never felt any remorse. I only regret not acting sooner, otherwise, Sung Min-you wouldn't have suffered for 2 years. Han Ningyuan seemed shocked and flinched. Yes, I'm sorry. I pulled out my wallet and threw a bill on the table. This has nothing to do with you. Thank you for telling me the truth. I stood up to leave. Halfway through I remembered there was still a question unanswered, so I turned back and asked her. By the way, do you know how much the compensation money was that your family received 10 years ago? The girl's face immediately flushed red. It seemed to be 2 million yuan. I'm sorry, we shouldn't have taken that money. It really was 2 million yuan. I closed my eyes for a moment, not saying anything further, then turned and left. After reading Qi Yang's diary, everything that hadn't previously fit together fell into place. Qi Yang was truly cunning. He managed to entangle both Sung Min-you and me in his plans with his death. But what did it mean when Sung Min-you said she had invited me to the ruins for our last meeting? Was it merely Qi Yang's exaggeration, or was this the truth? Facing the scorching wind outside, my limbs felt icy cold. A possibility I'd never considered was suddenly thrust before me. It wasn't me who was supposed to mutually kill Qi Yang and end up dead together. The fear Sung Min-you wanted me to experience wasn't Qi Yang's death. You won't come near the abyss once you've truly faced your fears. In his view, he was my abyss. Only after his disappearance could I return to normal. He intended to use an almost brutal method to create trauma, making me remember never to get close to people like him again. I clutched my chest and sat down on a flower bed by the roadside, feeling as if I were about to be crushed by the weight of this cruel truth, unable to even catch my breath. He never cared about my feelings or considered how his actions would affect me. This world was uninteresting to him, and he was tired of pretending to be a normal person. He desired freedom but intended to leave me in hell. Chapter 55, My Heart's Desire. I stayed calm for several days and didn't go looking for Xing Minu. I even went so far as to change his name in my phone contacts to Don't Touch. The truth was indeed unexpected, but I wasn't really angry. I just needed some time to digest the matter. Besides, no matter what Xing Minu had intended to do years ago, things have now changed. What use would it be for me to stay mad alone? Xing Minu didn't bat an eyelash even after being uncovered by me. And more accurately speaking, I wasn't angry, I was afraid. I knew that this world wasn't very important to him. The common people in this world weren't particularly special to him either. If he thought it necessary, he could leave everything behind without hesitation. He had no fear of death and naturally wouldn't feel remorse for those left behind. Nor would he think about what the world meant to me without him. People always show extraordinary perseverance in pursuit of a little sweetness in life, and Xing Minu was that bit of sweetness for me. With him, I could endure even the toughest times, climb out of hell if I must, but if I were to lose him too, this world would mean nothing to me, utter bitterness, neither important nor special anymore. A world so bitter, how could one not be afraid? Several days later on Saturday, it was Xiao Suiguang's day to host guests. Zheng Mimi told me to dress casually, since it was just a family gathering. So, I simply wore a t-shirt and jeans and headed there. She waited at the main gate for us to enter together and carefully prepared a bottle of red wine as a gift. I knocked on the Xiao household door holding the bottle of red wine. Led by the butler through the doors, we entered a cozy yet warm reception room. Before I could stifle any compliment on the decoration style, I saw Xing Minu sitting on the leather sofa inside. My smile froze instantly as I turned to Zheng Mimi beside me and sarcastically questioned why she hadn't told me Xing Minu would also be here. Zheng Mimi was even more surprised, whispering in a voice only the two of us could hear, I didn't know, Uncle also didn't tell me he'd be here. At that moment, Zheng Mimi still had her arm linked with mine, and the closeness between us made it look like a lover's intimate whisper to others. Truly in the honeymoon phase, walking and already having something to say to each other, afraid others don't know how loving you are, Xiao Suiguang waved us over. Xing Minu sat on the sofa, seemingly idly chatting with Xiao Suiguang before we entered, appearing quite relaxed. His hand supported his forehead, elbow resting on the armrest, while the other hand held a glass of whiskey filled with ice balls. Hearing the commotion, his gaze moved towards the door where Xiao Suiguang was joking around. He briefly scanned over me and Zheng Mimi, then his eyes settled on our entwined arms. Young people always have endless things to talk about. He directly looked at me and exchanged a glance with me, saying with a faint smile, understandable. I immediately pulled my hand away from Zheng Mimi, stammering, sorry, Mr. Sheng, my mistake. Sheng Minu didn't respond, but the smile on Xiao Suiguang's face deepened, stabbing me once again. Feeling shy. If this were a wuxia movie, I'd probably spit out a liter of blood right now. Zheng Mimi quickly sat next to him, pretending to be embarrassed. All right uncle, stop teasing us. By the way, where's cousin? Haven't seen her anywhere. Don't mention her, came back drunk last night, and left early in the morning again. Xiao Suiguang sighed non-stop when talking about his only daughter. I silently sat beside Sheng Minu but dared not get too close, leaving about half an arm's length distance between us. In the subsequent conversation, he didn't even glance at me, completely ignoring me throughout while engaging only with Xiao Suiguang and Zheng Mimi, treating me as though I were air. I felt restless as if sitting on needles, attempting to sneak closer multiple times to make some subtle gestures, but I was scared the other two might notice, nearly fidgeting uncontrollably. Was fate just playing with me? Every time, whether same-sex or opposite-sex scenarios, scenes that appeared suggestive but were perfectly innocent always seemed to fall under Sheng Minu's watchful eye. First Mo Chiu, then Shen Xiaoshi, and now Zheng Mimi. This soulless chat tormented me. About half an hour later, a servant announced that dinner was ready, so we moved to the dining room. Excuse me, I need to visit the restroom. Sheng Minu glanced at me as if subtly signaling, and walked off. I need to go too. Seizing the chance, I followed him, twisting and turning along a secluded corridor until reaching a rather isolated restroom. As soon as he entered, I quickly followed and locked the door from the inside. Brother, listen to me. I struck first, embracing him tightly from behind, pressing my cheek against his back, cooing, there's nothing going on between Zheng Mimi and me. You're in my heart, always you. I'm drenched in your scent, can't you smell it? Ever since I got Sheng Minu's perfume, I've been using it every day, spraying it on my wardrobe, my bed, and even more on myself. It's none of my business, let go. Sheng Minu stopped moving, but his voice was icy cold. The last time he smiled at me and congratulated me that night, my mouth was blocked by a tie, almost dying in bed. If I believed him this time and thought there was really nothing between us, I'd be a fool. My liver, my treasure, my dear brother, I only love you for my whole life. Zheng Mimi is just a fling, I promised to pretend to be her boyfriend one last time, and I can't break my word. I didn't feel the least bit embarrassed, instead maxing out my skill of sweet talk, my heart has always been yours. Don't believe me? Feel free to check. I moved in front of him, pulling his hand to press against my chest. Sheng Minu furrowed his brows and suddenly pulled back his arm when my fingertips touched the hem of his shirt. I said, it's none of my business. He walked past me, went to the sink, leaned down slightly, and carefully applied soap all over his hands as if he were about to perform surgery. He really did come here to wash his hands. I sighed lightly inside, crossed my arms, leaned against the wall, and watched him. Brother, these few days I haven't bothered you or called you non-stop. Do you miss me? He turned on the tap and thoroughly rinsed off the foam from his hands, then picked up a nearby wet towel to dry himself. What do you think? I think you do. He looked at me through the mirror, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips, though he didn't say anything harsh. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, an impulse struck me, and I asked, brother, if I die one day, will you be sad for me? After asking, I immediately felt melodramatic, struggling to seek an obvious answer. I lowered my eyes, laughing bitterly at myself, never mind, no need to answer. Sheng Minu wiped past me towards the door, stirring a slight breeze. His voice came from behind me. If you're not getting on, let's go back and don't keep Mr. Xiao waiting. All right. I drawled, lazily responding to him, and dragged my feet out of the door without much energy. When Sheng Minu and I returned to the dining room, we found another person had joined us at the table. Xiao Meng had arrived. Sorry, it's short this time. I'll try to write more tomorrow. Chapter 56, Is the Sincerity Enough? Everyone's here, let's start the feast then. Xiao Suiguang raised his wine glass and made a toast to everyone. At the rectangular table, Xiao Suiguang sat in the south position. The rest of us sat as follows, me and Zheng Mimi on one side, Xing Minouyu and Xiao Meng on the other. Dishes were served one by one, and topics were changed one after another. Since it was more like a family dinner, the conversation wasn't so limited. We talked about all sorts of things from all over the world, current affairs and news, wherever our thoughts led us. Zheng Mimi even provided 2 celebrity gossips, which made Xiao Suiguang laugh heartily. By the way, little Sheng, how's your recent case going? I heard from someone that the deceased man was a violent maniac with a habit of beating his wife. As the chat continued, Xiao Suiguang brought up Shen Xiaoshi's mother's case. How can a man beat his wife? Well, now he has been beaten to death by his wife, he truly deserves it. Sheng Minouyu paused his knife and fork without saying much, the case is still under trial, but it should be concluded soon. Xiao Suiguang nodded and suddenly turned to me, earnestly saying, Young Lu, remember, a man must never beat a woman. A woman is meant to be indulged, loved, respected. After you get married, your wife will be the most important person. Understand? I was startled, and before I could answer, Zheng Mimi, sitting beside me, quickly replied, a woman cannot randomly beat a man either. Misuse of violence is always wrong. Furthermore, marriage is mutual respect, we are all born equal, there shouldn't be a hierarchy of who is primary or secondary. Xiao Suiguang laughed amusingly, you girl, I'm helping you speak, why do you counter me? Seeing Xingminou Yu quietly eating opposite me, showing absolutely no interest in participating, my worries grew deeper inside. He is too good at pretending. Things may not always be as they seem, even though everything looks fine, his mind might already be boiling with resentment just waiting for the right moment when I accidentally step into his minefield, causing trouble again. Seeing his attitude of being indifferent to this matter, I decided to provoke him subtly, stretching my foot out secretly under the table to mimic those illicit lovers in movies, privately making advances in broad daylight. My foot gently touched his calf, slowly rubbing upward while I observed Xingminou Yu's expressions. His movement of drinking soup paused momentarily, the spoon with the soup trembled slightly, spilling a bit of the liquid. Stirring my own cream soup, I tried hard to suppress my amused smile from drawing others' attention. My hidden actions under the table, however, became increasingly unrestrained. At first, Uncle didn't want to let Xing leave. If you had forcibly kept him, Qingwan would now be missing a top lawyer. Although meting is great, isn't it better to be one's own boss? Though Xiao Meng was smiling on the surface, I felt his words were double-edged and carried some ill intentions beneath their seemingly friendly veneer. Perhaps due to his shrewd appearance and his narrow eyes squinting constantly, giving off the impression that he was scheming something all the time. Jing Mimi seemed to have similar feelings. Upon hearing this, she whispered softly, of course, you'll say it's good. She said it very lightly, and Xiao Suiguang did not hear it. However, both I and Xiao Meng sitting across her caught some part of it. Xiao Meng's eyes flashed a cold gleam, seemingly angered, but he restrained himself considering Xiao Suiguang was present. To put it straightforwardly, I am absolutely not exaggerating. In terms of hiding feelings and intentions, Xiao Meng is indeed inferior to Xingminou Yu. No matter how foolish his clients, Xingminou Yu could calmly deal with them while managing to keep any sign of anger hidden. His manners might not be impeccable, but he absolutely wouldn't let anyone see through his emotions. He's used to suppression and pretense. Those unfamiliar with him would never figure out what deep and unfathomable thoughts lie beneath his gentlemanly facade. And even if you know him well like me, where our relationship has zero distance, his real thoughts are still sometimes unclear to me. It's often said that being close to a monarch is akin to being near a tiger. I'd say being around Xingminou Yu is just like staying next to a crocodile. Usually, he appears as a lifeless sculpture, harmless. But once you lower your guard and get closer, he will unexpectedly bite you so hard that you can't take care of yourself anymore, incredibly stimulating. Meting is wonderful. Just too wonderful. There are many outstanding talents there. Even without me, it makes no difference, and my role within it is tiny. Given this, it's better for me to shift to an area that suits me more, serving more people who need my help. This is also what Mr. Xiao has always taught me, stay true to the original intention. Xingminou Yu's words were elegant and he flattered Xiao Suiguang along the way, making Xiao Suiguang grin happily, whereas Xiao Meng's complexion deteriorated further. Xingminou Yu put down his spoon, stopped eating, and took a napkin by his side to wipe his mouth, saying, I recently received several public welfare cases, one of which involved meting in a medical dispute, related to a new type of anti-allergic drug. At the time, I declined it. I wonder how this case turned out. Under the table, he shifted his foot slightly as if trying to avoid my disturbance. Is there such a thing? Xiao Suiguang frowned. Xiao Meng, you're in charge of drug development. Do you know anything about this? Xiao Meng's expression changed slightly, showing a hint of tension. It's fine, uncle. I've already resolved it. They're just some penniless lunatics obsessed with money, they don't pose any real threat. Seeing his confident tone, Xiao Suiguang felt somewhat relieved but his frown didn't completely dissipate. With earnest advice, he said, a company's reputation is very important. Lately, I haven't been feeling well, so you should pay more attention to the company side. MOU seems unwilling to strive for improvement, so as a member of the Xiao family, you must take on more responsibilities. These words were filled with heavy implications. Upon hearing them, Xiao Meng immediately beamed with joy, the excitement in his eyes impossible to conceal. Definitely, uncle. Ah. Just at that moment, I let out a sudden loud cry, drawing everyone's attention. Jing Mimi looked at me questioningly, what's wrong? Did you bite your tongue? I gave a casual glance around, not at all resembling someone who had just stepped on my foot under the table moments ago, and chuckled while pretending everything was okay. I accidentally bit down a little too hard. Sorry, I startled everyone. Xingminou Yu sipped a little of the red wine from his glass, appearing detached, and casually said without much sincerity, then do be careful, Mr. Liu. Teasing the tail of the crocodile truly is stimulating, but it also truly hurts. After dinner, Xiao Suiguang led us to see his collection. I must say, it was indeed impressive. The richness of the items made it feel like we were in a high-end watch boutique. Many were custom designs not available on the market, giving me a real eye-opener. After guiding us through the tour, Xiao Suiguang apologized to me, saying he needed to have a discussion with Xingminou Yu and left Xiao Meng to entertain us. He then entered the study with Xingminou Yu. Xiao Meng happily agreed, but afterward continuously got distracted, glancing toward the direction of the study every few minutes as if eager to develop X-ray vision and look through the door to see what the two of them were doing inside. Jing Mimi noticed all this and busily typed on her phone, sending long messages to someone, likely complaining about the situation. For an hour, I awkwardly engaged in small talk with Xiao Meng, unsure of what more to discuss when suddenly the study door opened and Xing Minouyu walked out. He slowly descended the stairs and said to Xiao Meng and Jing Mimi, "Mr. Xiao asks both of you to go up." Without hesitation, Xiao Meng turned and headed upstairs without looking back. Jing Mimi, surprised, pointed at herself incredulously, "Am I included as well?" Since it was getting late and Xing Minouyu already seemed ready to leave with his coat draped over his arm, I told Jing Mimi, "You go ahead and represent my farewell greetings to Mr. Xiao on my behalf, and tell him I'm leaving first. Thank him for today's hospitality. Under normal circumstances, I should personally convey these things, but first, they are having a private family conversation, and as a fake boyfriend, I shouldn't get involved. Secondly, if I went up and came back down, there's no guarantee Xing Minouyu wouldn't already be gone, making it less worthwhile." Jing Mimi said, "Alright, do you want me to arrange someone to send you home?" "No need," I quickly responded, glancing at Xing Minouyu who was already heading out. "I'll take Mr. Xing's car home." Saying this, I didn't wait for Jing Mimi to add anything else and chased after Xing Minouyu. Walking out the front door, I caught up a few steps beside Xing Minouyu and shamelessly suggested, "Brother, I didn't drink today. Let me drive you back." Without even looking at me, he tossed the car keys in my direction. I skillfully caught them, feeling quite pleased by his cooperative attitude. As long as one has thick enough skin, there isn't much that can't be achieved. Sitting in the car and buckling the seatbelt, just as I started driving, Xing Minouyu suddenly spoke, "Xiao Suiguang won't last much longer." I slammed the brakes abruptly, shocked and looked at him. "Ah." Xiao Suiguang mentioned earlier during the meal that he wasn't feeling well, but I thought it was just a minor issue like a headache or fever, never imagining he was nearing his end. Xing Minouyu furrowed his brows, clearly discomforted by my sudden break. "If you dare brake like that again, I'll kick you out." I shrank back, lightly pressing on the gas pedal with unprecedented gentleness. "What happened to Mr. Xiao? He seemed pretty healthy, hasn't he fallen ill?" I steered back to the topic after we drove out of the Xiao mansion. "Cancer." Xing Minouyu was direct as always, revealing the information in just 2 succinct words. Recalling the phone call Xing Minouyu answered earlier, it seemed he'd known about Xiao Suiguang's condition for some time now, though I wasn't sure how related today's private study conversation was to this matter. "So, Mr. Xiao asked you here today, to write a will. It makes sense now." Perhaps Xiao Meng sensed something, explaining his recent urgency. However, from the behaviors of Xiao Mo and Jing Mimi, they seemed unaware of Xiao Suiguang's condition, suggesting he didn't disclose it to everyone. Such a pity, Mr. Xiao isn't even 60 yet, right at the peak age where he could still accomplish much. I remarked wistfully. Life eventually leads to its final step, some people reach it earlier, others later, it's nothing worthy of sympathy or regret, he replied dispassionately. The road was bustling with a constant flow of vehicles, and the tall buildings on either side were brightly lit, creating a scene of lively prosperity. Yet, with Xing Minouyu's words playing as background noise, it unexpectedly evoked an air of desolation. It felt like his words about Xiao Suiguang were actually directed toward me. He was responding to my earlier question in the restroom, would he feel sad if I suddenly died? From what he said, the gist was, everyone dies eventually, even if I pass away a little sooner, there's nothing much to lament about it. Ah, that fits his cold-hearted image perfectly. Things shouldn't be viewed this way. Death is inevitable, but beyond timing, there's also the weight of it, lighter than a sparrow's feather or heavier than Mount Tai. I tightened my grip on the steering wheel and continued, if one doesn't die naturally at old age, their family and friends are likely to feel regretful. So sometimes, the one who passes isn't the most sorrowful, the person left behind carrying forward the memories might suffer the most. Not everyone can accept death that happens unexpectedly. Some may react excessively. Though over a decade has passed, he may not have those thoughts anymore, but I still felt it necessary to explain how normal people view death. Xing Minouyu remained silent for a long time without replying, and the car fell quiet. A red light appeared ahead, and I gently pressed the brakes. Take Mr. Xiao now, he's dying too. The son wishes to support his parents but the parents aren't around to be supported anymore. Xiao Imo must be very heartbroken right now. Is she? Xing Minouyu's tone was filled with doubt. I choked a bit, wondering if I had picked the wrong example. I hurriedly provided another one, Shen Xiaoshi. If Shen Xiaoshi were to meet an unexpected accident, I'm just saying hypothetically, I'd definitely grieve deeply. Even Wu Yi, if he were to die young, while I wouldn't say I'd be utterly heartbroken, I'd still feel some sorrow. That's empathy. Xiaoshi, Wu Yi, I'm sorry, brother owes you both apologies. You're pretty emotionally rich and sensitive. Xing Minouyu leaned forward and turned on the car stereo system. Next moment, stirring symphonic music poured out from the speakers. Amidst the melody, he said this as he leaned back against the chair. I instinctively felt something off about his words, wanting to argue more with him, but the music was too loud and the cars ahead began moving again, so I gave up. For the rest of the ride, Shing Minouyu didn't speak anymore, leaning his seat down slightly, looking as if he rested his face aside. Actually, the thing I wanted to say to him the most, I never voiced it. If you dare to die in front of me, I'll let hatred due to love make you see how extreme my reactions could be, making sure you don't rest in peace even after death. Under the cover of the music, I whispered softly, audible only to myself. Upon reaching his apartment building, I parked the car well. I was just about to call him when I noticed he had already opened his eyes, unclear whether he had been sleeping or not. After getting out of the car and returning the keys, he walked upstairs silently. I sneered and grabbed his hand from behind. Got nothing to say? He turned around, frowned at me, and muttered, thanks. I quickly leaned forward, planting a heavy kiss on his lips. To show gratitude requires sincerity, Mr. Lawyer. He stood there, glancing coldly at my hand grabbing his, neither mad nor showing evident happiness. I let go instantly. Don't give me that look. As soon as my fingertips left his sleeve, Shing Minouyu suddenly turned and re-grabbed my hand, pulling me close to him. I widened my eyes, my mind going blank, my heartbeat accelerating almost to burst out of my chest. His hand tightly held my neck as he bent down and kissed my lips, his tongue pushing past my teeth in a deep and domineering kiss. But before I could respond, it was all over. He pulled back, maintaining a safe distance. Enough sincerity for you? He asked. I swallowed, dumbfoundedly staring at him. Just then, instead of a kiss, it felt more like a savage animal tasting its long-stored delicacy. When he bit my tongue, I thought I might get eaten from my tongue onward. He saw my foolish expression, amusement flickering in his eyes, enjoying his regained advantage. Without waiting for my reply, he turned and went upstairs. I stared at his disappearing figure through the glass door, reacting late, using my fingertips to wipe the wetness at the corner of my lips. My legs buckled and I squatted down. Damn. Given we're adults, no acts could be considered too outrageous, and it wasn't our first kiss, yet I reacted like a naive teenager, cheeks flushed from Shing Minouyu's single kiss, unable to control myself. Chapter 57, A Classic Jerk. Big Brother. As Shen Xiaoshi and I entered the court and were about to head to the courtroom, we heard a shout from not far away. Shen Xiaoshi seemed to recognize the voice, his body froze momentarily as he looked towards the source of the sound. A boy with a round face came panting heavily, timidly glanced at Shen Xiaoshi once, then finally said with reddened eyes, "Brother, I'm sorry." He tried to grab Shen Xiaoshi's hand, but Shen Xiaoshi stepped back to avoid him, leaving an injured look on the boy's face. Shen Xiaoshi watched him emotionlessly. "The person you should say, I'm sorry, to isn't me. You don't owe me anything." Tang Zhuo immediately turned pale, speechless for a moment. Complicated emotions surged in Shen Xiaoshi's eyes as if he was about to say something more. But I noticed the Tang family coming over aggressively from afar, fearing there would be a conflict, so I hurriedly pulled his sleeve. After glancing at that dense group of people, Shen Xiaoshi sighed and said to me, "Brother Feng, let's go." Then, without acknowledging Tang Zhuo further, he left straight away. On the way, I looked back. The boy stood alone in place, still looking at Shen Xiaoshi, appearing particularly dispirited. During this trial, Shing Minouyu summoned Dr. Su Weibo from the mental health center as the defense expert witness, aiming to prove Shen Xiaoshi's mother had been severely depressed due to long-term domestic violence, and her mental state was extremely unstable. In response, the prosecution was well prepared, doubting the doctor's professionalism via cross-examination, attempting to convince the jury and judge that his assessment of Yao Jing's mental state was unreliable. The prosecutor displayed a pile of documents to everyone. Dr. Su has received consistently high complaints in the past 5 years at the health center. Many patients claim their conditions did not improve under his treatment as he promised. It seems Dr. Su has a habit of exaggerating his statements to emphasize his authority. Being questioned like this in front of such a large crowd, Dr. Su's face turned pale, his lips trembling with anger. "This is slander." Shing Minouyu made a calming gesture to Dr. Su while standing up to nod toward the judge. Dr. Su is not testifying as a witness for the first time. No one has ever doubted his professionalism before. If the prosecution doesn't trust Dr. Su, we can use the doctor they designated. It doesn't matter since a clear conscience fears no rumors. Mrs. Yao's mental condition won't change due to the doctor. The judge turned to the prosecutor, furrowing his brows. "Prosecution, do you need to replace the designated doctor? Let me remind you, when the defense submitted the identification application, you didn't raise any special requirements regarding the doctor selection. Previously, Shen Xiaoshi mentioned to me that because the case attracted widespread attention, the judge didn't want any unnecessary complications and hoped to reach a verdict soon. Hence, he disliked unnecessary delays." Caught off guard by Shing Minouyu's hard stance, the prosecutor appeared weak under the judge's stern gaze. "No, Your Honor," he sat down reluctantly. Afterward, the prosecution called upon Tang Jipeng's colleagues and neighbors. Both praised Tang Jipeng greatly, saying it was hard to believe he could be violent, describing him as honest and friendly to people. Shen Xiaoshi clenched his lips tightly, boiling with anger in his eyes. If this weren't a court, I suspect he would have stood up right away, shouted at them, asking whether they were blind. Halfway through the trial, I suddenly received a call from Yi Dazhuang. After taking a glance at the serious atmosphere in the court, I rejected the call and was just about to send him a text message saying I wasn't free to take the call, when my phone vibrated again. His persistence suggested it might be urgent. Fearing some life-or-death situation had occurred, I had to run out of the court to answer the call. What's up? Xiao Shi's mom is undergoing her trial right now. Dazhuang sounded as if he was moving, slightly short of breath. Brother Feng, I send you something. Once you receive, make sure to keep it safe. I'll come to get it in a few days. You sent me something? I was utterly confused. Did you fill in the wrong shipping address? Well, sort of. Make sure you keep it safe for me, brother. I'll treat you to dinner later. With repeated reminders, he hung up hastily. I stared at the home screen of my phone, feeling inexplicably strange. Just receiving the wrong item, does it warrant such urgency? One might even think he sent me a huge sum of money or something. Sliding quietly back to the audience seats, I found the prosecution calling Tang Zhua to testify again. Little Fatty stood in the witness stand for the second time, seemingly more nervous and uneasy compared to the first time, likely due to the larger crowd. The prosecutor's questions were much the same as before, with little variation, but when asked if he personally witnessed his father's violent behavior towards his mother, Tang Zhua fell silent this time. The boy cast his eyes downward, gazing at the floor as if something there captivated his attention, drawing him into thought. The prosecutor frowned and asked again, Tang Zhua, have you personally witnessed your father being violent to your mother? Silence filled the courtroom, even the journalists stopped typing. The only sound came from the faint hum of the air conditioner overhead. Amidst this quietness, the boy slowly lifted his head. Yes, he said clearly and firmly. A murmur swept through the crowd as media personnel exchanged glances and rapidly typed on their keyboards. The prosecutor momentarily froze, even questioning his own hearing. What? Tang Zhua swallowed and spoke louder. Yes, I have seen it. On my birthday, my father grabbed my mother's hair and slammed her against the wall, punching and kicking her. I tried to intervene but he shoved me into a room and locked the door so I couldn't go out. His behavior outside and inside the house is completely different. He was good to me, but he wasn't a good husband. Yao Jing's face showed a flicker of blankness before she became visibly emotional, leaning slightly towards Tang Zhua with tears in her eyes. Tang Zhua's unexpected change in testimony caught the prosecutor off guard, who hastily requested him to be listed as an adverse witness, and the judge agreed. Did you feel pressured by your mother's side? The prosecutor implied something as he looked toward the public gallery. That's not what you said last time. Tang Zhua trembled and mumbled, I lied last time. Xing Menu stood up in objection, opposing the prosecutor's baseless malicious conjecture. It appears now that the inconsistency in the witness's two testimonies suggests more pressure was applied by the prosecution during the first trial. With a smirk playing on his lips, though sounding polite, he delivered sharp criticism. I wonder if the prosecution exerted undue pressure on a minor just to secure a quick conviction. The prosecutor's face reddened under the direct accusation, angrily snapping back, that is also a malicious conjecture. So I withdraw it. You. Enough. The judge timely struck the gavel, breaking their confrontation. Considering the unique identity of this witness and the inconsistency between the two testimonies, we hereby decide not to admit his statement as evidence. The jury should make their judgment accordingly. Then he announced a 1-hour recess, followed immediately by closing arguments. This meant the jury would give a ruling within the day, and the case would finally come to a conclusion. During the recess, the prosecutor made a last attempt with a plea deal of 3 years probation, which Yao Jing rejected. In the discussion room, Wu Yi was so happy he wanted to do a cha-cha dance, saying cheerfully, victory is in sight. In this hour, the jury should form some rough opinions. The following closing argument will only clarify their judgment further. Results could be out within half an hour. Though he didn't explicitly state it, all signs showed that they had the upper hand. The defense argued for justifiable self-defense. If the jury found Yao Jing not guilty, she would be released on the spot. Shen Xiaoshi had been worried about his mother recently, eating poorly and not sleeping well. Today would finally see a result, naturally filling him with excitement. My hand rested on the table when Shen Xiaoshi heard Wu Yi speak, then he tightly gripped my wrist in excitement, saying, thanks to everyone's efforts these days, no matter what the outcome is, I will certainly hold a grand banquet to thank everyone. Seated opposite us, Xing Menu heard this and looked up from his phone, offering a light smile. It's very kind of you. As if conditioned, I instantly felt like my hand had been cut by a knife, quickly pulling away from Shen Xiaoshi and scooting my chair further apart. Shen Xiaoshi was lost in his emotions, paying no attention, while Wu Yi suddenly burst into a string of coughs, turning his head aside with his ears flushed red. Mr. Wu, are you alright? Concerned, Shen Xiaoshi asked. Wu Yi didn't turn around, waving his hand dismissively to indicate he was fine. After the break ended, everyone took their seats again according to order. Closing arguments were presented by both prosecution and defense. This was the final opportunity to win over the trust of the jury and thus was extremely crucial. I listened to this phase for the first time. Compared to the formal procedures of the court, this phase was more like a display of each side's oratory skills. Logical, easy to understand, and able to stir emotions. I am an orphan. At age 3, I was adopted by my foster parents. Xing Menu twirled a pen in his hand, walking slowly in the open space of the court. At 14, my foster father died in a car accident. He was crushed by a truck from behind. After being taken to the hospital, the doctor examined his wounds and directly covered him with a sheet, indicating there was no need for any emergency treatment. My younger brother cried horribly that day, worse than I'd ever seen. He paused briefly before continuing, to question why Mrs. Yao did not leave her husband, why she didn't call the police at that moment, is akin to asking why my adoptive father didn't dodge the vehicle at that time. Couldn't he hear the approaching sound of the car? Couldn't she see that the other party was drunk? If a stranger suddenly rushes onto the street to exert violence against you, would you retaliate? The answer is yes. Then why, when it comes to a husband, do people question why the wife retaliates? In this either or proposition, it's either you die or I die. Mrs. Yao, being a normal human, would instinctively try her best to protect her own life out of biological survival. But this isn't murder, there was no premeditation. It was simply legitimate and reasonable self-defense. After both the prosecution and defense concluded their statements, the judge gave the jury 10 minutes to unify their decision. During these 10 minutes, Shen Xiaoshi was incredibly anxious, constantly rubbing his hands, making me nervous as well. I glanced at Xing Menu, but he seemed exceptionally calm, half-closed eyes unmoving on the defense bench, almost looking asleep if not scrutinized closely. 10 minutes later, the representative of the jury stood up and bowed slightly towards the judge. All eyes in the room focused on him, awaiting the verdict from the jury. Time seemed to stop, every person holding their breath. He cleared his throat and said, after unanimous agreement from the jury, we find the charge of murder not established, but self-defense valid. Therefore, the verdict for Yao Jing is not guilty. The two words, not guilty, rang like a bell hitting my heart, shaking my entire spirit twice. I immediately looked at Xing Menu just in time to see him lifting his eyelids, revealing a hint of smile as if everything was under control. Not sure who started it first, applause gradually broke out from the audience seats, eventually turning into a unified round of claps. Shen Xiaoshi instantly hugged me, tears streaming down in joy. We won. We won, Brother Feng. My eyes were completely glued on Xing Menu. If no one were watching, I'd have pounced onto him wanting to spin him around. At this moment, Xing Menu stood up, one hand in his pants pocket, glancing toward the audience stand where our gazes interlaced. I smiled dumbly at him, and the fleeting trace of smile on his face quickly vanished as he turned away, shaking hands with Yao Jing beside him to congratulate her. Something was off about that look. Shen Xiaoshi kept jumping and yelling while hugging me, then suddenly I came back to my senses, feeling chilled by an icy January wind, shivering and frantically pushing him away. Oh no, how come I feel like a sneaky cheating husband all day long, always worrying about getting caught by the wife? It feels like I brought disaster upon myself when I initially set the trap to force Menu's reaction. Though effective, it came with a myriad of aftereffects now becoming more burdensome. As a result, whatever I do now, I perceive myself radiating a strong aura of scumman, a man full of deceitful schemes, sweet-talking everyone as darling, juggling several romantic affairs as a deceptive deadbeat. Chapter 58, The Gathering. Yao Jing was released in court, and Xing Menu, as her defense lawyer, suddenly became the center of attention, drawing much media focus. Though his reputation within the industry was already quite good, he still lacked some fame. After this trial, everyone knew him, marking the official rise of his name. Just as Xing Menu had initially said, it was a win-win situation for all parties involved. After the case concluded, he became busier than ever before. I visited their law firm a few times, and each time, he was entertaining clients. His office, which used to be orderly, now seemed bustling with people coming for consultations. In contrast to his rapidly developing career, our relationship appeared to be hitting some rough patches. He hasn't paid much attention to me these past few days. Though he's usually not overly warm toward me, I can strangely tell there's something different this time. Take, for example, the daily messages I send him, reminding him to take breaks and eat on time. In the past, he wouldn't reply, but I knew he would read them. Lately, though, I've had an unsettling feeling that he might not even open them, perhaps deleting them right after receiving them. Why is he mad again? My brother's mind is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. I sighed, staring at the message bar showing no activity. Shen Xiaoshi passed by me, puzzled. Brother Feng, it's almost 6:30. Aren't you leaving yet? I leaned on my hand and let out a deep sigh. It's only 6:30, there's still plenty of time. Shen Xiaoshi paused and checked the time on his phone again. Oh yeah, today I invited Lawyer Sheng and the team for dinner. Did you forget? I mentioned it last week. Dinner? There was supposed to be one, but I'd been so distracted these days that I completely forgot about it. I stood up immediately, grabbing Shen Xiaoshi's arm. Is my brother going? Shen Xiaoshi was startled. He should go, right? Lu Yu had already shut down her computer and was ready to leave when we blocked her way. Aren't you leaving? I took a step back and let her go first, noticing she had put on light makeup and lipstick today. Surprised, I asked, do you have a date tonight? Lu Yu glanced back at me and shyly adjusted her hair. We're not just having dinner. Since I'm meeting Brother Feng's supposedly super handsome brother, I specially dressed up a bit. I raised an eyebrow and looked at Shen Xiaoshi. He chuckled nervously, explaining, Lu Yu is really good at livening things up, it'll be lively with her. Shen Xiaoshi asked Lu Yu and me to leave first while he turned off the lights. By the time I hailed a car, he came over, carrying a large box. Seeing the box, I felt familiar with it. After struggling to remember, I suddenly recalled clearing out the warehouse last time. Shen Xiaoshe had said this was a lie detector, which hadn't sold because it wasn't exactly something everyday people use often. Noticing my curiosity, Shen Xiaoshe patted the box and said, for a game. The private room I booked can also be used for karaoke, but just singing could get a little boring. So Lu Yu suggested we play some mini-games instead. You're using a lie detector for a game? From the passenger seat, Lu Yu turned around and said, Brother Feng, you don't understand. It gets exciting this way. At that moment, I was still somewhat skeptical, doubting how much more thrilling one lie detector could add. However, 2 hours later, I would admit that the game was indeed very stimulating. The three of us arrived at the restaurant where a table for 20 was fully prepared. All the cold dishes were served on a slowly revolving platter. Red and yellow balloons adorned the walls, creating a vibrant atmosphere. In a side lounge, there were sofas, coffee tables, dice cups, various board games, and a massive projection screen, just as Shen Xiaoshe had mentioned, perfect for ordering songs. Truly a multifunctional and well-equipped venue. After waiting about 15 minutes, a group from Jinxiang finally arrived, bringing nearly a dozen people into the private room. I looked around and didn't see Xingmenu. I called out to Wu Yi. Where's my brother? Wu Yi looked a little uneasy upon seeing me, avoiding eye contact. He coughed lightly and said, he's still busy meeting clients outside. We don't know when he'll finish, so he may come late or perhaps won't make it at all. If they don't know when it will end, then perhaps he might not even make it. I dejectedly muttered, oh, my interest instantly halving. During the entire meal, I couldn't stop glancing toward the door. But even when dinner was over, Xingmenu never showed up. Even though dinner ended, it was still earlier than 8. The lights dimmed as some began to sing, others drank alcohol, and some played dice games. At this point, Lu Yu's talent for organizing fun revealed itself. She made Shen Xiaoshe turn on the lie detector, and a circle of people started a game of truth or dare. I'll be the referee. Here are 5 dice. Everyone takes turns guessing the numbers. Whoever is closest to the actual number loses. For truth, we're the lie detector. For dare, you drink a full glass of red wine. Are you in? As Lu Yu spoke, she shook the dice cup in her hand confidently like a pro. I couldn't have imagined that she, a girl obsessed with drama and celebrity chasing, would come up with so many ideas. I don't even know if she learned this from TV. Come on. Wu Yi eagerly responded, jumping to the forefront. I haven't played with a lie detector yet, how sophisticated. The more eager he was, the faster he lost. In the first round, he guessed the right number, becoming the first one to try out the lie detector. Shen Xiaoshe helped him put on the device while Lu Yu sat directly across from him, asking him to pick a number randomly. My app contains 1,000 truth questions. Whatever question is selected falls on your shoulders, not related to me at all. These questions weren't even thought up by me. Of course, if you can't answer within 10 seconds, there will be a slight electric shock penalty, then you'll need to change the question and answer it. But if you lie and the machine sounds off, it doesn't count as passing, and you'll still get shocked, forcing you to select another question. So, if you don't want to get electrocuted, tell the truth. At this point, Wu Yi's face turned a little pale. He hadn't expected playing a game would involve electric shocks, so he felt some tension. Electric shock, does it hurt? Shen Xiaoshe comforted him, it's okay. It's like being snapped with a rubber band. As Wu Yi was about to say something else, Lu Yu signaled for everyone to be quiet and read out the question corresponding to his selected number. Question 89, who among us do you most want to go to bed with? Wu Yi's face immediately went pale, this. Can we switch? Lu Yu said, truth isn't played like that. You don't get to switch. Just after she finished speaking, Wu Yi twisted his features, letting out an ah sound and simultaneously pulled back his hand. Lu Yu covered her mouth and smiled, oops, sorry, looks like time's up. Pick another question. With a hiss, Wu Yi cautiously switched to another number. This time, the question wasn't as explosive, asking what his least known secret was. Due to the 10-second limit, Wu Yi didn't have much time to think. Instinctively glancing at me, he quickly shouted out, accidentally found out the teacher's secret. Although the specific secret was unclear, regarding Xingmenu alone sparked the entire room into heated curiosity, bombarding Wu Yi with questions, wondering what exactly the secret was and why he hadn't been silenced yet. Don't ask. I'm not going to tell. Panicking, Wu Yi hastily tore off the lie detector, entirely losing the enthusiasm he'd initially shown. Like escaping from a place of trouble or scandal, he went aside to sing songs instead. It seems this secret is really confidential if it scares Wu Yi this much, one lawyer folded his arms and analyzed. Really want to know Lawyer Xing's secret? Maybe when Wu Yi gets drunk next time, we'll interrogate him, another lawyer suggested. Both exchanged a knowing smile and reached an agreement. I took a snapshot of everyone playing around together far away, sent it to Xingmenu, along with an affectionate message, all this joy without you just doesn't feel real. Big brother, I miss you. How much longer before you get here? Not long after I hit send, a light ding came from outside the door, followed by the server pushing open the private room's door, ushering in a tall figure. Xingmenu picked up his phone to check, only casting a brief glance before putting it away again. What did I expect? I knew he wasn't reading my messages anymore. He looked up and caught my eye briefly, hesitating in his steps. I waved to him, pretending nothing happened, warmly welcoming him just the same. Big brother, you've finally arrived. I walked up and grabbed his arm, pulling him over to the side hall where the lie detector game was happening. He didn't resist but let me pull him in. Upon seeing him arrive, everyone made space for him and strongly requested he join their game, each already emboldened from the electric shocks earlier. Seemingly unaware, Xingmenu sat down as Lu Yu asked him to choose any number between 5 and 30. He chose 5, but the others covertly winked at each other and all picked numbers greater than 15. Once Lu Yu revealed the die roll, 8 points, Xingmenu had lost. Seeing their boss play truth wasn't an everyday occurrence, so they overlooked the dare option altogether, urging Shen Shaoshi to set up the lie detector on him. Though he'd been rolling dice just moments ago, barely seated properly on the chair, Xingmenu was dragged onto the interrogation chair, with a slightly furrowed brow filled with confusion. The usually intimidating Xingmenu ended up being tricked by his whole team, leaving him no choice but to play truth, without even the chance for dare. Watching his predicament was truly amusing, making me laugh uncontrollably on the sofa, unable to straighten up. Perhaps due to my excessive laughter, he suddenly shot me a glance filled with disdain, immediately reminding me of childhood days. No matter what, a single look from him and I would obediently sit well behaved, never daring to misbehave further. I straightened up, pressed my knees together, and gave him a placating smile. He received it but, similar to my text messages to him, showed no response, merely casting a cold look before looking elsewhere. Just as Wu Yi finished singing a song and was about to start a new one, he noticed that Xingmenu had been hooked up to the lie detector and thus abandoned his singing plans, joining the others to watch the unfolding spectacle. Lu Yu explained the rules again thoroughly to Xingmenu and asked him to pick any number. 19, Xingmenu chose without hesitation. Please. Lu Yu began, ready to read out the question, when I snatched the phone from her hand, signaling that I would do it instead. She said nothing but moved aside, making space for me to sit across from Xingmenu. I glanced at the phone and flipped it face down onto the coffee table. Leaning slightly closer, I stared straight into Xingmenu's eyes, casually starting a conversation as if we were just discussing the weather of the day. First, I smiled to ease the tension, then directly asked him, "Do you like me?" Everyone let out an uninterested whoop. In their view, this question lacked any real challenge, saying, like, among buddies was no big deal. Except for Lu Yu, she'd seen the actual question and knew that I wasn't following the one on the phone, leaving her visibly surprised. 10 seconds ticked by in the blink of an eye. This seemingly non-threatening question left Xingmenu speechless. The instant current passed through his wrist, his brows knitted sharply together, but otherwise, he remained stoic, displaying the least reaction out of everyone present. Boss, do you think this question is too simple so you intentionally didn't answer, wanting to change it? Boss, pick another number. Pick a lucky one. Shen Shaoshi controlled the machine and somewhat anxiously asked Xingmenu, will you go again? Xingmenu didn't reply to Shen Shaoshi but, keeping his eyes locked on mine, reported another number. 532. I flipped open the phone, entered the number, and burst into laughter after seeing the question. This was truly heaven-sent help. Do you want to sleep with me? The crowd gasped in unison. Lu Yu leaned over to take a look, smacking her lips and exclaiming, wow, so forbidden and exciting. Xingmenu pursed his lips, however he responded would land him in trouble, so he was only left to be electrocuted. With the experience from before, he remained unperturbed despite the shock, causing Shen Shaoshi significant distress, who hesitated awkwardly, should we keep going? After being shocked twice, Xingmenu likely realized I was playing around with him, glaring silently as he reached to remove the electrode pads. I shooed Shen Shaoshi away, sitting next to Xingmenu and grabbing his hand firmly. The previous 2 questions weren't random guesses, they were indeed from the phone randomly generated ones. Don't believe me? Ask Lu Yu. I shamelessly made up this lie, but Lu Yu obligingly nodded her head in agreement. Xingmenu ceased his movements, simply staring at me. So what do you want? I reattached the electrode pads to his hand, winking at him. Let's continue, right? You aren't backing down, are you? Sometimes men can't resist provocation, once baited, they always fall into the trap. Saying no and claiming inability held almost equal weight. Sure enough, Xingmenu chuckled cynically. Then let's continue. He selected another number for the 3rd time. Lu Yu handed the phone to me. Glancing at the question, I leaned close to his ear, whispering hotly, if I were very intimately touched by someone else, would you feel angry? Of course, this wasn't the question from the phone. From beginning to end, I just wanted to tease him. Time rapidly flew by second after second. Would silence result in electric shocks, or would lying trigger the device, or perhaps he would rip off the electrodes condemning my daydreaming? After some deliberation, the first option seemed most likely. With just a few seconds left and it appearing Xingmenu wouldn't answer this time either, I inwardly sighed, thinking, well, never mind, he's already been shocked twice. Judging by Wu Yi's reactions earlier, it must be pretty painful. If he doesn't want to answer, that's fine. As I bent down to turn off the machine, the man who had been silent all along suddenly spoke up in the last second. His voice wasn't loud, yet crystal clear. I froze entirely, gazing blankly at the lie detector screen. The machine stayed silent, his heart rate steady. He had told the truth. Chapter 59, let me think about it. When I asked my question, I leaned close to Shingminoyu's ear and spoke softly so that no one else could hear. Therefore, after Shingminoyu answered with a single, yes, everyone scrambled to take turns looking at the phone. Will you wash your hands after using the restroom? Shen Xiaoshi's mouth twitched as he said, what an utterly boring question. Lu Yu didn't agree with him, that's incorrect. I think this is quite a good question. At least now we know that attorney Sheng is a health-conscious young man. The young lawyers in the firm were usually quite afraid of Shingminoyu and would never joke with him. But today, perhaps influenced by the atmosphere, they started making sarcastic remarks. Where in our group can we find someone more obsessed with cleanliness than Boss? Look at his office, it's so spotless I could roll around naked on it. I seriously suspect you're implying Boss has obsessive cleanliness disorder. Oppose your baseless suspicion. I also seriously doubt whether you have some feelings for Boss. You actually want to strip naked in his office, ha ha ha. Damn, are you asking for death? No matter how the subordinates joked and fooled around, Shingminoyu always maintained that same expression, as if it had nothing to do with him. After removing the electrode patches, he stood up and stepped aside, saying he was going outside to smoke and then walked toward the balcony. I glanced at his back but didn't follow. Instead, I stayed behind and played a bit longer with everyone. I lost the first round and was enthusiastically pushed onto the punishment chair by everyone. After casually calling out a number, Lu Yu paused for a moment and read the question that popped up on the phone. Please state the corniest term of endearment you use for your lover. Hey, I thought it would be more explosive. Just this, I wasn't at all worried about the 10-second limit and nonchalantly blurted out the answer within the last 3 seconds, sweetie. Shen Xiaoshi couldn't stand it anymore and rubbed his arm, sighing, definitely corny. If only I hadn't locked all my tears inside myself. Suddenly, Wu Yi picked up the microphone again and sang passionately, capturing everyone's attention. Seeing that everyone was listening attentively, Lu Yu paused the game. Bro Feng, is Sweetie the beauty in the luxury car who came to pick you up the other day? I turned my head and looked at Lu Yu, who was asking the question. Her face was full of gossip interest and insatiable curiosity. No, don't make wild guesses. I took off the lie detector cable, put it away, and then got up and walked toward the balcony. Outside the balcony, perhaps due to the surrounding lights being too bright, there were no visible stars under the moonlight. However, a few clouds floated in the half-sky, leaving the weather uncertain for tomorrow. Shingminoyu was leaning against the railing with a cigarette between his fingers. Upon seeing me, there wasn't much expression on his face, and he then looked down again. Indoors, Wu Yi's singing was still faintly audible. I leaned next to Shingminoyu, not looking at him, but starting a conversation on my own. The other day, Qi Yang's sister came to see me. From the corner of my eye, I could see Shingminoyu freeze like someone had hit the pause button, staying motionless for a long while. What did she come to you for? Shingminoyu asked. I took a deep breath and dropped a suspenseful note. Actually, it wasn't anything significant. In the corner of my eye, the orange-red glow fell from his fingertips, and the next moment, my wrist was forcefully pulled by the man beside me. What did she come to you for? Shingminoyu grabbed my wrist again, asking me the same question, this time with a dangerous tone in his voice. Truthfully, I quite enjoyed his reaction, but I was also worried about provoking trouble, which might make it difficult to settle later. After thinking it through, I decided to drop the suspense and honestly replied. She showed me Qi Yang's diary. Qi Yang had wanted to die and deliberately provoked me into killing him back then. Shingminoyu stared at me dazedly for a moment before letting go of my hand and leaning back against the railing. Then he took out a cigarette box again, preparing to light another cigarette. I massaged my sore wrist where he'd pinched it, leaned on the railing, and looked ahead, saying, do you know what Qi Yang used to provoke me back then? A fire broke out from the lighter, and in no time, the irritating smell of cigarettes enveloped the air like thick fog. Shingminoyu remained silent throughout. Since I told him I'd read Qi Yang's diary, it was as though he had fallen deep into his thoughts, forgetting about my existence altogether. But I knew he wasn't really deaf to everything. So without waiting for his response, I continued throwing bombs his way recklessly. He said he would drag you into the abyss. Shingminoyu froze again, and this time, he remained stationary for even longer. I turned around, leaning my hands on the railing, enclosing him in front of me. Do you know why I'm telling you all this? Shingminoyu held the cigarette in his hand, a trace of bewilderment flashing in his eyes. This time, I had truly stumped him. I pressed close to him, squeezing tightly against him as if we were in a compromising position, not caring at all if someone might suddenly open the door and see us like this. More people like Wu Yi. So what if they looked? I didn't care. I longed for the whole world to know that I was crazy in love with him. How could I possibly care about such trivial things? I said I'd protect you, and for the rest of my life, I'll continue to protect you. By the same token, since I've said I like you, I will forever like you for the rest of my life. You can beat me or curse me, I will never give up. Due to our height difference, I had to look slightly upward at him. Getting closer to you won't drag me down to an abyss, nor would it cause any harm to me. But if you keep being like this, pushing me to my limits, who knows what extreme actions I might take. If I were to jump off a building or lay on the railway track out of despair for love, you'd lose much more than you gain. It was hard for me to believe that one day I'd be capable of pulling stunts like this with Shingmin-Oyu. No wonder everyone says those who are loved often act brazenly. This is just a little confidence on my part making me behave recklessly, but once Shingmin-Oyu truly started expressing his affection toward me, I'm sure I'd fly straight into the sky. Are you threatening me? Shingmin-Oyu also noticed that I was going overboard and narrowed his eyes dangerously. Actually, inside I was a little panicked, but having come this far, there was no way I could show fear. Therefore, I had to maintain a calm demeanor. Yes. I further shortened the distance between us, slowly inching closer to him. Take a few days to seriously consider it. Don't let me down. As the word down left my mouth, I was only an inch away from his lips. The next 5 words grew increasingly thick in tone, until the last 2 syllables merged completely within the space between our mouths. The bitter taste of tobacco passed through saliva onto my taste buds, yet my brain overflowed with dopamine, flooded with countless tiny figures cheering contradictory words, so sweet, damn, so sweet. This kiss was different from all the previous ones. Shingmin-Oyu offered no resistance, indulging fully in letting our tongues intertwine. I lost myself in the moment, continuing until I felt almost out of breath and my legs gave way beneath me before reluctantly pulling back. Leaning against his body, I gradually caught my breath. Suddenly, a big hand grabbed my lower back, sending shivers through my body, causing me to instinctively call out, "Ah!" That hand, however, did not stop there. It moved upward, hooking around my collar, forcefully pulling me away. I'll think about it. Shingmin-Oyu flicked the lit cigarette butt on the railing and glanced at me before striding back indoors. Still standing outside, I mulled over his words, "I'll think about it," confused for a while, until my foggy mind finally grasped he was responding to my earlier proposal. I almost got excited enough to climb the railing and perform a striptease. A strange kind of energy surged through my body, leaving me unable to relieve the excitement. All I could do was laugh foolishly while swinging my arms, releasing the indescribable joy through physical gestures. When most people say, "consider it," it usually implies rejection. But Shingmin-Oyu was different. The fact that he would consider it itself was incredible to me. After blowing wind on the balcony for quite a while, I only returned indoors when I had calmed down sufficiently. By 9:50, the restaurant subtly informed them that they would be closing at 10 o'clock, considering everyone needed to work tomorrow, thus ending the gathering without extending further. Shingmin-Oyu hadn't drunk any alcohol and was able to drive, so he drove off with a couple others who lived nearby. Shen Xiaoshi got hyped up later and drank quite a bit, staggering as he walked. In this condition, I couldn't allow him to go home alone, so I supported him toward the road to flag down a car to send him home. The street we were on was famous for being the Qingyuan district's bustling nightlife hub, ranking among the top in terms of vibrancy nationwide. Because of its numerous bars and nightclubs, young adults here tended to make rash decisions after drinking, often leading to trouble, a notorious reputation across the nation. Also, because of the prevalence of youthful crowds, the area was filled with a variety of themed bars, chill bars, gay bars, hookup spots, everything you could think of. Bro Feng, today has been the happiest day I've had in these past months. Shen Xiaoshi's face flushed with drunkenness, laughing absent-mindedly. It's been such a happy day. I am also happy. These past months have been happier and happier for me every day. Both of us spoke our own thoughts incoherently yet surprisingly carried on our conversation. While I was looking for a passing vehicle, Shen Xiaoshi suddenly rushed off in a particular direction, thinking he might vomit, so I followed him. Unexpectedly, he went behind a flower bed and stopped, his gaze fixed on something directly ahead. To my surprise, in the distance, I spotted Wei Shi's figure. Wei Shi was separated from us by some ornamental vegetation, and since it was quite dark around us, he hadn't detected our presence. Let me go. Wei Shi struggled, clearly also drunk. We're done. Don't bother me anymore. Haven't you suffered enough? The man holding onto him appeared rather handsome, with deep-set and captivating features, undeniably attractive, vastly differing from Wei Shi, who was burly and rugged-looking. Upon hearing this, the man flinched slightly but still didn't let go. Please don't be like this. That time, it really wasn't me who called the police. Please believe me. I know, it's not you, but that damn mistress you kept outside. Wei Shi rudely swatted his hand away and cursed at him with a finger in his face. You rotten bastard and your slutty woman are a perfect match. It was my biggest mistake in life to have ever met you, and I beg you to stop tormenting me. Go as far away as possible. Don't act out this sentimental drama like a Jiang Yao soap opera pretending there's lingering affection. I don't want to see you anymore. Damn, so this is the lover Wei Shi had mentioned earlier who sent him to jail. I won't. I just want to keep tormenting you. I know you haven't forgotten me. The man suddenly lunged at Wei Shi, grabbing both his shoulders as if intending to force a kiss. While I was marveling at how shameless this guy could be, there was a sudden lightness on my shoulder as Shen Xiaoshi sprang out like a rabbit, nimbly jumping onto the waist-high flower bed. In a flash, he ran over to the other side and delivered a flying kick from the side directly at Wei Shi's lover, sending the man sprawling several feet away. Chapter 60, With me, you won't suffer. That cuckold was caught off guard by a sudden kick from Shen Xiaoshi and immediately became disoriented. What the hell? Who are you? I couldn't see him anymore, but I could still hear his angry question. Shen Xiaoshu gave a cold laugh, "Your grandpa." Then he lunged forward. I saw the two of them start fighting. I was just about to copy Shen Xiaoshu and step into the flower bed when suddenly I realized I didn't need to do that. I put my leg back down and ran around the flower bed instead. Wei Shi was also pretty drunk and in no better shape than the cuckold at this moment. He stared blankly at the two men grappling on the ground, completely confused. Just standing there. Pull them apart. I shouted at Wei Shi and rushed over to try and pull the cuckold away. The man wasn't short, about the same height as me, and now in a rage, I had trouble restraining him. Wei Shi finally came to his senses after my shout and quickly joined in. He locked Shen Xiaoshu's shoulders with both arms from behind, using brute force to completely separate the two. Damn it, don't hold me back. I'm going to kick his ass. Shen Xiaoshu, reeking of alcohol, bloodshot eyes, kept trying to kick with his foot, dared to sexually harass on the street. I bet he's begging for it. What's it got to do with you? You must be insane. The cuckold stepped forward with anger, seemingly still wanting to fight. Yes, I've got a disease where I just want to punch people like you. Probably only killing you can cure it. The cuckold was left speechless and shaking with anger by Shen Xiaoshu's insult, asking Wei Shi, who is this person? Do you know him? Wei Shi ignored him, not even giving him a glance. He quietly consoled Shen Xiaoshu. Alright, calm down, it's fine, his lips pressed against Shen Xiaoshu's ear, tightly hugging him to his chest. Shen Xiaoshu breathed heavily, gradually calming down. He was half a head shorter than Wei Shi, now obediently leaning against the other party as if about to completely sink into Wei Shi's body. In prison, there were many instances of forming cliques, conflicts were common. Shen Xiaoshu looked easy to bully. Every time new inmates arrived who wanted to assert their authority, he would often become the chosen one. But those people didn't know that Shen Xiaoshu may look weak, but he was truly a ferocious little rabbit with steel teeth. Group attacks might have some advantage, but one-on-one, he had never been afraid. Everyone has their own problems. Wei Shi's problem was that once angry, he wouldn't stop. Shen Xiaoshu's was that once he started fighting, he wouldn't stop either. At such times, Wei Shi would act as a sedative, like now, pulling him away before the prison guards arrived. Though the opportunities to fight now were less frequent, Shen Xiaoshu retained the habit from before. Once hugged, he would automatically stop, as if conditioned to react this way. Don't you see the relationship between them? I felt the cuckold still eager to fight, so I tightened my grip on his shoulders. Would ordinary friends hate you so much? This woke him up as if from a dream. The cuckold struggled for a bit, then his tone suddenly turned sorrowful. No wonder you avoided me everywhere. You found a new lover. I couldn't stand his like tone and frowned deeply. If I had free hands, I'd surely rub the goosebumps on my arms. Wei Shi finally looked up after hearing this, his eyes icy cold, making even me shiver 3 times, let alone the person staring directly into his glare. The cuckold's body stiffened. After silently looking at the two embracing figures opposite for a moment, he asked me to let him go. Feeling he wasn't planning to keep fighting, I released my grip. He patted the dust off his clothes, straightened his collar, took one last look at Wei Shi, and walked away without a word. Without an opponent to attack, Wei Shi naturally didn't need to restrain Shen Xiaoshu anymore, so he slowly loosened his hold. Unexpectedly, Shen Xiaoshu was only momentarily sober, but the adrenaline surge increased his drunkenness, and without Wei Shi holding him up, he collapsed directly. Xiaoshu. Wei Shi half-hugged his sinking body, anxiously checking his pulse. It wasn't until he confirmed that Shen Xiaoshu was merely passed out from drunkenness that he relaxed completely. I told Wei Shi why Shen Xiaoshu and I were here tonight and asked him about the situation with the cuckold. A while ago, I accidentally bumped into him, and he started pestering me non-stop. I've ignored him all along, but I didn't expect him to follow me here. We each held one of Shen Xiaoshu's arms and walked towards the roadside. I guess he wants you back. Wei Shi spat, wants me back. Hell no. Damn, I must have been blind back then to go for him. Must have been overwhelmed by lust, blinded by his looks, or I wouldn't have realized what a disgusting bastard he was. I saw a vacant car coming and hastily waved to stop it. Normal, humans are visual animals. People with good looks are always more likable. The car stopped in front of us. I opened the door and let Wei Shi and Shen Xiaoshu get in. When I was about to follow them into the car, Wei Shi said he would send Shen Xiaoshu home and advised me to go back early. Instinctively, I glanced at Shen Xiaoshu who was leaning on Wei Shi's shoulder. Just as I saw his eyelashes flutter unnaturally, I knew he was pretending to be asleep. It seemed Wei Shi had noticed it too. They were taking this chance to have a heart-to-heart talk without me interrupting. Alright, you two be careful and safe. After closing the car door and watching them drive away, I sighed deeply and hailed another car to head back home. The next day, I got up very early. After washing and dressing up neatly, I whistlingly stepped out of my house. I hadn't gone far when I met the courier boy in the building corridor. Are you Mr. Lu Feng? The courier held a small delivery box. I've called you, do you still remember? Dezhuang had sent the wrong item, which was supposed to arrive several days ago. However, I was busy during the day, and couriers don't deliver at night. Therefore, we agreed for the morning delivery. With so many things going on recently, I almost forgot about this parcel. Fortunately, I encountered the courier, or I might not know when I could receive it. Yes, sorry to trouble you to bring it again, here. After signing, I took the package from the courier's hand. There was no need to put it back home since it was just a small item. I decided to bring it straight to Xing Minu's place. The security guard remembered me and made only a brief visitor record before letting me in. Upon arriving at Xing Minu's apartment, I pressed my ear against the door to listen if there were any movements inside. But the door was too thick and sturdy to catch any sounds. Judging by the time, I guessed I should have arrived in time, so I input the password and pushed the door open. As expected, Xing Minu was there, with a tidy shirt and tie, getting ready for work. My sudden arrival caught him off guard. He had a coffee cup in his hand, which remained suspended mid-air as he frowned over at me. Who allowed you to come in? I changed my shoes and closed the door for him. You did, didn't you? You never change your password just because you want me to walk in whenever I want. Xing Minu appeared momentarily silent upon being struck by my words. Then, he simply skipped further discussion. What brings you here so early? He placed the coffee cup back onto the tray, creating a crisp sound of the porcelain clinking together. I came to ask how your consideration is coming along. Feeling a bit parched from rushing here, I took off my coat and hung it on the backrest of the dining chair. I picked up the coffee cup that Xing Minu had left and drank directly from it. The bitter taste overwhelmed me. Just one night has passed. Xing Minu raised an eyebrow slightly. I said give you a few days to think. Yesterday and today are already 2 days, isn't it enough? I clicked my tongue and found it hard to rid myself of the bitterness. Brother, you really lack something sweet in your life. This is bad, really bad. Disdainfully, I returned the cup to the tray and quickly grabbed a sugar cube from nearby to stuff into my mouth. Leaning against the dining table, Xing Minu crossed his arms and asked, so what do you suggest we do? I'm sweet, I pointed at myself and smiled, with me, you won't be bitter anymore. Hearing this, he cast a glance at my mouth, too sweet might cause cavities. Saying this, he picked up the car keys from the table and strode toward the door. As he walked away, I stayed where I was, shouting after him, drive safely. Xing Minu immediately halted and turned back to look at me suspiciously. He must be wondering why I'm not following him. In the past, I always happily drove for him. I'm staying here. Under his gaze, I nonchalantly patted the backrest of the chair. My house was robbed last night, turned upside down, making it impossible to live in right now. Moreover, I'm scared. Robbed? Xing Minu squinted his eyes. Last night. Do you, someone with such guts, fear thieves? Not afraid of theft, but what if they return while I'm at home? What if I accidentally stumble on them committing another crime, and then they decide to kill for the sake of profit? How could I risk my life like that? I moved closer to Xing Minu, straightening his tie, which wasn't even crooked, and smoothing his chest casually. Brother, wouldn't you feel sorry for me? Xing Minu flicked a quick look at my wandering hand, gripping my wrist and pulling it away. Sleep outside, not in my room. He released my hand and turned to leave again. My goal achieved, I didn't call out to stop him. Once the door shut, I celebrated briefly by dancing a little in place before rushing into his bedroom. Today was a public rest day for the pawn shop, so I lay down on his perfectly neat bed, curling up under the blanket that carried his scent, catching some more sleep and completely ignoring what he said. Chapter 61, Jealousy. Last night's events were so exhilarating that I hardly slept well. In the morning, I came to see Xing Minu very early. Sleep deprived, I immediately fell asleep as soon as I touched his bed and ended up sleeping until the afternoon. When I woke up, I ordered some takeout. After finishing my meal, I continued sleeping. I opened my eyes again in a daze, and by then, it was already pitch dark outside the window. It looked like it was 7 or 8 in the evening. Lying back on the mattress, I gazed into the darkness to gather my thoughts when suddenly I heard the sound of an electronic door lock being opened from outside. I quietly perked up my ears to listen to the commotion. First, there was the clinking of car keys falling onto the marble at the entrance. Then followed the sound of water filling the bathtub, and finally slow footsteps approaching the bedroom. The moment the door opened, I closed my eyes and feigned sleep. The footsteps paused briefly at the door before continuing towards me. The mattress shifted slightly as someone sat down beside me. This wasn't the first time I had disobeyed him, but just imagining his reaction made me nervous like it always did. But after waiting for what seemed like an eternity, complete silence reigned around me, and the person beside me didn't move for a long while. Impatient, I was about to sneakily peek when suddenly, a cold hand touched my cheek. I don't know whether it was because my body temperature was higher, or his was lower, but sometimes his hands felt icy to the touch. When they abruptly pressed against my face, it always startled me. Unsure if I'd managed to keep my expression under control, I remained silent and continued pretending to be asleep. A thumb gently caressed the skin beneath my eye. Xing Minu's deep voice carried softly through the air. You never listen to me, he murmured. His hand slowly slid downwards to grasp my neck. Do you know bad children who don't listen will never win anyone's affection? All I knew was that children who didn't cry would never get candy. As the hand on my neck gradually tightened, I could no longer pretend to sleep. I opened my eyes, placed both hands on his wrist, and grinned ingratiatingly. Not being liked is good. If I'm too likable, wouldn't you get angry again, brother? In the dim light, Xingmenu wore only a pristine white shirt with the top 2 buttons undone, revealing a stretch of pale collarbone. He leaned one long leg over the mattress and looked down at me from above, appearing just like a king who has discovered a bold little thief in his bed. You're quite adept at reading my mind. He leaned closer, maintaining a teasing distance. Then what do you think I'm thinking right now? My hands were only lightly resting on his wrist, not using much force. He released my neck and freely moved to pinch my cheeks instead, shaking them with a warning look. What's on his mind? Probably how to kill me. With my cheeks pinched together, it was difficult to speak, so I acted instead, pulling his shirt front to drag him towards me. Caught off balance, Xingmenu had no choice but to release my cheeks and brace one palm on the mattress. I pressed one hand against the nape of his neck and pushed the other inside his collar, vigorously massaging his strong, taut back. This spot had been tempting me for quite a while. It was not easy to achieve today what I wanted so badly, too not easy indeed. Initially, Xingmenu didn't react as usual. But later, perhaps irritated by my persistence, he suddenly turned defense into offense, kissing me furiously. His previous gentle approach became savage, like that of a wild animal ready to devour its prey. At first, I tried to wrestle with him, but eventually, I lost due to lack of skill and lay helplessly beneath him, my eyes half closed and breathing heavily. This kiss nearly left me breathless, yet I couldn't bear to let go of any opportunity for intimacy. However, at this point, Xingmenu pulled away, nibbling on my lower lip. Our gazes locked. His face looked calm as ever, his breathing only slightly more rapid than usual, forming a stark contrast with my disheveled state, limp and exhausted. I'm a bit tired today. I plan to soak in the tub. Xingmenu stood up and began unbuttoning his shirt button by button. My rapidly rising chest froze momentarily upon seeing his action before resuming an erratic rhythm. He discarded his shirt, revealing a finely honed physique developed through boxing. The evenly proportioned and powerful muscles tightly clung to his skeletal structure, forming blocks across his waist and abdomen akin to a field of ridges. Even the hard-to-develop mermaid lines clearly extended upward from his hips, drawing my eyes. He threw his shirt onto the mattress and started unfastening his belt. Even the best strip show can't compare to this. Thinking about it, I couldn't resist sitting up. Though my breathing had steadied, my heart rate accelerated once again. As Xingmenu removed the metallic belt and let it fall to the floor, the wooden flooring emitted a resonant echo. Without glancing back, he headed toward the door, rubbing his neck and the scratches I'd left on his back moments ago. Come give me a massage, to pay your rent, he said nonchalantly. At a time like this, if he asked me to perform magic for him, I'd grit my teeth and do it. Would a massage suffice? Or maybe I can pay with something else. He reached the door and turned his head halfway, glancing at me from the corner of his eye. His gaze wasn't harsh, but it still sent shivers down my spine. The subtle tremor ran from my heart downward, causing my entire face to flush. Do what I tell you, stop doing unnecessary things, he scanned my face and then walked on. The kiss just now should have been one of those unnecessary things, he mentioned, but logically speaking, if he truly didn't want me to do that, he could have easily pulled away much earlier. Besides, afterward, he actually responded to my advances. Hypocrite. I rolled my eyes, stood up, and did a few deep breaths until I calmed down enough to head toward the bathroom. Xingmenu's bathroom was massive. A round bathtub was embedded by the window, where pulling the blinds would offer a view of the lights along the street below. The tub matched the size of the bathroom, 3 adults could lie across it without any trouble. When I entered, Xingmenu had already lain inside, facing away from me with arms outstretched, his head tilted backward resting on the edge of the bathtub. His wet black hair combed backward exposed a clean forehead. Mister, which part do you want massaged? I approached softly, half kneeling on the mat in front of the tub, ready to provide service. Xingmenu kept his eyes closed and muttered one word, head. Got it, no problem. I rolled up my sleeves and gently touched his temples with my fingertips. After massaging for a while, seeing his steady and slow breathing, I thought he had fallen asleep. Leaning closer to his ear, I whispered, Sir, are you enjoying it? While speaking, I deliberately brushed my lips against his earlobe, making brief contact before pulling back, not doing anything unnecessary. He turned his face slightly to the side, opening his eyes slowly. With a voice tinged with hoarseness, he said, continue. Following his order, I resumed massaging his temples, gradually increasing the pressure under my fingertips. Steam filled the bathroom, creating an intimate atmosphere. With one person unclothed, it felt almost unreasonable for nothing to happen. Brother, am I good at this? Are there other parts you want me to massage? I'll take care of them all for you. Xingmenu remained silent, so I glanced surreptitiously underwater while aimlessly chatting. Big Brother Wei has a scar on his back, I used to massage it for him. He says I have a strong hand, and it feels very comfortable. But after Shen Shaoshi joined us, the job went to him. Though small, he was stronger than me, often making Wei Shi gasp in pain. Big Brother Wei. Xingmenu suddenly spoke. That's Wei Shi. Xingmenu seemed to recall something. Oh, the one who got jailed last time for assaulting someone. It wasn't intentional, just a misunderstanding. Actually, he's a pretty decent guy. While we were inside, him, Shen Xiaoshi, me, and Yi Dazhuang, whom you met before, were all in the same cell together. We had the best relationship. After I got out, Wei Shi helped me a lot, he let me manage the pawn shop and even had Shen Xiaoshi assist me. Whenever any of us needed help, he'd always come through without hesitation. So you're very grateful to him. His tone was slow and light. Then. I stopped myself immediately, alarms ringing in my head. Wait, was it wrong to mention another man at this moment? It's not like I'm overly grateful or anything, I just think he's a good person. I detected something off in his words and hurriedly tried to mend the situation, issuing a good person card for Wei Shi, but apparently, it was too late. You rub Wei Shi's back, wipe Shen Xiaoshi's tears, and seduce Luo Jingyun for Mo Chiosa, your friendship goes to such lengths that others might feel embarrassed even calling themselves friends. My arm was abruptly grabbed by a wet hand, making me flinch instinctively, as if bitten by a giant snake. Today, I'm tired, and my mood is awful. I told you not to do unnecessary things, yet you keep breaking the rules. Xing Menu turned back to look at me, his eyes dark and heavy. Yes, I get angry. You don't know how angry I can get. His statements came disconnectedly, lacking an apparent connection. Before I could fully grasp what his anger meant, he suddenly yanked me into the bathtub. I fell head first, swallowing several mouthfuls of bathwater, and when I struggled to the surface, I was shoved against the edge of the tub by Xing Menu tugging on my collar. Coughing, I suddenly remembered yesterday, I had used a lie detector to ask him whether he'd get angry if I became physically intimate with others. Back then, he simply answered with a single, yes, but now, he demonstrated more directly that he truly gets furious. Brother. I wanted to argue that I hadn't wiped Shen Xiaoshi's tears. Shut up. Xing Menu gripped my chin tightly, lifting it slightly. Do not call me that. He was totally unreasonable, but I also felt like he shouldn't be this unreasonable. Brother. So I fearlessly called him again. His face immediately flashed with a trace of cruelty as he let go of my chin and leaned in, hesitating for a moment before giving up on something, and then firmly pressed me into a kiss by holding the back of my head. I reviewed our conversation tonight, searching for sensitive words, and realized that third brother was the start. In the past, I dared not think about it, so many things were hard to understand. But now I can imagine freely. Xing Menu might seem emotionally detached most of the time, but his jealousy stands out prominently. When I was drugged by Luo Jingyun, he found me at the club and later made excuses, saying I threw myself at him and that he needed an outlet due to low spirits. Now thinking about it, no, none of those reasons are valid. He saw the video on my phone and got so angry that he lost control and had his way with me. Because I called someone else, brother? I quickly asked when he slightly loosened his grip. I told you, shut up, he frowned, tilting closer to seal my lips again, stopping any further sound from me. A jealous person goes mad just because a title is no longer unique. Once upon a time, I thought Xing Menu was aloof and detached, a celestial being immune to earthly emotions. But it turns out he's just an ordinary man. An ordinary man who feels irritated because he's no longer my only brother. That's really wonderful. I stretched my arms and hugged his back tightly, as if reeling in a big net, trapping him thoroughly. I've caught you, my seagull. Chapter 62, I feel like I'm dreaming. This time, finally, nothing was blocking my mouth, so I could scream and shout as much as I wanted. As I got more into it, the entire bathroom echoed with my cries. Perhaps my voice was too loud. Xing Menu paused while panting, giving me an irritated look before covering my mouth to silence the lewd words that were escaping. MMPH. My neck bent backward as I leaned against the edge of the bathtub. Xing Menu came closer, looking down at me with deep desire in his eyes. Lu Feng, does it make you happy when I get angry? He punctuated every few words by violently thrusting into me, as if he wanted to completely penetrate me. I hate uncontrolled emotions, and I hate how you always test my limits and don't listen to me. Though he was doing this, saying these things, his eyes remained surprisingly calm. I stuck out my tongue, licking his palm in a pleasing manner. His eyes darkened suddenly as he went even deeper. Aren't you suffering enough yet? MMPH. My eyes widened instantly, trembling as tears welled up in the corners. Xing Menu removed his hand from my mouth, lifted my legs underwater, and began moving sharply. My feet hooked around his waist as I clung tightly to him, my fingertips scratching his back anxiously. Tears smeared across his temple and cheek. I wanted to say, for you, I'm not afraid of any hardship. I wanted to say I'd be obedient and follow your commands, but when I spoke, all that came out was a series of increasingly high-pitched, brother, calls, soft, sticky, and shameless. And with my unchecked screaming, his movements became more frantic. I couldn't take it, so I begged him, brother, slow down. Can you go slower? He didn't answer at first, instead moving his lips from my ear to my neck, exhaling hot breath that mingled with small water droplets, sending shivers through my skin. Unable to resist, I called out to him again, my nails raking hard over his spine. Finally, he responded, his tone harsh. No. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he bit down on my Adam's apple. I let out a sound like a prey animal's last gasp, my fingers trembling briefly before one hand slid weakly down. Only the other hand remained, barely clinging to his shoulder and back. Brother, I'm dying. I'm really dying, my vision swaying. I cooed in a way I would never normally use, light and frail, as though about to expire at any moment. You, please don't be so good. Every time I do this with Xingmenu, I have the feeling that I'll be entirely consumed by him, ripped limb from limb, chewed until there's not even a crumb left. I beg for mercy, but instead of showing tenderness, he only becomes more brutal, intensifying his actions. The more I struggle, the harder he bites. Once he decides I'm his, death itself won't change that. No escape is possible. But I accept it willingly, I understand it, and it pleases me. Whether he crushes or devours me, I will never push him away. You really are troublesome. Without warning, he stopped, freezing completely, leaving me in an awkward position. When he moves, I can't bear it. When he doesn't, it's even worse. Instinctively, I squirmed in his arms. Brother. My voice dragged on softly, my nails lightly scraping his back. A cool tongue licked upward from my throat to my jawline. Lu Feng, if anyone else ever hears you call them, brother, besides me. His eyes lowered seriously without a hint of joking. I'll break your legs and chain you to the bed for life. Instinctively, I trembled, scared. Before I could declare my loyalty, Xingmenu kissed me and resumed his frenzied motions, quickly pulling me back into a maelstrom of desire once again. Waking up early in the morning, I heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom far away. Grabbing my hair, I yawned widely and sat up in bed. In the dining room, the coffee machine gave off a rich aroma. Xingmenu stepped out of the bathroom while tying his tie. Seeing that I was awake, he just glanced at me briefly, walked to the coffee machine, pressed a button, and poured himself a cup of strong black coffee. I'm going to the company soon. If you want a ride, you've got 10 minutes to get ready. He glanced at the watch on his wrist and said. I looked down at myself, completely naked from head to toe. Embarrassed, I replied, all right, wait a bit. Last night, everything except my coat ended up in Xingmenu's bathtub, still wet and soaking in the washing machine. There was no way they'd dry quickly enough. So, I rummaged through Xingmenu's wardrobe, searching for clothes I could wear. After some digging, I found 2 white t-shirts he might have used as pajamas, rolled up the cuffs of his overly long jeans slightly, and slipped on my own denim jacket. Surprisingly, the outfit turned out to be pretty decent. The weight in my pocket felt substantial, so I reached in and pulled out a courier box. Since Yi Dazhuang had obviously sent it to the wrong address, I didn't bother checking its contents. I decided to just hold onto it for him until he came looking for it one day. I placed the package on the table and said to Xingmenu, I'm ready, let's go. Xingmenu wasn't the type to be overly curious. He put down his coffee cup without asking about the box's contents, draped his suit jacket over his arm, and walked straight toward the door. I expected him to move forward without turning back or waiting for me as usual. However, surprisingly, when I slipped on my shoes and stepped outside, I found him still standing in front of the elevator. After I closed the door softly behind me, he pressed the button for the elevator to descend. Clearly, he had been waiting for me. I walked up beside him and stood there, instinctively trying to hook his hand. He quickly evaded, saying nothing and simply switching the arm holding his clothes. I rolled my eyes but didn't pursue it further. The elevator arrived at our floor soon after. As he stepped in first, he noticed I was still standing there and slightly raised his eyebrows, pressing the open door button again. Are you coming or not? I gave him a small smile. Brother, it feels like I'm dreaming. Xingmenu looked at me with an expression of indifference and then released the elevator button. As the elevator doors began to close, I realized something was wrong and hurried inside with a quick step. The doors shut slowly behind me, and I slapped my chest, muttering under my breath, Xingmenu. With his hands in his pockets, Xingmenu paid attention only to the floor numbers, refusing to look at me. I stood behind him slightly to his side, but I noticed a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. What a jerk. I silently criticized him in my mind but allowed a brighter smile to bloom on my face nonetheless. I rode along with Xingmenu in his car to the pawnshop, where we arrived a little late. Lu Yu and Shen Xiaoshi were already there. Shen Xiaoshi sat on the couch texting someone, and as soon as I entered, she looked up and immediately asked if I had heard from Yi Dazhuang recently. Dazhuang? He called last week, but why? Is someone looking for him? I pulled out my phone to check the call history. The last communication with Yi Dazhuang happened on the day of Shen Xiaoshi's mother's court ruling. Did he borrow money from anyone? It's not that. Third brother has been trying to find him these past couple of days, wanting to meet for dinner, but his phone keeps going unanswered. I attempted calling Yi Dazhuang's number, but it was also off. Maybe he's busy covering some celebrity stories and can't answer. You know how his line of work is, sometimes he stays hidden while gathering materials, then suddenly a big story breaks online, and he reappears. Still, what intrigued me more at the moment wasn't when Yi Dazhuang would turn his phone back on but rather the current status between Shen Xiaoshi and Wei Shi. I squeezed next to Shen Xiaoshi and casually lowered my voice as if it were an ordinary question. Did you two reconcile with Wei Shi? Without stopping her typing, Shen Xiaoshi gave a dismissive through her nose without even glancing at me. I couldn't dare press her further on how they had reconciled or their current situation, but knowing our group of 4 could still hold together and didn't need to break apart was enough. The rest would come naturally when they were ready to share. Initially, when I mentioned staying at Xing Manu's place, it was just a way to gauge his reaction. I didn't have any real intention of staying, which was why I hadn't brought any extra clothing. Now that I really intended to stay, I couldn't keep borrowing his forever, so after work, I planned to return home to retrieve some of my own clothes. I sent Xing Manu a text message before hopping on the subway back home. My current residence was located in an old residential area with high resident turnover, chaotic order, and each year around the end of the year, several cases of burglary occurred. Thus, when I opened the door and saw signs of being ransacked, alarm bells immediately went off in my mind. Trying to hit a sales target right after the middle of the year. Do they need money to buy a coffin? I truly had a jinxed mouth. I just lied to Xing Manu about a theft at my house, and now it turned out to be true. You deserve that for your loose tongue. I tapped my lips lightly and pulled out my phone, standing in the center of the messy living room and preparing to call the police. Suddenly, I felt a strange movement in the air behind me and something approaching. Someone was still inside the house. No sooner did this thought cross my mind than a sharp pain shot through the nape of my neck, causing everything to turn pitch black before my eyes. Struggling to stay conscious, I eventually lost control and collapsed to the ground. Damn it, is heaven trying to teach me humility by setting up a hurdle for me? After losing consciousness for who knows how long, I groggily woke up to find myself surrounded by darkness. The surface beneath me was unbearably hard, and my neck still throbbed faintly. Confused, I tried sitting up quickly but found all 4 limbs tightly bound and unable to move. What nonsense is this? Burglars failing to steal are now resorting to kidnapping. I struggled, finding the knots incredibly tight with no sign of loosening. Resigning myself to it, I calmed down and began carefully observing my surroundings. The air in the room smelled of wood. I ran my fingers over the ground. It was rough, filled with sand and gravel. Not far away, there was a door. Warm yellow light seeped through from outside, along with faint voices. I wriggled my body closer to listen more clearly. Why did you kidnap him? A man asked urgently. We couldn't find what we were looking for, so obviously, we took him. Didn't you urge us to use any means necessary to get rid of it? Another male voice, raspy and gruff, replied. Do you know what you're doing? If 2 people go missing, what happens if the police take notice? I've given you so much money to handle this as quietly as possible, but now you're doing the opposite. Are you trying to get me killed? At this moment, another man interjected, stop being so harsh. We're all in the same boat here, we either live or die together. Rest assured, we won't do anything stupid that could ruin our chances. The first man's voice sounded familiar to me, though I couldn't quite recall where I had heard it before. From their conversation, it was clear they were searching for something, but what could they possibly be looking for in my possession? Shouldn't they have been searching the pawn shop's warehouse instead of trapping me at my home? Afraid they might suddenly enter, I wriggled back to where I was. Suddenly, an unsettling rustling noise emerged from the darkness, making me freeze, assuming there was another one of their accomplices lurking in the shadows. Feng, brother Feng, are you awake? Dazhuang's weak voice drifted out from the dim corner. Dazhuang? Reuniting with him under these circumstances shocked me, and some fleeting thoughts began connecting in my mind. It seemed like the men outside had mentioned earlier about 2 missing persons, one being me, the other Dazhuang. So, he wasn't investigating news stories these past few days, he'd been kidnapped and taken to the outskirts. What happened? I crawled closer toward his direction, lowering my voice to ask. Dazhuang's voice was feeble, either because he was injured or hadn't eaten in days. His tone was coarse, like swallowing sandpaper. It's a long story. Brother Feng, it's my fault. In my next life, I'll work as hard as a beast just to repay you. Even though it was still late summer and the weather was stiflingly humid, I could smell the stench of rotten blood coming from him. This made my tone more urgent, then give me the short version. Don't start talking nonsense about life and death, this isn't the time for that. Dazhuang paused briefly, then sighed, remember when I told you I was working on a big story? I remember. The short version is, this big story, it's related to Maiden Pharmaceuticals. While helping you investigate Lawyer Sheng, I got acquainted with some researchers at Maiden. Later, I picked up some clues from them that suggested their new drug might be flawed and shouldn't be on the market yet. I spent half a year digging deeper, collecting substantial evidence, including falsified clinical data files and some classified original documents. For safety, I hid everything in an external safe and sent you the password device, since I didn't trust anyone else. Shit. I cursed involuntarily, why the hell didn't you warn me before sending something so important? Dazhuang's voice grew even weaker, I thought, the more you knew, the more dangerous it would become for you. And I suspected I was being followed. But I didn't expect Xiao Meng to already be watching me closely and dare to send people to abduct me. They tortured me these last few days, demanding I hand over the documents. I had no choice but to tell them the stuff was locked in the safe and that you had the password device. I thought they'd only search your place and steal it, but I never imagined they'd kidnap you too. Brother Feng, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. You can scold me. Hearing him close to tears, even though I was frustrated, I couldn't bring myself to curse further. Instead, while keeping an eye on the door, I tried to prop myself up against the wall. What's the point of cursing you? It's better to save energy and figure out how to escape. How bad are your injuries? That explained why the voice outside felt familiar. It was none other than Xiao Meng. Maiden, such a large company, would resort to kidnapping and theft to cover up the truth. Xiao Suiguang's daughter was disgraceful enough, but her nephew proved equally despicable, a real black sheep of the family. The situation was delicate. They boldly abducted people, knowing exactly what they wanted, without attempting to conceal their identities. From the tone of those kidnappers, they carried a hidden ruthlessness. They weren't planning on letting us go easily. Perhaps Yi Dazhuang also sensed this, which was why he kept apologizing relentlessly. He knew we might not leave here alive. Just a minor injury, I haven't eaten for a few days, and I feel weak all over, also thirsty. Yi Dazhuang said, then began coughing violently. Not long after, footsteps were heard outside the door. Both of us froze momentarily as Yi Dazhuang suddenly stopped his coughing. I looked at the door shining with light from the edges, and saw a shadow flash past the crack. The next instant, the door was pulled open, and bright light from outside shone in, causing sudden pain in my eyes, and I instinctively squinted slightly. The towering figure by the doorway walked over here, and I tensed my body cautiously, carefully saying, "Brother, let's have a calm talk. I'll cooperate with whatever you want, money or anything else, just don't." Before I could finish saying the two words, "Lay hands on me," the person grabbed my hair and roughly flipped me to the ground. My mouth was filled with dirt, my lower lip had been bitten open, and my mouth was soon flooded with the metallic taste of blood. Still groggy, I barely managed to look up when my collar was grabbed and I was dragged out the door. "Don't touch my friend. I've already told you it has nothing to do with him. Do whatever you want to me. I beg you, please don't hurt him." Yi Dazhuang's voice was filled with panic and desperation, soon blocked by the wooden door, all locked away in the small dark room. Chapter 63, like having a cotton candy. The man dragging me was tall, with bulging muscles on his arms, wearing a tight-fitting white vest. A black tendril-like tattoo stretched from his chest to his neck. He threw me heavily into a chair and walked behind me, pressing down on my shoulders. "If you're asked, you can speak. If not, don't open your mouth unnecessarily," he said while pinching my shoulders neither too light nor too hard. His tone seemed calm but was filled with heavy threats. Outside the dark room, there was a space of about 20 square meters, with wooden walls and ceiling. There was a window that was covered with newspapers, making it impossible to see outside. However, I could feel how quiet it was around. All we could hear were the noisy cicadas and the rustling of leaves blown by the wind. The sounds of cars and people were nowhere to be heard. Inside the room, Xiaomeng wasn't visible. A middle-aged man in a flowered shirt, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, came up to me, blowing out a smoke ring and asking in a hoarse voice, "Where is the password device?" While speaking, a glint of a gold tooth at the corner of his mouth became apparent. "What password device?" I acted as if I didn't understand, wanting to hold something back. Unexpectedly, the man chuckled derisively, clenched his cigarette, and slapped me. My ears were buzzing, and the taste of blood in my mouth grew stronger. It took quite some time for my vision to focus again. I heard the middle-aged man say sinisterly, "You better not ask for punishment instead of cooperation." Something cold suddenly pressed against my neck, startling me. An ominous premonition surged in my heart. As my gaze moved downward, I saw that a black revolver was pressed against my carotid artery. Where on earth did those two thugs Xiaomeng hired get such a gun? My heart sank, and swallowing the bloody taste in my mouth, I pulled my pained lips and said, "It's with my brother." Satisfied, the face of the middle-aged man lit up, and I quickly added, "But his place is a high-end residential area. It's monitored everywhere, with security patrolling 24 hours a day, so you wouldn't be able to go there. Aren't you two just after money? There's no need to escalate this. My brother doesn't even know about the password device yet. Let me call him and have him bring the item to an agreed location for the exchange. You take the password device and use it to open the safe deposit box. Once you destroy what's inside, let me and Yi Dazhuang go free. Everyone's satisfied, what do you say?" After pondering for a bit, the middle-aged man smirked and said, "You sure think fast. You haven't been awake for a few minutes, yet you've already planned everything we're going to do next." I grinned at him. "This is just my suggestion. How things proceed depends on the decision of the two of you seniors." As I was saying these words, nervousness made sweat trickle from the roots of my hair, dropping down my collar, sliding along my spine like spider legs slowly climbing downwards. The middle-aged man stared at me while holding the cigarette, then raised his finger and gestured toward the large, tattooed man behind me, "De Long, put away your weapon." The metal lump that had been pressing tightly against me suddenly disappeared. I closed my eyes briefly and finally exhaled a breath I had been holding deep within my chest. "Little boy, just stay still, don't worry about anything else." He tilted his head, looking around. "It's quiet here, and no one will discover you." A chill ran through me. The menace and hostility in his eyes confirmed that these were people who would kill for their gain. They were far from good-natured individuals. "Brother Golden Tooth, I think Mr. Xiao has become extremely dissatisfied with us. If we don't handle things well, I'm afraid he'll just give up altogether and refuse to give us the remaining money. DeLong, with the tattoos, approached the middle-aged man, hands on hips. That way, we really would have wasted our efforts and taken great risks for nothing. Casually stuck at his waist was the gun, its entire barrel inserted into his pants. I secretly looked several times, trying to identify if it was a real one or not, but because the distance was a bit too far, I couldn't distinguish clearly. Golden Tooth flicked the cigarette butt onto the ground and crushed it with his foot. He dare. Coldly, he glanced at DeLong and commanded, "Take the person back." DeLong turned around, grabbed the front of my shirt, yanked me off the chair, and dragged me back to the small dark room. With my elbow hitting the ground, I groaned softly from the pain as the wooden door gradually closed. The part of my body previously illuminated by light got narrower and narrower until darkness returned entirely before my eyes. Now, I could only hope Shin Min-Oh discovers I'm missing, comes over to my place looking for me, sees the signs of a robbery at my house, and promptly reports it to the police. But why does this seem almost unlikely? "Brother Fong, how are you doing?" Dazhuang anxiously asked me in the dark. Using my shoulder to push against the ground and sit up, with both feet assisting my bottom, I eventually moved to his side. "They have a gun," I whispered, "have you seen it?" Dazhuang replied, "Yes, they even fired a shot to scare me." "Shit, it's a real gun." My heart kept sinking, fearing they might recklessly walk in with the gun and hurt Shin Min-Oh. At that moment, the sound of a car engine starting came from outside. I glanced at the direction of the doorway, catching a glimpse through the crack as people moved around outside. I speculated that one of them had gone to steal the password device while the other remained to guard us. Clenching my teeth, I decided not to wait passively anymore. I instructed Dazhuang to turn his back, and I bent down to locate the position of the rope tied around his hands with my mouth. Golden Tooth and his gang had used PVC zip ties with built-in locks to bind us. Our hands were crossed behind our backs, palms gripping our elbows, and they secured 3 layers of these bindings. Additionally, our feet, ankles, knees, thighs, were all tightly bound, making it nearly impossible to break free. "It's no use. I can't bite through." I tried gnawing at the zip ties with my teeth, only to realize it was futile. Even if I managed to weaken them by sheer willpower, it would take hours before dawn broke. I could do nothing but sit up straight, leaning against the wall and breathing heavily. They're leaving no room for stealth. Boldly showing their faces, they even spilled the beans about Xiaoming being the mastermind behind the scenes. They never intended to let us leave alive, Dazhuang. "Feng Gu, it's all my fault." Dazhuang finally let loose his pent-up emotions, sobbing loudly, "I'm such an idiot. Such a damn fool." All I could hear was his ghastly cries, which were harder to endure than any banshee's wail. I didn't have the energy to comfort him. Instead, my mind raced with thoughts about Shin Min-Oh and the password device. I regretted telling the truth earlier. I should have stalled longer. If they couldn't find the password device, they'd keep us alive at least for a day. That would also give others enough time to notice our disappearance and alert the police. Even though enduring beatings might be unavoidable, we'd still have a good chance to survive. Not like now, waiting anxiously for news or for the axe on our necks to fall suddenly. TSK, my improvisational skills were clearly lacking. I panicked when threatened by the gun. Frustrated, I tapped the back of my head against the wall. Dazhuang, I'm ready to die, but you're my friend. Since fate has brought us together under this misfortune, I don't blame you. But... I paused for a moment, speaking with dark gravity, "If something happens to my brother, even after I die, I'll rise from the dead just to kill you. Do you believe me?" Dazhuang visibly trembled, hurriedly replying, "Yes, I believe you." Time passed unnoticed until the dim little black room gradually filled with light, becoming brighter. Only then did I notice a window on one of the walls nearby, similarly covered with newspapers so we couldn't see outside. However, some sunlight managed to seep through the cracks between the papers. It must have been around noon when the car engine noise rang out again from outside. The vehicle that had left last night returned. I exchanged glances with Dazhuang and squirmed closer to the shared wall between the 2 rooms, pressing my ear against it. The door opened and closed, and Golden Tooth's voice carried irritation. "Damn it, I couldn't get in." "Did you find the entrance?" DeLong asked. "What entrance? I didn't even get into the compound. The kid's brother didn't step out all morning. I waited for ages but never saw him leave. What to do then? He's not like that gossip reporter who goes missing for 10 days without raising suspicions. I figure his brother might file a report sooner or later." Golden Tooth fell silent for a moment before saying, "You go fetch the captives." DeLong dragged me out of the little black room again. This time, Golden Tooth agreed to my proposal from yesterday, allow me to call Shin Min-Oh and tell him someone would come to pick up a package. He was supposed to hand the package containing the password device over to DeLong disguised as a courier. If he asked about my whereabouts, I was to lie that I got drunk at a friend's place. "As soon as DeLong confirms everything went smoothly, I'll immediately release you." Golden Tooth had a sinister face but wore a benevolent smile that gave off bone-chilling vibes. "Alright, give me the phone." I knew he was lying, yet I readily agreed. DeLong pulled my phone from his pocket, dialed Shin Min-Oh's number, and placed it on the table in front of us, turning on the speakerphone. I leaned slightly forward, positioning myself near the microphone. The line connected, and as always, Shingmino, you didn't speak first. There was silence on the other end, and one might have thought the call had malfunctioned. Brother, it's me. Where are you? I'm at. I stole a glance at Golden Tooth, who stared intently at me, sticking to his instructions. I'm at Brother 3's house. Last night, we both drank too much, and I slept there. Shingmino Yu paused for a brief moment before confirming, so, you spent the night at Wei Shi's place. His voice was extraordinarily gentle, almost as if holding a cotton candy, but I knew it was just an illusion. There was no sweetness here, only violent storms ahead. I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice as natural as possible. Yes. DeLong played with his beloved black revolver, gesturing nonsensically at me. I understood it as his way of intimidation and thus chose my words carefully. Brother, there's a delivery box on your desk. Someone will come to collect it in the afternoon. Just hand it over to him. Is that the package sent by Yi Dazhuang? Yes, the one Yi Dazhuang sent to me. What's inside? Both Dalong's and Jinya's gaze shifted towards me, their tension palpable. I don't know. He must have sent it to the wrong person. I've never opened it. Understood. Shingmino Yu ended the call, and Dalong, with excitement, rubbed his hands together and said to Jinya, Brother Jinya, it seems like we're going to pull this off. Jinya's face lit up with joy as well. With a wave of his hand, he instructed Dalong to lock me up again. I hope Shingmino Yu can understand my hint. If he goes to verify with Wei Shi, he will find out that I was never there, meaning something is definitely amiss. Spitting out the dirt in my mouth, I glanced around at the now brighter little black room, bypassing the bruised Yidazwang. My eyes stopped on an unknown rusted iron piece on the ground. It might be part of some farming tool, about half the size of a palm, and the same color as the dirt, which made it easy for me to take advantage of it. Holding the iron piece between my fingers, I told Yidazwang, even if I end up cutting your flesh later, you'll need to bear it, alright? Yidazwang looked at me, then at the iron piece in my hand, and finally, with great sincerity and fear, gave a strong nod. Chapter 64, I'm here. This piece of rusted iron was duller than wood, only slightly better than my own teeth. With my back to Yi Dazhuang, I couldn't see the exact position of the zip tie on his hand. Despite breaking out in a cold sweat, I wasn't making much progress. Brother Feng, this isn't going to work. What if someone comes in while you're halfway through? Yi Dazhuang suddenly hissed as he inhaled sharply because of where I had cut him. We'll die either way, so we have no choice but to take the risk. My fingers were sweating uncontrollably, making the metal flake slippery. For an indeterminate amount of time, I kept sawing back and forth until footsteps came from outside the door. I immediately stopped what I was doing and stuffed the metal piece behind Yi Dazhuang. The middle-aged man walked over with my phone. The constantly vibrating screen showed a call coming from Brother. Don't say anything rash. He warned me before pressing the speakerphone button and then answered the call. A black-sheathed dagger hung from the other person's waist. If I could get it, I would certainly be able to easily cut through the zip ties on my hands and feet. Unfortunately. I licked my dry upper lip and said, Brother, what's wrong? There was complete silence on the other end of the phone, without any background noise. I suspiciously glanced at Jinya, who also looked perplexed. After waiting for a bit longer, I picked up the phone to hang up. Let my younger brother go. You want something that is in my possession, I can use it as exchange. Shingminu's calm voice transmitted from the phone. Jinya's eyes suddenly widened as he incredulously examined the phone, suspecting whether my phone had a hidden listening device. I know that you've captured my younger brother and also Yi Dazhuang. In the delivery box is the password device for the Wanli Bank safe deposit box. Just now, I have already taken the item out from the bank. Rest assured, I will not report to the police, nor am I concerned about anyone else's life or death. Give me an address, and I'll personally bring the item to exchange for my younger brother. Jinya gripped the phone tightly, squinting upon hearing these words, with the corners of his eyes slightly. Time ticked by second by second. Shingminu did not speak further, giving Jinya ample time to consider. After hesitating for a moment, Jinya finally spoke, his tone cold and chilling. What's inside the safe is something that cannot be revealed to others. Now that you've already taken it out, my employer must definitely not pay the final installment. This deal has failed. Prepare to receive your brother's body. My heart tightened as I held my breath, ready to desperately resist for even the slightest chance of survival. Before I acted, Shingminu's voice came again from the phone. I can also give you money. Cash, unserial numbered old bills, 1 million yuan. How does that sound? Jinya paused in the act of hanging up the phone. The temptation of money was tremendous. Xiao Meng's payment was uncertain whether he would be able to secure it, but this 1 million yuan windfall was tempting enough to make anyone's heart leap. He resisted such temptation, his face contorted as he clenched the phone in his hand, clearly struggling. Eventually, he succumbed. Tonight's transaction, or it will be cancelled. Without waiting for Shingminu's reply, this time he decisively ended the call. Jinya glared at the phone, looking extremely displeased. Originally, it was just a simple errand, yet now it was full of errors. Anyone in this situation wouldn't feel good. Suddenly, his menacing gaze turned toward me. My body tensed, sensing trouble. The next second, I was kicked hard in the chest, colliding violently against the wall behind me. The ribs ached severely, causing me to cough violently without control. Jinya didn't stop there, more kicks landed all over my body. Bad omen. Bad omen. I curled into a ball, gritting my teeth and enduring silently. Dajwang lunged forward to block some of Jinya's kicks with his body, incessantly begging for mercy, imploring him to not be upset and to not hold a grudge against us. When Jinya had finally vented his anger, he retracted his foot, unbuttoned his shirt, loosened his collar, and swaggered away. This beast. Dajwang moved aside and spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. My chest throbbed with dull pain. I wasn't sure if my ribs were cracked. Suppressing a few choking coughs, I picked up the metal piece again and gestured for Dajwang to turn around. Continue. Huh. Dajwang's face froze in surprise for a moment. It broke. Upon examining the zip tie binding his arm, the one I'd been grinding at for so long was indeed broken. It might have snapped due to his forceful action when he jumped in earlier. I felt somewhat relieved and said, "Come on, keep working on the rest, try to break them all." Dajwang stopped me. No, brother Fong, my fighting strength is limited, and I run slowly. The chance for survival should be left for you. Give me the metal piece. Now that one of my hands is free, I can grind faster, aiming to get all of yours broken within an hour. Then, you escape through the window, don't look back, just keep running. You'll surely be able to escape. Dajwang, this guy may have fallen into the trap, but he still has some chivalry. What he said did make sense, my fighting ability was indeed stronger than his. In case Jinya and others suddenly came in to attack us, I needed to be freed first so I could fight back. Alright, stop playing the sob story, running without looking back. Just cut it quickly, no nonsense. This wasn't the time to be modest, so I didn't beat around the bush with him. The iron flake changed hands. Dajwang worked hard on cutting the zip ties on my hands, going much faster than I did. Fong, attorney Xing tricked them. He never got what was in the safe. Dajwang turned his head slightly and whispered, as a precaution, I added an iris verification service that requires both the password device and my iris for dual validation to open the safe. I haven't told them yet, planning that even if I die, I won't let them get what's inside the cabinet. Dajwang, may be an entertainment reporter, but I also have journalistic dignity. Revealing the truth is the mission of every news worker, and I will not give in to evil forces. I froze momentarily, meaning Xing Menu was bluffing them. He never got the files from the cabinet, from start to end, he just wanted to exchange me for 1 million yuan. They won't let us go. From Jinya's fierce look earlier, they were not going to let anyone live. They would kill all of us after getting the money, including Xing Menu. I think so too. Dajwang nodded and said, they have guns. One shot, we're all dead. The atmosphere became more suffocating as Dajwang and I fell silent simultaneously. For a while, the whole space was filled only with the fine sound of the iron flake cutting through the zip ties. It took Dajwang a whole afternoon to cut all 3 zip ties. After the last one was cut, I excitedly grabbed my stiff hands due to poor blood circulation, took the iron flake from Dajwang's hand, and prepared to cut the 3 zip ties on my legs. Because I was afraid Jinya and the others might suddenly come in, I carefully cut each one and didn't completely sever them. During this time, the sky gradually darkened, and our vision was extremely poor. The place where we were confined again returned to being a pitch-black little room. When I was almost finished cutting the 3rd one, there were sounds outside the door again. I quickly hid the iron flake and placed my hands behind my back. The tattooed man walked in, drew a dagger from his waist, and advanced towards us. I thought he was about to harm us, preparing to leap up and fight him to death, but instead he squatted down before me and cut the zip ties on my feet one by one with the knife. Your brother has arrived. He picked up his dagger and pulled a piece of cloth from his pocket, forcing it into my mouth. Then, standing up, he coldly stared at me and said, get up, or should I help you? I pondered the possibility of tackling him and seizing the gun here, but when he turned around, his waist was empty, the gun was not on him. Since the situation wasn't clear, I couldn't reveal my move yet and had to rethink. With difficulty, I stood up. My legs and feet had been tied for too long, so the first few steps I walked were unsteady and wobbly. Dalong thought I was too slow, grabbed my arm roughly and dragged me out of the little black room, then out of the other room nearby, to the outdoors. These 2 people don't know how they found this place, it looked like it was in the mountains, surrounded by lush vegetation, utterly dark. The place where we were detained was a simple wooden shack, piled with firewood and various jars outside, showing signs of habitation, but seemingly abandoned for quite some time. Dalong pressed a dagger to my neck and led me forward a few steps. An unfamiliar jeep had its headlights on, lighting the path. Standing in the light was a towering figure, beside whose foot was a 24-inch suitcase. After adjusting to the light for a while, I finally recognized it was Xing Menu. He also noticed my arrival, squinting and shielding his eyes from the glaring lights, dragging the suitcase towards me a couple of steps. Don't come closer. I had been so focused on Xing Menu that I almost overlooked another person beside the car. Jinya leaned against the car door, arms crossed, with the gun that I'd searched for everywhere clearly stuck into his waistband. Alright, it's balanced, 2 against 2, considering Xingmenu's combat skills are twice as good as the other, our chances of winning are over 50%. Open the suitcase, Jinya commanded. Xingmenu didn't say anything, tipping the black suitcase sideways, unlocking it. The moment the lid opened, Jinya and Dalong involuntarily stretched their necks to take a peek inside. 1 million. Jia couldn't help but take a step forward. At exactly this moment, the wind carried 2 barely noticeable, puff, sounds. The dagger around the neck fell to the ground in response, shoulders bumped by the falling Dalong, stumbling forward 2 steps. In my peripheral vision, Jinya clutched the bleeding ear and swiftly pounced back at me. Motherfucker, dare to call the police. Jinya pulled the gun from his waist, then none of us are going to live. A red blood hole appeared on Dalong's forehead, and he fell to the ground, half-opened eyes already devoid of life. I quickly reacted, understanding that Xingmenu must have reported the police, with snipers lying in wait around us, just ready to ambush as soon as the 2 kidnappers showed up. Unfortunately, we were a little short on luck, which kept them from taking Jinya out in one shot. But no worries, I'll make up for that missing bit of luck myself. I pulled the cloth out of my mouth and lunged forward, fuck your mom. As Jinya's gun fired, I hurled a powerful punch at his face with all my might. I'm someone who practices basics regularly, so my punch wasn't weak. Jinya immediately let out a painful whimper, blood gushing from his nose. Just as I was about to kick him again, he suddenly lunged forward, and there behind him stood Xingmenu, his knee pressing into Jinya's back, firmly gripping Jinya's arm and wrenching it back without mercy. A cry escaped Jinya's lips as his hand twisted unnaturally against the ground, and the gun slid away to the side. Seeing Jinya subdued, the tension in my nerves finally relaxed, and I plopped down onto the ground, panting heavily. The surrounding area gradually filled with the dense footsteps and voices of people closing in, flashlight beams crisscrossing among the trees. Brother, it's good you understood my hint. After being tense for too long, now that I was relaxing, I felt a bit tired. Xingmenu held Jinya's neck tightly with one hand and looked over upon hearing my words. His gaze locked onto me, and his usually cold expression turned a bit strange. It was like, he was perplexed by not knowing what happened, thus appearing quite flustered. What's wrong? I thought his expression came from seeing the wounds on my face, so I wanted to say more to cheer him up, but suddenly my body started trembling. With the danger past, my adrenaline level dropped, and the sensation of pain followed close behind. I looked down at my own abdomen, where a large patch of blood had already soaked through Xingmenu's white t-shirt, spreading further uncontrollably. It seemed my luck was also lacking tonight. Movie protagonists never get shot amidst a hail of bullets, yet somehow, a random bullet found its way into me. I looked at Xingmenu again, extending my hand toward him. For some inexplicable reason, I just wanted to smile at him. Brother. My vision gradually blurred, and after a stunned moment, Xingmenu tightly grabbed my hand and moved to my side, letting me lean into his embrace. Don't be afraid, I'm here. I'm here. The last thing I heard in consciousness was Xingmenu repeating those words incessantly in my ear, making me feel utterly at ease even as I plunged into darkness. Actually, I wanted to tell him, I wasn't scared. As long as he was with me, I would never fear anything. Chapter 65, The Unfinished Matter. My dad, in today's terms, was actually an open-minded literary enthusiast. He had a kind and interesting personality, got along well with friends and family, and in his spare time, he would brew a pot of tea at home and read books by his favorite authors. He always told us that reading broadens horizons and provides knowledge. No investment pays more dividends with less effort than reading. When my brother Xingmenu and I were still young, he liked to read us 1 or 2 of his favorite articles before bed, indulging his insatiable desire for recitation. He particularly loved Borges' short story collections, especially a piece called The Unfinished Matter, which he often repeated segments from that he found breathtakingly brilliant. Since the day I began to have cognition and understanding, I grew up accepting what people call ugly things. There are indeed many clashing elements in this world, but they learn to accept each other in order to coexist. I think it's precisely because he held these words as guiding principles that he didn't find Xingmenu's uniqueness something to be overly alarmed about. This world naturally has all kinds of different people, the good, the evil, the selfless, the selfish. No type of character is absolutely correct or perfect. So-called perfection merely means fitting in with the majority. Over the years, though I might not remember every word perfectly, the plot of this article remains carved into my memory like a work done by knife and axe. Maybe it has to do with the author's background in philosophy, as Borges' works are often filled with philosophical reflections on death and time, presenting his unique perspective. Unlike me, my father favored the beginning section of The Unfinished Matter, where the protagonist reflects upon learning about his uncle's death. At the time, I felt the same as people losing their loved ones, regretting that we hadn't treated them better while they were alive, and how useless grief is now. People often forget that only the dead can communicate with the deceased. Life is fleeting, and after my father passed away, this line resonated even more deeply with me. Relatives should treat each other as kindly as possible when they're alive because once they're gone, whether you burn incense or worship their spirit, it's really just for your own psychological comfort. Borges' point of view has always resonated strongly with me. So when I snapped back to reality and suddenly found myself in our home from over a decade ago, surrounded by the savory scent of food, my father sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper, my mother bustling around the kitchen, everything seemed so harmoniously perfect, my mind couldn't help but echo Dajwang's ominous prophesy, did I really die? I buried my face in my hands, elbows resting on my knees, utterly disheveled. They should have at least let me leave a last statement. What kind of cruel fate is it to die with a single shot? I'm not even 30 yet, isn't this premature death? What will happen to Xing Minu if I'm gone? He probably won't be upset for long anyway. As this thought crossed my mind, my back curved further, yet I simultaneously felt a flicker of solace. While I was saddened that he wouldn't grieve much for my passing, I took comfort in knowing he could quickly return to his normal life and continue living systematically according to plan. In moments like this, his flaws instead became his blessing. Xiaofeng, how are you doing recently? Hearing this long-lost voice gave me goosebumps, and I looked up dazedly towards the middle-aged man on the sofa. My father was barely in his 40s when he passed, and perhaps time holds no meaning in the afterlife, because he still appeared exactly as he used to, not having aged alongside the passage of real-world years. Dad. As he idly flipped through the newspaper, like any regular question between father and son, my eyes instantly teared up, and my voice quivered. So many times I've dreamt of this, sitting with my dad like this, chatting about daily trivial matters, analyzing current affairs news, doing things we could never do together in reality again. I'm fine. Physically strong, work is good too, recently. I've gained a bit of weight. That's good. My dad turned another page of the newspaper, what about your brother? He's also doing well. He's a lawyer now. Everything you asked him to do, he's completed properly. Don't worry, he hasn't succumbed to greed, and he continues to stand in the light. My dad chuckled behind the newspaper, I knew the boy could do it. I laughed with him, but soon stopped laughing as my father suddenly put down the newspaper and stared at me seriously. Your mom told me about your situation. My smile froze, and like when I was little and had done something wrong, I couldn't stop nervously rubbing my knees with my palms, avoiding his gaze altogether. I won't criticize you because it's already in the past, and there's no use rehashing it. One must always look toward the future. I kept staring at the ground, sorry, I've disappointed you both. A sigh echoed in my ears. What nonsense. Suddenly, a warm hand patted my head. It was the familiar warmth of father's touch, you've never disappointed us. You're good, and your brother is also good. I froze momentarily, then felt a lump in my throat forming as my vision blurred. I couldn't have imagined that I did little good in life, yet after death, I'd end up in heaven. Even though I still have many things to say to you, it's not time for our family reunion yet. We won't keep you for dinner. Go quickly. The big hand moved away, and I lifted my head dazedly as my father shuffled his slippers toward the kitchen door, saying to my mother's back, honey, Xiaofeng's about to leave. Don't you have something to say to him? She stopped cutting the vegetables and waved her hand over her shoulder, no. Let him go. This tone and gesture were definitely from my mom. I stood up, walked closer, finally stopping at the doorway of the kitchen. Looking at her silhouette, I asked, Mom, are you still angry with me? Why should I be? You're dead anyway, there's nothing more to reckon about, she chopped the vegetables briskly without ever looking back. You are mine, raised by me. Even Xing Minu who isn't my birth child has been nurtured by me. Your current state, too, is due to my failure in parenting. I admit it. Mom. Just as I wanted to take a step closer, the door nearby suddenly opened like it had been swept away by a hurricane. My wife always pretends to be hard-hearted while being very soft on the inside. What do you need to ask her? My dad pulled my arm towards the front door. When we got to the door hall, he let me face away from the door and looked me over from bottom to top one last time before gently pushing me out the door, reluctant but firm, go, the unfinished matter awaits. Time hasn't come. If you stay longer, you might not be able to go back. I stumbled backward out the door. The next second, I fell down into darkness, surrounded by a dim white light. The door of home in my memory slowly closed in front of my eyes and disappeared into the dark abyss. Terrifying weightlessness caused me to yell out loud, flailing my arms in an attempt to grab hold of something. But around me was only blackness, like being sucked into a huge black hole where gravity alone tugged at me, everything else vanishing, including light. It seemed like days or nights of falling. Unexpectedly, I saw colors other than black. White buildings, passers-by walking along, an ambulance flashing its lights, and a solid ground. I hadn't had time to rejoice at returning to the world when I noticed the ground coming alarmingly close, yelling, stop, incessantly, but could not stop plummeting onto the ground. Landing on the floor, I expected pain, but none came, and no sound emerged either. I lay there for a while, not sensing any pain, bewilderedly climbed up, and patted the dust off my clothes. Two figures came hurrying down the corridor, one old and one young. The elder had gray at the temples, while the younger looked stunningly beautiful, exactly Xiao Suiguang and Xiao Maoyu. Xiao Maoyu was supporting her father, rarely displaying a serious expression. Her high heels clicked regularly against the marble tiles with ta-ta sounds. Mr. Xiao. I wanted to greet them and even raised my hand, but they acted as if they couldn't see me at all, passing right through me and heading behind me. I hastily pressed on my chest and realized there was no sense of heartbeat. I didn't have a pulse. What the hell am I? I turned around, and in the direction Xiao Suiguang went, the first thing I saw was Xing Menu standing by the operating room door. He still wore the blood-stained clothes, with spots of red splattered across his white shirt. He stood there, staring up at the glowing red letters on the door, "In operation." Despite his tall and sturdy build, which normally wouldn't give off an impression of weakness, whether it was because of his unusually disheveled appearance or his weary silhouette seen from behind, he looked to me like a lost little boy. He must want to go home so badly, but since the probability of the next bus taking him home was 50-50, perhaps he'll get further away from home instead. Therefore, he's both anticipating and fearing this situation, and regretting why he ended up getting lost in the first place. Little Sheng. Xiao Suiguang paused behind Xing Menu. Hearing the voice, Xing Menu half-turned and glanced at him, devoid of expression, his deep and dark eyes holding much complexity. Xiao Suiguang pursed his lips, breaking free of his daughter's support, bending down slightly, bowing respectfully to Xing Menu. "I never anticipated such a thing would happen. I'm truly sorry. Dad." Xiao Maoyu stepped forward again, steadying her father. "How can this be blamed on you? You don't know what Xiao Meng did." Xiao Suiguang ignored her and continued to look straight at Xing Menu, saying seriously, "Rest assured, all the medical expenses and subsequent compensation for your younger brother will be covered by me." Xiao Suiguang kept assuring that he would take full responsibility and not shirk it, but Xing Menu just looked at him without offering any comfort or response. His attitude of refusing communication made Xiao Suiguang a little awkward, and he gradually fell silent. Xing Menu then spoke, "If my brother dies, Xiao Meng must die too." Xiao Suiguang, either scared or for some other reason, slightly opened his mouth but didn't react immediately. Xiao Maoyu, however, became very angry. "Xing Menu, what is your problem? Revenge for revenge and payback for grudges, but my father is already cleaning up Xiao Meng's mess. We are also victims here. There's a lot of crap outside we still need to deal with. Don't direct your anger at us." Xing Menu turned around and ignored them. "You." Xiao Maoyu glared at his back angrily, wanting to continue speaking. But upon seeing the red light still on above the operating room, she suppressed her words and swallowed them back. "Dad, let's go. They probably don't want us staying here anyway." As she said this, Xiao Maoyu supported Xiao Suiguang and left, her high heels clacking louder and heavier than when they arrived. Yi Dazhuang, with one hand and one foot bound in casts, was assisted by Shin Shaoshi to the door of the operating room. Wei Shi followed behind, carrying a stack of invoices and medical imaging results. The three were talking earlier, but as they reached the operating room door, they automatically subdued their movements. Shin Shaoshi helped Yi Dazhuang sit on a long bench and leaned against the wall, crossing his arms, silently waiting. Wei Shi stood next to Xing Menu for a while but soon began pacing restlessly. "It's been several hours already, why isn't it over?" His thick eyebrows furrowed tightly, hands behind his back. There used to be a fake Taoist priest inside who read Lu Feng's fortune. He said Lu Feng would face a hurdle before the age of 30, but if he passed it, he would live peacefully to 100 years old, free from illness or disasters. The Taoist even gave him ways to resolve these troubles. I thought this guy had some skills and was quite accurate. This time, Lu Feng will definitely be fine and live to be 100 smoothly. His words reminded me, there indeed was such a fake Taoist priest, illegally doing pyramid schemes inside, who predicted fortunes for all of us. He told Wei Shi that his destined person was far yet near. After saying that, he winked, making Wei Shi misunderstand and brutally beat him up in disgust. It seems like Wei Shi wronged him. I wonder if it's really that accurate. Right after Wei Shi finished murmuring, the red light above the operating room went out, and shortly thereafter, the door opened. The chief surgeon walked out, removing his mask, and was immediately surrounded by Wei Shi and Shin Shaoshi with anxious questions. "Doctor, how is it? Is the patient okay?" The doctor smiled, "Relax. The surgery went very smoothly, but the patient still needs a few days of observation in the ICU." As soon as his words were spoken, the operating room door was pushed open again. Me, inserted with an oxygen tube and covered strictly, was wheeled out by the medical staff. This pale little face scared everyone. When the stretcher passed by me, I took a look at myself lying there and scared, shaking my head. Wait for me. I'm coming too." Yi Dazhuang struggled to stand up and hopped along following the stretcher for a short distance until Shin Shaoshi stopped him and held on to him. Wei Shi asked the medical staff detailed follow-up care instructions for post-operation recovery and followed them. Only Xing Menu remained rooted in place, motionless. I stood beside him, trying to touch him, only to pass through his body. "What's wrong? You're not happy that I'm alive?" I lightly tapped his cheek. Of course, Xing Menu couldn't hear my words. He raised his hand, looking at the dried bloodstains on it, and after searching around briefly, headed towards the restroom. Out of curiosity, I trailed behind him and saw him enter the men's bathroom, stopping in front of the sink. He started washing his hands repeatedly, rubbing soap on them over and over again, scrubbing off even the blood stains near his cuffs, soaking large parts of his sleeves. Even when his fingers turned white and his skin wrinkled, he didn't stop this act. Washing once or twice can be understood, but dozens of times is a bit excessive. Keep going and his hands might rot. Brother, it's fine. Stop washing. I shouted loudly in his ear, trying in vain to prevent this almost self-destructive behavior. Another 5 minutes passed, and the hospital's bar of soap was noticeably slimmer due to his use. Suddenly, Xingmenu stopped his actions. Just as I was about to rejoice, I saw his pale face rushing into the cubicle, kneeling before the toilet and vomiting dry heaves. I panicked and was about to rush over to check on him when an immense suction force pulled me away from him. Surrounding scenery rushed past in reverse, and I quickly lost consciousness again. Chapter 66, Everyone Dies Eventually. I was woken up by the continuous chirping of birds outside the window. Opening my eyes, I saw it was dawn, probably around 7 or 8 in the morning. I was lying on a hospital bed, with no one else around. The steady hum of the machine was all I could hear. I raised my hand to look at the clamp and needle attached to it, then put it back down again. My lips were very dry, and my body was hot. I wanted to throw off the blanket, but as soon as I moved, I felt a sharp pain in my left abdomen that almost made me pass out again. Furrowing my brow, I stopped moving completely. At this moment, the door to the bathroom in the ward opened, and Xingmenu came out, wiping his hands. He was looking down while walking towards me but paused midway, possibly sensing my intense gaze. He suddenly stopped and looked over. Our eyes locked, gazes entwined, neither of us spoke, just silently staring at each other. I don't know how many days I've been unconscious. Although Xingmenu was dressed neatly, his face looked like he hadn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights, appearing quite terrible. Big brother. I tried to speak, my voice hoarse, barely managing to say one word. I attempted to sit up but found myself powerless. Xingmenu seemed to wake up upon being called. The gears inside him that had come to a halt started turning again. He took another step toward my bedside. He sat down beside the bed and carelessly threw the towel he used to wipe his hands onto the nightstand. You've been asleep for 3 days. Last night, you were transferred from the ICU to a regular ward. His eyes glanced at the blanket falling open on me as he pinched the corner and pulled it up to cover me again. There's nothing major wrong, they just had to remove a piece of your intestine. You have a bit of a fever. Hearing him state so calmly that part of my intestine was removed gave me the impression that what I suffered wasn't a gunshot wound but rather an appendectomy. As his hand passed before my eyes, I caught the faint scent of disinfectant and followed his hands with my gaze. I noticed that the edges of his nails were rough and peeling severely. Just a few days ago when I last saw them, his hands were still so well kept, besides the calluses formed from holding a pen, there were no imperfections in any of the 10 fingers. How had they ended up so battered after only a brief sleep? Somehow, a sudden pang of sorrow rose within me, even though I couldn't explain why I was paying such close attention to such a trivial matter. Xingmenu might have sensed my gaze because after covering me with the blanket, he retracted his hands and placed them where I couldn't see. With clarity of mind, bodily sensations slowly returned. With every breath, my wound throbbed painfully, making each intake of air cautious. Big brother, I'm thirsty. I asked Xingmenu for water, and he picked up the plastic cup beside him, dipping the cotton swab into the water to gently smear some on my lips. Unsatisfied with this, I reached out to grab the cup for a satisfying drink, but he easily avoided it, not allowing me to touch it. You underwent small intestine removal surgery. You're on food and water restriction for these few days, he said firmly, ignoring my desperate looks as he put the cup back where it was. My face fell. Then what am I supposed to do if I'm so parched? It's burning heat. Xingmenu adjusted the rate of my intravenous fluids and said coolly, you'll endure. TSK. Why would I think that surviving a gunshot wound, hovering on the edge of life and death, would make Xingmenu bend to my every whim and shower me with endless affection? Quietly sighing, I tasted the remaining moisture on my lips, suddenly remembering Yi Dazhuang, whose condition remained unknown. Quickly, I asked Xingmenu whether Yi Dazhuang was still alive. He's doing better than you, Xingmenu coldly replied. I detected something off in his tone, as if he disliked Yi Dazhuang immensely. Quickly changing the subject, I mentioned, I thought I saw Mom and Dad. No sooner had the words left my mouth when the atmosphere grew even more awkward. Though Xingmenu appeared expressionless, I could sense his unhappiness, which caused my mood to plummet irritably. It was probably just a dream, I nervously added. His eyebrows slightly furrowed, but he stayed silent. Running a fever with a throbbing wound, I found myself tiring after speaking just 2 sentences. Closing my eyes, I intended to sleep a bit longer when Xingmenu's voice slowly interrupted the silence. Ever since I was young, I could easily learn things that others struggled for half a day to grasp. As long as I decided to do it, whether it was getting into a prestigious university or becoming an elite of high society, none of it was difficult for me. You can call me arrogant or overly confident, but I never paid anyone much attention. I opened my eyes, refrained from interrupting, and listened quietly as he continued. I meticulously planned out my life, calculated my future, thinking I left no room for error, yet time and again, I failed miserably where it concerns you. I couldn't predict your actions 10 years ago, and I still can't predict them now. He looked directly at me as he concluded, you make me feel utterly useless. Whose fault was this? Mine or his own? I wasn't sure, so I semi-jokingly said, I had my fortune told by a fake Taoist before, but he was surprisingly accurate. He said I'd have a major obstacle to overcome before the age of 30. If I got past it, I'd live out my life without illness. I think there couldn't possibly be a bigger trial than this one, so I should be smooth sailing from now on and never make you taste failure again. The corner of his lips twitched, as if he smiled for a brief moment. The next instant, he raised his hand to cover my eyes. The coolness of his palm carried the scent of soap and disinfectant with a slightly rough texture. Sleep. My face was hot, even burning, but his touch felt just right and extremely comforting. I indulgently nuzzled against his hand, obeying as I closed my eyes, quickly falling back asleep. I stayed in the hospital for more than half a month. Because the wound required rest, every aspect of my daily life needed help, so naturally Xing Menu couldn't be the only one taking care of me. He also needed rest and had work to do. Shen Xiaoshi and Wei Shi took turns running to my and Yi Dazhuang's ward, busy to the point of being dazed, barely able to manage the shop, saying outright that they already had a sense of what it's like when both elderly parents are hospitalized. I had part of my intestine removed and had to consume liquid food for a while. After learning about my condition, Shen Xiaoshi's mother cooked me a lot of porridge and came to visit me every few days. After some time, she seemed completely transformed. She looked healthier and rosy-faced, living harmoniously with Shen Xiaoshi. It was boring for both of us, her at home and me in the hospital, so when we were together, it worked out perfectly. Even though the entire incident lasted less than 24 hours, the events were dramatic and filled with twists. Due to recent social hotspots, whenever someone came to visit me, I would talk animatedly for long periods. Lu Yu heard one version, then Wu Yi and their group another. Even Mo Qiu, who somehow got wind of the news, came, and I recounted the story for him too. Later, Yi Dazhuang, leaning on crutches and holding a laptop, came to find me. He sat by my bed, opened the computer, and stubbornly typed away with one hand, asking me to repeat my story for him. Weren't you there? I asked, confused. Do you have a twin brother or something? No, I was there, but I don't speak as well as you, Yi Dazhuang grinned wickedly. Big Brother 3 and the others all said your stories are incredibly moving, full of climaxes, stirring emotions with blood and tears, fast-paced, so I thought I could use them directly instead of coming up with something myself. Xiao Meng failed and was invited for a tea session. Yi Dazhuang revealed the evidence he collected to the public, showing the public that Metron Pharmaceuticals' new anti-allergy drug had defects, and its clinical data was falsified. In a single day, Metron stock plummeted drastically, forcing the company to urgently apply for a trading suspension, uncertain if it would survive into the future. These days, many people wanted to interview him and pitch articles, including Ku Xueji, the editor-in-chief of a print media outlet that once reported on Shen Xiaoshi's mother's case, but Yi Dazhuang refused them all. I can write it myself, why let others profit? Yi Dazhuang, relying on amazing perseverance and determination, used one hand with 5 fingers to type numerous news articles and publish them serially on his account, which reached 1 million followers in 2 days. Shen Xiaoshi followed his social media account and praised his talent for turning current affairs into serialized storytelling, calling him a master of marketing operations. When the external wounds healed and I could walk, the doctor let me discharge. Xing Menu picked me up in his car and took me to his apartment. As soon as I entered, I froze. There were large and small cardboard boxes stacked throughout his living room, filling what used to be a spacious and tidy space. What is this? I held my wound, still walking carefully. Each box was labeled, clothes, miscellaneous items, daily necessities. These seemed like packing boxes for a move. These are your things. Xing Menu's tone remained calm as he took off his coat and walked toward the bedroom, acting as if the boxes scattered all over the floor weren't worth my astonishment. I paused for a moment, then followed him into the bedroom. You've packed all my stuff and moved it here. He casually threw his suit to the side and started undoing his tie. Glancing at me after hearing my question, he asked, is there a problem? No problem at all. How could there be a problem? My heart bloomed with joy, and I struggled to control my expression from showing too much excitement, shaking my head vigorously. No problem, it's a great move. Xing Menu threw his tie onto the ground, unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt and the cuffs on both sleeves, then sat down on the mattress. Come here. He bent his legs and stretched his hand toward me, beckoning me closer. Without hesitation, I instinctively moved toward him, gripping his hand. He gently pulled, allowing me to sit leaning against him, then lay down with me on the mattress. Holding me close, he wrapped his arms around me. During my hospital stay, he had always appeared calm. Even when he walked in earlier, he seemed no different than usual, except for looking slightly fatigued. I thought that was probably as much emotion as I'd see from him, nothing more. But it seems I was wrong. He wasn't calm, he only appeared calm. He held me tightly, like a huge cocoon wrapping around me, his head buried in the crook of my neck, speaking in a low and slow tone. You asked me before if I'd be sad if you died. I wouldn't. Everyone dies eventually, so there's nothing to be sad about. His breath softly grazed my neck as he continued, but I would be extremely angry. I'm still alive, so how dare you die? He tightened his arms around me, his voice fading softer, his breathing steady. I've been enduring this dull world, so you must endure it with me. Chapter 67, Little Tale. Sheng Minoyu's heartbeat was conveyed through the tight physical contact, and in a daze, it seemed to gradually merge with my own. After hearing his words, I couldn't help but laugh and cry. I had no objection to accompanying him through this world, but he made his touching confession after the ordeal sound like coercion. He was one of a kind in doing that. Even though I knew he probably didn't mean it that way, 9 out of 10 times he didn't, I still felt that what he had just said could be taken as his marriage proposal. And as the person being proposed to, it seemed there was only one answer I could give him. I do. I held on to the hand around my waist and accepted without hesitation the promise not to die before him. The person behind me didn't respond for a long time. I waited a while and only heard soft breathing. I called his name a couple of times, but there was still no movement. I gently broke free from his embrace, looked back, and saw that he was sleeping soundly with his eyes closed and lips slightly parted. Since I entered the hospital, possibly running between places to take care of me while also managing the law firm's relations, his face hadn't been good, and the dark circles under his eyes showed how tired he was. Talking to me, in that short time, he could easily fall asleep, revealing how long he had probably been enduring. Sitting beside him, I pulled the blanket over him carefully. He slept deeply throughout, without moving an eyelash. After watching his sleeping face for a moment, I softly closed the bedroom door and began tidying up the pile of cardboard boxes in the living room. First, I sorted out the clothes I wanted to wear and daily necessities I would use. I opened a few boxes, and the items spread across the floor. When I reached the 4th box and saw the increasing clutter surrounding me, I suddenly came to my senses. Sheng Minoyu's house might be big, but there weren't many places where I could put my things. I stopped and got up to examine the entire living room, even the whole house. For 2 adult men, the storage space indeed was a little lacking. Taking out my phone, I began browsing various pieces of furniture online. My old phone had been recovered as evidence, and I was now using the latest model Sheng Minoyu had bought me, which was expensive but flawless. Moreover, it was bound to Sheng Minoyu's card. Unknowingly, I lost myself in the ocean of online shopping, ordering sofas, coffee tables, TV stands, and other furniture. Feeling it was enough, I glanced at the time on my phone, realizing 3 hours had passed. Massaging my sore neck, I lay down on the shaggy carpet and took a deep breath. So good, I have a home again. Although I was living with Sheng Minoyu, this didn't mean that Sheng Minoyu had to accompany me all day. The mating case had far-reaching implications and adverse effects. Xiao Meng, as a senior member of the mating management team, disregarded laws and regulations and attempted to brutally suppress negative news about mating pharmaceuticals by illegal means, which was shocking. As the nephew of Xiao Suiguang, people couldn't help but speculate whether this was a habitual method used by the Xiao family. Moreover, apart from Xiao Meng, who was already a mess too dirty to clean up, mating itself had to face many difficulties. The investigation and inquiry from the National Drug Safety Bureau were expected, and patients who had been taking the new allergy medicine developed by mating for a long time recently filed a civil lawsuit against them in unison. The compensation amount was terrifyingly high, and if they lost the case, mating might step off the historical stage. Wu Yi mentioned earlier when she came to see me that they originally planned to sign a cooperation agreement with mating, and they were already at the final stage of the process, just needing Sheng Minoyu's signature before sending it over. After my incident occurred, any chance of cooperation between the two sides disappeared, and Sheng Minoyu directly returned the blank contract. Should we be glad that you were involved too? Otherwise, we would have to deal with mating's mess now. These lawsuits are both difficult and unpopular, and although they offer a lot of money, looking at the long-term development, mating is in its current state, we don't even know if it can pay the consulting fees to the law firm next year. He then realized something might be off, quickly adding, not saying that involving you was correct, don't tell the teacher. After my repeated assurances that I wouldn't tattle, he finally relaxed completely. Sheng Minoyu, having lost the major client mating, had to work hard elsewhere to make up for the loss, and these days he has been very busy, often returning home late into the night with the smell of alcohol. As soon as he came home, he showered and went straight to sleep. I knew he was exhausted and didn't want to disturb him. Out of boredom, I could only play on my phone, enjoying the banter in our group chat with Wei Shi and others. Shen Xiaoshi, what do you eat during the day? Can Lawyer Sheng, who's so busy, take care of you properly? Or should you move in with me? At least my mom can make you some porridge. Me, no need, my brother ordered meals from the 5-star hotel nearby for me, and someone delivers on time every day. So, I don't need to bother Aunt. Wei Shi, that's between us brothers. Could Lawyer Sheng let him go hungry? Shen Xiaoshi, what do you mean? I'm also a buddy of Funga, close buddies right Funga? Wei Shi, so you're different from Lawyer Sheng. Me, yes, you're different. Shen Xiaoshi. What are you talking about? Yi Dazhuang, brothers. Check out what I wrote. I had a burst of inspiration today. Feeling good again. I was just laughing while staring at the chat content when Sheng Minoyu came into the bedroom with a can of something in a white-green package after taking a shower. What's this? He stopped in front of me and looked down to ask. Sheep oil, for moisturizing your hands. I put down my phone and pulled his hand over to check it. The disinfectant was quite strong. It has been more than half a month, but the skin around Sheng Minoyu's nails hasn't fully healed yet. Moreover, because the newly grown skin is thinner, it shows the underlying redness. His other parts are all pale with a bluish tinge, except for his fingertips which are red, as if they were dyed with rouge. Does it hurt? I pulled his hand and gently kissed the joints of his index and middle fingers. Just as I was about to further seduce him, Shingmino suddenly pulled back his finger, making me kiss my own hand instead. I know this is sheep oil, I can read English. He tossed the can of sheep oil into my arms. Have you ever opened it? What's going on? I couldn't figure it out. No, I haven't opened it. So what? Is it expired? You'll see once you open it yourself. After saying that, Shingmino no longer paid attention to me. He went around to the other side of the mattress, lay down with his back to me, and fell asleep immediately. His attitude made me feel very uneasy. I nervously unscrewed the cap of the sheep oil. Upon unscrewing the cap, there was another small flat cap inside to prevent overflow. The concave design was perfect for holding a folded note. Frowning, I unfolded the flower-patterned note and found an illustration in Q-version style drawn on it. A little person dressed in armor and holding a sword high up shouted, "I will eliminate all evil and protect all the weak." Under his feet was a coiled-eyed dragon, obviously the evil he referred to. Another wounded little person clasped his hands together, showing admiration and speaking, "You are truly my great hero." In the corner of the artwork, Mo Chio signed his name. I understand the meaning, but why hide this drawing of his in a can of sheep oil? What's wrong with Mo Chio? Why can't he say these things to my face? Speechless, I closed the sheep oil and turned to look at Shingmino who had his back to me, worrying so much my stomach ached. "Brother, this isn't my fault." I lay down and snuggled close behind him, tightly sticking to him. This was Mo Chio's souvenir gift from a trip before. I received it and kept it without opening it. I didn't know there was something inside. I reached one hand around to his front, hugged him through the blanket, rested my forehead against his shoulder, and kept rubbing it adorably. "Don't be mad, I really have nothing with him. And he already has a boyfriend who is a fashion designer. If you don't believe me, I can show you his WeChat moments." During Mo Chio's visit to see me last time, he also shared with me the good news that he finally found a good match and broke up, which was the designer he met during the trip. He also said that his application to a foreign school had been accepted, and next month he would go abroad with his boyfriend for further study. Seeing him full of vitality, I was also happy for him. But all this is only as a classmate, as a friend's happiness, without any other thoughts. The sun and moon can attest, heaven and earth bear witness. I'm innocent. Of course Shingmino wasn't sleeping, but he didn't plan to turn around to face me either. He likes you, I know. When Shingmino spoke, his body would tremble slightly. I was about to continue explaining to him, but then I heard Shingmino continuing, "It should be said, he used to like you. You're his hero, his knight, the warm-hearted, sunny teenager in his memories. He admires you, looks up to you, yearns for you. If it weren't for meeting too late, he might fall in love with you again." I was stunned, never considering such a possibility. But none of this matters. I don't care who liked me in the past, nor do I care whether they still like me or not. What does it matter how others are to me? I only care about Shingmino. I will absolutely never fall in love with anyone else. But I like you. What I admire, what I respect, what I desire, is you. I breathed in his fresh shower gel scent, cheek pressed against his back. "No one can take me away from your side, my heart won't allow it." He didn't comment. Go on. Go on with your sweet talk. I'm not sure what he meant by that, or if it had a deeper meaning. But how could I not follow his command? As soon as I heard it, I racked my brains, lightly coughed, and recited with deep emotion, "I like you, just like the stars circling the moon, just like sunflowers looking up to the sun, just like the desert longing for dew. I am invincible in front of others, but vulnerable and humble only in front of you. It's just like the two ends of Rupert's tears, you are the one that can make me shatter into pieces, the little tail." Even after I finished speaking, I couldn't help but chuckle at myself. The little tail. He might have found it amusing too, and with a peculiar tone, repeated it. He stopped me from continuing, nor brought up the unlucky sheep oil anymore. "This is actually more heartfelt than those corny love words you said before." I knew this meant he wasn't mad anymore, so I silently sighed in relief. Still, I felt indignant on behalf of myself. I've always been sincere. And how are those words corny? But Shingmino chose to ignore me, completely ignoring my question as if he'd fallen into a deep sleep instantly. Of course, I know he is still awake, but there's nothing I can do about him, leaving me both annoyed and amused. I got up, turned off the lights, then snuggled back next to him and fell asleep. A few days later, Shingmino went out of town for a week-long meeting, leaving me all alone at home. Although I felt somewhat lonely, it was also a good opportunity to decorate the house, imagining the surprise he'll get when he comes back. But furniture never came, and while I was taking out the trash, I found a cat downstairs instead. It was orange-yellow, almost skeletal, its pattern exactly the same as the one killed by Chi Yang years ago. Here's an explanation for Rupert's tears. When molten glass naturally drips into ice water due to gravity, these tadpole-like glass tears are formed. Commonly known as Rupert's tears, this glass has some fascinating physical properties. The teardrop itself is much harder than ordinary glass and won't break under 8 tons of pressure. However, if slight pressure is applied to its delicate tail, the entire glass tear will instantly shatter and disintegrate completely. Chapter 68, Don't make me repeat myself. The kitten was so small, maybe just 1 or 2 months old. It observed me from a distance, cautious and wary. After throwing away the garbage, I stood still for a moment, trying to approach it. It seemed to be scared, crouching low and retreating cautiously. Come on, come here. I squatted down, trying to reduce my apparent threat. Meow, come here. The little orange cat looked at me timidly, its almond-shaped eyes showing both curiosity and fear. It was very dirty, with its pink nose smeared with black mud, just like the rest of its body. I once heard my father say that cats are very clean creatures. Once a stray cat looks dirty, it means it's struggling to survive, has no time to take care of itself, and probably doesn't have long to live. Besides, it had recently been getting colder. A kitten this small, who has just weaned, would likely not make it through the winter without its mother. If I turned around and left now, I might find its corpse by the trash can tomorrow. There are many stray cats in the world, plenty of them pitiful. I couldn't possibly rescue every single one. But this one is different. Not only does it look so much like that cat from years ago, but it also appeared downstairs at Xingmenu's house, and I happened to see it. In martial arts novels, the protagonist must endure hardships to achieve greatness, gaining a fateful opportunity. Looking like, the former cat, being displaced, abandoned by its mother, how much more of a protagonist setup could there be? Therefore, I am its fateful opportunity, the reclusive master, helping it to be reborn. You just behave and come over, and I'll feed you until you're full and then find you a good home. Isn't that better than roaming the streets and starving? You consider it. The little orange cat did not turn and run immediately. It stared at me silently for a while. Maybe sensing that I posed no threat to it, it started inching closer. It was still timid, cautiously sniffing my fingertips. If I made any sudden movements, it would jump back like a startled rabbit, waiting for me to stop moving before inching closer again, repeatedly. Alright, don't be afraid, I'm not going to eat you. I patiently waited for it to completely trust me. When it began actively nudging my hand, I gently stroked its matted fur and caught the destiny by the scruff of its neck. Kittens at this age still retain the memory of being carried around by their mother, so they generally don't struggle. I took it home and shut it inside the shower room as soon as I entered. Facing this unfamiliar environment, the kitten regained its wariness towards me, curling up in the corner while hissing at me. This is unlike that cat from years ago. That orange cat wasn't so fierce, plump and soft, it would act coquettish in front of Xingmenu, rolling onto its back and mewing to him. I closed the glass door, took out some frozen chicken wings I had bought not long ago from the fridge, boiled them in plain water, cooled them with cold water, tore them into strips, placed them in a small dish, and served it to the kitten. These chicken wings were supposed to be mine, but you're lucky. After almost a month of eating bland food, I dream about hot pot now, and I swallow my saliva when I pass by fried chicken shops. I originally wanted to sneakily indulge in a bit of meat while Xingmenu was away these few days, but fate had other plans. In came an unexpected obstacle, leaving me unable to take even a bite. The kitten was wary of me, finding it difficult to eat with me present, so I had to close the door and leave the bathroom, leaving it alone in there. In the 4-person chat group, I at Shen Shaosher and asked him to post an adoption notice on the pawnshop account to see if anyone wanted to adopt a cat. Shen Shaosher asked me for a picture. I took the bowl in and poured some water into the shower room, taking a picture of the kitten greedily eating the chicken. Shen Shaosher fell silent for a moment. What's wrong? Is this really not just a big rat? It's too dirty. I scrutinized the photo for a moment and tried to defend the little orange cat. It's just not photogenic, but its face is quite delicate. Shen Shaosher expressed doubt. Bro Fong, you should take it to a pet shop tomorrow and give it a bath. With this appearance, nobody will want to adopt it. We in this business know best that people nowadays always care about appearance, especially when adopting something that requires long-term commitment like a cat. I thought his words made perfect sense, so I told him to delay posting the adoption notice, opened the app, and started looking up nearby pet shops. Xingmenu's apartment is in a prime location, surrounded by all sorts of stores from restaurants to clothing. Within 500 meters is a large shopping mall, and on the street alone, there is a pet lifestyle store, a pet grooming shop, and a pet hospital. The next morning, I first brought the kitten to the pet hospital for a checkup. The doctor diagnosed the kitten with slight cat ringworm and malnutrition, but otherwise, it was fine. The doctor suggested that I vaccinate the kitten and deworm it internally. Since he's the expert and I'm the novice, of course, I followed his advice. After the injection, the kitten was even more frightened, shivering in the backpack. I touched its little head, and it looked up at me, mewing softly. After the trust breach last night, I thought it wouldn't reconcile with me so quickly, but unexpectedly, it showed its affection to me again, acting very sweet. I picked up the prepared medicine and nutritious canned food, then brought the kitten to the pet store. Since bathing is not allowed after vaccination for 7 days, I just asked the staff to cut off the tangles on its fur and apply ointment on it. Without its fur, the bones under its skin were clearly visible. Whether from cold or fear, it kept trembling. The shopkeeper gave me a blanket to wrap it up and recommended a starter kit for raising cats, cat litter, cat food, and a cat toilet. I bought them all and selected 2 pet bowls and a soft-looking cat bed, returning home with the cat, carrying a large number of bags. After a busy day, I had just caught my breath when the furniture delivery people called to make an appointment with me to deliver tomorrow morning. Humans are both tenacious and fragile. In just 1 month, the gunshot wound on my abdomen has left only a pale red scar. But since I underwent major surgery, even though the external wound healed, my stamina couldn't be restored instantly, and I broke out into cold sweat easily when tired. Helping move furniture during the day, and scooping poop and feeding medicine to the kitten at night, I collapsed the next day, lying in bed without getting up, feeling dizzy constantly. Hearing the pitiful cries of the kitten from the bathroom, whether out of thirst or hunger, I struggled to get up from the newly bought large bed, passing by the completely transformed living room, heading towards the bathroom. The kitten sat behind the glass door and cried louder upon seeing me. Touched by its pitiful cry, I opened the door, letting it exercise around the bathroom. Unbeknownst to me, it had been waiting for this moment, darting out through the crack as soon as the door was open, slipping past me, rushing towards the bathroom door behind me, disappearing from my sight. I widened my eyes, shocked by the unexpected development. Before I moved in, Xing Manu's house had few things, let alone a cat. Even if there were flies, they would be crystal clear. But ever since I've been here, everything became increasingly disorganized, with quite a lot of nooks and crannies. The kitten being small, playing hide-and-seek with me meant I could do nothing about it. Me, come out, it's time for pâté. I squatted on the ground, opening a nutritional can, tapping the spoon against the can hoping to lure it out. Time and time again, I leaned down to observe under the sofa, behind the curtains, even moving the coffee table cabinet for inspection, but found nothing. My head grew dizzier. As I was about to give up and go back to bed regardless of whether it would come out or not, the door made a sound. The electronic lock successfully verified a fingerprint, the robotic female voice reporting, unlocked, and then slowly, the door opened. At that very moment, I quickly hid the can under the coffee table the instant Xing Manu stepped inside. Xing Manu carried a suitcase, looking around at the interior decoration of the room as he walked in, slightly frowning. Brother, how did you come back early? Using his account to buy things, he could have no idea about it, but knowing is one thing, seeing is another. The prosecutor in charge of Xiaomeng's case wants us to meet him in his office tomorrow. I send you a message. He changed shoes and entered the room, placing the suitcase near the entrance, observing every change before him. Didn't you see it? I was sleeping in the afternoon, didn't notice. I stood up with a sheepish smile and introduced each item. Brother, look, this sofa can be used for sitting and sleeping. It also has storage space. This coffee table can also store things. This is a TV cabinet. The TV will arrive in a few days. I bought a 72-inch one. In the future, we can lie on the sofa and watch movies together. Due to Xing Manu's apartment being a spacious flat, even though it only has 2 bedrooms, the space in each area was immense, especially the living room. I didn't remove the hanging punching bag, dividing the living room into 2 areas, one for Xing Manu to box and another for leisure activities, yet it felt uncrowded. I bought a bed and a bookshelf for the bedroom, so in the future, we can read books on the bed together before sleeping. I anxiously placed my hands behind my back, twiddling my fingers, worrying about how to tell him about the cat. I always had a premonition that he probably wouldn't like it. Not only because of his obsession with cleanliness, but also because it looked too much like the cat from those years ago, the one that once caused him to lose control. Great. Xing Manu simply commented, loosening his tie as he went into the bedroom, seemingly going to change clothes. In a hurry, I rushed into the bathroom and stuffed all the cat basins and toilets into the cabinet under the sink, washing the floor of the shower area with water, hoping Xing Manu wouldn't notice anything unusual. Lu Feng, come over. Just as I'd hidden all the evidence, Xing Manu's voice came from the bedroom. Coming. Without much thought, I got up and rushed over, but immediately froze in place when I saw the scene inside the room, staring dumbfoundedly at Xing Manu's feet. That little orange kitten, the little brat I had been searching for such a long time, was now meowing and circling around Xing Manu's feet, its purring loud enough for me to hear from afar. Was Xing Manu's previous life a catnip plant? Why was he so popular with cats? What is this? A guinea pig you're raising? Xing Manu lifted his foot, and the kitten followed suit, up and down. I was already flushed, but with nervousness, I got even hotter, sweat beading on my forehead. No, it's not. It's a stray I picked up. I wiped the sweat from my brow, inching cautiously closer to Xing Manu, trying to catch the kitten while it wasn't paying attention. Don't worry, brother, I'll send it away soon. But first, I need to catch it. I lunged forward, and the kitten fled in a puff of fur, vanishing once more from sight. Due to the momentum, I tumbled straight into Xing Manu's arms. My head is spinning too much. Xing Manu caught me with ease, holding my weight firmly. Perhaps noticing my pale complexion, he leaned closer, pressing our foreheads together. I panted heavily, closing my eyes slightly, feeling an overwhelming warmth beneath my eyelids. As he pulled back, he let out a soft sound of disapproval. You have a fever. Suddenly, I felt light as if lifted off my feet. Opening my eyes, I realized Xing Manu had scooped me up effortlessly. In a few strides, he placed me gently on the bed, without breaking a sweat or showing any strain from carrying a man well over 100 pounds. Compared to him, I was practically frail, unable even to catch a cat. Xing Menu left momentarily and returned with a mercury thermometer from somewhere. He disinfected it, shook off the excess liquid, and brought it close to my mouth. Take it in. I grabbed his sleeve, the cat. He narrowed his eyes. Don't make me repeat myself. Obediently, I opened my mouth to take the thermometer and didn't utter another word. Chapter 69, One is Enough. When I was around 7 years old, in the first grade, I wanted to raise a little puppy. Our house was on the outskirts, surrounded by a lot of wasteland and ruins. Perhaps these dogs were left by construction workers who once lived here. Generation after generation survived with difficulty there, some remained friendly to humans, while others had gradually become wild again. My mom always told me to stay away from there because she was afraid that I might get bitten by one of the dogs. The elementary school I attended wasn't too far from my home. When I was in the first grade, Xing Menu was in the 5th grade, so we had a brief time attending the same school and went home together after school. Boys under the age of 10 are the most mischievous. According to the normal route, we should have bypassed the ruins and walked on the main road back home. However, it would create a large detour, adding about 5 minutes to our walk. So when I discovered that the blue metal fence around the ruins had been lifted up at one corner, I had a bold idea, to cut directly through there. Xing Menu naturally disagreed. Since childhood, he rarely agreed with my suggestions. Don't go inside. We stood at the gap in the fence, our opinions differing. But I want to go inside. I glanced at the area beyond the fence and then looked back at Xing Menu's serious expression. Let's race. You take the main road, and I'll take this shortcut. Let's see who gets home first, okay? Xing Menu frowned, already showing impatience. I said don't go inside. Back then, I wasn't as timid as I am now, nor did I always listen to what he said. I knew he didn't want me to enter, but a person must have an adventurous spirit sometimes. So, like a little boat sailing away into the vast ocean, I quickly crawled through the gap without looking back, pretending not to hear his warning. That's decided, brother, I'm definitely faster than you. The path through the ruins was hard to navigate. The ground hadn't been cemented yet, leaving only uneven dirt paths, but that suited me just fine, an adventurer. I ran swiftly across the muddy ground, arms stretched out, enjoying the breeze just like a fawn stepping onto fresh grass for the first time. Then, right at that moment, I heard a young, weak cry. I immediately stopped and looked toward the source of the sound. I took longer than expected to get home, and when I finally reached my doorstep, Xing Menu was already waiting there, his face not looking too good. He turned around silently without a word when he saw me. Brother, wait for me. I hurriedly followed, feeling the heavy weight of my school bag pressing on my shoulders. Suddenly, a small dog bark echoed from inside my bag. Xing Menu abruptly stopped walking ahead, and I gripped the straps of my bag tightly, getting nervous. He turned around and fixed his gaze behind me. What's that noise? I didn't hear anything. As if mocking me, no sooner had the words left my mouth when another louder bark sounded from my backpack, accompanied by a whimper of discomfort. Under Xing Menu's penetrating stare that seemed to see right through me, I pouted and helplessly set down my bag, pulling out the little creature I had found among the ruins. It was completely yellow except for its face and tail tip which were slightly black. It was a purebred local breed. Brother, isn't it cute? Can we keep it? I held up the puppy towards Xing Menu, a pleading look on my face. Xing Menu took a step backward on the stairs, away from both me and the puppy in my hands, a clear sign of disdain. Mom wouldn't agree. I hugged the puppy closer to my chest, less confident now. That's fine, Mom loves me the most, and she will agree. Xing Menu looked at me, then at the puppy, not saying anything more before continuing upstairs. Reality proved that no matter how much my mother doted on me, she could not tolerate the sudden addition of a dirty, unidentified, and possibly parasite-carrying stray dog in our home. She screamed when she discovered the puppy upon returning home, demanding that I throw it out. We had a fierce argument. I locked myself in my room with the puppy, crying my heart out. Later that evening, Dad came home. After understanding the basic situation and conflict, he came to knock on the door, asking me to come out and eat first. Dad was always reasonable. Hearing the promise in his tone, I quickly wiped away my tears and opened the door. The entire meal was filled with a heavy atmosphere, and it seemed no one was in the mood for casual conversation. As the meal was nearing its end, Dad spoke over his rice to Mom. Since Xiaofeng likes it, why don't we keep it? This sentence somehow touched a sore point for Mom. Her face darkened as she slammed down her chopsticks, retorting rudely, keep it? Keep everything. Have you ever considered my feelings? Everyone knows how to play the good guy, but do you even have the ability or financial resources to do it? Do you think we're millionaires? We're just working-class people, barely able to support raising 2 kids, and now you want to add a dog. It seemed like she was talking about the dog, yet maybe not. And you know very well that I hate shedding animals. Seeing cats and dogs gives me a headache. If it was a bird, I might be able to accept it, but a dog? Absolutely no way. Dad's expression also soured. If you don't want to raise it, then fine. But why must you speak in such a way that hurts the child's feelings? I hurt the child's feelings. Am I now the bad guy? Do I have no heart? The increasingly heated argument between my parents made me very scared. Their red-faced screams were like those of strangers I had never seen before. Stop arguing. My heart was heavy, and I burst into tears at the dining table, furrowing my face. This only added to the chaos of the situation. Dad, breathing heavily, was somewhat brought back to his senses by my crying. He tried to use a calm voice, asking Xingmenu to take me back to the room to do homework. Xingmenu said, "All right," and dragged me into the room. Once the door closed, there was another outburst of arguments from the dining area, most of which came from Mom, muffled, frustrated, angry shouts. I picked up the little dog curled up in the corner sleeping and sat on the bed, silently shedding tears. I already had a premonition, I might not be able to keep it. Put the dog down and take out your homework. My room was bigger, with space for a desk besides the bed and wardrobe. When doing homework, Xingmenu would join me in my room so I could ask him questions immediately if needed. Most of my elementary school studies were tutored by Xingmenu, sparing our parents a lot of worries. No. Before the age of 10, I was particularly stubborn, somewhat spoilt and arrogant. After Dad passed away and our family underwent a major upheaval, this trend was successfully suppressed. Later, though I remained stubborn, it was only in matters concerning Xingmenu. Xingmenu's patience had its limits. Ignoring my refusal, he reached for the puppy in my arms. Startled, or sensing Xingmenu's dislike for it, the puppy bit into Xingmenu's palm during the confusion. Xingmenu quickly pulled back his hand. The side of his palm near the pinky had 2 blood marks from the dog's teeth. It wasn't serious, but it still startled me. "Brother, are you alright?" I dropped the puppy and hurriedly checked Xingmenu's wound. Xingmenu gripped his wrist, looking at his constantly bleeding wound with an expressionless face. I blew softly on his wound and asked again, "Brother, does it hurt?" As if he didn't hear my question, Xingmenu stood motionless for a long time, unmoving. At the same time, the sounds of our parents' quarrels came from outside, followed by the sound of Mom throwing down a bowl. "Do you think this place is a stray animal shelter?" "Fine, if you want to raise them, I'll leave. Can't provoke, but can I at least escape?" "I don't want to argue with you." "Who wants to argue with you?" Suddenly, Xingmenu moved, waving me aside and walking toward the bedside table. "I don't like it." I was shocked, hastily following to his side. "Brother, I'm sorry." Xingmenu grabbed some tissue, pressing it onto his wound. The fresh red color quickly spread across the surface of the tissue, yet he seemed to feel no pain, not even wrinkling his brows as he walked past me to the door. "One stray animal in the house is enough." As he passed me, he murmured these words in my ear. I looked back in shock, unable to fully understand what he meant at that time. Later, when I grew up and understood, it was already too late to console him. Xingmenu opened the door and walked to our panting parents, telling them he'd been bitten by the dog. Upon hearing this, Dad became very worried and immediately suggested taking him to get vaccinated. "You see, it bites people now. What will happen when it grows up? These dogs cannot be domesticated." Mom took the opportunity to make sarcastic remarks. Dad ignored her, sternly entered the room to get money and keys, and took Xingmenu to the hospital. They returned late at night. As soon as I heard the key turning in the lock, I opened the door. Upon seeing Xingmenu, I softly called out to him, but he ignored me and went straight back to his room. Dad locked the door, glanced towards the direction of the master bedroom where everything was quiet, and asked me why I hadn't gone to sleep yet. "I was waiting for you to come back." I anxiously stared at the ground. Dad sighed, wrapping his arm around me as we entered my room, asking me to show him the little dog. I took the dog out from under the desk, petting its head. "I think it's very pitiful," it wagged its tail at me. I couldn't find its mother nearby, so I brought it back. Dad pulled me to sit beside him on the bed, speaking gently with a tone of compromise. "Dad knows you're a kind and good child, but Mom doesn't agree with keeping a dog, and brother got bitten. Dad thought about it, and feels it might not be suitable for it to stay in our home." I was mentally prepared, and this time I did not protest, lightly nodding. Dad patted my head and continued, "Dad's workplace needs a guard dog right now. So tomorrow, Dad will bring it to the workplace and keep it there. How does that sound?" Dad took the puppy from me, fed it some leftover rice and dishes outside, and temporarily set up a nest for it in the bathroom with an old piece of clothing. "Let it stay here for one night," Dad said as he stood up, urging me to go back inside and sleep early. When I passed Xingmenu's door, my steps paused. I stared at his closed door for a moment but ultimately didn't dare to knock and turned back into my room, closing the door. The next day, Dad took the puppy to work. Xingmenu had a high fever due to the side effects of the vaccine and could only take leave to rest at home. From then on, my dream of owning a pet was shattered completely. I opened my eyes, and the scenery in front of me seemed to spin. My ears buzzed, and I broke out in a sweat. I heard the sound of page turning beside me and slightly turned my head. I saw Xingmenu leaning against the head of the bed, reading a professional law book. I looked at him for a while and called his name, "Brother." My voice was hoarse. Xingmenu stopped turning the pages and looked at me. "Do you want some water?" I shook my head and hastily explained, "That cat, I'll find someone else to adopt it. I won't keep it long." His expression didn't change a bit due to my words. He looked at me for a moment before refocusing on the book. "As you wish." I reached out from under the covers and lightly tugged at his sleeve. I just want you. He kept his gaze on the page in front of him, pretending to read, or perhaps not. Is it that you think I can't tolerate even a cat, or do you fear I'll hurt it? I tugged harder on his sleeve, nearly pulling his hand away from the book. No, it's that I don't want it. I stared at the half-face of him revealed behind the book, chuckling awkwardly. I just want you. Xing Minu remained silent for a long time without turning another page. Brother, can you kiss me? I still held onto his sleeve, like a sick child pleading with him. After a while, it seemed like he gave in because there was nothing he could do about me. He turned the book upside down, bent over, and placed a gentle kiss near my lips. I gripped his arm tightly, wanting to tilt my head back to respond, but he withdrew without hesitation. You still have a slight fever, you'd better sleep some more. He picked up the book again, showing no intention of continuing our intimacy. I pouted, leaned toward him, and buried my face in his waist. Then stay with me. I hugged him and said. Chapter 70, The Great White Shark. Xiao Meng caused such a huge trouble. Although Xiao Suiguang tried his best to distance himself from him, there was still Xiao family blood in his veins. He committed a grave crime, which was of no benefit to Mei Ding's current situation. In the end, Xiao Suiguang couldn't bear to completely abandon him. Before Xing Minu set up his own practice, Mei Ding had another cooperative law firm in Qingwan. Later, after the contract expired, Xiao Suiguang decided to switch to signing with Xing Minu and did not renew the contract. Just as the process was almost complete, the incident involving Xiao Meng occurred. Relations between the two firms deteriorated, forcing Xiao Suiguang to reconnect with the previous law firm and promise that if they could successfully reduce the impact of Xiao Meng's case, he would sign a 10-year long-term contract with them. Isn't it said that it's uncertain whether they can come up with the money? On the way to the court, Wu Yi explained the current situation to me, while Xing Minu quietly handled official business on his phone. A dying camel is still bigger than a horse. Jintai law firm prioritizes interests above all else. With money, they can take on any case. They must have received an advance payment. Wu Yi turned at a green light and drove into the court gate. Chen Shunlai from Jintai is like a wolf among beasts, a great white shark among sharks. You need to be careful. Is he really that good? I glanced at Xing Minu, who was focused on sending emails, and deliberately asked, better than my brother? Wu Yi choked immediately. Lawyers cannot be compared. There's no ranking system, right? Teacher has only been a trial lawyer for a short time, so naturally there will be gaps in recognition and case volume compared to others. This is normal. I nodded. So Chen Shunlai is better than my brother. Wu Yi hesitated again, his voice quieter. He's a textbook level figure. Since he was a textbook level figure, listening to his defense would undoubtedly be beneficial. So Wu Yi went his separate way outside the courtroom. Xing Minu and I headed to the waiting room for summons while he went inside to observe the trial. In the waiting room, Yi Dazhuang had already taken a seat, holding a computer tightly, furrowing his brow as he typed a few words, paused, then typed some more. What are you doing? I nudged his foot with mine. Yi Dazhuang suddenly came back to reality, closed his laptop, and greeted us. Old phone, Lawyer Sheng, you're here. Nothing much, just writing something. Spent half the day and managed to write only 500 words. It's killing me. The chairs in the waiting room were lined up row by row, similar to park benches. I sat down next to Yi Dazhuang and stretched lazily against the backrest. I see why you look so tired lately, because your hair is thinning. Yi Dazhuang was shocked and quickly pulled out his phone to examine himself, fidgeting with his bangs. Really? Is my hair thinner? I chuckled inwardly but didn't answer him. Perhaps not wanting to sit too close together, Xing Minu didn't sit with us on the same row. Instead, he chose a seat in front of me. Yi Dazhuang was admiring himself, so I leaned forward onto the backrest of his chair and whispered in his ear, Brother, is this your first time sitting here? Are you nervous? Xing Minu finished his last email, put away his phone, crossed his arms, and leaned back. The one who should be nervous isn't me. After saying this sentence meaningfully, a voice from the direction of the courtroom called for everyone to stand, signaling the beginning of the trial. On the thick wooden door leading to the courtroom, there hung a round clock. When the trial had been ongoing for 20 minutes, a court officer opened the wooden door and informed that judge summoned Yi Dazhuang to testify. Yi Dazhuang stood up rather nervously, adjusted his collar, and walked through that door. When the door closed again, I leaned close and pressed my ear against it, trying to hear the commotion outside, but could only make out muffled indistinct sounds. Did you hear anything? Xing Minu asked behind me. I returned disappointedly and sat next to him. No, I couldn't hear a thing. Xing Minu kept his eyes on the door leading to the courtroom as if his gaze could penetrate the solid wood panel to see everything beyond. Do you know what the difference is between a lawyer who goes to court and one who doesn't? I thought carefully, unsure of the correct answer, so I shook my head honestly. No idea. The difference is that a courtroom lawyer treats the courtroom as a stage, witnesses as props, themselves as the main character, and the jury as the audience. You must perform passionately to make the audience believe every word you say. That explained why he was such a great actor, always managing to deceive me thoroughly. It was due to his profession. A good courtroom lawyer has acting skills on par with movie stars, right? Seemingly catching the implication in my words, Xing Menu tilted his gaze towards me, the corners of his lips slightly curling. Do you think so? This behavior of his, unsure whether it was a provocation or flirtation, was truly very easy to ignite a man's inner fire. I slowly moved closer to him, my goal clear, heading straight for his beautifully arched lips. There are surveillance cameras here. Xing Menu neither dodged nor accommodated, raising his eyelids slightly to look at a certain spot behind me. So, should I kiss you quickly? Saying this, I propped myself against the armrest, leaning over to press my lips lightly against his. Initially, I hadn't intended to go further. I carefully licked his lips and, after tasting a bit of sweetness, I wanted to retreat. But just as I pulled back, he pursued me, taking the initiative and storming my defenses, engaging in a passionate lip lock with no regard for the surveillance cameras around us. If it weren't for the inappropriate location, perhaps it would have escalated into something akin to an R-rated sport. 20 minutes later, Yi Dazhuang was escorted back by a court officer, appearing dazed, pale-faced, as if he had undergone an inhumane and stringent interrogation. Seeing him in this state, alarm bells rang loudly in my mind. Was Chen Shunlai really this brilliant, capable of questioning someone into such a stupor? Mr. Liu, please come with me, the court officer politely requested that I take the stand. I glanced back at Xing Menu, who nodded slightly. Go ahead. The prosecutor handling this case was relatively young, full of zeal and ambition, evidently wanting to make a significant mark. Previously, he had invited both Xing Menu and me several times to his office to inquire about case details, showing clear importance given to Xiao Meng's case. But now, seated on the prosecution side, he appeared solemn-faced, sweating profusely, entirely devoid of his previous confident demeanor. He seemed to have transformed abruptly from a hunter brimming with confidence into a pitiable prey under counterattack. On the defendant's bench sat only one defendant, Xiao Meng. Jinya, having confessed after being captured, clearly understood that he didn't have a prominent lawyer like Xiao Meng. Experienced in legal strategies, he'd already reached a plea deal, becoming a cooperating witness implicating Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng was dressed in a suit, his expression grave, whereas the middle-aged man seated next to him looked far more relaxed. He must be the defense attorney, Chen Shunlai, the textbook-level figure. Textbook was approximately 40 years old, sporting a neatly trimmed and scholarly beard, his temples slightly streaked with gray. Tall and upright, though not resembling Xing Menu in appearance, he evoked an eerily similar feeling. They were both impeccably presentable, seemingly non-threatening, but could suddenly turn around after shaking your hand and mercilessly strike you in the back of the head with a metal bat. I took my seat in the witness stand as the prosecutor took several deep breaths, stood up, and began asking questions directed at me. Mr. Liu, can you tell everyone what happened on the evening of October 9th? I nodded and started recalling. That night, I came home and found everything in disarray. I thought it had been burglarized, so I was preparing to call the police. When you woke up, you found yourself in an unfamiliar environment and overheard Xiao Meng and two kidnappers conversing, correct? Afterward, the young prosecutor asked a few more questions and ended his examination. Returning to his seat, the defense lawyer then conducted a cross-examination. When Chen Shunlai stood up and slowly approached me, I faintly felt as if a shark with a mouthful of fangs was leisurely swimming toward me with its tail swaying, making me start to feel tense as well. Chen Shunlai stopped before me and asked, you said you heard 3 people talking. You should have been confined in another room at that time. How can you be sure that the kidnappers were speaking with Mr. Xiao Meng? I recognize his voice, and they called him Mr. Xiao. Did you know Mr. Xiao prior to this incident? I met him twice. Did you spend a total of 10 hours with him? No. So based on just those 2 encounters, you recognized Mr. Xiao's voice, which suggests that your memory is truly extraordinary, Mr. Liu. Thank you. I graciously accepted his compliment. What did they talk about? Chen Shunlai continued his questioning. Jinya made a mess of things. Xiao Meng was very angry, accusing them of kidnapping me, which they shouldn't have done. Jinya said they were now tied together like ants on the same rope, wouldn't foolishly commit suicide, and urged him to relax, promising they'd clean up the job nicely before leaving. So there was discord between the 2 kidnappers and their benefactor, lacking true unity, and during your day and night long abduction, you never actually saw the man referred to as Mr. Xiao. Yes. You were beaten, threatened, and shot at, but apart from the 2 kidnappers, Mr. Xiao Meng was not present. Moreover, you do not have any evidence indicating that he knew of what you endured, correct? Ah, I finally understood why the prosecutor and Yi Dazhuang had such troubled expressions. This man's line of questioning was indeed intricate, almost matching Xing Menu in skill. He subtly hinted to the jury that I never truly witnessed Xiao Meng at the crime scene and that Xiao Meng wasn't aware of what the kidnappers did to me. Perhaps Xiao Meng merely wanted to reclaim something, but he wasn't involved in the kidnapping nor did he intend any harm to me. Even the man whose voice I'd heard at the scene might not even be Xiao Meng since I never verified it with my own eyes. Thankfully Jinya was still alive, otherwise, this man might well push all responsibility onto the 2 kidnappers, painting himself as a pure lotus flower free of taint. Mr. Liu, given your excellent memory, you surely haven't forgotten these details, have you? Seeing my silence, Chen Shunlai pressed on. A smile played at the corner of his lips, but it was laced with hidden menace. I met his gaze defiantly yet reluctantly, saying, yes, I indeed did not see him at the scene, nor do I have evidence that he was aware of everything I endured. Chen Shunlai nodded approvingly and turned to the judge. I have nothing more to ask, Your Honor. Back in the waiting room, as I stepped in, Xing Menu was just coming out. We passed each other briefly. He's a great white shark that swallows you without spitting out the bones. Be careful, I whispered into his ear as we brushed past. In response, Xing Menu gave an almost imperceptible sneer. I looked back just in time to see Xing Menu stride toward the witness stand through the closing wooden door, like a megalodon diving straight into a shark tank, blood scent in the air, showing no fear of confronting another colossal shark. Chapter 71, Aren't You Holding It In? I leaned towards the door, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't hear any sounds from outside. I was so anxious that I didn't know what to do. At this moment, Yi Dazhuang came up behind me, lightly patted my shoulder, and gestured for me to step aside. He squatted down, slid his ultra-thin phone through the gap at the bottom of the door, then stood up and handed me a wireless Bluetooth earphone. The moment I put on the earphone, all kinds of sounds from the courtroom were instantly transmitted clearly. Even the coughing sound from someone far away, whether it was from the jury or the audience, was heard loud and clear. Can you tell us what the kidnapper said to you when you saw him? I recognized the voice of the prosecutor. After a brief silence, Xing Menu began speaking. I arrived at the location specified by the kidnapper with the ransom money. There, I met the first kidnapper, Feng Jin. Upon seeing me, his first words were, Xiaomeng often mentions you, you are indeed very capable. That was his exact wording. What did you say next? I realized that this might have something to do with Xiaomeng and asked if he instructed them to do all this, which he didn't deny. Alright, thank you. Your Honor, I have nothing else to ask. Then, the judge announced that the defense would now proceed with cross-examination. Chen Xunlai's current strategy is to disassociate Xiaomeng from the kidnapping case. Xiaomeng merely had golden-tooth steel evidence unfavorable to mating from Yi Dazhuang, but never instructed the two to kidnap anyone and was completely unaware of the kidnapping. Therefore, any direct evidence or witnesses pointing to Xiaomeng's involvement in the kidnapping would be questioned by Chen Xunlai. I heard footsteps, followed by the voice of Chen Xunlai. You didn't personally see Mr. Xiaomeng at the scene. The kidnappers also didn't mention that Xiaomeng planned this kidnapping. When you asked if Xiaomeng planned everything, he didn't deny it. He also didn't confirm it. Why do you think the kidnapper would say such a sentence? Suddenly lowering his tone, Chen Shunlai asked, Xiaomeng frequently mentions you, you're indeed very capable. For no reason, as soon as these words left his mouth, I felt like he was digging a trap. And the following questions confirmed my suspicion. Indeed, he dug a huge pit waiting for Xing Menu to jump into it. I don't know. But I speculate that because Xiaomeng does talk about me frequently, he has always been quite aware of my existence. Chen Shunlai accelerated his speech as if he found an important breakthrough. Is it because Xiaomeng pays attention to you due to the fact that both of you were once considered strong contenders for inheriting the business from Mr. Xiao Suiguang? You two had a competitive relationship and were against each other, right? Xing Menu didn't answer immediately but instead said, You're implying to the jury that my testimony is biased. Please answer my question, you are just a witness right now. I had sweaty palms but still felt that Xing Menu wouldn't fall into the trap so easily. He indeed regarded me as a competitor, but that was in the past. After breaking up with Miss Xiao, I resigned from mating and no longer held any competitive edge. Furthermore, just 2 months ago, old Mr. Xiao passed the draft of his will that I prepared, distributing his properties, and Xiaomeng knew about it. If he thought I harbored bias against him, how could he agree with old Mr. Xiao appointing me as the representative lawyer to handle all matters concerning the will? Xing Menu's tone carried a trace of indignation, like a normal person misunderstood. Of course, after this incident, that will was discarded, and I obtained old Mr. Xiao's agreement. If necessary, we can disclose the content of the will during the trial. If necessary, meaning he didn't really know whether he would use this information, but he chose to prepare beforehand and eventually put it to use. It seemed like every step of the development, every fork in the road, was already within his expectations. He had a clear understanding of everyone's reactions. Strategizing and making decisive victories over long distances. Without seeing personally, calculating accurately was enough to control the overall situation, which probably described people like him perfectly. And, although I couldn't see his expression, I was certain that he would mobilize every cell, every strand of hair on his body, to make everyone believe he was upright and trustworthy. Chen Shunlai intended to use Xing Menu's past competitive relationship with Xiaomeng to imply that Xing Menu's testimony was unreliable, but instead unintentionally brought out the issue of the will, indirectly proving that Xing Menu was fair and impartial towards Xiaomeng without showing favoritism. What seemed like a big pit dug by Chen Shunlai waiting for Xing Menu to fall into was, in reality, used by Xing Menu to kick Chen Shunlai into the bottom of the hole. Realizing he'd fallen into Xing Menu's trap, Chen Shunlai remained silent for a while, and I could only imagine how terrible his expression must look right now. I have nothing else to ask. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Dazhuang quickly retrieved the phone. I handed him back the earphones and nonchalantly sat back on the bench. Almost in the next second, the door of the waiting room was pushed open, and Xing Menu returned to us. Welcome back. I looked up at him and smiled. Congratulations on successfully knocking out the great white shark with one tail. Xing Menu placed a hand on my head and messed up all my hair. Hasn't anyone told you that a witness cannot listen in on the trial? He sat down next to me, stretching his legs, arms crossed over his chest, once again gazing at the wooden door that had closed again. I cradled my head, tidying up my messy hair, muttering under my breath, Yi Dazhuang's idea, not my fault. Xing Menu glanced sideways at Yi Dazhuang behind him. All I heard from behind was a rather unnatural light cough, after which Xing Menu turned his head back. The prosecution will next call the cooperating witness to testify. His testimony is extremely detrimental to Xiao Meng and is the most fatal among all witnesses, but also the easiest to impeach. Why? Because he is both a witness and a co-conspirator in this case. Though he has already made a plea deal and no longer needs to stand in the defendant's seat for judgment, humans are born with inferior qualities. A despicable person won't suddenly become noble just because his sentence has been reduced. Instead, he will push all the faults onto others. Will he lie on the stand? Xing Menu looked at me. It's certain that Chen Shunlai will make him lie on the stand, so that he can prove to the jury that the other side is not an honest or trustworthy witness. He guessed correctly. Regarding the past act of breaking into a house to steal, Jinya lied in court, claiming he was merely an accomplice. That incident happened many years ago in another city, and Jinya thought telling a little fib wouldn't be a problem. But Chen Shunlai seized upon this point to impeach him. At that moment, his testimony became less credible in the eyes of the jury. The prosecutor was greatly infuriated by this. After the trial ended, he called Xing Menu alone into the discussion room, and no one knew what they said. On our way back, Wu Yi discussed today's trial in the car, seemingly still absorbed in it. It was fantastic. The master really is a master. The rhythm of questioning was completely effortless. Aside from a slight mishap near Mr. Chen's area, everything else was flawless. I somewhat envied him for being able to attend the trial openly, asking, "Can I still file for civil compensation? Is it possible to participate in litigation as a party involved in the case?" Yes, according to the law, as long as your personal and property rights have been violated by a crime, you have the right to participate as the plaintiff in a public prosecution case. This way, you are both the victim and a party, enjoying the right to be present during the trial, the right to question, the right to respond, and even the right to appeal. After the hospital discharge, all my medical expenses were paid for by Xiao Suiguang, and afterward, he even sent people to discuss the issue of compensation and hoped that I could issue a letter of understanding, forgiving Xiao Meng for his inappropriate actions in this matter. Despite how attractive the compensation might seem, I was determined to see Xiao Meng rot in prison, so I didn't agree. Of course, Yi Dazhuang, pressured by my threats, didn't agree either. But now it's different. Now, I'm putting forward a reasonable request and striving for the compensation I deserve. Along the way, I get to watch a free good show, why not? So, I immediately messaged Yi Dazhuang, letting him know I wanted him to submit an application with me, and upon hearing that he would be able to observe the trial officially, he readily agreed without hesitation. When I got home, Xing Menu went inside first while I was changing my shoes. I heard a cat's meow and saw a shiny smooth kitten sprinting out of the bedroom, rushing straight to Xing Menu, placing its front paws on him and emitting urgent cries, one louder than the last. "You sneaked back to sleep on the bed again." I walked over and grabbed it by the scruff of its neck, shutting it back in its cage. In order to better treat the ringworm on the kitten, I bought it a cage and let it bask in the sun during the day to kill germs, releasing it only after sunset for free activities. But the kitten was very smart and took advantage of its fluid-like body, always escaping from the cage. Even though sleeping in the cage was comfortable enough, it insisted on running off to sleep on the bed, especially on Xing Menu's side. "I'll change the sheets." I sighed and headed toward the bedroom. As I passed the locked secret room, I stopped, touched the electronic lock, and asked Xing Menu, "Brother, what's the new password?" Xing Menu was fiddling with his coffee machine. Upon hearing my question, he didn't even turn around, facing away from me and saying, "What for?" It seemed like he already knew what I was going to ask, not even needing eye contact to confirm. "To tidy up the things inside and clear out the room for other uses." "What kind of use?" The aroma of coffee wafted through the air as he turned around, holding a silver spoon in his hand. He gently swirled it in the white coffee cup continuously. "For instance, a boxing room?" I racked my brain. There are too many things in the living room to box comfortably. With a dedicated boxing room, we could move more freely. "What do you think, brother?" He took the spoon out of the dark coffee and placed it on the saucer. Then, with one hand holding the coffee cup and the other retrieving his phone, he began scrolling. "I'm off this Saturday." I waited for him to continue. After sipping his coffee, he slipped his phone back into his pocket and looked at me. "I'll open the door that day and clean up everything inside. Afterward, you can use it however you want." The last time I accidentally entered the secret room, witnessing the suppressed and restrained side of him was purely coincidental. Having a password lock even in his own home clearly indicated that for him, that room was a place even he couldn't enter casually. It housed his secrets, and his pride wouldn't allow me to enter again, even though I already knew what was inside. All right. I stepped back, not particularly intent on tidying the room with him. That night, lying on the neatly made bed, I smelled the soft, rich fragrance of the newly changed sheets. Staring at the dark ceiling, I found it hard to fall asleep, and this difficulty had been going on for several nights. Recalling that intimate kiss in the waiting room, I turned over and stared at Xing Minu's vague silhouette, extending my fingers to touch his cheek, neck, chest, and gently pressing down to his waist through the air. My fingers tapped lightly along his body, as if playing a fine piano. I leaned close to his ear and blew into it. "Brother." He moved slightly, turned his head, and caught my mischievous hand. "Go to sleep." His voice, laced with a trace of hoarseness, came from the darkness. I chuckled softly, moved away a bit, and withdrew my hand. "I can't sleep." Before Xing Minu could say anything, I flipped over and sat on him. His eyes instantly opened, coldly looking at me under the faint light streaming through the window. Propping my hands on either side of his body, I slowly leaned forward and asked earnestly, "Brother, aren't you feeling stifled?" He supported my waist but didn't answer. I kissed his chin, rubbing against his cheeks, my breathing gradually becoming rapid. I let him touch the gunshot wound on my left abdomen, whispering, "The scab is gone, there won't be any issues." His hand didn't make another movement, only caressing the new tender skin there, and then paused. Thinking he would endure further, my voice trembled as I coaxed him with all sorts of flattery. "Brother, you're the best." My whole body rubbed against him. "Please help me. I'll die if you keep holding back, don't you care about my death? If I die, where will you find such an adorable younger brother? Big brother, my good big brother." Possibly annoyed by my persistence, Xing Minu used his strength to flip me onto the bed, switching positions so I lay down while he sat up. "I can help you," he said slowly, inserting his thumb into my mouth, prying it open. "But you can't disturb the neighbors." Screw the neighbors, the entire floor belonged solely to him, and the soundproofing between floors was excellent, no one would complain even if heavy rock music played. All this talk about not disturbing the neighbors was just him being playful. I nodded quickly, responding vaguely through a muffled sound. Throughout the process, I kept my hand over my mouth. Even when tears streamed down my face and saliva leaked through my fingers, I did not allow myself to make noise that might disturb those non-existent neighbors. In subsequent court sessions, because Yi Dazhuang and I added more claims, we were allowed to attend the entire trial as parties involved. Although Xing Minu never mentioned it, I guessed from the scattered clues that the young prosecutor might have sought some advice regarding courtroom strategies from him. After all, based on their previous conversations, it was clear that the prosecutor greatly appreciated Xing Minu, and they were even alumni of the same school. The trial gradually stagnated, becoming increasingly drawn out and monotonous. Chen Shunlai stuck to his claim that Xiao Meng never went to the little wooden house and had no knowledge that Jinya abducted Yi Dazhuang and me. However, the prosecutor believed that Xiao Meng participated and was an accomplice in the abduction case. On Xiao Meng's side, there was a key witness, his girlfriend, who testified that on the day I was kidnapped, Xiao Meng was with her all night without leaving. During the first round of cross-examination, the prosecutor interrogated her intensively. She steadfastly maintained that Xiao Meng stayed with her the whole time, making her a crucial alibi for Xiao Meng. Despite relentless questioning from the prosecutor, she seemed completely guilt-free. For a time, the prosecutor was at a loss with her until, during the second trial, he produced a stack of medical record copies proving that she suffered from severe anxiety and required sedatives to sleep every day. He then brought in an expert witness, asking if it was possible that she wouldn't notice her partner leaving for a couple of hours after taking sleeping pills and falling into a deep sleep. The expert witness stated professionally that this was very likely. Then, during the third trial, the prosecutor finally obtained surveillance footage from a gas station near Xiao Meng's house, showing Xiao Meng driving out in the middle of the night on the evening I was kidnapped. Although the footage was blurry, Xiao Meng's car was quite distinctive. Although Chen Shunlai could still challenge the uncertainty mentioned by the expert witness to boost the credibility of Xiao Meng's girlfriend, arguing that she didn't sleep so soundly that she couldn't tell whether her partner had left or not, everyone knew that once the surveillance was presented, it no longer mattered whether the sleeping pills would make her completely unconscious. Xiao Meng had been lying from the start, and the jury would no longer trust him, or his little girlfriend. Xiao Meng was identified as the principal offender, found guilty, and sentenced to 20 years of hard imprisonment. Yi Dazhuang and I were also awarded compensation, and it was not a small amount. After the verdict was announced and the judge adjourned the court, the prosecutor greeted Yi Dazhuang and me warmly with handshakes, forming a sharp contrast with the gloomy atmosphere on the other side. Thank you all for your hard work." Xiao Meng was taken away directly, still shouting about being wronged. Chen Shunlai walked out of the courtroom alone with a dark face and, faced with the media's bombardment, couldn't even manage a basic fake smile. He had failed, and lost to a young rookie prosecutor. This was not only a Waterloo in his career but also a great humiliation in his life. I walked out of the courtroom and saw that Xing Minu had already stepped out from the waiting room, standing quietly with his hands in his pockets, watching Chen Shunlai being escorted away by his assistant in disarray. When we first met, he had been full of vigor, his back straight as a rod, yet after just a few trials, he seemed to have aged significantly. "Mr. Sheng, thank you." The prosecutor followed the crowd out of the courtroom, and upon seeing Xing Minu, extended his hand toward him. Xing Minu smiled at him and shook his hand, saying, "You're welcome," without specifying what he was thanking him for. It was just assumed he was grateful for helping establish Xiao Meng's guilt through his testimony. On the way to the parking lot, I was genuinely curious and, while Wu Yi and Yi Dazhuang were talking and unaware, approached Xing Minu and asked him how he thought to check the gas station surveillance. Xing Menu glanced at me, not denying that it was his idea. From Xiao Meng's house to the wooden cabin in the mountains is over 100 kilometers, so I had the prosecutor check the fuel level in Xiao Meng's car and found it was more than half full. Realization struck me, so there was a high chance he filled up before setting off. Taking a gamble, and lucky enough, it paid off, Xing Menu said lightly, uncharacteristically modest. The shark pool will never lack seasoned sharks, but they will always grow old, forget to be cautious, and become arrogant due to their belief in their unbeatability, eventually being torn apart and devoured by younger and fiercer offspring. Chapter 72, The Letter. After 2 months of absence, I finally returned to my beloved job as the new year approached. During my time away from the shop, Wei Shi had been filling in for me. He worked seamlessly with Shen Xiaoshi, and our performance didn't decline, instead, it surged at the end of the month. We even managed to surpass another store's annual revenue. Brother Feng, if you don't come back soon, this empire might be lost. Lu Yu exaggeratedly rushed to my side, lifting her finger to point at Shen Xiaoshi. This traitor has completely forgotten your teachings and surrendered to a new master. Wei Shi, in a good mood, joked along with her. Wrapping an arm around Shen Xiaoshi, he teased, it's too late now. Xiaoshi is mine now. Surrender or die. Shen Xiaoshi's face turned red as she struggled free. What do you mean, yours? You're talking nonsense. I'm pure, and wherever Brother Feng goes, I go. Lu Yu clapped her hands, clearly enjoying the commotion. Fight. Fight. I poked her forehead, causing her head to tilt backward, and commented, in the old days, you would have been a calamity. Lu Yu lit up with excitement. A seductress? A eunuch dog? Lu Yu rolled her eyes, fuming as she returned to her desk. A bunch of smelly men who don't appreciate my beauty. With the year-end approaching, it was once again time for the annual inventory count. Lu Yu and Shen Xiaoshi were managing things up front while Wei Shi and I went into the warehouse to tally the goods. Thankfully, we had already gone through it once before, disposing of items that needed to be thrown out or sold. As such, this year's inventory check wasn't overly taxing. Wei Shi and I divided the tasks by sections of the warehouse, maintaining some distance between each other and not closely monitoring one another's movements. When I got to the lower shelves, I simply sat on the ground, placing the ledger on my knees for easier counting. It was then that I heard faint murmurs coming from another stack of shelves nearby. How did you get in here? Wei Shi sounded puzzled. Where's Brother Feng? It was Shen Xiaoshi, his tone somewhat heavy, seemingly disgruntled. I immediately paused my work and listened carefully. He was just here. Maybe he went to the bathroom. That's perfect. Shen Xiaoshi said abruptly when suddenly there was a bang, followed by Wei Shi's grunt. I flinched, peeking to see Shen Xiaoshi pinning Wei Shi against the shelving unit. Short in stature but full of bravado, Shen Xiaoshi leaned over Wei Shi, gritting his teeth. Are you still in contact with that despicable person? What's going on? I feared they might start fighting inside the warehouse and was unsure whether I should intervene, but Wei Shi just laughed it off like nothing serious was happening. You're not my person. Why should you care so much? If you won't let me touch you, why can't I touch others? Shen Xiaoshi grew infuriated and slapped his hand hard against the iron rack behind Wei Shi, making it tremble violently with continuous quaking sounds. Wei Shi, are you looking for death? Other than the time he got drunk and acted out, I'd never seen Shen Xiaoshi get this mad. His rage was mingled with a tinge of resentment. Wei Shi seemed genuinely surprised. Shen Xiaoshi, are you crying? Panicking now, Wei Shi attempted to pry Shen Xiaoshi's face. Who's crying? Sand got into my eyes, that's all. Let go of me. Shen Xiaoshi shoved him with an elbow and started to leave, only to be pulled back into Wei Shi's embrace from behind. Wei Shi tightly held him, trying to calm him down. It's my fault. I lied, please don't be angry. I haven't been in contact with that person anymore, he keeps changing numbers to harass me. His voice softened, tender and deep. I haven't touched anyone else. Although Shen Xiaoshi initially squirmed, attempting to escape Wei Shi's arms, after hearing these words, he gradually stopped moving. He was still upset, but redirected his anger. Does he have the nerve to bother you? Invite him out, and let me teach him a lesson. Don't dirty your hands for someone like that. I'll just change my number. Shen Xiaoshi suddenly realized how intimate their posture looked, his speech becoming stammered again. You, let me go. Brother Feng will be back soon. I'll let you go if you let me kiss you first. I'm right here. Can you guys please consider my feelings? For a moment, Shen Xiaoshi remained silent on the other end, possibly seriously considering Wei Shi's offer. This naive boy, sooner or later Wei Shi will eat him up entirely. If I stayed any longer, I might end up witnessing a live show, which would be awkward. Taking the chance while I could, I deliberately knocked a wallet off a shelf and yawned loudly, pretending to wake up from a nap. Instantly, Wei Shi got busy, and I waited until everything calmed down before walking over. Upon seeing me, Shen Xiaoshi was evidently startled. Brother Feng, you've been here all along. Covering my mouth, I yawned again. I fell asleep accidentally just now. What were you two doing? Shen Xiaoshi's entire face turned red, and he was unable to articulate a word. Wei Shi glanced at me, exchanged a look, and grinned. Xiaoshi said he wanted to help me sort out the goods. I nodded. Oh, then I'll leave it to you too. I'm going outside. Saying that, I handed over the notebook in my hand to Shen Xiaoshi and quickly walked out of the warehouse. As soon as I stepped out of the warehouse door and breathed in the fresh air, I took a deep breath, feeling a sense of relief as if I had been reborn. After making sure they were well locked inside, I returned to my seat. Lu Yu was obliviously wearing her headphones, watching a newly released melodramatic TV series and laughing her head off, completely unaware of what had just transpired in the warehouse. I seemed to hear another muffled sound from the warehouse. Afraid of hearing something inappropriate again, I immediately bolted out like someone with a nail stuck to their bottom, intending to smoke a cigarette to calm myself down. By Saturday morning, I woke up dazedly to an empty spot beside me, opening my eyes to find Xing Menu was no longer in bed. Still sleepy, I flipped around and continued sleeping until near noon when I finally awoke fully. Stretching lazily, I walked out of the bedroom and immediately noticed the opposite room's solid door wide open, letting in ample light. My breath caught for a moment as I quietly approached and discovered how much the room had changed. The curtains were drawn, allowing sunlight to fill every corner. The wall letters and those bloody messages had vanished, replaced by spotty patches of wall plaster and two neatly arranged cardboard boxes on the floor. I squatted next to the boxes, opened one, and picked up the topmost letter to read. Before I had finished reading a few lines, Xing Menu's voice came from behind me. I've already tidied up the room, feel free to use it however you like. He leaned against the doorframe, his shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing muscular forearms. I waved the letter in my hand at him and asked, Brother, I kept sending letters to your school even after graduation. How did you receive them? I never got any returns. Xing Menu glanced at the letter in my hand and replied, I bribed the gatekeeper, and he sent them to me via courier regularly. I paused for a second and couldn't help but chuckle. So that's how. I tossed the letter back into the box, patted my hands, stood up, and walked over to wrap my arms around his neck, clinging onto him. Did you read all the letters? Xing Menu placed his hand on my lower back and faintly murmured a without much expression on his face. Do you have any thoughts or feelings about them? I asked casually, but unexpectedly, Xing Menu gazed at me seriously, pondering deeply as if recalling the contents of the letters. I thought you would hate me, fuse with landless ground, and become the kind of person Qi Yang wanted you to be. He slowly tightened his grip on my waist, pulling me into his embrace, his lips close to my ear. But you didn't. You're still full of hope, as if you could never be knocked down, and the sunshine seems to favor you more. You possess something I lack, and sometimes looking at you, I feel like you're the part of me that's missing. I closed my eyes, resting my chin on his shoulder, savoring the peaceful moment. So we are, a perfect match. Upon hearing this, he lightly smiled without saying anything further, almost accepting it by default. Sunlight poured into the room, driving away every bit of gloom. After freshening up, Xing Menu and I went out for lunch. We then bought some materials from the building market and returned home in the afternoon to roll up our sleeves and begin the renovation plan for the secret room. Those 2 boxes of letters were sealed tightly by me and stashed under the bed. They were a testament to our 10 years together, the bond between us in the past, sweet yet bitter memories. They had taken too much from our past, they shouldn't continue to consume our future. You never replied to my letters. Are you okay? I'm fine, but I miss you. Do you remember last spring when I told you about the grass growing in the corner of our prison compound's walls? It was different from other weeds and bloomed tiny purple flowers. I thought it was beautiful and decided not to pull it out, secretly keeping it. But in winter, it withered, and I thought it had died, leaving me quite disheartened. But you can't imagine this spring, in the exact same spot, it grew back. Old Huang said it's called violets, a type of wild vegetable, suggesting I dig it up for a cold dish. I refused. It struggled through 2 harsh winters and summers. I don't lack that one cold dish. How I wish you could see this little wildflower. Though small, it is so beautiful. I don't know how long I can protect it or whether it will still bloom purple flowers next spring. I'm not even sure if you will open this letter or have the patience to read until this point, but I still hope you know there once was such a little flower. The weather has gotten a bit cooler lately. By now, you must have graduated and started working. Be sure to rest and keep warm. I don't know if you're still mad at me, but regardless, I apologize and admit my mistakes. Please don't ignore me, please don't dislike me, alright? When we fought as kids, I was always the first to apologize. This time, I'll be the first again, so please forgive me, and I promise it won't happen again. Big brother, come see me. Mom refuses to tell me anything about you, and I haven't heard from you in such a long, long time. Please don't make me suffer anymore. Let me know where you are, let me know that you're doing well, just that much is enough. Even if you don't tell me where you are, it's fine. Even if you just reply with one word, it would be enough. Just don't make me keep waiting foolishly for a reply that might never come. I hope to hear back from you before spring ends. Wishing you will always have a cute little brother who cares for you. March 20th, 20XX. Chapter 73, Happy New Year, End. The new year was approaching. Yi Dezhuang, having received the compensation from the kidnapping case and earning a good amount of money from advertisements on his self-media platforms, decided to treat us all to a big meal. He booked a table at the most authentic, popular, and luxurious, hot pot restaurant in the city. After confirming the reservation, Yi Dezhuang specially mentioned me in the group chat, asking me to bring my brother along, saying he wanted to thank him for saving his life. Hot pot restaurant? Xing Menu. Even if he could endure the noisy environment, he would probably find it hard to tolerate lingering odors. But when I tentatively texted Xing Menu about this matter, he actually replied with a noted. I reiterated several times to confirm, emphasizing that it would be hot pot, the type where many people eat from the same pot. He might have thought I had some issues, and after a long while, sent back a message, I know what hot pot is. Fine, as long as you know. After some time of treatment, the kitten slowly grew long fur, and its body shape became more plump. At first, we were planning to wait for the kitten to grow bigger before finding it an adopter, but Shen Xiaoshi suddenly mentioned that his mother, after seeing the kitten's picture, felt great pity. Since her new house was also ready, she was looking for company and therefore wanted to take the kitten to raise. This, of course, was the best possible outcome. Recently, due to the incomplete division of assets, Shen Xiaoshi's mother had been staying with him. However, since Shen Xiaoshi lived in a rented apartment with only one small room, living together wasn't very convenient. Fortunately, the money matters were recently resolved, and they finally settled everything with no further obligations to the other party. She bought a second-hand house near her son's home, fully furnished, and once it was thoroughly cleaned, they prepared to move in right away. Leaving the kitten with her was certainly a good destination. The next day, I packed up the kitten and all its things and transferred them over to Shen Xiaoshi, detailing the vaccination schedule and dietary precautions. Shen Xiaoshi carefully noted down all the information and assured me not to worry. When he got home, he immediately updated his social circle, full of pictures of his mother holding the kitten, watching TV, doing housework, eating meals, even sleeping. I feel like I've gained a younger brother, Shen Xiaoshi captioned. I couldn't stop laughing and showed it to Xing Menu, who glanced through it and then focused on Shen Xiaoshi's mother in the photos, saying, Mrs. Yao has changed greatly. Shen Xiaoshi said his mother still occasionally wakes up from nightmares at night. The past had a significant impact on her, but everything was moving towards a better direction. Humans are strong and resilient, even if it takes a long time. Heart wounds will eventually be healed by time. Because love can change a person, I snuggled up against Xing Menu, who was reading a book, and leaned my face against his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat, and gradually closed my eyes. Xing Menu didn't push me away and continued flipping through his book in this awkward position. As I fell into sleep hearing the rhythm beneath me like a drumbeat, I faintly remembered being shifted slightly in my slumber. Dissatisfied, I frowned, turned around, and wanted to cling back to the warmth beside me, only faintly hearing a soft exclamation from above. Sticky. I mumbled something, wanting to argue but couldn't open my eyes. Instead, I just cuddled closer into the arms of the person beside me and refused to let go. The next morning, when Xing Menu was brushing his teeth, he seemed a little uncomfortable, massaging his shoulder and neck. Seeing this in the mirror, I offered to massage him while biting my toothbrush. What, did you sleep wrong? Xing Menu briefly glanced at me indifferently. That look made me involuntarily reflect on whether I had done anything wrong recently. Nothing, Xing Menu averted his gaze, squeezed some toothpaste onto the brush, just too much reading lately. On the day of Yi Dezhuang's invitation for the New Year's Eve dinner, Xing Menu had a meeting and would be late, so we went to the hot pot restaurant earlier. Yi Dezhuang booked early and managed to secure a private room with a TV available. Recently, the biggest news item was Meiding's investigation results. They were directly fined billions of dollars. Meiding held a press conference to apologize publicly. Zhao Suiguang, due to health reasons, couldn't attend and delegated everything to his only daughter. Xiao Moyu, facing a major family upheaval, transformed completely from her former frivolous second-generation rich girl image. Wearing a set of black formal wear, tying up her hair in a simple ponytail, with no makeup applied, she stood among the high-level executives. Her speech was organized, her tone neither humble nor haughty, seeming sincere enough, whether or not this was orchestrated by a PR team beforehand. Xiao Meng imprisoned, Zhao Suiguang had no more options. From now on, all of the turbulent business empire would fall entirely on Xiao Moyu's shoulders. Come to think of it, I intended to confess to Zhang Mimi some time ago, writing her a long email of hundreds of words. But I realized I had been blocked by her sometime without knowing. Probably, from Xiao Moyu's side, she already knew everything. Though we haven't interacted much, the young girl was pretty nice. Now looking back, my relationship with this junior schoolmate seems to have reached its end. All dishes were served, Shen Xiaoshi poured each of us a drink, didn't sit down, but solemnly toasted with his cup to both me and Yi Dezhuang. Yi Dezhuang and I exchanged glances, sensing that the matter was not simple. We instinctively stood up to respond. Brothers, today there's something I must confess. Seeing Wei Shi completely detached, focusing only on eating peanuts, I felt reassured. But Yi Dezhuang still had no clue. Your expression. What is it? Shen Xiaoshi downed his cup of orange juice with one gulp and declared solemnly, Shi Go and I are together. In an instant, in the private room, besides the news broadcast from the TV and the bubbling sound of the hot pot, there was nothing but Yi Dezhuang's sharp intake of breath. Wait, he couldn't wrap his head around it. Do you mean what I think you mean by together? Shen Xiaoshu showed him through action that yes, exactly what he meant. He directly leaned over and left a loud kiss on Wei Shi's lips. Heavens! Yi Dazhuang exhaled again, looking at Wei Shi, then me, you, why aren't you surprised at all? I'd already passed the stage of surprise and now my emotions were entirely calm. It's because I've known for a long time. Yi Dazhuang's hand trembled, spilling some drink from his cup. What? You've known? He quivered as he said, damn, my bro turned into my sister-in-law, and I just woke up, I'm a little dizzy. If that was the case, then choosing the day wasn't necessary, so I raised my cup and toasted to the three present, declaring that I also had something to say. Yi Dazhuang clutched his chest, you too. I smiled faintly at him, Xing Menu and I are together. And after saying that, I drank up all the beer in my glass. Yi Dazhuang almost choked, landing back on the chair with a thud. Shen Xiaoshu looked at me mystified for a while before muttering, good Yi Feng too. Isn't it a coincidence? He scratched his head and sat down, seeing Wei Shi still munching peanuts next to him, he frowned and said, why aren't you shocked at all? Did you know early on? Wei Shi finally stopped using his chopsticks, coughed lightly and said, not much earlier than you. Shen Xiaoshu seemed to be understanding something, no wonder. I thought during the last truth or dare game they acted weird. Yi Dazhuang groaned in despair, as if mountains and rivers were collapsing and the world falling apart. In the end, I'm the only real single dog. How can you guys be like this? As Xing Menu entered led by the waiter, Yi Dazhuang had roughly accepted the reality. The meal hadn't started yet, but first, he stood up and toasted a glass to Xing Menu. Mr. Sheng, I entrust phone good to you. Xing Menu slightly lifted a brow and just took a sip of tea in his cup since he needed to drive later. The meal was relatively enjoyable, however, with 3 people in the team coming out, Yi Dazhuang needed some time to digest it, hence he behaved a little awkwardly at the table. I worried that Xing Menu might feel uncomfortable, so I kept cooking food for him, filling his bowl to near overflow without attention. However, Xing Menu didn't stop me, slowly finishing everything I gave him bite by bite. I wanted to see how long he would keep accepting, so I deliberately cooked even more. Watching his brows gradually crumple while I prepared to give him another fish ball, he finally halted me. Eat it yourself. I giggled as I chewed the fish ball into my mouth, okay. A few more hours and it would be the new year. After we had eaten enough, Shen Xiaoshu jumped up to liven the atmosphere, asking everyone to make New Year resolutions. I'll go first. My wish is that family, friends, the ones I like, and those who like me will all be healthy and safe. Saying this, he used his chopsticks as a microphone and extended it to Wei Shi. Sir, what is your wish? Wei Shi pondered for a moment and said, stay away from villains, may fortune increase endlessly. Also, I hope my young lover takes the initiative more often. Shen Xiaoshu's cheeks immediately turned bright red, holding the chopsticks he quickly ran to Yi Dazhuang. Hope I can find a partner soon, hopefully a girlfriend. Yi Dazhuang clasped his hands together, praying towards the sky loudly emphasizing, a girlfriend, girlfriend. Note, a female one. The microphone reached me quickly. Actually, I had already fulfilled all my wishes. Glancing at Xing Menu, I managed to come up with one after all. That is, hoping all of Guji's wishes will come true. Yi Dazhuang clicked his tongue, shaking his head repeatedly. Xing Menu also looked over, staring into my eyes for a moment, and eventually opened his mouth under Shen Xiaoshu's urging, keeping things as they are right now would suffice. This was truly a simple yet heartfelt wish that aligned perfectly with my own feelings. I echoed, yes, keeping things as they are is fine. After the meal, we bid each other farewell. Xing Menu and I walked side by side towards the parking lot when suddenly, a cool touch fell on my nose. I stopped and looked up. Under the dim yellow streetlights, small snowflakes began to drift down gently from the sky. It's snowing. I held the snowflakes with my hand, soon after, only a small puddle of water remained in my palm. When I looked again at Xing Menu, I found that he had already moved ahead a short distance. He was wearing a light beige wool overcoat, and even his silhouette looked like a tall, leggy supermodel walking straight out of a magazine. It was this very silhouette that I stared at for what felt like ages. Ever since I was born, it seemed as if I had always been looking at his back, chasing him, striving hard to catch up with him, trying all sorts of ways to hold on, hoping he would pause just once for me. But now, Xing Menu stopped in his tracks, turning around to look at me. His well-defined profile under the streetlights appeared as though it were an artfully breathing sculpture. Now, I no longer have to helplessly watch as his silhouette recedes further without any solution. I can call out to him, catch up to him, and even make him stop for me. Look, it's snowing. I ran up to him and immediately hooked my arm through his. Xing Menu glanced upward briefly, and little clouds of white vapor emerged from his mouth as he spoke. Auspicious snow promises a good year ahead, next year will be a great one. I grabbed his hand and slipped it into his coat pocket. The wind was biting cold, but his hand radiated warmth. We continued onward, letting the snow fall softly onto our shoulders, dusting them with a light layer of frost. With him by my side, every coming year will undoubtedly be a wonderful one. Happy New Year. His low voice unexpectedly resonated in my ears. I paused, turning to look at him, only to find him gazing forward with slightly lowered lashes. After a moment of shock, I quickly smiled with understanding. Yes, Happy New Year. Winter is almost over, the end of another year has come, and spring isn't far away anymore. The end.